The Rebirth of the Malicious Empress of Military Lineage Chapter 922 to Chapter 1062. In that box, there was a round thing and a medicine bottle. Xianxia grabbed the medicine bottle and hurried back to Gao Yang's room. She handed the medicine bottle to Gao Yang and said, "There are 3 yuan gathering pills here. Is it possible to help him?" In that box was the dowry that Luo Tan and Feng and Ming gave when Xianxia got married. Luo Tan gave a compass while Feng and Ming gave 3 Gui Yuan pills. The Yuan gathering pill was something that could help extend one's life and could let a dying person have one more breath. It was difficult for Feng and Ming to give 3 of the good things that the great medical scholar of Ming Qi left behind. Xianxia suddenly remembered that she did not know if this thing would be useful for Xie Jingxing. Gao Yang was delighted. "Where did you get it from?" She took the medicine bottle and poured out 1 pill to take a closer look and sniffed it before saying, "Correct. It is the Yuan gathering pill. It is useful. With this, he would be able to hold on for about 10 days. Xianxia sighed in relief and heard Gao Yang speaking again, "But within 10 days, I might not be able to research out the antidote. No matter if you are able to research it out or not, you have to give it a try. If it is not possible, then we will talk about it at that time. Now that you are a physician, do not bother about the matter of not being able to," she said coldly. Tai Yi and Uncle Tang, who followed along, looked at Xianxia in surprise. They did not think that at this time, a female like her would be able to keep her composure. In fact, Xianxia was not as calm as she looked on the surface, but at this time, it would not be of any use to panic. She needed to clear her mind and think about what to do next. Gao Yang nodded his head. "I will now perform acupuncture on him, and with the Yuan gathering pill, let him temporarily settle down. All of you go out first." Xianxia glanced at Xie Jingxing and her heart seemed to be tightly gripped by something before she walked out. After walking out, she said to Uncle Tang, "All of you leave first. I want to be alone for a while." Uncle Tang wanted to say something but hesitated and finally said, "No matter what, foreign must take care of your body. These old servants will do their best to cooperate with foreign." Xianxia complied. Tai Yi and Uncle Tang also left. After dismissing Jingxia and the rest, Xianxia stood outside the door and looked at the courtyard, feeling extremely tired. After a while, she sat down on the steps in the courtyard. The weather in June was already hot, especially in the Great Liang where it was hot early, but the ground was cool and the wind was rustling, so Xianxia actually felt some coldness. She thought, if something really happened to Xie Jingxing, what should she do? It seemed that she should think about her future life and what she had to do in the future. This was the rational thing that she should do. But at this moment, she actually couldn't persuade herself to analyze the future rationally, as if those results were something she didn't even want to think about. Since when did Xie Jingxing's position in her heart become so important? So important that when she thought of losing this person in the future, she felt that the remaining time was somewhat dull. If he had never tasted honey, he should have been able to endure it. However, after tasting it and then losing it, everything became unacceptable. She heard someone's footsteps. She didn't know when Pei Lang had walked into the courtyard. Seeing her sitting on the steps, he also sat down. Hesitating for a moment, she then said, "Don't worry, he is a prince of the Great Liang, it won't be that easy for something to happen to him." Xianxia was silent. Her eyes were slightly dim and Pei Lang felt that his mouth was astringent and his heart was sour. Speaking of which, he had never seen Xianxia like this before. Xianxia always had a well-thought-out plan in front of Pei Lang, and her imposing manner was high, as if she wanted to suppress him. When Pei Lang was locked up in the dungeon of Prince Ding's residence, he had also thought if Xianxia would feel guilty and worry about his life and death. When Xianxia was worried about someone, what was she like? Now he finally saw it. When Xianxia was worried about someone's life and death, there were no aggressive thorns and she was no different from an ordinary female. He always felt that Xianxia was sitting very close to him, but the distance between them seemed to be thousands of miles apart. Pei Lang said, "Go back to the room. The wind is strong." "No need." Xianxia looked outside. "Your body is not fully recovered. Do not need to care about me. Go back and rest first." Pei Lang was silent for a moment before saying, "I will accompany you." Xianxia was too lazy to persuade him. At this moment her mind was not on Pei Lang and was only concerned about Xie Jingxing's injuries. Gao Yang was busy for the entire night. Xin Miao also sat for the entire night. Speaking of which, that night in the hunting grounds while waiting for Xie Jingxing's news, Ji Foran dozed off but Xin Miao did not sleep. She also did not close her eyes for 2 days but she was full of energy. When the rooster crowed thrice, Gao Yang opened the door and walked out. When he saw Xin Miao and Pei Lang sitting on the steps, he could not help but be slightly surprised. You too sat for the entire night? Xin Miao rubbed her numb knees and asked Gao Yang, how is he? It is temporarily stabilized. The effect of the yuan gathering pill is not bad. Next I will be in the room researching the method to detoxify the poison. No one is to disturb me. He looked at Xin Miao again. These days he will be entrusted to you to take care of him. Uncle Tang, who heard the news, could not help but ask, then if you do not come out after 10 days, Gao Yang did not speak and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. You go. In the silence, Xin Miao opened her mouth. Her voice was very calm, as if the person on the bed who was on the verge of death was not her husband. Gao Yang looked at her seriously. I also hope to succeed. If not, I will not be happy for the rest of my life. He turned and left. Uncle Tang looked at Xin Miao before looking at Pei Lang and said, Foreign, Gentleman Pei, you two have been keeping watch for the entire night and have not eaten anything. Currently Master's condition has stabilized. It is better to eat something first and rest. Do not let Master's injuries recover but you two fall sick from exhaustion. Xin Miao nodded her head and said, bring it to the room. I will rest here for a while and it will be convenient to take care of him. Also send someone to Ji Foran's side to pass a message that His Highness's condition is temporarily stabilized but he has not woken up. Do not come over for the time being. Uncle Tang nodded his head. Pei Lang looked at Xin Miao and saw that Xin Miao had already walked to the chair in front of the bed and sat down. His eyes dimmed and he turned to leave. Gu quickly brought a bowl of porridge over and Xin Miao let her close the door on the way out. There was only Xin Miao, the unconscious Xie Jingxing and Tai Yi left in the room. While eating, she asked Tai Yi, what's going on? Can you tell me now? Tai Yi hesitated. Xin Miao stopped what she was doing and stared at him sternly. That day you followed him into the inner field so no one is clearer than you about what happened. Even if you only recognize him as your master, you can't hide it from me. Tai Yi hurriedly said, no, madam. It's just that this subordinate is not very clear about Master's plan this time. Because it was the Emperor who discussed with Mistress, even the MOU army was not used. But there seemed to be some changes midway. The Emperor's life was hanging by a thread and someone was mixed in the Imperial Guards to ambush him. Master was seriously injured because he blocked the knife for the Emperor and that knife was coated with poison. Someone wanted to take the Emperor's life. In that instant, it was as if some beads were finally connected together and there was a vague answer to the conjecture in Xin Miao's mind. This hunt was actually a game between Emperor Yonglu and the Lu family or perhaps the Lu family. Emperor Yonglu wanted to use his own life to bring down the entire Lu family and the Lu family wanted to take the opportunity to deal with Emperor Yonglu but did not know that Emperor Yonglu had already made up his mind to die. But Emperor Yonglu did not inform Xie Jingxing of this plan of mutual destruction. Or it could be said that Emperor Yonglu knew that Xie Jingxing would not agree to it, thus Xie Jingxing said that there was a change in the plan. In order to save Emperor Yongli's fate, Xie Jingxing suffered such a heavy injury. Xin Miao silently looked at the youth lying on the bed. He was usually arrogant and mischievous and was good at grasping everything in the palm of his hands. De Qian's schemes were lifted up high and lightly dropped by him, covered in a careless smile. Because he was always used to showing off his strength, it made people forget that from a certain perspective, he was also an ordinary person and would also die of old age. Once he was injured, he would be in danger and there was even a possibility that he would completely disappear from this world. Xin Miao's heart suddenly felt pain as she recalled the sentence, wait for my return, that Xie Jingxing said to her before entering the hall. Looking at the scene in front of her again, she felt that it was extremely ironic. Moreover, the effect of the yuan pill would not last long and if Gao Yang was unable to research the antidote in 10 days, what would happen? Xin Miao frowned as she looked at Xie Jingxing and her nails gradually dug into her palms. If it could not be done in front of him, then the main culprit would make him taste 10 times the pain. In Wei Yong Palace, Emperor Yongle fiercely threw the booklet in his hands onto the floor. Empress Xianxia sighed and bent down to pick up the booklet. His Lu family's guts are big enough and their hearts are wild enough. The emperor's face was as heavy as water. At this time they are still flaunting their prowess in front of Zhen. Zhen cannot wait to skin him and drink his blood. The Lu family used their power to commit crimes, and this time they even took a risk out of desperation. If not for Jingxing sacrificing his life to protect. Empress Xianxia did not continue speaking. Hearing this, a flash of pain appeared in Emperor Yongli's eyes. Zhen can't wait for Zhen to die. Jingxing is a child that values relationships and righteousness. The emperor obviously knows that he would not agree. That is why one did not tell him at the start. In other words, even if the emperor arranged everything, it might not make Jingxing happy, and to him it would be a shackle. The emperor did not even consider his feelings. Empress Xianxia's words were sharp, but she didn't give Emperor Yongle any face. Emperor Yongle was already in a bad mood, and when he heard this, he was almost enraged. Your Majesty, you don't have to be angry. Jingxing hasn't woken up yet. The most important thing right now is to complain. Empress Xianxia reminded him when she saw him like this. Emperor Yongle closed his eyes and said, I know. I only have this one brother. Gao Yang is taking care of Jingxing's injuries, and there is no news from Prince Rui's residence. But Your Majesty, the more important thing is that the Lu family has started to take action. I know. Emperor Yongli's lips curled up slightly. His current appearance was 70 to 80% similar to the usual Xie Jingxing. He was clearly smiling, but one could feel his coldness and danger. He said, he wanted to deal with me. Since I didn't die, it's my turn to deal with him. Military power? Everyone has it. The Lu family has lived for a long time. This time if Xia Yuan is not well, I want the entire Lu family to be buried with him. He paused and said word by word, if Xia Yuan were to recover, they would have no way to escape. Empress Xianxia nodded her head slightly and looked at the sky outside. Outside the imperial palace in June, the sun was shining brightly just now, but now it was overcast with dark clouds. In the end, the heavens were going to change. In the Gao family residence. Gao Yang had just returned to the residence when he heard an aggressive voice. Gao Yang, you are clearly a great Liang's Longyi people but lied to me that you are from Mingqi's Ding capital. You are not some imperial physician and are clearly the great Liang's minister of defense. You are a liar. Luo Tan angrily stood at the doorway. Her expression was somewhat haggard and there were traces of bruises under her eyes. At this moment when she looked at Gao Yang, it was clear that she needed an explanation from Gao Yang. Gao Yang wanted to return to refined medicine. His pharmacy was in his own residence and there were many medicinal herbs in the residence. The Gao residence and Prince Rui residence were not far from each other, thus he returned to the residence to refine medicine but did not expect to encounter Luo Tan's questioning upon his return. The maidservant beside Luo Tan looked at Gao Yang apologetically. On the morning of the royal hunt, she had originally followed Gao Yang's instructions to have Luo Tan stay away. Who knew that Luo Tan would sneak out on her own and coincidentally see Gao Yang walking among the officials? Luo Tan was usually muddle-headed on small matters but was very astute on big matters. She immediately turned back to ask the maid, and when the maid saw that she could not hide it anymore, she could only tell the whole story. For Luo Tan, this was somewhat unacceptable. Gao Yang was a pure doctor, so it did not matter if he was in the Great Liang or Mingqi. But he was obviously the Minister of Defense of the Great Liang but was an imperial physician in Mingqi. In Luo Tan's eyes, he was no different from an enemy country's spy. In addition, the Luo family was a military family, and when Luo Tan was young, she and Luo Qian would always go to the opera troupe to listen to plays. Most of those loyal and righteous people would die from the spies. Luo Tan originally had a good impression of Gao Yang. Even though there were some small flaws, he would take care of her daily. Now that the person who took care of her had become a bad person, Luo Tan's heart could not accept it. This was really like when it rains, it pours. At this moment Gao Yang was busy with Xie Jingxing's matter and coincidentally bumped into Luo Tan. If it was before, he would definitely explain to Luo Tan in a good manner, but now there was not enough time. She was alone in a foreign country and her husband's life was hanging by a thread. Perhaps it would be good to have a sister by her side. He then said to the servant beside him, "Tell her that I will enter the room first. No one is allowed to come in." He then walked towards the pharmacy. Luo Tan thought that Gao Yang would explain some difficulties, as she did not believe that Gao Yang would do such a despicable and shameless thing. She did not expect that Gao Yang not only did not explain but also directly ignored her and entered the room. She said, "Hey, what do you mean? Tell me first, what are you?" "Young lady Luo," the manservant beside Gao Yang quickly stopped her and said, "Let me tell you. Actually, things are a bit tricky now. Young master went out today to treat someone. Something happened to the prince of Prince Rui's mansion, and he needs young master to treat him." Luo Tan was startled. "Prince Rui? Isn't that my brother-in-law? What happened?" The servant wiped his sweat. "It's a long story." At the other end, Shen Miao leaned over Xie Jingxing's bed and blinked her eyes before sitting up again. After a short nap, she felt much better. She turned to look at the man on the bed. His eyes were still closed, as if he was asleep. Seeing that he was fine, Shen Miao's heart was at ease. But her heart was always in a mess. Shen Miao felt that ever since she was reborn, she had been living a stable life. Because of the previous lifetime's road in front of her, she always grasped things that others could not grasp. There was no such thing when she was forced to a dead end. But right now, it was the first time in her life that she tasted the feeling of powerlessness. Even though it did not happen to her, it was more uncomfortable than if it happened to her. But firstly, she did not have medical skills, and secondly, she did not know how to detoxify and could only take out 3 yuan guiyuan pills. Shen Miao was indeed not used to placing all her hopes on Gao Yang. She slowly reached out and held Xie Jingxing's hand that was exposed outside the blanket, as if this would make her feel at ease. Uncle Tang came over to send some hot tea and snacks to Shen Miao. Shen Miao did not rest well and did not eat well, so she looked haggard. Uncle Tang said, "Foreign should also eat something. It is very tiring to keep taking care of master like this." Shen Miao gave her thanks and suddenly thought of something. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "Uncle Tang, when His Highness just arrived at Longyi 2 years ago, was it also like this?" 2 years ago, there was another reason why Xie Jingxing returned to Longyi. In the battlefield of the northern Jiang, there were Emperor Wen Hui's men in the Ming Qi Xie family's army, and those people wanted to take his life. Xie Jingxing escaped life and death, but he did not escape serious injuries. From what one heard, it seemed to be a life and death situation. At that time it was fortunate that Gao Yang was by his side and Xie Jingxing's own fortune was great, else one feared that there would not be the current Prince Rui. Uncle Tang was startled for a moment and looked at Xie Jingxing, who was on the bed. His eyes were filled with memories, so foreign also know about it. Indeed, when master first returned to Longyi, he was also sent back. At that time the physician said that there was no way to save him, and Gentleman Gao was also helpless, but at the end master managed to pull through. It was really a miracle. So foreign also know. Indeed, when master returned to Longyi for the first time, he was also sent back. At that time the physician said that it was impossible to save him, and Gentleman Gao was also helpless, but at the end master was able to pull through. It was really a miracle. Shen Miao's eyes hung down. There are a lot of people who want his life in Longyi. Uncle Tang looked at Shen Miao with some surprise and hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and sighing. How is it that easy to defend the great Liang's rivers and mountains? If it is so, at that time. He suddenly stopped talking and said, "In short, foreign must take care of your body." As he spoke, he wanted to instruct the kitchen to brew the medicine and was about to leave. Just as Uncle Tang was about to leave the door, Shen Miao called out to him and asked, "Uncle Tang, the relationship between the late emperor and His Highness did not seem to be good. Do you know about this matter?" Uncle Tang's footsteps staggered and paused before slowly speaking. To be dissatisfied with foreign, this servant was once an attendant of the late Empress residence. It is just that if foreign wants to know about these matters, it is better to wait for His Highness to tell you personally. Forgive this old servant for not being able to tell. He bowed and turned to leave the room. Shen Miao pressed her forehead. The great Liang's imperial family's secrets were no less than Ming Qi's, so what secrets would Xie Jingxing have? What was the relationship between the late emperor and Emperor Yonglu? Xie Jingxing did not tell her about these matters, and she also did not know the depth of it, thus she could not act rashly. At this time, Shen Miao would rather be more impulsive and not be so cautious. Perhaps she would be able to find out the truth by accident. Just as she was thinking about it, she saw Guyu rushing in with wide eyes and a somewhat helpless look. Foreign. Shen Miao frowned. The more it was at this time, the more one must not be rash and hasty, as panic would cause chaos. The residence of Prince Rui could not be taken advantage of at this time. She asked, "What happened? Why are you so flustered?" Before she finished speaking, a familiar voice was heard from outside, Biao youngest sister. Shen Miao was startled and saw a familiar figure suddenly appearing behind Guyu. If it was not Luo Tan, who else could it be? Luo Tan's expression was somewhat anxious. When she saw Shen Miao, she walked in quickly and looked at Xie Jingxing, who was still unconscious on the bed, and muttered, "He really did not lie to me." Shen Miao stood up and asked, "Why are you here?" She had always been tolerant towards Luo Tan, like an elder towards a junior. Now that she stood up with a cold face, Luo Tan was startled. She couldn't help but shrink her neck and whispered, "It's a long story." After Luo Tan told Shen Miao about the ins and outs of how she came here, Shen Miao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air and disapprovingly said, "Simply nonsense. The distance between the Great Liang and Mingqi was very far, and you are staying alone in someone else's residence. If anything happened, how would Jiao and Jiaomu feel? So what if you give in to my parents?" Luo Tan knew that she was in the wrong and whispered, "I know I was wrong. I just wanted to follow you guys." Then she said in a lower voice, "I didn't expect Gao Yang to be from Longya. He lied to me that he had traveled to Longya and happened to have a mansion here." Shen Miao looked at the submissive Luo Tan and did not know what to say. Since the matter had already happened, it would be useless to blame anyone. Moreover, up until now, everything could be said to be safe, and no trouble had occurred. Even though Gao Yang was not as simple as he looked on the surface, but since he followed Xie Jingxing, he would not do anything disrespectful to Luo Tan. Even though Shen Miao did not know why Gao Yang would be like this, but looking at Luo Tan's appearance, Gao Yang should have taken good care of her. Luo Tan was afraid that Shen Miao would mention sending her back now and immediately diverted the topic. Gao Yang went to the pharmacy to refine the antidote for brother-in-law. I thought that he was speaking nonsense, but now seeing brother-in-law, one then know that it is true. She looked at Shen Miao, Biao youngest sister, "Is brother-in-law's injury really serious?" Shen Miao did not want to hide from her and nodded her head. "The peaceful yuan gathering pill can at most ensure his health for 10 days. If after 10 days, Gao Yang is still unable to refine the antidote, then it would be dangerous." Luo Tan was horrified. "Is there no other way?" "I am thinking." Shen Miao's eyes drooped down. The news had already reached His Majesty's ears, and His Majesty is secretly recruiting doctors, but distant water cannot quench present thirst. Luo Tan was silent for a moment but reached out to hold Shen Miao's hands and said firmly, "Brother-in-law is so talented and will definitely be fine. Both of you will be long, and I am still waiting for you to give birth to a little nephew for me. You do not need to worry, I will accompany you to guard." Luo Tan was after all a family member, and in a foreign country, no matter if it was Gao Yang or Ji Yushu, there was still a layer of closeness. Even if Luo Tan did not do anything, she would at least make one's heart feel better. Xie Jingxing could not be separated from others, and because one did not know if his injuries would relapse, he needed someone to take care of him, so Shen Miao personally took care of him. She sat by Xie Jingxing's bedside almost all day, feeding him water, and when there was nothing to do, she would read a book at the side, which was the Great Liang's political and historical books. She must quickly understand the Great Liang country so that she could have countermeasures in the future. She really did not like to be in a passive situation. Luo Tan also accompanied by Shen Miao's side, and other than returning to her room to sleep at night, she would also sit with Shen Miao in the room at other times. It was rare that she, with her restless temperament, could stay here for a long time. Even though most of the time she would be sitting in a daze. 3 days passed by quickly, and in these 3 days, Xie Jingxing did not wake up at all. Other than Gao Yang, who was in closed-door cultivation to refine medicine, Emperor Wenhui also sent an old imperial physician with the highest medical skills in the palace to take care of Xie Jingxing. Because the old imperial physician was present, Xie Jingxing's pulse was considered stable. Everyone placed their hopes on Gao Yang, hoping that he would be able to produce the antidote within 10 days. Otherwise, no one would be able to help them even if they cried for help. Who knew that on the 4th day, Xianxia suddenly felt unwell. First, his pulse became extremely chaotic and unstable, and his breathing became very rapid. His face was frighteningly pale, and he couldn't even drink water. The wound had also begun to fester, and it looked extremely dangerous. The old imperial physician came over to take a look and shook his head with a sigh, saying that the poison in Xianxia's wound was initially suppressed by Gao Yang's acupuncture technique, but it was only for a moment, and now the poison could no longer be suppressed and started to spread. If he did not have those 3 origin returning pills, Xianxia would not be able to hold on right now. However, even if they managed to survive for now, even if they were lucky enough to survive for 10 days, it was still hard to say what would happen to Gao Yang. Xianxia's sudden deterioration made everyone's heart uneasy, especially Xianxia. Previously, when Xianxia was injured, he was still considered to be calm, which made her a little comforted, but now she was unable to deceive herself. The matter of Xianxia possibly not waking up was clearly placed in front of her. Even though the old imperial physician's medical skills were brilliant, he was not as brilliant as Gao Yang. If even Gao Yang was helpless, naturally he would be even more helpless. After repeatedly shaking his head, he returned to the palace to report. Uncle Tang hesitated for a long time before asking Xianxia, "Foreign, at G Foreign's end, is it necessary to inform?" When he said those words, Uncle Tang's tone was very difficult, as if it contained great grief. After Xianxia returned from the hunting grounds, Xianxia kept it a secret from the G residents because she did not want G Foreign to worry and also to avoid alerting the enemy. But now Uncle Tang's meaning was that if Xianxia really could not make it, G Foreign would definitely come and see him, no need. Xianxia decisively interrupted his words, not for the time being. Uncle Tang was startled and Tai Yi was also somewhat surprised. Pei Lang, who had been silent all the while, said, "No matter what, there are some things that should be considered." Consider what? Consider the aftermath? Even though Xianxia knew that Pei Lang was right and in such a tense environment, grief was unavoidable, but the most important thing was the future. Now one had to plan for the future. Xianxia's heart burst with an inexplicable fire for no reason. Thinking of the previous lifetime when Wanyu was married, Pei Lang also said to her in such a light manner, "Her Princess Highness is already married. Your ladyship should think more about the future." She coldly swept a glance at Pei Lang, and that gaze made Pei Lang startled, and his heart could not help but slowly sink. Luo Tan had long been unable to sit still and returned to the Gao residence to look for Gao Yang. However, she was told that Gao Yang must not be disturbed when refining medicine and no one was allowed to enter. Luo Tan was angry. "This cannot be done, that cannot be done. Could it be that I want to see my brother-in-law get sick? It is fine if it is my brother-in-law, but my youngest Biao sister is pitiful. In just a few days, she has become a lot more haggard and lost a lot of weight. She had just gotten married and this kind of thing happened. If something really happened, my youngest Biao sister would definitely not be able to live." Luo Tan had seen many dramas and had seen quite a number of scenes of people dying for love. Even though Xianxia was usually calm and collected, she was after all a young female of more than 10 years of age and had just gotten married. If something happened to her husband, how could Xianxia bear it? It was not possible for a young female to be a widow. The surrounding servants of the Gao residence looked at each other in dismay and did not dare to speak. This young lady of the Luo family's background was not small and was the Di Biao sister of Rui Wangfei. Her temperament was as impulsive as fire, and even their young master had to give in to Luo Tan, not to mention them, the servants. Now that Gao Yang was in the pharmacy and could not be disturbed while he was refining the medicine, they, the servants, were unlucky and had to bear the wrath of Miss Luo. What kind of famous doctor is he? The world's famous magical hand loyal heart can't even detoxify a poison. What if he can't detoxify the poison after 10 days? Luo Tan's eyes reddened and her voice choked. It was as if she felt ashamed to cry in front of so many people. She turned her head and ran back into the room. She slammed the door shut and fell on the bed, crying silently. The people of the Luo family all had the kindness to stand up for injustice and judge others by their own standards. Especially since Xianxia was Luo Tan's relative, Luo Tan could not wait to be in her place. Seeing Shin Miao being upset and not being able to help, Luo Tan felt that she was really incompetent. He felt that he did not have the face to face Shin Miao and was unable to face himself, so he simply locked himself in the room for a whole day. He didn't even eat, as if doing so would make him feel better. Because no matter how sad he was, he would not be as sad as Shin Miao. As a result, Luo Tan's action scared everyone in the Gao residence. The servants in the Gao residence had been by Gao Yang's side since he was young. Gao Yang had always been gentle with women but had never brought a woman into his residence. Moreover, he liked to tease Luo Tan, which was completely different from his usual lenient behavior. There must be a demon in an abnormal situation. Gao Yang's mind was sharp, but the servants were not stupid. The reason why they indulged Luo Tan was because they saw Luo Tan as their future female master. This future female master's heart was not comfortable at the moment and refused to eat. If their young master came out a few days later and saw Luo Tan's appearance, he would definitely be distressed. If he was distressed, the ones who would suffer would be the servants. The servants discussed and decided to find someone to go in and comfort young Lady Luo. After searching around, they finally unanimously pushed out a person, a young girl called Benyu. Benyu was the daughter of a poor family that Gao Yang had saved from the hands of a tyrant. If it was not for Gao Yang's rescue, Benyu would have entered a brothel to be a girl. After entering the Gao residence, she became a servant girl. When Benyu was young, she was abducted by human traffickers and traveled all over. Her knowledge was extraordinary and she had some cleverness of the marketplace. She had a silver tongue, and if there was anyone in the Gao residence that could not think things through, it was not wrong to find Benyu to take care of them. At this moment, Luo Tan was not happy, so everyone called Benyu over to let her quickly persuade Luo Tan so that Luo Tan could eat well. Luo Tan was sitting in the room, crying silently. She saw someone push open the door and come in. It was a little girl with 2 red ribbons tied around her head. She carried a food basket in her hand. She placed the basket on the table and opened it, taking out some dishes from inside. The dishes were fragrant, but how could Luo Tan eat right now, so she said, "You go out, I do not want to eat." Young lady must not implicate your own body. The world is big, but the body is the most important. If one does not eat, one would easily fall ill. If young lady falls ill, Rui Wangfei would be very uncomfortable. Benyu said. Luo Tan shook her head, "I cannot eat." Young lady, there is no need to think things through. His Highness Qinhuang is a good person and the heavens help him. Even though it is dangerous this time, he will definitely be fine in the end. It is said that one would have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. Thinking about it, in the future, it would be a flood of good fortune. Benyu continued to do her best to comfort. Luo Tan smiled bitterly. Anyone can say beautiful words, but it is not something that can be said in a few words. If saying a few auspicious words would make a person better, then what is the use of doctors in the world? No matter how nice you say it now, it is useless. It is better to do something practical to let my younger brother-in-law get better earlier and Biao younger sister be at ease earlier. Benyu was surprised. Luo Tan looked careless every day, and one could tell that she was easy to deceive. She did not think that she would have such insight. When people are sad, they do want someone to say a few words of comfort to them, but only they themselves know what it is for. These pleasant words did not deceive Luo Tan. Luo Tan sighed, and her gaze became even more worried. Benyu said, "Miss, it's better to have something to say than nothing. It's never wrong to hope that His Highness will get better." "What you said is correct," Luo Tan said, "it's just that the current situation is critical. If you want me to relax, I cannot do it. Don't try to persuade me. I can't listen to you right now. Even if I let myself listen, my heart," she pointed to her chest, "can't do it." Benyu thought for a moment. This was the first time he was at his wit's end. She racked her brains for a long time before she seemed to think of words that could comfort Luo Tan. She said, "Actually, His Highness the Prince might not be that anxious. It is not the 10th day yet." Previously, this servant had a younger sister who had a younger brother at home. He was only 3 years old and contracted a terrible disease. Everyone said that he would not live past 3 days. At that time, young master had also seen and said that the little child would definitely die within 3 days. Who knew that this servant's younger sister was lucky and met an expert who said that he had a way to change the little child's life. The younger sister brought her younger brother to find that expert, and guess what happened after 3 days? This Banyu was probably a talent, to be able to speak in such a way that it was like a storyteller in a restaurant. Luo Tan could not help but be attracted by her words and continued to ask, "What is it?" Banyu clapped her hands, "That little child is alive. Not only is he alive and well, he is even healthier than before." Luo Tan was startled and asked, "Why is it like this?" Banyu said, "Newbie also find it very strange. Even young master could not explain it." "Where is that pair of siblings now?" Luo Tan asked. Because there were too many curious people, Newbie's little sister felt annoyed. Coincidentally, it was the right time to leave the residence, so she brought her younger brother to move out of Longyi. As to where they went, no one knows. Banyu said, "Speaking of which, she even drew the place where that expert lived for this servant, and this servant returned it to young master. Young master brought people over to take a look, but discovered that there wasn't any house that little sister spoke of, and there was only an uninhabited wasteland. Thinking that that person probably moved away, or perhaps little sister remembered wrongly, he left. In the end, they were not able to see that expert." Luo Tan pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "Do you still have a map of where that expert is?" "There is." Banyu nodded, "Almost everyone in this residence has one. There were too many curious people at the start, and everyone wanted to find that person to change their fate, to see if they could exchange for a rich and noble future. But in the end, they all returned without success." Luo Tan asked, "Then bring it for me." "What do you want this for?" Banyu suddenly thought of something and cried out, "You wouldn't want to find that expert, right? The matter of the younger brother of Newbie's little sister has been many years, and one does not even know if that person is still alive. Moreover, even Gongzi couldn't find him back then, she said. Newbie didn't want young miss to find that expert to think of a way. Banyu's heart was full of regret. She mentioned this matter to Luo Tan to make Luo Tan feel better. Look, that little brother was predicted to not live past 3 days and was able to escape from death in the end, much less Prince Rue. Who knew that this Luo Tan did not follow the normal path and actually wanted to find that expert? If that expert was so easy to find, wouldn't everyone be able to find him? What was the need to be busy here? Gao Yang would also not personally go and refine medicine. Luo Tan shook her head, "You just need to take it for me to see. I do not have to find that expert. I just feel very uncomfortable sitting here and not doing anything. No matter if I search or not, at least I have done my best for brother-in-law and Biaomei. I am not a useless person, and my heart will feel much better." Since he had already said it like this, Banyu had no reason to refuse. She went out very quickly and returned very quickly. She handed Luo Tan a map that was embroidered with a handkerchief and blushed, "This servant's drawing is not good and I don't know how to read. I can only do embroidery. I have embroidered a map according to little sister's drawing. Young lady can see if you can understand it." Ever since Luo Tan came to Longyi, she had been wandering outside every day. The more remote the place was, the more interested she was. She had just come to Longyi not long ago, but she was very familiar with every road. She jumped up when she saw it and said, "Isn't this the south of Fengtu Manor outside the West City?" Banyu was stunned. "Young miss also knows?" She continued, "This servant's little sister said that after passing the Phoenix Head Manor, if we keep heading south, we will be able to see the house at the bottom of the mountain. But when young master brought people over, and there were some people who went over later, it was clear that to the south of Fengtu Manor was a broken wall. There was no bottom of the mountain and there were no houses." Luo Tan stared at the map and said, "Fengtu Manor is not far from here and one can reach it in a day." Banyu said, "Young lady, you cannot, I will go and find Biaomei." Luo Tan said, "You stay here." Banyu was somewhat worried that Luo Tan would really go and find that expert who she did not know was real or fake. But thinking about it, Luo Tan was not reliable, but Rui Wangfei was definitely reliable and would definitely not mess around with Luo Tan. Thinking that Luo Tan would feel better because of this, she was relieved. In the residence of Prince Rue, Shen Miao looked at the unconscious Xie Jingxing and her brows tightly knitted together. Xie Jingxing's situation was getting worse and he could only hold on for 6 days. In these 6 days, other than praying that Gao Yang would be able to refine the antidote, Was there any other way? Just as she was thinking about it, Luo Tan ran in from the outside and did not say anything when she came in. She only asked Xin Miao, youngest Biao sister, is the compass that I gave you on your wedding day still there? If it is, can you lend it to me? Xin Miao looked at her suspiciously, what do you want that for? Luo Tan avoided her gaze and said, I suddenly remembered, so I asked you to borrow it to play with. What kind of time was this? Even if Luo Tan's heart was big, how would she still have the mood to play? Xin Miao said, you do not need to lie to me. Say, what do you want it for? Pausing, she then said, if you do not tell me the truth, then you do not need to think about getting it. Luo Tan was angry and anxious as she was always afraid of Xin Miao in every big matter. Clenching her teeth, she hardened her heart and simply revealed everything that Ben Yu had said previously. After finishing speaking, Luo Tan looked at Xin Miao's expression and said, I want to look for that expert. Since he can change the fate of this servant's younger brother, it is not possible that he cannot change brother-in-law's fate. There's no other way. It's better to find someone than to find nobody. Xin Miao thought for a while before shaking her head. Gao Yang had already been there once. Compared to you now, as a doctor, he would definitely want to understand what was going on. Since Gao Yang could find that place, how would you find it? Luo Tan said, Biao younger sister, if it is really a fake thing, how would I dare to waste your time at this juncture? I had heard from my grandfather that when he was young, he had seen a kind of Chiman Dunjia. Nothing could be seen from the outside, but every blade of grass and tree had a hidden mystery. When people walked in, they would unconsciously be confused by the scene in front of them. They would think that they were walking in a straight line, but they didn't know that they were walking on a curved path. He went around in circles, but he couldn't get out. In the early years, there were people who thought that this was the art of ghosts. Xin Miao frowned, Qi Man Dunjia? Luo Tan nodded her head, it's just that grandfather also said that he had seen it once when he was young. Later on, this craft gradually died out. Until now, I'm afraid that no one has seen it. I thought that since that expert had the ability to change people's fates, it wasn't impossible that he didn't know the Chiman Duanjia. There's also the Chiman Duanjia, which is specially designed for martial artists. The higher one's martial arts, the harder it is for them to get out. In the end, they'll be trapped alive in the formation. You want to say that the reason why they couldn't find the house that the siblings were talking about was because someone had set up a Chiman Duanjia. Xin Miao shook her head. As you said, it's only for martial artists. Other servants of the Gao residence have also been there, but they still couldn't find him. Seeing Xin Miao like this, Luo Tan was somewhat discouraged and said, in the end, you just do not believe me and do not believe that anyone can save brother-in-law, right? I believe. Xin Miao said. Luo Tan stared blankly. Xin Miao asked her, then can the compass not be affected by other things and keep pointing towards the south? The Feng Tu matter that you mentioned is towards the south, one's eyes and other things could be affected by the Chiman Duanjia but the compass would not. That is the work of the craftsman. Luo Tan said, it is precisely this logic. This is something used by the army and the sea to point the way, but I just thought that it is the best to use it on the Chiman Duanjia technique. But... She looked at Xin Miao and asked in disbelief, Biao youngest sister, are you really willing to believe me and let me look for that expert? I believe you and also believe in my own luck. Xin Miao said, one cannot just sit and wait for death. It is better to walk on more roads than to guard one road. No matter what the result is, one must try it out, else one would not be reconciled. She said, I will go with you. Luo Tan opened her mouth, go together? If there is really an expert alive, then there must be a reason for that expert to hide his whereabouts. How can you convince him alone? Since he is my husband and I am his wife, there is naturally no reason for me to rely on other people's hands for this matter. It was as if this was the first time Luo Tan knew Xin Miao. All along Xin Miao was rational, calm and able to analyze the pros and cons. She thought that she would never see Xin Miao gamble and believe in impossible things, but this time Xin Miao actually did it. Was it because of Prince Rui? Xin Miao stood up and in a moment, her expression had changed. It was so firm that it was as if this was her plan from the start. She said, you go with me and bring the compass. She then called Mo Qing and Song Yang over and said, both of you follow me to the Feng Tu Manor. Tai, take good care of Xie Jingxing and wait for my return. If there is any matter, Tai, you make the decision, and if His Majesty asks, I will bear the responsibility. Finishing, she took the outer garments and went out, prepare the carriage. There was no doubt in her words, and there was a hint of majesty. Tai and the rest did not think that Shen Miao would actually think of such a thing at this juncture. Even though the Phoenix Head Manor was not far from Longyi, it would take 2 days to travel to and fro with the horses. If there were any unforeseen events along the way, the most important thing was that the legendary expert, other than hearing the Gao siblings' side of the story, no one had seen him before and did not know if it was true or false. Shen Miao going to look for an unknown person was too irrational and too naive. But Shen Miao seemed to have steeled her heart and instructed Uncle Tang on what to do these few days before bringing Luo Tan out. Before leaving, she instructed that the matter of her and Luo Tan going out must not be spread out. After disguising herself, she brought star anise, Mo Qing, Song Yang and Luo Tan along the way. Because she wore a bamboo hat and wore the clothes of an ordinary person, no one could recognize her. The residents of Prince Rui had always been good at doing these kinds of disguises. Even though Tai was somewhat worried, when Shen Miao was strict, even Shen Qiu did not dare to easily stop her, much less these servants. Looking at Shen Miao's departing figure, Uncle Tang asked, "This. Can foreign find the person?" Tai shook his head, "It is better to have a heart test than to not have one. At least one is a righteous person." He then turned his head to instruct others, hide the matter of foreign leaving the residence well. If the news were to leak out, bear the consequences. In the carriage, Luo Tan looked at Shen Miao and said, "Biao youngest sister, why don't you sleep for a while? These few days you did not have a good rest and did not stop for the journey. It is better for you to take a rest first." Shen Miao's heart was somewhat in a mess. Now that the carriage was bumpy, even though she did not have the heart to rest, Luo Tan's words were very reasonable. If she did not rest well, it would not be good to delay the matters at hand. Thus she drowsily closed her eyes and dozed off. One did not know why, but this sleep was exceptionally long. Shen Miao originally set off in the afternoon, and when she woke up, she was shaken awake. She opened her eyes in a daze and saw Luo Tan looking at her. "Biao youngest sister, wake up. We have arrived." Shen Miao followed Luo Tan down the carriage, and at this time it was already the afternoon of the second day. The carriage stopped in the middle of a wasteland. Perhaps no one had taken care of the branches growing there, but the branches were intertwined and almost covered the sky. In June, there would still be sunlight even in the evening. However, this place seemed gloomy and dark. There wasn't even a trace of heat. It was quite frightening to look at. Mo Qing and Song Yang also frowned. Song Yang said, "What kind of damn place is this? There's not even a person. I heard that there used to be an embroidery shop here." The embroidery shop specialized in embroidery of a phoenix tail. However, the embroidery shop gradually declined and the shop was abandoned, explained Octagonal Anise immediately. He was an inquisitive person. Luo Tan looked up and down, left and right. She unfolded the handkerchief embroidered with the map and said, "But there should be a small path embroidered on this map. There are no roads here." Everyone came over to take a look. Sure enough, the map was clear. In front of the Phoenix Head Manor was a small path. If they walked along the path, they would reach the fields and houses. But there wasn't even a trace of a path here, let alone houses and fields. Why is there not even a single person? It is as if no one has been here for a long time. Luo Tan said, "Could it be that the grass has grown and covered the path so that we cannot see it?" Mo Qing and Song Yang looked around and shook their heads, not to the extent. Octagonal Anise and Fennel Xiang also looked around. Fennel Xiang said, "This forest is too big. After the sun sets, it would be easy to get lost in the forest and there might be other wild beasts. We are also not familiar with the roads here. Foreign, you see." As servants, the most important thing was to protect Shen Miao's safety, lest Shen Miao fall into danger before the fated expert was found. The people of the Mou army were good at dealing with enemies, but in this unfamiliar dark forest, they were not good at walking in the middle of the night. In fact, Fennel and the rest did not care much about the expert that Luo Tan mentioned. From their point of view, Luo Tan had a whimsical idea and was too naive, but Shen Miao was also as naive as Luo Tan, making everyone's heart somewhat subtle. Only Mo Qing did not doubt Shen Miao's orders. Fennel and the rest did not understand Shen Miao, as Mo Qing had followed Shen Miao from the very beginning. Initially in Mingqi, Shen Miao's situation was even more precarious, but she was still able to walk out of such a difficult situation. Every decision that Shen Miao made would have a special effect in the future, and Mo Qing never doubted this point. Shen Miao looked at the map and asked Luo Tan, "Ben, you said that after the siblings entered the Phoenix Head Manor, they kept heading south, right?" Luo Tan said, "Yes. But she also said that there was a small path on the south side of the map and the small path just happened to head south, but there is no small path here." "Let's go," Shen Miao said. Everyone was surprised for a moment before Songyang asked, "Foreign, where are we going?" Shen Miao indicated Luo Tan to take out the compass and said, "Head south." "But there are no small paths here." Fennel was extremely surprised. If there is a wrong path, would it not be wrong from the start? Shen Miao glanced at the Fennel and said, "Since we are already here and cannot differentiate which one is right and which one is wrong, then let's try all of them. There are only these directions here, and since that pair of siblings said to head south, the direction would be the same. No matter where the small path is, at most search in the 4 directions of north, south, east and west. When there is no other way, trying is also a way." She took the compass and walked forward. Everyone was stunned for a moment before Luo Tan said, "Biao, youngest sister, you also wait for me." Octagon and Yi smiled, "Let us quickly follow." The others followed behind him. The sun soon set. The forest was already dark because of the dense foliage. After the sun set, it became even darker. Fortunately, Songyang had brought enough matches with him. After lighting them up, he moved forward. It was just that the tree branches were the same all the way here. In the end, it was impossible to tell the difference between the front and the back. They were almost all the same branches. And because it was too cold, it was so cold that it did not feel like it was the 6th month. Mo Qing and Songyang were still alright, but the females were somewhat cold. Shen Miao and the rest had brought along their outer garments, and at this moment they could not help but hold their outer garments tighter. Indistinctly, there were sounds of wild beasts roaring in the forest. Mo Qing and Songyang stopped at the same time and slowly placed their hands on the swords at their waists. Fennel lowered her voice and whispered, "It's the sound of a wolf. There are actually wolves here. Wolves are afraid of fire." Shen Miao said, "Everyone hold 2 matches in their hands and light them up. Wolves are a very cunning animal. If there is a pack of wolves in the forest and see so much fire, they would think that there are many of us and dare not approach." Fennel was surprised for a moment, and a surprised look appeared on his octagon round face. "Foreign, you even know the method to deal with a pack of wolves." It was not strange for the MOU Army's people or the pugilistic world's people to know these methods, but Shen Miao was the daughter of an official's family, so it was unusual for her to know these. Even if the Shen family was a military general, this method seemed to be too skillful, as if it was a veteran from a hunter's family. Shen Miao smiled, heard it mentioned by others. In the beginning, when Wan Yu was going to marry the Xiongnu people, she heard that there would often be wolf packs at the Xiongnu side. Shen Miao was worried and found many ways to drive away the wolf packs for Wan Yu, thinking that Wan Yu would be able to use it in the future, but it was a pity. A flash of pain flashed past her eyes, and when Shen Miao looked up again, she was very calm. "Continue to move forward." "Still move forward?" Feng Xiang said, "Foreign, we have already walked for several hours. Did you not discover? We seem to be going around in circles and did not move forward at all. Just now we have walked several times, and if this goes on, one fear that one would not be able to reach the end even if one were to walk here for an entire night." Song Yang also said, "Correct. Foreign, even if one want to walk, one cannot keep walking without an objective. Otherwise we would be making mistakes again and again." Shen Miao pondered for a moment before looking at Luo Tan. "Is the direction of the compass always towards the south?" Luo Tan quickly nodded her head. "Yes, we definitely did not walk in the wrong direction, but this scenery indeed seems to have been seen before. Obviously we did not walk in the wrong direction, but the scenery is exactly the same. This is even more strange." Xin Miao said, things that are extremely abnormal must be a demon. If we walk in the wrong direction, we would definitely fall into the trap and definitely not be able to return. It is better to keep walking like this. But what you all said is not wrong. One would always see the same scenery and these trees look exactly the same, so it would inevitably mislead one. If it is really the same, one would be disgusted and suspicious, but if it is fake, it would confuse one's senses. She took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and asked Luo Tan to take out a handkerchief as well. She tied the handkerchief around her eyes and said, let's do it this way, we won't be misled by our eyes and won't be able to see anything. We'll just follow the compass and see where we can go. Me and older Biao sister will cover our eyes and Star Anise will look at the compass at the front. Song Yang and the rest of you will be at the back and try to walk forward. Mo Qing was somewhat hesitant. Foreign, is this really possible? I know what you all want to say. Xin Miao covered her eyes, but her tone was unquestionable. Honestly speaking, I also do not know what the consequences of walking like this would be, but Xie Jingxing does not have that much time. If we take another step, there would be more possibilities. If he didn't even leave, then the result wouldn't be strange. Yes, yes, yes. Luo Tan also quickly said, no matter what, we have to give it a try first. What's the use of saying it 1,000 times? It's better to do it yourself. Fennel was somewhat surprised. She felt that she really could not understand this foreign. When she married into the residence of Prince Rui, the subordinates of the Mou army had secretly peeped and felt that this foreign had a calm and steady temperament, so she was not warm enough towards her mistress. It could be said that she was heartless, but she was willing to take the risk for her mistress to walk in the dark forest for an entire night. He looked like a smart person who rationally analyzed the pros and cons, but at this moment, he naively believed in the legend of fate changing, and even used such a stupid method. Fennel was unable to understand Xin Miao's contradictory actions, but in fact it was not as complicated as she had imagined. At a special juncture, one would unconsciously reveal one's sincerity, and in times of emergency, it was not reason and intelligence that commanded others, but instinct. At this moment, wisdom was no match for the urgency in his heart. Mo Qing silently followed behind Xin Miao. Fennel and the rest paused for a moment but did not say anything and continued to follow. The people in Longyi City did not know about the matters that happened in Fengtu Manor. All the officials only knew that Prince Rui was injured on the day of the hunt, but no one knew how serious his injuries were, and naturally no one dared to ask. It was just that Xia Yuan's position in the Longyi court was very subtle. Some people were looking forward to his death, and some people's lives were tied to him, and prayed that nothing would happen to him. No matter how suspicious everyone was in their hearts, the residence of Prince Rui was like an impenetrable wall and did not reveal a single bit of information. They did not know what was going on, and no matter how itchy their hearts were, they could not find any clues. Thus, those who were restless continued to be restless and those who were gloating continued to gloat. No one was able to help anyone. In the Lu residence, Lu Wanner was pacing back and forth in the room and acted coquettishly to Lu Foreign, "Mother, I want to go and see His Highness the Prince. I do not know how his injuries are. What if his injuries are serious?" Lu Foreign comforted her, "How could it be so serious? If it was really serious, one would definitely look for a doctor. Now that there is no news from the Prince residence, it should be fine. What are you going over for?" "But my heart is very uneasy." Lu Wanner said, "It is all that Xin Miao's fault. She is simply a jinx. She had just married and His Highness the Prince met with such a big incident. She is really a jinx to her husband. It is better to divorce her as soon as possible. If he continues to be entangled with her, who knows what will happen to His Highness the Prince?" Lu Foreign smiled, "Yes, yes, yes. But you cannot go over now. When Prince Rui's body is better, let your eldest sister think of a way to let you meet. Now you cannot cause trouble." Lu Wanner said unhappily, "Mother must not lie to me." After Lu Wanner left, the smile on Lu Foreign's face sank and she instructed the maid at the side, "Take good care of young lady. Do not let her go out these few days. If master's matters are spoiled, I will hold you all responsible." Speaking till the end, her tone was sinister and her face was sinister, exactly the same as that ruthless and cruel General Lu Jingchun. The maids all lowered their heads and complied. On the other side, in the Prime Minister residence, Madame Yi and Master Yi were also talking about this matter. Madame Yi was playing chess with Master Yi. Yi Maokai and Lu Jingchun were completely different. Lu Jingchun was a typical martial artist, and one look and one could tell that he was someone who had rolled on the battlefield. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his fiendish appearance could even scare a child to tears. Yi Maochun, on the other hand, was born with a fair complexion and no facial hair. He looked very amiable. If one did not know him, one would think that he was a scholarly scholar from some family. However, this prime minister was able to make the officials of Longyan not dare to act rashly against the Yi clan when he had few children. Emperor Yongle also could not openly fall out with him. He was definitely not as harmless as he looked. Madame Yi placed a chess piece down and said with a smile, "This Prince Rui's residence is like an iron bucket. There is no news coming from it at the moment. I wonder how Prince Rui is doing now. I can't eat well, and I can't sleep well either. I'm really troubled. Doesn't Madame already have a plan in mind? Why are you still troubled over this?" Yi Maochun smiled and put down a chess piece. Madame Yi looked at him reproachfully. She wasn't a pampered girl in her late 20s. When she acted like a spoiled child, it was a little inappropriate. However, Madame Yi didn't realize it herself. She continued to move her chess piece and said, "No news means bad news. A person like Prince Rui who tried to be brave, as long as he could see someone, he would definitely come out. The reason why he hasn't shown himself is probably because he can't." Yi Maochun laughed. "Maybe he's trying to confuse others." "Master, you're looking down on me and trying to coax me." Madame Yi said, "It's definitely not a lie." "Oh? Why is that so?" Madame Yi looked at the chessboard and said, "I'm not sure about the situation at Prince Rui's residence, but His Majesty didn't hide it at all. Isn't he starting to deal with the Lu clan now? Seeing how His Majesty dealt such a heavy blow, Prince Rui's injuries aren't light." Yi Maochun laughed heartily. "Madam, it turns out that you're able to see through the affairs of the imperial court. I feel guilty. Why don't Madam make a guess and see what I'm planning?" Madame Yi lowered her head and smiled. "That's hard to say. We have to see what happens to Prince Rui." Seeing that Yi Maochun did not deny it, Madame Yi felt that she was right. She continued, "His Majesty and the Lu family have been fighting in the dark for so many years. Recently, he has been trying to rope us in. However, we are not stupid. How can we be used by others? When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Let His Majesty and the Lu family fight." Previously, when Prince Rui was still around, we were biased towards His Majesty and were happy to be on good terms with him. However, if Prince Rui fails to escape this time, with just His Majesty, the world will still be controlled by the Lu family. It's just Prince Rui. How can he be as magical as you say?" Yi Maochun smiled faintly. "Prince Rui is a formidable person." Madame Yi smiled as well. "Doesn't Master think so too?" Yi Maochun paused and looked at Madame Yi meaningfully. "Madame Yi seems to be able to read my mind. However, do you think that Prince Rui will be able to escape this time?" Madame Yi thought for a long time before saying, "He won't be able to escape." Yi Maochun looked at her. "Master, do you still remember that when Prince Rui returned to Longyi 2 years ago, he was seriously injured? His Majesty could hide it from others, but he could not hide it from us. At that time, we thought that Prince Rui would not be able to turn the situation around. We don't know where he got such good luck and came back to life. Later on, he single-handedly messed up the situation in the imperial court." Madame Yi smiled. "However, it is impossible for a person to be lucky twice. The last time, God protected him. This time, who will protect him? A person's fate is probably predetermined from the beginning. Prince Rui is destined to have no future. He managed to escape 2 years ago, but he will not be able to escape 2 years later." "Is that so?" Yi Maochun placed a chess piece after Madame Yi and said, "I'm thinking the exact opposite of what you think. 2 years ago, Prince Rui's medicine was ineffective, but he survived. A person's fate is probably predetermined from the beginning. Prince Rui is destined to have a bright future. Since he managed to escape 2 years ago, he will naturally be able to escape 2 years later." Madame Yi did not get angry or refute Yi Maochen. She only said, let's wait and see. Yi Maochen also smiled. He placed the last piece and said, Madame seems to have lost. Madame Yi took a look and confirmed that it was true. She half coquettishly said, Master, it's not nice to play chess while I am talking. Let's play another round. Yi Maochen shook his head with a smile and said, maybe another day. We're going to test Hongguang's homework today. It's almost time. Madame Yi hurriedly said, then you should leave first, Master. Hongguang's homework is more important. Yi Maochen stood up and left. Madame Yi looked at old Master Ye's departing figure and her expression gradually turned cold. She appeared extremely ugly and said sharply, he's just a cripple. So what if he's knowledgeable? In the end, he can only stay in the residence for the rest of his life. In the end, he felt it was difficult to quell his anger. He swept the chess pieces on the table to the ground and said in a low voice, exactly the same as that vixen. The servant girls in the room did not dare to move. Everyone knew that Madame Yi disliked young Master Yi the most. Yi Hongguang was the son of that concubine and was raised under Madame Yi's name. He was the son of the first wife and the only heir of the Yi family. The morning sun shone on the ground through the gaps between the tree branches. It looked like specks of silver and was very beautiful. In the pitch-black night, the silvery sunlight finally drove away the haze. Although it was only a little, it was enough to make people feel gratified. Fennel and Star Anise stopped in their tracks and turned around to support Shen Miao and Luo Tan, whose eyes were still bandaged. They said to Shen Miao, Madam, the sky is already bright. If they did not see it with their own eyes, Fenxiang and the rest would not have thought that Shen Miao, a young lady of a noble family, would actually walk with them in the dark for an entire night in this uninhabited forest. Fenxiang and the rest had gone through special training and naturally did not feel it, but Luo Tan, who had a foundation in martial arts, was already very haggard and sleepiness was written on her face, but Shen Miao still had a clear and awake look. Fenxiang and Song Yang were muttering in their hearts, could it be that this foreign was actually a martial artist? That was why she had such a strong willpower. In fact, they were thinking too much. It was just that when Shen Miao was in the cold palace, Mei Foreign and the other concubines would sometimes make things difficult for her, and the palace was not lacking in the matter of throwing stones at someone when they were down. Moreover, the situation was urgent and she only wanted to get out of the forest, so how would she have the mood to be sleepy? How far have we walked? Shen Miao asked. Replying to Foreign. Song Yang said, after walking for an entire night, one have walked very far, but according to the marks left along the way, one did not see a second time, so one should not have returned. She then said, the blindfold method is indeed effective. It seems that we were deceived by our own eyes previously. But this forest still looks exactly the same. Luo Tan said weakly. Continue walking. Shen Miao said, after walking so far, one would be able to walk to the end. Fenxiang was startled for a moment but did not say anything this time. Last night, they had tried to stop Shen Miao a few times, but not only did Shen Miao not listen to them, most likely she was annoyed by their words and even reprimanded them a few times. It was the subordinates of the Mou army who were used to being arrogant and despotic were actually scolded by Shen Miao like a cat that had seen a mouse. Fenxiang and Song Yang were also puzzled in their hearts. This foreign looked gentle and steady and easy to talk to, but once she got angry, why was she so scary? Even that Empress Xianxia in the palace would not have such a terrifying and imposing manner. The few of them continued to walk behind Shen Miao. Luo Tan was somewhat dispirited. Even if she practiced martial arts, she could not be compared to Shen Miao and the rest. She was also not as bitter as Shen Miao, thus she could only forcefully hold on and widen her eyes, trying to find something to distract her attention. With such a distraction, one could sense that something was not right and pulled Shen Miao, hey! There are flowers here. I didn't see any flowers along the way. Everyone was taken aback. They all came over to take a look. Sure enough, there were small flowers hidden in the bushes. If they didn't pay attention, they wouldn't have been able to see them. Mo Qing suddenly frowned. There seems to be the sound of a chicken crowing. Fennel, Star Anise and Song Yang's martial arts were high. They pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Finally they said, not bad. Why is there a rooster crowing here? Shen Miao muttered, could it be that there is a house in front? she said, don't look anymore. Let's go. Since there are sounds, the exit shouldn't be far away. We'll be able to walk out of this forest soon. When everyone heard that they could walk out of this forest, their fighting spirit soared and they immediately regrouped and set out. This time, his luck was pretty good. After walking for the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, he felt that the gaps between the branches were getting bigger and bigger. Previously, the forest was dense, but now it was much more sparse. The more sunlight shone in, the more comfortable they felt. Looks like we really have to go out. Luo Tan was so excited that her sleepiness was swept away. Let's go quickly. Before she finished speaking, she saw that the forest had reached the end but there was a small path. Everyone looked at each other and Shen Miao took the lead to walk in. Walking along the small path until the end, he suddenly saw a field. Although this field was a field, it was also planted with flowers and vegetables, but it looked very messy. It was as if someone had planted it but didn't take care of it properly, allowing it to grow naturally. As a result, it grew into a mess. Even so, there was still a house at the back. The house was made of thatch and was on the verge of collapsing, as if the roof would be blown away by the wind in the next moment. Everyone walked forward and Octagon Anise ran in first before shaking his head and came out. Foreign, there is no one inside. No one? A trace of disappointment flashed in Luo Tan's eyes. How can there be no one? This place was very different from what they imagined. They imagined that it would be the residence of a peerless expert but it was so dilapidated and there was no one at the moment, which made them feel even more discouraged. Shen Miao said, the flowers and plants are still here and it does not seem like there is no one. Wait here, one will appear. Before she finished speaking, a hoarse voice was heard, oh, there is a distinguished guest. Apologies for not going out to meet you. Everyone turned their heads and Shen Miao could not help but be startled when she saw that person's face. She cried out involuntarily, it's you. Octagon Anise asked, foreign. Do you know him? That smiling middle-aged man who was wearing a tattered Taoist robe was the strange Taoist priest who received Shen Miao's golden peanut in Mingqi Pu Tua Temple. He was the one who calculated that her phoenix fate is good but imprisoned for a lifetime, calculated that her past life is like a dream, one must avoid entanglement, calculated that her extreme prosperity, purple air comes from the east. Shen Miao did not think that the so-called expert was the strange Taoist priest that she had met once in Mingqi's Pu Tua monastery. That day the strange Taoist priest's words made Shen Miao brooded for a long time, as she felt that this person seemed to have seen through the secret of her 2 lifetimes. But afterwards when she sent people to search for that Taoist priest's whereabouts, they searched the entire Ding capital and did not find any trace of that person. Now thinking about it, it was no wonder that she could not find anything. This Taoist priest actually came all the way to the great Liang's Longyi. Thus the matter was somewhat strange. According to what Benyu said, that pair of siblings had met this Taoist priest a few years ago. A few years ago the Taoist priest was actually in Longyi, and it seemed that this Taoist priest had stayed in Longyi for quite a long time. Could it be that this Taoist priest was from the Great Liang? Then why would he appear in Mingqi's Ding capital? It was not possible that he came all the way back just to calculate those 2 divination sticks for her, right? Shen Miao said, Taoist priest. The strange Taoist priest looked at her and stroked his beard before shaking his head. This Taoist priest's name is Qi Yan. Foreign is here to save someone. This Taoist priest has been waiting for you for a long time. Luo Tan was startled for a moment before asking, Taoist priest Qi Yan, you already knew that we would come back to look for you? Taoist priest Qi Yan smiled proudly and shook the divination pot at his waist. The pot made a crackling sound as he said, this Taoist priest also did a divination for himself. Shen Miao thought that this Taoist priest was weird but seemed to have some real ability. For example, the words that he said in Pu Tua Monastery were very reasonable. If he was that so-called expert, it would not be surprising. She said, my husband is seriously injured and upon hearing that Taoist priest can go against the heavens and change one's fate, I specially came over to ask Taoist priest to save my husband's life. After the matter is done, there will be a reward. Fenxiang and the rest were standing behind Shen Miao. When they heard Shen Miao's words, it seemed that she knew this strange Taoist priest. Even though they were bewildered in their hearts, it was not a good time to ask. Now that he heard Shin Miao's words, he started to suspect if she was possessed. The matter of defying the heavens and changing fate was too mysterious. No matter how he looked at it, this priest was just an ordinary person who grew up eating grains. Could it be that Shin Miao had been deceived by a swindler? Shin Miao, however, knew that for a person who was able to see that she had lived 2 lifetimes and was able to see that she was an empress in her previous life, this strange Taoist priest was not someone who spoke nonsense and guessed. Hearing Shin Miao's words, strange Taoist priest smiled and shook his head. As he got closer, everyone could see clearly that he was carrying a premonition on his back and holding a fish basket in his hand. It seemed like he had gone fishing. However, there was a line on the fishing rod, and the hook connected to it was straight. It would be strange if he could catch a fish like that. Sure enough, the fish basket was also empty. How pitiful. Seeing that he was not replying to Shin Miao, Luo Tan became anxious and asked, "Taoist priest, can you save my brother-in-law?" The Taoist priest placed the fish against the door and then straightened his back. He looked deeply at Shin Miao and said, "Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. I cannot even divulge heaven's secrets to madam. How would I dare to go against the heavens and change my fate? But you have saved Benyu's friend, that little brother." Luo Tan was puzzled. Isn't that considered going against the heavens and changing one's fate? That is because my son is not fated to die. He was fated to meet me and I was fated to save his life. Qi Yan Taoist priest said. Finxiang, Ba Anise and the rest were stunned. They thought that it was just the siblings talking nonsense and did not expect it to be true. Moreover, the Taoist priest in front of them also admitted that he was the one who did it. Shin Miao frowned slightly, then dare I ask Taoist priest, what is our fate? The Taoist priest smiled, heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. To the left, heaven's secrets must not be revealed, to the right, heaven's secrets must not be revealed, and at such a critical juncture, even if Shin Miao was able to endure it, her anger rose to her head and she said angrily, what a person outside the secular world does is not something that is completely devoid of conscience. Now that good people are harmed by scoundrels, the bad people are instead proud of themselves. It is really that killing and arson is a golden belt, repairing bridges and mending roads without a corpse. What kind of heaven's way is this? What kind of righteousness is this? Taoist priest still carried out such a practice. This is really an eye-opener for me and I also find it extremely ridiculous. Song Yang's eyes widened. Why was Shin Miao scolding people now? These words could not be said to be incisive, but for Shin Miao to say it in one breath, it made one's heart feel refreshed. Contrary to everyone's expectation, Taoist priest Scarlet Flame did not get angry after being scolded. Instead, he laughed heartily and said, "It's true that you have been with that dragon for a long time, you have also become so fierce." Very good. Luo Tan muttered softly, "Are you sick?" Being scolded and still so happy, Taoist priest Qi Yan opened his mouth, "You are right. Heaven's way is originally unfair, but the people of the world care about the matters of the world. Heaven's way dominates the way of fate but cannot dominate the way of fate." He smiled gently, his horsetail whisk, even though he was dressed in rags, at this moment there was a trace of celestial air about him. He said, "Even though heaven's way did not preordain me to change his fate and his fate is too precious and I am unable to change it, but heaven's way preordained us to meet here and also preordained this poor Taoist to bestow you with fate." He spoke in a muddled manner and everyone was puzzled. Only Shin Miao looked at him sharply. She heard that Taoist priest said, "You really want to save him?" "Correct." The Taoist priest laughed again, "Since you want to save him, then follow me." Finishing, he turned around and made a move to walk forward. Shin Miao did not hesitate and immediately followed. Fennel and the rest also quickly set off. Taoist priest Qi Yan suddenly turned back and looked at Fennel and the rest, "You all cannot follow." "Why?" Song Yang's face was filled with anger. They were ordered to protect Shin Miao's safety, so how could they let Shin Miao follow a strange Taoist priest alone? If something happened to her, how would they explain it to Xie Jingxing when he woke up? "In front of us is the Qi Man Dunjia set up by my master. No one in the world can solve the Qi Man Dunjia set up by my master, including me. There was only one life gate on this journey, and the others were all death gates." This was meant for those who were skilled in martial arts. The higher one's martial arts, the faster one would die. This madam doesn't know any martial arts, so she can travel with me. As for the rest. He shook his head, enter and die. But why should we believe that you won't harm madam? Fennel said, if you don't let us follow, how do we know where you will take madam? Taoist priest Scarlet Flame spread his hands like a scoundrel. If you don't believe me, I won't go. Take this lady back quickly. Feng Hua almost vomited blood. Shen Miao said, all of you just wait here for me. I will go over with the priest. Foreign. Octagon Anise also disagreed. That. Luo Tan carefully opened her mouth, I say, can I go or not? Even though I have martial arts, it is not high, so it should not affect me. Taoist priest Scarlet Flame seemed to have noticed Luo Tan and sized her up from head to toe, still alright. More or less no martial arts. Alright, you also come with me. Luo Tan. What did he mean by more or less no martial arts? Her martial arts were just a little worse and could not be compared to those in Prince Rui's residence who trained since young, but it was not that she did not have any good martial arts. However, compared to Feng Hua and the others, at least she could go with Shen Miao. Luo Tan said, little cousin, I will accompany you. If anything happens, I can take care of you. Shen Miao thought for a while and nodded. Although Luo Tan was impulsive, she had not caused any trouble. Shen Miao did not know what Taoist priest Qi Yan wanted to do. She had always been on guard against people. Although she believed that Taoist priest Qi Yan had some ability, she was still suspicious of him. Feng Hua and the others saw that Shen Miao had made up her mind and knew that it was impossible to persuade her. Seeing that Luo Tan also followed them, they were slightly relieved. They gave Luo Tan some instructions and even gave her the signal fireworks that the Moyu army used to send messages. They said that if anything happened, she should crush the fireworks and they would naturally think of a way to rush over. Taoist priest Qi Yan was somewhat impatient and said, why are you still not leaving? When it gets dark, this poor Taoist will not be able to help you. Shen Miao said, let's go now. The path that Taoist priest Qi Yan took with Shen Miao and Luo Tan was very strange. Or it could be said that this place was like a forest and originally there was no road. However, Taoist priest Qi Yan took a very sharp turn and fell at a certain time. It was as if there was a clear road in a place that they could not see. The road that he took was not easy to walk on. Sometimes it seemed that there was no way out but he could dig out a new road. Luo Tan was amazed and Shen Miao was also somewhat surprised. Luo Tan asked, Taoist priest, you seem to be very familiar with this place. Do you come here often? This poor Taoist has lived here since young and is naturally familiar with it. Taoist priest Qi Yan proudly stroked his beard and said, many of these trees were planted by this poor Taoist. Luo Tan nodded, it seems that you are a native of Daliang. How come I heard that, you have met little cousin before? Little cousin has never been to Longyi before. Could it be that you met in Longyi? Luo Tan was still thinking about Shen Miao's surprised look when she saw Taoist priest Qi Yan. It was obvious that they knew each other before. Taoist priest Qi Yan gave Shen Miao a meaningful look. This poor Taoist and this madam are fated to meet each other. No matter where we are, we will definitely meet. Luo Tan scratched her head. She didn't understand. Shen Miao, on the other hand, seemed to be deep in thought. She always felt that this Taoist seemed to know more than she thought. After this incident with Xie Jingxing was over, could he seriously ask her about his previous life? Just as this thought appeared in her mind, Taoist priest Qi Yan said with a smile, Madam, you want to save someone, but you also want to ask questions. You can only choose one of the two, you can't have both. Where there are gains, there are losses, and where there are losses, there are gains. Madam, you must think carefully about your choice. Shen Miao's heart quivered. The Taoist priest seemed to be able to see through her thoughts. This meant that if they wanted to ask about the past life, they couldn't save Xie Jingxing. If they wanted to save Xie Jingxing, they had to keep silent about the past life. What kind of rule was this? Shen Miao was somewhat depressed. She heard Taoist priest Qi Yan ask, has Madam made a decision in your heart? Luo Tan looked at the two of them curiously. She didn't understand what Taoist priest Qi Yan and Shen Miao were talking about. However, Shen Miao had always been like this. Very few people could understand what she said. Her brain was not good, so it was even more impossible for her to understand. Xianxia lightly said, I can think of a way to find the answer myself. But when it comes to saving someone, I don't have any medical skills, nor do I know how to change fate. I can only trouble Taoist priest. How can a secret be compared to a life? Taoist priest, please save the person first. Strange Taoist priest laughed again. Madam is not honest. Instead of a secret and a life, it is better to say that you regard him as more important than yourself. So for him, you gave up the things that you are pursuing. He mysteriously smiled. Madam's hostility has also dissipated a lot because of this. Xianxia frowned slightly. That Taoist priest casually picked up a willow branch, and like a child, he hummed an unknown tune as he continued to walk forward while swaying back and forth. She had no choice but to follow. The priest walked for a long time and was afraid of delaying matters. Luo Tan did not dare to complain, and Xianxia did not say anything either. They did not know what time it was and only felt that the sky was getting darker and the sun was getting weaker. The priest suddenly stopped and said, "We have arrived." Luo Tan and Xianxia both took 2 steps forward and saw that in front of them was a huge mountain valley. This valley was filled with fragrant flowers, and it was already the height of summer in June, and the flowers and plants were in full bloom. In addition to the golden rays of the setting sun, the 5-colored flowing lights made it seem as if they had arrived at a paradise on earth, and one would feel that it was unreal. This place is so beautiful, Luo Tan exclaimed. Priest Qi Yan looked at Xianxia. Did Foreign discover anything? Xianxia only felt that there was a faintly discernible medicinal fragrance in the air and looked at the flowers and plants everywhere. Even though they were bright, they did not seem to be the same as ordinary flowers and plants. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Are they medicinal herbs?" Taoist priest Scarlet Flame laughed. Exactly. Although I can't save your husband and can't change his fate, my master has a medicinal valley with a stock of herb that can cure 100 poisons. This stock of herb can save your husband's life. Xianxia did not tell Taoist priest Qi Yan about Xie Jingxing's injuries, but Taoist priest Qi Yan was able to tell that Xie Jingxing was poisoned. Luo Tan looked at the strange Taoist in admiration, but Xianxia did not think much of it, as she had already expected that this strange Taoist had some skills. It was not strange at all. She said, "I beg Daozhang to give me the medicine that can cure 100 poisons and save my husband's life." Qi Yan smiled. "This herb was left by my great master. It has been placed in this medicine valley. Until now, there is only one in the world. If an ordinary person were to eat it, their lifespan would be prolonged. If a poisoned person were to eat it, their illness would naturally be cured. This stock of medicinal herb is so precious, how can I give it to you for free? You are a compassionate Taoist priest." Luo Tan said, "If it is gold and silver, my youngest Biao sister can afford it. What do you want to exchange?" Xianxia also said, "As long as it is within my ability, I will definitely do it for priest." "What if I want Foreign's life in exchange?" Qi Yan said slyly. Xianxia was startled, and before she could speak, Luo Tan said, "You are such a bully. How can there be such conditions?" Qi Yan waved his hand and said, "Monks are merciful. I am a Taoist priest, so naturally, I will not do this kind of murder and arson. It's just a joke. I have a question that I need to ask Foreign." He looked at Xianxia, who was momentarily stunned. "Can Foreign dispel my doubts?" Miao, Shen, Fu, priest, Shen, Shenziz, Taoist deist Fu Shen Shen Tu, she, how to, it, he, how, he. But how to? If one invested too much emotion, one would be hurt deeper in the future. Everything in her past life was a living example. She could try to love again, but she did not dare to have a strong love and could not afford to gamble. Youngest Biao sister? Luo Tan shook her arm. Xianxia settled her mind and looked at the Taoist priest. "Taoist priest, please speak." "Look." The Taoist priest crouched down and pointed to a small flower in the grass. "This is red sleeve grass. It is an elixir that can treat coughs. But these days it does not bloom much. Foreign, what is the reason? What did this mean?" Xianxia was not a doctor and did not even know how to distinguish the medicinal herbs, so how could she see these problems? But she still squatted down and took a closer look. She saw that the flower bud was densely packed with black spots. Her heart moved and said, most likely there are insects. This priest also thinks so. Qi Yan had a distressed face, but this red sleeve grass is the most delicate and one cannot use medicine to expel insects, but it attracts insects the most. To get rid of these insects, one can only use one's hands to pull it out bit by bit, and one's actions must be gentle, otherwise the petals will be damaged. Luo Tan said, so it is like this, but what does this have to do with us? Priest Qi Yan stood up and saw Shen Miao also standing up before smiling, but this priest is a male and one's actions are rough and usually not very careful. One feared that one would not be able to pick clearly and one would damage the petals if one is not careful. These are all rare elixirs and are very precious, so one would like to ask Foreign to help me pick out the insects on them. Luo Tan's eyes widened. This priest let Shen Miao come over because he treated Shen Miao as a flower farmer? Shen Miao asked, after picking out all these insects, will this priest give me the herb that can cure hundreds of poisons? Qi Yan nodded his head. Alright, I will do it. Shen Miao intended to immediately immerse herself in the task. Luo Tan did not speak anymore. It was not a loss to be a flower farmer for a while and earn a medicinal herb. But Qi Yan shook his head and led Shen Miao and Luo Tan a few steps forward. It is the red sleeve grass here. When the two of them saw it, they were somewhat stunned. It was a large field of medicinal herbs, and it was almost as much as the farmland of a large family added together. Moreover, the medicinal herbs in the entire field were not neatly grown. Some red sleeve grass and some other grasses grew together and were incomparably dense. It would take a lot of effort to find those red sleeve grass, not to mention there were so many red sleeve grass. To pick out all the insects, one did not know how long it would take. Are you deliberately playing with us? Luo Tan suddenly jumped up and said angrily, these things, how can one person pick out all of them? Qi Yan just looked at Shen Miao with a smile, Foreign also think that one person cannot pick out all of them and one cannot do it alone? Shen Miao only looked at him deeply and said, after finishing all these, will Taoist priest really give me the herbs? Cousin. Luo Tan panicked. He's obviously playing tricks on you. If he really wanted to save them, why would he suggest such an impossible task? How does he look like a compassionate person? Qi Yan said, little girl, you're wrong. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. In this world, there were gains and losses, and there were gains and losses. If you wanted something, you had to pay the corresponding price. If this madam wants my medicinal herbs, then she has to help me get rid of the insects on the other herbs. This is a very fair thing. Moreover, isn't it up to this madam to decide whether I can complete the task or not? He said, pick out the insects on the flower buds of the red sleeve grass, then fertilize the herbs on the mountain, and I will return the herbs to you. He raised his horsetail whisk again and said, you can't fool around. I will check the herbs at the end. If you are even half-hearted, then I won't give you the herbs. Also, he looked at Luo Tan again, this young lady cannot come and help. Foreign, can you do it? I can do it and hope that Taoist priest will keep his promise. After saying this, Shen Miao jumped into the herb thicket, bent down, and began to seriously pick up the insects. A dignified Qin Wangfei, who was a pampered and spoiled official's daughter, was actually a flower girl and an herb farmer for a mountain villager. Even those herb farmers would not do so much work, pick the insects and fertilize. Luo Tan really could not imagine Shen Miao's frail body carrying the fertilizer. She only felt that if Xianxia and Xianxia in the Ding capital knew about it, they would definitely be furious. But when would Shen Miao go back on her decision? Luo Tan clenched her teeth and wanted to go over to help but was stopped by Shen Miao. Stop. If you do not wish for me to hate you, then do not come down. She spoke harshly, but Luo Tan's eyes were red and her heart was flustered. If she knew that Shen Miao would be led by the nose, she would not have told Shen Miao about running to the moon. Now it was a sin to implicate Shen Miao to suffer and be cheated by others. She shouted, but this strange Taoist priest is clearly playing with you. Is it worth it? I did not do anything for him. Shen Miao did not even lift her head as she seriously took care of the flowers and plants. If there is a glimmer of possibility, then do it. She then said, if you are really thinking for me, then help me find one or make a lantern yourself. Later when the sky turns dark and one cannot see it, I will have a light. Luo Tan took a deep breath and in a blink of an eye, she saw Taoist priest Qi Yan smiling as he walked towards the other side with his horsetail whisk. She quickly followed and said, "Strange Taoist priest, listen to me first." Shen Miao was squatting in the flowering shrubs. She had not done such things for a long time and was not used to it. She did not feel that there was anything unbearable about picking insects and fertilizing for others. In this world, self-esteem and whatnot were not used at such times. When one should bend down, one should bend down. When one could not use schemes, one should obediently do manual labor and not do futile things. In her previous life, she had spent her entire life in the cold palace to finally understand this principle. If she had given up fighting with Mei Foran earlier and lowered her head, perhaps Mei Foran would not be so against Fu Ming and Wan Yu. Why would she let herself suffer a loss just because she wanted to be strong? Revenge? Unwillingness? These could be thought about later as the present was the most important. If Qi Yan was able to keep his promise, then it was worth it for her to suffer. To do some manual labor like a village woman in this wilderness was much more honorable than sitting on the Empress's throne in her previous life and being ridiculed by everyone. It was just that one did not know how long it would take to gather the red-sleeved grass in this valley and there was no time to waste if one lied to her. Shen Miao could not help but smile bitterly. When Luo Tan brought the lantern over, the sky was already dark. In the valley at night, there was a cool breeze, bright stars, the moon and the chirping of cicadas, but Shen Miao was not in the mood to appreciate it. In the middle of the night, she carried a lantern and touched the herbs one by one. Carrying a heavy load, she staggered as she walked. There were mosquitoes and flies around her. Her delicate skin was bitten and swollen, and her hands were pricked. She did not rest for the whole night. Luo Tan burst into tears, but she couldn't help. She could only curse Qi Yan in her heart. Finally, it was the afternoon of the second day. Shen Miao wiped the perspiration off her forehead and placed the empty pole down for Qi Yan Taoist priest to take a look. Priest Qi Yan laughed, "There is no need to look, you have done very well." He then took out a small box from his personal luggage and handed it over to Shen Miao. Shen Miao opened it to take a look and indeed saw a stalk of medicinal herb lying inside. "This is the herb." Taoist priest Scarlet Flame smiled. "You helped me heal all the red-sleeved grass on the mountain, and I'll use it to heal your husband's injury. I will keep my promise." Luo Tan angrily said, "This is a profit for you." Foran's persistence made this priest look at you in a new light. I hope that no matter what happens in the future, Foran will think of today's sincerity. If Foran had a little bit of luck, the insects would not have been completely removed and this herb would not be in Foran's hands. Many thanks for the priest's gift. Shen Miao was in a hurry to rush back. The moment she received the herb, she felt a deep weakness all over her body. She did not sleep all night, and these days she did not rest well. She was like a fully stretched bow, and now that she relaxed, she felt that her head was heavy and her feet light. Many thanks for the priest's gift. Luo Tan was very dissatisfied with this priest's strange request, and looking at Shen Miao's sorry state, her heart was very uncomfortable. Shen Miao was the calmest and most calm person in the Luo and Shen family, but now she was teased by others without any leeway to retaliate, making her very unreconciled. She said, "Also hope that in the future the red-sleeved grass will not have any more insects. In the future, there will not be anyone as kind as my youngest Biao sister, to be an herb farmer and do all the work in the mountain for you." Even those herb farmers would not do their best in one night. Taoist priest Scarlet Flame laughed out loud, "That cannot be said. I and Foran have met 3 times, and this is only 2. There will still be one more time." Luo Tan's lips twitched, "Who wants to meet?" She pulled Shen Miao and said, "I will support you. Let's go down the mountain." She then said to Taoist priest Scarlet Flame, "Priest should also hurry up. One is still waiting for the thing to save lives." Taoist priest Scarlet Flame followed behind and looked at their backs. His gaze landed on Shen Miao's slightly staggering footsteps, and the smile on his face disappeared as a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. After a long while, he shook his head and spat out 2 words. Futile. Shen Miao and Luo Tan returned to the initial thatched hut. Fennel and Star Anise stood under a locust tree and looked into the distance while Tsung Yang and Emoching sat under the tree hugging their swords with their brows furrowed tightly. Fennel suddenly said, "They are here." Octagonal Aniseed hurried over and saw Luo Tan and Xin Miao following behind the strange Taoist priest. Luo Tan was still fine, but Xin Miao seemed to have tripped over somewhere. She was covered in mud and her hair was a mess. There was a strange smell coming from her. Fennel and Star Anise looked at each other and had the same thought. Star Anise asked, "Foreign, you are?" Just as Luo Tan was about to speak, Xin Miao pulled her sleeves. When she looked up, Xin Miao shook her head at her and swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Xin Miao said, "Let's go." Priest Qi Yan said, "Since you are in a hurry, there is no need to take the path that you came from. Let me show you a shortcut." He brought the few of them around, and when they reached one side, there was an impressively endless farmland. In these crisscrossed farmland, there was a clearly visible path. Ben Yu once said that the path that the siblings took had farmland and small paths. Now it coincided with the path in front of them. It seemed that the siblings did not take the path that Xin Miao and the rest came from but this path. Qi Yan said, "You all follow this path straight ahead and you will be able to reach the exit." He then looked at Xin Miao and smiled. This priest once told Foreign that Foreign will face a calamity. Xin Miao looked at him calmly. Priest is trying to say that the calamity is about to appear? The calamity is born in response to heaven's will and the mysteries of heaven cannot be revealed. The priest smiled mysteriously. However, not long later, this priest and Foreign will meet again. At that time, one hope that Foreign can be like last night and remove all the bugs on the red sleeve grass. At that time, the calamity will have a chance to be resolved. His words were neither yin nor yang and were unclear. The others were confused and Xin Miao also did not understand. However, there wasn't much for him to do here right now. If he didn't make a mistake, including the time when he left and the night he stayed here, today was already the 6th day. That Yuan Guiwan would at best last for 10 days, moreover the old imperial physician said that Xie Jingxing's poison had already started to spread and would be in danger in around 7 days. There was no time to linger. After saying goodbye to Qi Yan, Xin Miao and others walked on the path in the field. Just as Taoist priest Scarlet Flame had said, the path was much easier than the one they had walked in the forest the day before. When they were about to board the carriage, Fenxiang could not help but ask, "Foreign, what did that priest make you do? What happened last night?" She looked at Xin Miao's sorry figure and could not believe that nothing happened. Xin Miao said, "Nothing much, it is more important to return first." They were the first to board the carriage and saw that Xin Miao was unwilling to talk more. Even though Fenxiang and the rest were suspicious, they were helpless. In addition, Xie Jingxing's injuries could not be delayed and they quickly rode back. In the carriage, Luo Tan asked Xin Miao, "Biao youngest sister, why did you not say anything?" In Luo Tan's view, for Xin Miao to suffer so much because of Xie Jingxing, it was touching no matter what. Even if it was a husband and wife from an ordinary family, they would be able to do this for each other. A young lady from a noble family was willing to kneel down to be a herb farmer and do it for an entire night. Not everyone would be able to do that. Xin Miao suffered but did not tell others and instead hid it. What benefits was there in doing that? Doing all these is not for others to show off. Xin Miao said, moreover if it were to spread out, it would damage the face of the residents of Prince Rue. This matter ends here and you must not tell others. Luo Tan asked, even Prince Rue cannot know? Xin Miao nodded her head. Luo Tan said, I know. She then said to Xin Miao, you rest for a while first. After going back and forth, it would be tomorrow when one reaches Longyi. You were busy all night last night and did not rest at all. Now you look very haggard. Even if I help you to hide it, one would not be able to hide your appearance from others. Xin Miao nodded her head and closed her eyes as she leaned against the back of the carriage. After being busy all night yesterday, she was indeed sleepy and tired and was almost on the edge. There was no need to hold on and almost immediately fell asleep the moment she closed her eyes. She did not care about the jolting of the carriage. This night's sleep was very short and it seemed that she did not sleep for long before Xin Miao was shaken awake. When she opened her eyes, it was Octagon Anise looking at her. Foreign, young Lady Luo has returned to the residence. Luo Tan also woke up and both of them jumped off the carriage. It was actually the morning of the second day and the sun was already high up in the sky. Xianxia rubbed her forehead, and when she saw that there was no one guarding the doors of Prince Rui's residence, her heart turned cold. The residence of the prince of first rank had always been heavily guarded, and the guards at the door were people from Mou's army. Normally they were very strict, but now that there was no one around, could it be that something happened? Luo Tan also saw it and had a bad premonition in her heart, but she was afraid of making Xianxia sad, so she did not dare to say a word. It was Mo Qing who said, "Foreign, let's go in and take a look first." Song Yan and the rest were Xie Jingxing's subordinates and naturally had a worried expression. When they walked into the residence of the prince of first rank, they saw that it was empty and their hearts became more suspicious and uneasy. Xianxia walked in a hurry and almost bumped into someone. That person jumped in shock and turned back to look, but Xianxia was stunned. "Foreign, you have returned." This person was Uncle Tang. Uncle Tang's clothes were in a sorry state and no longer had the usual astute look. Xianxia quickly asked, "What happened? Why is there no one in the residence?" "Foreign, why did you only return now?" One do not know how the news of Master's life hanging by a thread was spread out. These days there were many people probing openly and secretly. The residents wanted to help to hide it, and the people from the imperial court also came over. It is really a mess. Ji Foreign came several times to inquire about your whereabouts and also the emperor. Luo Tan said, "Youngest Biao sister is also busy helping brother-in-law to look for that expert. Speaking of which, we have already gotten, right?" Uncle Tang slapped his head. "I forgot to tell you a piece of good news. Master is awake." Xianxia and Luo Tan were stunned at the same time before Xianxia asked, "Awake?" "Yes." Uncle Tang said, "Foreign may not know, but the night Foreign left, Juzi's wound suddenly split open, the poison could not be stopped no matter what. The imperial physicians in the palace all said that the Yuan pill could not save Juzi's life. Even young Master Gao couldn't do anything about it. He said that in less than 2 days, Master will be in trouble." Uncle Tang's words were full of twists and turns. Everyone's heart sank. Luan was quick and could not help and could not and said. Wu, Li said. Tan was long and Ruck Ming. Luo Ji Foreign was anxious. Seeing that the entire Long Yi kingdom knew about it, she simply posted a notice outside, asking for doctors who passed by to treat her mistress's illness. They would definitely reward them handsomely. Coincidentally, someone uncovered the notice and invited him in. He gave his master a medicinal herb, and young Master Gao refined the herb into a pill for his master to consume. His master's wounds gradually healed, and he even woke up in the wee hours of the morning. Young Master Gao and the imperial physician in the palace had seen that Master's injuries were gradually recovering and the poison was also cured. Uncle Tang finished speaking in one breath and paused before sighing. Everyone said that Master's life should not end like this. 2 years ago, others also said that Master could not make it, but Master managed to pull through. Now that it is like this, it is really heaven's benevolence, and it is also the late Empress who is blessing Master from heaven. When Xianxia heard that Xie Jingxing's poison had been cured, she was really relieved this time. Ba Jiao and the rest also patted their chests, and their suspended hearts were finally put back into their stomachs. Luo Tan looked at Xianxia and thought that it was not easy for Xianxia to obtain this stock of medicinal herb from that harsh and strange Taoist priest's hands, but now that medicinal herb was useless. Who asked that passerby to uncover this notice for no reason? But after thinking about it, that person still managed to cure Xie Jingxing and felt that there was nothing wrong with that person. It was just that looking at Xianxia secretly felt that it was not worth it and felt that Xianxia had done so much for nothing. Uncle Tang said again, when Master just woke up, he asked Foreign where did Foreign go. Foreign did not allow this old servant to casually speak of this matter, and these days Foreign did not return. This old servant was afraid that something would happen and was afraid that Master's imagination would run wild and cause his injuries to worsen, so this was concealed. Xianxia said, "You did very well." She didn't want others to know that she went to find Qi Yin. On the one hand, she was afraid of being taken advantage of by others. On the other hand, if a person was too sad about something, it would become an obvious weakness of that person. If one day others wanted to deal with Xianxia, they only needed to lay their hands on Xie Jingxing. Xianxia did not want to expose her weakness too early. Moreover, Shen Miao did not dare to be sure how Xianxia would view her somewhat rash actions. She only wanted to wait for a few days when Xianxia's injuries were better before explaining everything to him. I will go and see him first, Shen Miao said. Foreign. Uncle Tang stopped her and said, Master had just taken the medicine that gentleman Gao brewed and is resting now. It is not good for foreign to go. Shen Miao muttered to herself and looked at Uncle Tang. Why is there not even a guard at the residence's entrance, and why is it so chaotic? There do not seem to be many people. What is going on? Uncle Tang smiled in shame and said, Too many things have happened these days. This old servant actually forgot to tell Madame about this matter. Even though the entire Longyi knew that the master had been saved and that the master was safe and sound after walking through a life-and-death situation, Ji Foreign and young Master Ji could not be at ease and had been staying in the Fu for the past few days. This old servant also concealed Madame's whereabouts from them, only saying that Madame went to find a doctor for help. As for the people who saved Master's life, it can be considered as Master's kindness. This old servant placed them in the residence. Today, Master woke up in Ji Foreign and the others also went to see him. That benefactor is now sitting in the hall of the mansion. Mrs. Ji and young Master Ji are all in the hall, saying that they want to reward him well. However, my benefactor is not someone who covets power. Previously, I wanted to give them a huge sum of money, but they refused. Then what does he want? Luo Tan asked, didn't the results come out? If it is not to ask for something, why would he want to do it? Uncle Tang looked at Luo Tan and smiled. This old servant's heart is also puzzled. Ji Foreign had asked the benefactor and the benefactor said that he happened to pass by and coincidentally saw the results. He remembered that the benefactor's ancestors passed down a stock of spiritual herb that could cure 100 poisons. Thinking that this herb could save a life, he did not think much and came to our residence after the results came out. Luo Tan shrugged her shoulders, that is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. I am not able to do that. One have to weigh the things passed down from the ancestors. To save strangers that one has never met before. It really requires boldness. Uncle Tang also smiled, it is indeed so. Then he looked at Shen Miao and said, Ji Foreign is also having a headache because of this matter and this old servant could not make a decision. But since Foreign is back, it is good. Foreign, come take a look and see what to give them. Since they are the benefactors, I will go and meet them first. Shen Miao's eyes drooped down, are they in the main hall now? Exactly. Uncle Tang said, this old servant is about to head over. Just nice, Foreign can also head over. Shen Miao nodded her head and Luo Tan quickly followed. Along the way, Uncle Tang seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said, speaking of which, those two benefactors seem to have just arrived in Longyi and are not familiar with Longyi. They said that they are here to look for relatives. Ji Foreign thought that in a few days' time, we will help the two of them out and our prince of first-rank residence can also contribute. It would be good if we could post some notices outside. Two benefactors? Shen Miao asked, why are there two? That is a pair of siblings. Uncle Tang smiled, their age is about the same as Foreign's and they are also very outstanding. Ji Foreign is warm-hearted and wanted to introduce some talented youths and young ladies to that pair of siblings. They look very sensible and after coming to our residence for a few days, they are getting along well with the servants in the residence. The servants in the residence of Prince Rui were all trained by Xianxia from the MOU army and even if they were not from the MOU army, they were all people with firm minds. Shen Miao had been in the residence of Prince Rui for the past few days and saw that these people had their own rules and regulations. It was difficult for a person like Xianxia who had no regard for rules and was undisciplined to train up a group of subordinates that were so strict to the point of self-abuse. And to be able to get along well with these people was not something that an ordinary person could do. No matter how warm-hearted one was, there would be a basic level of vigilance and boundaries between people, especially the people from the residence of Prince Rui. One did not know if it was Shen Miao's intuition, but she felt that this pair of benefactors were not simple. Luo Tan was curious, in that case, this pair of siblings are extremely good people. Approximately. Uncle Tang smiled, no matter what, to be able to save Master's life, one would be a guest of honor for life in the residence of Prince Rui. Just as they were speaking, They had already walked to the entrance of the main hall, and upon entering, they saw Ji Foreign and the three Darren sitting in the middle of the room. Ji Darren was talking to Ji Foreign about something. Seeing Shen Miao following behind Uncle Tang, Ji Foreign immediately stood up and quickly walked forward to say, "Jianyang, you're finally back." There were some Furens in the hall, but Shen Miao had never seen them before. Shen Miao looked at Ji Foreign with some doubt. Ji Foreign noticed her gaze and said in a low voice, "These are the Furens who came to visit Jingxing. It is not easy to send them back during the day, so they can only sit here." Shen Miao understood that Xie Jingxing's position in Longyi was really delicate, and his life and death was related to the life and death of many people in the imperial court. And to see if he was really dead, those court officials could not come forward and let their foreign come to see him in the name of comforting Ji Foreign. Comforting was in name, but seeing Xie Jingxing's injuries was real. Xie Jingxing woke up this morning, and most likely these Furens specially rushed over to see if it was real or fake. Madam Ji said, "Where have you been these past few days? Housekeeper Tang said that you went to find a doctor, but he couldn't find you. I almost couldn't even deal with this group of people. You are finally back." At the end of the words, there was a little complaint, "Jingxing is still not awake. I know that you are anxious, so you went to find a doctor, but no matter what, you should accompany your husband's side. When he woke up this morning, he was disappointed not to see you. Now your identity is not an official's young lady but the Wangfei of the residence of Prince Rui. One must think of the cause and effect before doing things, as there are many eyes watching." Even though the words were not pleasant to hear, Shen Miao knew that Ji Foreign was thinking for her. Moreover, it was reasonable that Ji Foreign's blood relation was Xie Jingxing and not her, Shen Miao. Before the reason was explained, her action of leaving without saying goodbye was indeed overboard and unreasonable. Thus Shen Miao did not feel wronged by Ji Foreign's words of criticism. Ji Foreign had just finished speaking to Shen Miao in a low voice when a matron in the hall looked at Shen Miao and said with a smile, "Qin Wangfei has calculated. These few days when we came to visit, we did not see Qin Wangfei. We thought that Qin Wangfei was heartbroken because His Highness the First Prince was bedridden and thus did not come out. Our hearts were very worried and were afraid that something would happen. Now that we see that Qin Wangfei is fine, we are relieved." These words were saying that Shen Miao was not qualified to be Rui Wangfei. As a Wangfei, her own husband was seriously injured in bed, and she did not even show her face. She did not stay by the bedside and did not come out to meet the guests. Not only was her movement suspicious, she was also cold and heartless. Ji Foreign's expression was somewhat ugly. Shen Miao smiled slightly and said to that foreign indifferently, "The family is in chaos and have troubled foreign to worry." The meaning behind her words was that she did not need to trouble an outsider to worry about her own residence's matters. Shen Miao was a person who would become stronger when meeting strong people. She had to be soft when dealing with Xie Jingxing, that kind of unfathomable person, but she did not need to think too much when dealing with a brainless female. Thus her words were especially sarcastic. That foreign was speechless. But when she turned sideways, her appearance was clearly exposed in front of everyone. One could only hear another foreign exclaiming, "Rui Wangfei, what happened to you? Why are your clothes so dirty? Could it be that you fell?" Then she suddenly covered her nose and revealed an extremely uncomfortable look. Ji Foreign and Ji Darren were surprised, Uncle Tang was also surprised, and everyone's eyes in the hall focused on Shen Miao. Only then did they discover that Shen Miao's clothes were covered with mud and dust and was extremely dirty. Looking carefully, her hair seemed to be a little messy. Even though she had tidied it up, she still looked a little embarrassed. And there was a faint smell coming from her body, but it was like the smell of fertilizer. Those Furens originally did not like Rui Qin Wangfei, this outsider, and now that there was a topic to talk about, they immediately started talking at once, saying if Shen Miao was anxious in her heart and made a mistake in her actions, or if she suddenly fell down or something. Luo Tan was fuming with anger as she heard it from behind. Only she knew how Shen Miao ended up in such a sorry state, but Shen Miao had warned her that this matter must not be spoken out. Uncle Tang was a little surprised. When he saw Shen Miao, he was preoccupied with official matters and neglected Shen Miao's appearance. Moreover, Shen Miao had always been dignified and noble, and her dressing was meticulous. There was never a time when she did not care about her appearance. Embarrassment appeared on Ji Foreign's face. Shen Miao was her niece-in-law, and to say that Shen Miao was not was tantamount to ruthlessly slapping her face. In the midst of the whispers, Shen Miao's expression was the most indifferent, as she did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. These madams were xenophobic and had never seen her as one of their own. For those who were picky, no matter how expensive she was dressed today, those people would not change their opinion of her. Therefore, she did not feel that her sorry state was very embarrassing in the eyes of the crowd. After all, in the future they would not have a relationship of sitting and drinking tea together. Just as Ji Foran wanted to say a few words to smooth things over, she suddenly heard a male's laughter coming from the outer hall. "Brother Li is really talented. I am unable to solve this 9 interlocking rings, but you managed to solve it in less than half an incense stick of time. Other than my third older brother, there is no one faster than you." It was Ji Yushu's voice. Following that, another voice sounded, and it seemed to be a young male's voice. It was very clear but also somewhat hoarse. When put together, it was somewhat special. That person said, "Brother Ji has given way. This one dare not be compared with His Highness Prince of the first rank." Shen Miao's heart moved, and involuntarily, her heart suddenly tightened into a ball. That clear and hoarse voice was very familiar, but she could not remember who it was, but her soul trembled at this moment. She lowered her head to look at her own hands. The sleeves were very long and only the fingertips were exposed, but those white and tender fingertips that had a few bloodstains because of last night's busy work were trembling violently at this moment. In the next moment, Ji Yushu's voice sounded, "Do not say it like this. When my third older brother wakes up, he will definitely want the both of you to compete. Third older brother likes intelligent people the most, and if you go, third older brother will definitely appreciate it." The curtain of the main hall was lifted and 2 people walked out. Ji Yushu was at the front, and when he suddenly saw Shen Miao, he was surprised for a moment before disregarding the presence of all the Furans and walked over in 3 steps. "Sister-in-law." He then said softly, "You have returned. These days you were not around, and even when I asked Tai Yi, he was not willing to tell me. Where did you go?" Shen Miao did not answer his words, and her eyes stared fixedly at the person who was following closely behind Ji Yushu. It was a young male who looked to be in his early 20s. His facial features were very plain, so plain that one would not be able to see any special features, but inexplicably attracted one's gaze. This was because his entire body exuded the aura of an intelligent person. He was wearing a rosin-colored robe and green cloth boots. His pair of eyes were like the summer sun, warm and slightly tipsy but with a faint fanaticism. Shen Miao's body tilted and almost fell down. Luo Tan's eyes and hands were quick to support her waist from behind, as she thought that she was too tired the night before and could not hold on any longer. Ji Foran saw her looking at that young man and said, "This is one of the benefactors who saved Jingxing, Gentleman Li." The young man bowed to Shen Miao and smiled. "This one is Li Ku." Shen Miao shouted thousands of times in her heart. She would never forget this name and would never forget this pair of seemingly warm and innocent eyes. In just a few years, he had grown to become Fu Shouyi's left and right arm, and was able to stand up to Pei Lang as an equal. This Mei Foran's biological brother, Li Ku. She had never thought that after such a long life, she would be able to see the man in front of her again in this life. But in this strange country, in her mansion, in front of a room full of people, Li Ku had appeared so openly in front of her. Her face suddenly turned pale. On one hand, she rationally reminded herself that she couldn't do anything strange in front of these madams. On the other hand, she stared fiercely at Li Ku. She couldn't wait to rush up and tear this person into pieces, drink his blood and eat his flesh. Mei Foran and her brothers. The reason why she ended up in such a tragic state in her previous life was because of this pair of siblings. Mei Foran won Fu Shouyi's heart, and Li Ku's fowls and dogs rose to heaven. Li Ku was always at Fu Shouyi's beck and call, while Mei Foran leaned against a big tree to enjoy the shade and was even more favored. Both siblings relied on each other and were promoted. Mei Foran thought of ways to marry out Wan Yu, and Li Ku thought of ways to depose the crown prince. Mei Foran caused the first household of the Shen family to be exterminated, and Li Ku had a deep friendship with the second and third households Shen Gui and Shen Wan. This bad karma was something that could not be escaped in this lifetime. But Shen Miao did not think that it would be him who was Xie Jingxing's benefactor. She suddenly remembered what Uncle Tang said, that is a pair of siblings. Shen Miao's fierce gaze made Ji Foran stunned for a moment. She asked, Xianxia, isn't there two benefactors? Shen Miao smiled gently and slowly moved her gaze away. In her tone of voice, there was a treachery that even she herself did not notice. Where is the other one? Just now the maid poured tea on her and I let her change her clothes. Xianxia has a lot of clothes and there are no other female clothes in the residence. It is not good to take the maid's clothes, so I took Xianxia's clothes to deal with it. Ji Foreign said. Just as she was speaking, she saw Ji Yushu looking outside the door, coming. That female had a hibiscus face and a willow waist. Her appearance was comparable to a fairy. She wore a thin gown and slowly walked over. The noon sun came in because she pulled open the curtains, and it made this young lady even more beautiful. Her light smile was dazzling, and it was as if Shen Miao was separated by a lifetime, and saw the brilliance that she saw before her death. Shen Miao stood in the room with disheveled clothes and a pale face. The way she stared at that female was like a hungry wolf, like a fierce tiger, like a venomous snake lying in wait for an opportunity to strike. That person wore her clothes and came to her residence. She saved her husband and appeared in front of her with a swagger. The old enemy of the previous lifetime, the death enemy of this lifetime, the bad karma could not be cut off and was once again pushed to the edge of fate. Mainyang greets princess consort. The female said. Mainyang? No, you are not Mainyang. You are the blood of the emperor of Mingqi, Fu Xiuyi, the imperial consort of the new crown prince, Fu Ming. She is also my mortal enemy, Mei Foreign. Ji Foreign smiled. This young lady is the one who took out the medicinal herb, young lady Li Mei. Shen Miao stared at her. The reason why Mei Foreign was able to be favored in the inner palace for so many years was because Fu Xing was able to stand firmly as the new crown prince. 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines, which one of them was easy to deal with? Fu Xiuyi favored her alone, so she was not someone that an ordinary female could deal with. Those who were more beautiful than her were not as smart as her, and those who were smarter than her were not as beautiful as her. When it was time to advance, she would advance, and when it was time to retreat. She was obviously scheming, but she always gave others a feeling that she acted according to her nature. Arrogant but also guarded her own sense of propriety. She had beauty but knew when she was in her most beautiful posture. The concubines in the inner palace once discussed behind her back that if she wanted to, there was no man in this world that would not submit to her skirt. Just like at this moment, she came in wearing Shen Miao's clothes. Even if it was a dignified and somewhat conservative dress, it was worn by her in a lively manner and naturally made Shen Miao look even more wretched. Mei Foreign had a pair of extremely charming eyes, like a cat that woke up in the afternoon with a careless laziness. Shen Miao's gaze on her was too strange that she could not help but look at Shen Miao. She was rather surprised, but it was just right at a point where it would not be rude. Her surprise was caught by Ji Foreign and Ji Yushu, who were closest to her. Both of them looked at Shen Miao at the same time and were startled when they saw Shen Miao's eyes. But in the next second, Shen Miao lowered her head, and when she raised her head again, it changed into a smiling expression, as if those were all an illusion. It is a neat person. Shen Miao said softly. Uncle Tang could not help but frown. Shen Miao's words were like those in the palace. No, those main wives in the residence were picky and contemptuous towards their newly married concubines. But Shen Miao was not an unreasonable person. She did not even put Lu Wanner's matter in her heart, so how would she be sensitive to be jealous of a person that she had just met for the first time? Luo Tan sighed in her heart. Previously, Uncle Tang had said that the pair of siblings were also very outstanding. When she saw Li Ku, she didn't think much of it and felt that he was at most passable. Only when she saw Li Mei did she know what it felt like to be outstanding. Luo Tan had always felt that among all the females she knew, the most unique was Shen Miao. Putting aside her looks, Shen Miao had a dignified and imposing air in her bones, which was a beauty that any female would envy. This Li Mei, however, had a completely different feeling. If one were to say that Shen Miao was a blooming peony, the king of the flowers, then this female would be a poppy. She had a strong temptation, charm, beauty, and there was a trace of unexplainable evil beauty. Shen Miao said, "Is young lady Li from the Great Liang?" "Exactly." Li Mei looked at Shen Miao in surprise and smiled. Just arrived at Longyi. Miss Li and brother Li are from Qinzhou. Madame Ji laughed. As soon as I arrived at Longya, I exposed the notice at the city gates and saved Xianxia's life. Just arrived and you exposed the notice? Xin Miao looked at Li Mei with a smile that was not a smile. This should be saying that your highness is lucky? Or is it that young lady Li is lucky? This time everyone in the room could hear the hostility in Xin Miao's voice. Li Mei was also startled. Li Ku took a step forward and smiled as he bowed to Xin Miao. Since His Highness the Prince of First Rank is fine, this one and older sister will leave first. These days in the residence there have been many disturbances and have offended. This Li Ku's words were neither servile nor overbearing. It was as if he had heard Xin Miao's words and acted out of anger due to his pride. Ji Foran was stunned for a moment and did not have the time to ask Xin Miao what was going on. She subconsciously wanted to embrace Li Ku and Li Mei. What disturbances? You have saved Xianxia's life, how can it be said that one has offended? Speaking of which, we have not repaid. But Li Mei smiled and said, Ji Foran had already told you before that it was a coincidence that we came here to take down the results and did not think too much at that time. This herb is used to detoxify and save people's lives. Us siblings did not use it, so it was a waste to hold on to it. Things that can save people naturally have to be used to save people. This can only be considered that this herb and His Highness Prince of First Rank are fated. As for the rest, one cannot say more. When the other Furans in the hall heard this, they clicked their tongues in wonder. She was beautiful and had a good temperament. It was rare that she was generous and did not covet power. She looked like a good person, but on the contrary, Xin Miao inexplicably made things difficult for others. She did not have the bearing of a Prince Rui's consort. Li Mei then looked at Xin Miao and said apologetically, it is just that this commoner's clothes were dirty just now, thus wearing Wang Fei's clothes. One hoped that Wang Fei would not mind. After this commoner has washed it clean, one would definitely return it to Wang Fei personally and there would not be a trace of wearing it. Xin Miao looked at her fixedly. When Xin Miao saw Mei Foran, it was after she returned to Mingqi from the Qin country. She had long expected that there would be many more concubines in the palace, but the only one who gave birth to a son was Mei Foran alone. At first she did not believe that Fu Xiuyi's cold temperament would dote on a female, but after seeing it with her own eyes, she had no choice but to admit it. Mei Foran was deeply doted on by Fu Xiuyi, so from the start when she faced Xin Miao, she never lowered her head. Even when she lowered her head, it was a fake, perfunctory, and one that did not have a trace of happiness. Even if Xin Miao was the Empress, in the inner palace, it seemed that Mei Foran was a head higher than her, just like how Fu Xing was always more doted on than Fu Ming. And right now, that woman who always gently raised her chin and looked at her with ridicule, actually had a humble attitude and called herself a commoner girl and called her princess. How big was the world, so big that one's life could be repeated twice? How small was the world, so small that after 2 lifetimes, one could still meet enemies from the previous lifetime? Li Mei saw that Xin Miao did not reply and was somewhat embarrassed. She smiled and wanted to pull Li Ku away. Ji Foran wanted to persuade her, but in the end Xin Miao was the matriarch of the residence and she had no reason to make a decision without Xin Miao. Wait, Xin Miao suddenly said. Li Ku and Li Mei were surprised for a moment before both of them turned their heads over and saw Xin Miao smiling gently like water. She said, since one saved His Highness' life, one is the benefactor of the entire residence of Prince Rui. If the two of you leave now, won't the Rui Qinhuang residence be criticized by others and be said to be cold-hearted? How can you say that the Wang Fu is cold-hearted? Li Mei shook her head and smiled, this is our idea. One must wait for His Highness to recover before leaving. Xin Miao smiled gently, otherwise, the residents of the Prince of First Rank cannot afford to give up halfway. There was some doubt in the meaning of these words. If the legendary medicinal herb that was passed down was actually fake, then Xie Jingxing's old illness would relapse in a few days. At that time, where would he go to find him? Ji Foran and Ji Yushu were somewhat embarrassed. Xin Miao was not an overbearing person, so why was she so harsh towards this pair of siblings? They were the benefactors and no matter what, one could not use this kind of attitude. Even if there were suspicions in one's heart, there was no need to say it out loud. But Xin Miao knew that this pair of siblings would not stay because of the gratitude of the residents of the Prince of First Rank, but they would definitely stay because of the suspicions of the residents of the Prince of First Rank. Because in their life, they wanted to leave a good name after doing all the bad things and would not allow themselves to have a stain. How could they allow others to pour a basin of dirty water on them for no reason? Sure enough, when the words were said, Li Ke's face revealed an indignant expression as he said, "Do not worry. We will definitely be here and personally witness His Highness the Prince of First Rank recover." Xin Miao smiled gently, "That is good. The residence of the Prince of First Rank owes you such a favor. If one do not stay, how can we repay?" One moment she was suspicious and the next moment she was talking about repayment. This kind of ambiguous attitude made one somewhat unable to make heads or tails of it. Li Mei looked at her thoughtfully and Xin Miao noticed her gaze and smiled again. "I still have some matters and will not accompany everyone here." She then said to Ji Foreign, "Emu, help me to look for and bring along all the Furins." Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and stopped in front of Li Mei. He said with a smile, "I also think that this dress suits you very well, as if it was made for you. Since it fits you, there is no need to take it off and return it to me. Just take it as a gift from me." Xin Miao said to gift clothes, but it did not seem to be gifting clothes. It was as if she was bestowing something. Even though Uncle Tang was usually slick, he was somewhat confused by Xin Miao's inexplicable actions. It was only after Xin Miao left that he looked at Luo Tan. Luo Tan stuck out her tongue, "Do not ask me. I also do not know." She then turned around and left. Ji Foreign looked at Li Mei and Li Ke with some shame. These days the princess has been worrying about Prince of First Rank's illness and most likely is somewhat sensitive. One hope that both of you can be more understanding. One can naturally understand the heart of a fist. Li Mei smiled. "Then let us go inside first to talk." Ji Foreign smiled. Ji Yushu also looked at Li Ke and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Older brother Li, please." Xin Miao returned to the room and when Xianxia and Guyu saw her return, they first went up in surprise. "Foreign, you have finally returned. These days these servants have been anxious and feared that something bad happened to you." When they saw Xin Miao in a sorry state, both of them were stunned at the same time. Xianxia asked, "Foreign, what is going on? Did you suffer from any grievances?" Xin Miao's clothes were dirty and messy and her expression was strangely ugly. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a sense of loss, as if she had suffered a huge blow. It was still Guyu who was quick-witted and said, "Foreign, this servant will first prepare some water for you. You should first wash up and then drink a bowl of hot porridge. Left and right highness are fine and after you have a good rest, it is not too late to slowly think about things." She then pulled Xianxia to prepare some hot water for Xin Miao. After the hot water was prepared, Xin Miao sent the two away and sat in the wooden bucket. And the water was just warm but at this moment Xin Miao felt that it was as cold as ice. Why would Mei Foreign appear in the Great Liang? How did she become Xie Jingxing's savior by a freak combination of factors? She had endured untold hardships to not kill Mei Foreign the moment she saw her. It was also because this was the residence of Prince Rui and she was unable to explain her actions. But no matter how, no, and, her, she, her. Shen, in. She, I, and rank, you, Shen, you, and. In the previous life, Xin Miao went to the Qin country to be a hostage and when she returned, Mei Foreign had already entered the palace. One heard that Mei Foreign was the daughter of an official that Fu Xiuyi met during the Eastern expedition, but now that Fu Xiuyi had not started the Eastern expedition, naturally he would not be able to meet Mei Foreign and now Mei Foreign was in the Great Liang. Could it be that in the previous life, Mei Foreign was also in the Great Liang? According to this time, Mei Foreign had not met Fu Xiuyi and had already met Xie Jingxing, then why did Mei Foreign finally become Fu Xiuyi's favored concubine, and why did she come to Ming Qi? Could it be that this was also Xie Jingxing's intention? Xin Miao could not help but shiver. In her previous life, she and Xie Jingxing did not meet and did not follow Xie Jingxing to Longyi. Xie Jingxing also did not come to the Ming Qi's tribute banquet. Xin Miao was Fu Xiuyi's wife and Xie Jingxing was unconscious in Longyi like now. Mei Foreign and her siblings who were passing by saved him, so they should not have a hostile relationship. If Mei Foreign was originally a Great Liang person, but at the end became the favored concubine of the Ming Qi emperor, could it be that she was also a spy, just like how Xianxia was obviously a prince of the Great Liang but became the little marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Linan in Mingqi's Ding capital. Could it be that Mei Foran was a spy sent by the Great Liang? But in this case, Mei Foran did not need to give birth to Fuxing for Fu Xiaoyi and finally made Fuxing the crown prince. Her brows knitted tighter and tighter, but compared to that, what made her most afraid was whether Mei Foran and Xianxia were allies in the previous lifetime. If in the previous lifetime Mei Foran was the person that the Great Liang's imperial family sent to Mingqi, no matter what, Shen Miao's ending was inextricably linked to the Great Liang's imperial family. Fu Ming and Wan Yu that could never be redeemed, then how would she and Xianxia deal with each other? As she was lost in her thoughts, Shen Miao did not even know when the water in the wooden bucket turned cold. It was Xianxia who could not let it go and came over to knock on the door to call her. Only then did Shen Miao leave. When she touched the water, it was strangely cold. She wiped herself clean, put on her clothes and went out. The first thing she saw was Luo Tan. Luo Tan came forward and asked, "Biao youngest sister, do you not like that Li Mei?" Shen Miao said, "Why say so? You're always very polite to people. But this Li Mei is very strange, just like how he treated Chang Ziqing." Luo Tan thought about it, that Chang Ziqing was not a good person at the end. Could it be that this Li Mei is also not one? Speaking of which, one always feel that you do not like this Li Mei more than Chang Ziqing. Shen Miao was twisting her hair with a handkerchief as she lightly said, "If I say that she is a bad person, would you believe it? Is she really a bad person?" Luo Tan was stunned. "But she doesn't look like one." Shen Miao shook her head. No matter what she said, before there was any evidence, everything was useless. She said, "Are you going back?" Luo Tan was startled. "Aren't you going to see brother-in-law?" Shen Miao paused and said, "Today one is very tired and want to sleep early." "All right." Luo Tan nodded. "You've been running around for a long time these past few days. You've lost a lot of weight. Why don't you take a good rest? I won't disturb you anymore." After thinking, he said, "If you feel that there is something wrong with that Li Mei, you can also tell me. In this Great Liang, only we have the same blood in our bones." After Luo Tan left, Shen Miao's face turned cold and said to Xianxia, "Call Mo Qing over for me." It was rare for her to be this serious, especially today. There was a faint murderous aura that made Xianxia and Guyu not dare to ask any more and went out to look for people without a second word. Mo Qing quickly walked in and Shen Miao got people to close the door tightly. When there was no one else around, she asked Mo Qing, "Where is that pair of siblings currently staying in the residence?" Mo Qing thought that Shen Miao had something important to instruct him and was slightly startled when he heard it before saying, "Staying in an empty room in the side courtyard." "You killed him for me," Shen Miao said. Mo Qing was stunned. Ever since he started following Shen Miao, Mo Qing had always seen Shen Miao's situation and it was not too much to describe it as a abyss of fire. There would always be people scheming and people shooting arrows everywhere. In such an environment, Shen Miao had never suffered a loss before. She instructed Mo Qing to do this and that, and actually it was a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye, but it was the first time that she directly said, "You killed him for me." Mo Qing looked at Shen Miao and hesitated for a while before asking, "Foreign, they have a feud with me, a blood feud that is absolutely irreconcilable. If we don't get rid of these two, there will be endless troubles in the future." "Kill them for me," she said. Before Mo Qing could answer, a voice was heard from outside the window, "This is not a good plan." Both of them looked back and saw that Xianxia had left in a hurry and did not even close the window. Coincidentally it was dark in the evening and one did not know when there was someone in front of the window but it was Pei Lang. Shen Miao gestured for him to come in. Pei Lang walked in and glanced at Mo Qing before shaking his head at Shen Miao. "Rashly killing is not a good strategy." Shen Miao coldly stared at him. Mei Foran's appearance made her recall the dark days in the past and she did not have a good expression towards Pei Lang. Pei Lang rubbed his nose in confusion. He coughed twice and said, "That pair of siblings are currently living in the Prince's Fu. If you kill them now, the Prince's Fu will not be able to escape responsibility. Such a large prince's residence with countless guards couldn't even protect the lives of a pair of brother and sister. Do you think others would believe it? They will only say that it was done by someone from the prince's residence. Secondly, what you did outside today was too much. You probably don't know, but there are rumors outside that you were jealous of Li Mei's beauty and deliberately made things difficult for her. Previously, I didn't know why you were like this, but now that I heard that you have a grudge against them, I understand. Since you have enmity with them, you shouldn't show it. Once you show it and let others see it, if something happens to the siblings, the first person to be suspected will be you. Third, you found Emoqing to kill for you. This shows that you do not trust others, including Prince Rui's subordinates. But was Emoqing really a match for the other guards in the residence? Even if Emoqing's martial arts skills were higher, it would be difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Normally when one was caught, Prince Rui would definitely ask you the reason. You let Emoqing take action but did not tell Prince Rui, so there must be a reason that could not be told to others. If you're discovered, you won't be able to keep your secret. Therefore, this plan is not a good one, Pei Lang said in one breath. Shen Miao stared at him for a while and suddenly laughed. Mr. Pei, are you always so rational? Without waiting for Pei Lang to speak, he laughed coldly, that's true. If you aren't rational and aloof, how can you be above others? Pei Lang did not understand her words and only heard Shen Miao speaking again, what you said is right. It is indeed so. I cannot rashly kill people in the residence of a prince of Qin. Moreover, to let them die so easily, it would be too easy for these two people. Emoqing did not speak, so Shen Miao said to him, you go out and help me to investigate clearly first. I want to know clearly the background of this pair of siblings, no matter big or small. Emoqing complied and left. Shen Miao took a deep breath. The enemy was right in front of her, but she could not make a move now. This kind of heart-wrenching feeling was really uncomfortable and it almost made her want to vent her anger on others. Emoqing complied and went out. Pei Lang looked at Shen Miao and thought for a while before asking, you have deep resentment towards this pair of siblings. Shen Miao sneered, why do you say such words? One have never seen that you want to take someone's life the moment you come. He looked at Shen Miao with some probing, this shows that you have fear and guard against them in your heart. This pair of siblings are very powerful? Shen Miao's heart jumped as she looked at Pei Lang in front of her. Anger rose in her heart and she asked, Teacher Pei is always able to understand the thoughts of others. Then do you know what kind of deep enmity I have with them? Are you willing to tell me? They owe me 2 lives that cannot be taken back. Shen Miao said, even if I kill them 10,000 times, it would not be enough to compensate. Pei Lang was shocked by the obvious fierceness in Shen Miao's eyes and said, I can help you. Shen Miao stared at him, why should I believe you? These words made Pei Lang somewhat surprised. In the past few days, he clearly felt that Shen Miao's attitude towards him had eased up and seemed to have let go of some things. He always felt that the relationship between them was not as tense as before. But the Shen Miao today was like a hedgehog with its spikes raised up and was on guard. Her attitude towards him had returned to the past and was even more distant than before. As if they were enemies. Pei Lang knew that this was definitely related to that pair of siblings. He pondered for a moment before asking, heard that pair of siblings are from the Great Liang. In the past, you should have never been to the Great Liang and have never seen both of them. How could there be such a deep enmity with them? Teacher Pei. Shen Miao interrupted his words, I have already said everything that I can tell you. You are also very clear about my attitude towards this pair of siblings. I do not expect that Teacher Pei would be able to help me strategize but would request Teacher Pei not to interfere and not to tell this matter to others. In Pei Lang's heart, there was suddenly a kind of unbearable anger. He also had a body of pride and was willing to lead a carefree life but was persuaded by Shen Miao using Luing to enter the imperial court and became Fu Shouyi's people, and then inexplicably became a spy and left for a foreign country. And when his sincerity was treated as speculation with ill intentions, he also had the impulse to turn around and leave. But when he saw Shen Miao's cold eyes, he felt that he could not get angry. It was as if when he saw her, he would have an inexplicable guilt attack him. He hesitated for a moment before saying, you do not trust me. Shen Miao coldly said, I do not trust anyone. Pei Lang left and Shen Miao sat back at the table. It was as if she had used up all the strength in her body and felt very weak. Li Mei and Li Ku were living in the residence of Prince Rui with such an identity and one could not kill them but could only trap them in this residence of the prince of first rank. This great enmity must be avenged, otherwise she was not fit to be the mother of 2 children. Just as she was thinking, Xianxia pushed the door and walked in and said to Xianmiao, "Foreign, His Highness just woke up and wants to see Foreign." Xianmiao was surprised for a moment and her face revealed a complicated expression. After a moment she said, "I know. The great Liang's imperial family, Xie Jingxing, Mei Foreign siblings, all of these possible relationships were all guessed by Xianmiao, and the more she thought about it, the more terrifying it was. If those frightening conjectures were true, Xianmiao did not know how she should react. Mei Foreign's appearance disrupted her plans and mood, and she even found it hard to face Xie Jingxing. She was afraid that others would see the hatred in her heart and was also afraid that Xie Jingxing would confirm the terrifying guess in her heart. The bedroom was filled with a strong medicinal fragrance, and the servants coming and going were all busy with their own things. Now that Xie Jingxing was awake, there were many things that were worth thinking about and his condition needed to be taken care of. Dao Yang was carrying his medicine box as he walked out and was surprised for a moment when he saw Xianmiao. He just woke up once in the morning and asked about you. His wound hasn't healed yet, so you should go along with him. Xianmiao complied and pushed the door to enter. Xie Jingxing was only wearing his middle clothes and an outer robe as he was half leaning on the couch reading a book. One did not know if it was because of his injuries, but these days he looked thinner and the contours were even more distinct. When he was quiet, he was like a noble son of a noble family as he elegantly flipped through the book. One would not be able to tell that a few days ago he was walking on the line of life and death. Xianmiao wanted to enter, but just as she took a step out, she was somewhat hesitant, as if she took this step, she would have to face a problem that she did not dare to face. She was afraid of the answer and instinctively wanted to avoid this problem. However, in life, there was no problem that could be avoided forever. Xie Jingxing's eyes did not lift up as he lightly said, "Since one is here, why not come in?" Xianmiao paused and clenched her fists before slowly walking in. Nearing the couch, she then sat down and said, "Are you all right?" Hearing that Uncle Tang said that you were already awake, one thought that you wanted to rest and did not disturb. Most likely Xie Jingxing's body was not fully recovered as his voice was still hoarse. But his lips suddenly hooked up and one did not know what kind of tone it was. Interesting. Xianmiao looked at him and his eyes were still on the book as his voice was somewhat cold. "You do not dare to look at me? How could it be?" Xianmiao smiled gently. "Is it that the illness has muddled you?" Xie Jingxing also smiled gently, but the smile did not reach his eyes. With a paw sound, he closed the book and threw it to the side before turning his head. Ever since Xianmiao came in, this was the first time he looked at Xianmiao. His eyes were sharp, but there was a hint of anger as he asked, "Xianmiao, is it that if I did not let anyone call you, you would not come over? Xianmiao, is it that if I do not let others call you, you will not come over?" The atmosphere in the room was cold and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Even though his face was pale, his aura was never weak. Xianmiao said, "You are thinking too much. Are you hiding something from me?" Xie Jingxing asked. Xianmiao shook her head, "No." How to say it? In all fairness, this lifetime was completely different from the previous lifetime and Xie Jingxing might not really have any involvement with Mei Foreign. But to pull Fu Ming and Wan Yu into it, she was unable to look at this matter rationally. If she did not have any shred of feelings for Xie Jingxing, then perhaps it would be much simpler. The most frightening thing was that the feelings would be mixed with other things. Hate would not be hate, love would not be love, and at the end it would breed countless fears and one would not even have the courage to face the problem. Xie Jingxing looked at her deeply and Xianmiao was afraid that some of her secret thoughts would be seen, so she said, "Since your body is better, then you should rest more. The night is very long, take the medicine and sleep early." She stood up and turned to leave. "You are that impatient to leave?" Xie Jingxing's voice came from behind and there seemed to be some unseen grievances. "These few days one heard that you did not come to see me. But the first time I opened my eyes, I thought that you must be frightened." His lips pulled up and his eyes drooped down. "It is me who is thinking too much." Xianmiao did not say anything and pushed the door open to walk out. After walking a few steps, she suddenly stopped. Xie Jingxing would definitely discover her abnormality. He was such a sensitive person, and if he were to discover it, her secret would not be able to be explained. Song Ziqing's matter was after all related to her family, but she had never seen Li Mei and younger brother before, and they were Xie Jingxing's benefactors. It was because the entire Longyi knew about it that nothing could happen to Li Mei and younger brother, and once she was suspected, it would even throw dirty water on the residence of Prince Rui. On one side was a possible disaster, and on the other side was to eradicate the enemies of the previous lifetime as soon as possible. It was torture for Shen Miao to let them live in this world. It was also related to Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao felt that after being in the Great Liang for so many days, she finally met her biggest calamity. Ba Jiao carried the empty medicine bowl over and was surprised when he saw Shen Miao. Why did foreign come out so quickly? Won't you accompany master for a while longer? No need. Shen Miao said, all of you take good care of him. She walked forward without turning her head back. 2 days later, Mo Qing came to Shen Miao with the news that he had inquired. He said, this pair of siblings are from Qinzhou, they are the children of a merchant family, but they were adopted. The merchant's wife had died early, and the master had passed away not long ago. Before he died, he told them that they weren't his biological parents. After burying his adoptive father, they came to Longyi to look for their relatives. But there aren't any clues. Impossible. Shen Miao stood up. Mo Qing said, there is only so much information that can be inquired. This subordinate let people inquire in Qinzhou, and all the neighbors know that they had watched this pair of siblings grow up. Are you sure that Li Mei did not go to Mingqi? Shen Miao's nails unconsciously dug into her palms. She had never traveled far before, and this was the first time she left a place outside of Qinzhou. Mo Qing said. Shen Miao closed her eyes. These 2 days, Li Mei and Li Ku were in the residence of the prince of first rank and would occasionally go to the Ji residence to chat with Ji Foreign, but did not do anything. Shen Miao asked, then did they see your highness? That they did not. Without passing the message, no one can personally see your highness, even if it is the benefactor. Mo Qing answered. I know. You can go down and continue to pay attention to this pair of siblings. If there is any movement, immediately inform me. Shen Miao said. Mo Qing complied and retreated. After Mo Qing left, Shen Miao sat back on the chair and her gaze gradually deepened. Since Mo Qing was inquiring, he would definitely not miss the slightest clue. In this kind of situation, he was able to find out such news. Either this lifetime was really different from the previous lifetime, from a Mingqi official's daughter to a Great Liang merchant's daughter, it was really strange. Either that or this pair of siblings were too good at concealing themselves. Their background was clean, and there were no traces of them at all. In this way, even if she told Madame Ji that these 2 people had ill intentions, no one would believe her. The Shang siblings grew up in Qinzhou and came to Longya for the first time to look for their relatives. Who would believe that they wanted to murder the prince's mansion? She got up and originally wanted to go and see Xie Jingxing, but when she thought that the Li siblings were still using the name of Xie Jingxing's benefactor, and that the Great Liang imperial family and the Li siblings might have a connection, she felt that it was difficult to face. In the end, he didn't take that step. Weiyang Palace. When Empress Xianxia heard the palace maid in front of her finish speaking, she finally let out a breath. A relaxed smile also appeared on her face. She said, since he's awake, at least it's more daunting than dangerous. Come, take the 200-year-old ginsengs in Ben Gong's box to the prince's fu, let the prince nourish his body. She suddenly thought of something and said, does the emperor know about this matter? His Majesty already knows, the palace maid said with a smile. That's perfect. I'll talk to him about this. Empress Xianxia was about to stand up. The palace maid hesitated and said, His Majesty is currently at Imperial concubine Jing's, probably celebrating. Empress Xianxia's movements paused, and then she smiled warmly and said, if that's the case, then there's no need for me to go. An imperceptible trace of sadness flashed through her eyes. However, Your Highness, when this servant heard that His Highness had woken up, I heard some of the madams discussing that. Say what? They said that the Qinhuang Fei doesn't seem to like the siblings who saved His Highness the Prince's life and is making things difficult for them. Perhaps it's because she's jealous that the other party is more beautiful than her, or perhaps she doesn't want His Highness to be saved at all. At the end of her sentence, her voice gradually weakened, as if she also knew that her words were disgraceful. Nonsense. Empress Xianxia shouted harshly, how can Qin Wangfei not want His Highness Qin Wang to be saved? The palace maid was so frightened that she didn't dare to raise her head. Empress Xianxia calmed down after this shout. She said coolly, you want to say that Qin Wangfei is jealous? This consort feels that this pair of brother and sister aren't ordinary people to be able to stir up such a storm just by being a benefactor. Weiyang Palace was silent. No one spoke. Empress Xianxia sat on the high seat. Her gaze changed, but she seemed extremely lonely. For more than 10 days, Shen Miao locked herself in her room and carefully thought about the best of both worlds. However, no matter how she thought, she could not be sure that there would not be any future troubles. The opportunity that Li Mei and younger brother appeared in this lifetime placed the two of them in a very sensitive position. It was almost a natural barrier that Shen Miao could not move at all. And in these 10 days, she had been deliberately avoiding Xie Jingxing. Because every time she faced Xie Jingxing, there would be countless suspicions in her mind. If the Li Mei and younger brother siblings were really related to Xie Jingxing in the previous life, Shen Miao really did not know how to face Xie Jingxing. She was afraid that their fate as husband and wife would come to an end. Because with Wan Yu and Fu Ming between them, she could not act as if nothing had happened. This morning, when Shen Miao woke up, her expression was very ugly. Xianxia and Gu Yu could see that something was wrong with her. After asking a few times, Shen Miao only brushed it off perfunctorily, but her heart was bewildered. Last night, she had a dream the entire night. She dreamt that she was in the Ding capital's Kunming Palace. Wan Yu and Fu Ming were eating fruits and chatting in front of her. As they were talking, Wan Yu and Fu Ming's mouths started to bleed at the same time. She panicked and went to look for the imperial physician. When she looked up, she saw Mei Foran and Fu Xiui walking over. Fu Xiui ordered people to tie her up and threw Wan Yu and Fu Ming, whose life and death were uncertain, into the palace. Then a big fire burned the entire Kunming Palace. The raging fire licked the Kunming Palace and quickly engulfed Wan Yu and Fu Ming. She screamed at the top of her lungs but saw Mei Foran smiling lightly and said to her, "You have lost." Shen Miao suddenly woke up from her dream. Even though the summer sun was in the morning, it was almost as hot as midday, almost dazzling one's eyes. Shen Miao broke out in cold sweat and her entire body was drenched in sweat. However, Wan Yu's and Fu Ming's desperate expression filled her mind, making her feel restless. Just as she walked out of the courtyard, she saw Li Mei who was walking out. When Li Mei saw Shen Miao, she immediately stopped and bowed to her. Shen Miao's eyes darkened. Every time she met this female in front of her, she had to restrain her killing intent. Especially that dream last night, she almost could not help but reach out to strangle the other party to death. Her fingertips that were hidden in her sleeves pricked her palm and there was a slight pain, which made her somewhat awake. Shen Miao looked at Li Mei and said, "Li young lady, where are you going?" Her tone was stiff, and there was a strange undertone in it that could not be concealed no matter how hard she tried. Li Mei smiled, "His Highness the Prince of First Rank has awakened and summoned us siblings over." Second younger brother had already gone over and this commoner girl was also planning to rush over. She then looked at Shen Miao with some shame, after disturbing the residents for so many days, after seeing His Highness the Prince of First Rank, this commoner girl should leave. The princess consort has taken care of us a lot, but she still hasn't said a word of thanks. Shen Miao sneered in her heart. She had never let anyone take care of these two people, so it should be Ji Foran's idea. In addition, everyone in the residence saw that they saved Xie Jingxing's life, so they were more polite to the two of them. "Why are you talking about leaving?" Shen Miao said indifferently, "We have not properly repaid you." Li Mei shook her head. "We came to Longyi to look for our relatives. Since His Royal Highness has recovered, we should leave." Shen Miao's lips twitched and she did not even bother to respond with a smile. Shen Miao really could not believe Li Mei if it was to look for relatives. Who knew what they came to Longyi for? Li Mei looked at Shen Miao and suddenly said in a soft voice, "Princess Consort, has this common girl offended the Princess Consort in some way?" The Princess Consort does not seem to like this common girl. When the words were said, Shen Miao's attitude towards Li Mei was somewhat obvious. Towards the benefactor who saved Xie Jingxing, other than seeing her once on the day of her return, Shen Miao did not see her again. Shen Miao's actions were appropriate and gentle, so it was definitely not because she had forgotten, but it was intentional. As for why it was like this, it made one puzzled. I indeed do not like you. Xianxia raised her chin. She could feign civility to her enemies, but she could not do this to Mei Foreign. She wanted to directly express her hatred. If it was not for the residence of Prince Rui, if it was not because she was unable to explain it to Xie Jingxing. She chuckled, do you want to know why? Li Mei looked at her in puzzlement. That pair of charming eyes were filled with puzzlement and seemed to contain some sincerity, totally different from the contempt in Xianxia's memories. Instinct, Xianxia said coldly. Then without turning her head back, she brought Xianxia and Guyu to walk past Li Mei. Li Mei stood there for a while, shook her head, and left. And Xianxia, who was standing far away, looked at her back view with a cold expression. Xianxia and Guyu did not dare to say a single word. They did not know why, but they always felt that when Xianxia faced this unfamiliar Mei Foreign, she seemed to become very scary. That kind of terror was something that they had never experienced before from Xianxia. About to leave? Xianxia whispered to herself before coldly saying, can you leave? She turned around, call Emoqing over. Emoqing quickly came to Xianxia's room and said, Foreign, this subordinate has a matter to report. Xianxia said, put your matter aside first. I have more important matters. Emoqing was puzzled, Foreign, please speak. Kill Li Mei and Li Ku for me. Emoqing was stunned. Xianxia said, I have thought about it again and again. Even though this matter is not appropriate and perhaps it would bring disaster to the residence of Prince Rui, but if these two people are left alive, it would be a bigger variable. I would rather be charged with other crimes than to let these two people live and become a bigger threat in the future. These two wolves haven't fully grown their claws yet. Once they're fully grown, it won't be easy to kill them. I don't want to think about this matter. I just want to ask you, can you think of a way to kill them? Xianxia asked in a low voice. Her voice echoed in the room, as if it came from the depths of hell, but with a deep determination. Wan Yu and Fu Ming's dream reminded her that she could not be indecisive. Since there was no way to have the best of both worlds, she would kill them first. Since this pair of siblings were only the children of a merchant, it would be much less troublesome to kill them. If they were to find someone to rely on in the future, it would be even more difficult. Moreover, Li Mei also said today that they would be leaving Prince Rui's residence soon. Where could they go after they left? Could they go to a place that could protect them? Xianxia thought that one must pay attention to the timing of killing and could not drag it any longer. As long as Li Mei and Li Ku were alive, she would not be able to get over it and would suspect Xie Jingxing. In the choice between her previous life and this life, she chose to kill Li Mei and Li Ku now. As for what role the imperial family of the Liang had played in her previous life, she did not want to pursue it. This was the biggest concession she could make for Xie Jingxing, and also the only concession she could make. Emoqing suddenly knelt down and said, forgive this subordinate for being unable to do it. Xianxia stared at him. This subordinate wanted to talk to Madame about this matter. I have just inquired about the news that the relative that Li Mei siblings are looking for is the current Prime Minister Yi Maokai. Li Mei siblings are Yi Foreign's children. Emoqing said, the Yi family has already sent people over. Xianxia staggered back and said, what did you say? This subordinate has failed Madame's trust, please punish me. The room was silent for a long time and Emoqing did not dare to look up. He did not know why, but he could almost imagine the disappointment in Xianxia's eyes, and that kind of powerlessness made him not have the face to look at Xianxia's expression, as if he was unable to bear this helplessness. One did not know how long had passed before Xianxia's voice was heard from above. Her voice was desolate and tired as she said, do not blame you. They came prepared and I was not determined, thus I hesitated and missed the opportunity. But... Her voice suddenly turned sharp, as if a sharp blade had appeared from its scabbard, sharp and murderous, even if there is the Yi family, I must take these two lives. Longyi was different from the Ding capital. The Ding capital was located in the north and the scenery was the most flourishing in winter when it was the most magnificent. Longyi was located in the south and the best season was summer when the night was as cool as water and the stars were like the Milky Way. The courtyard was the most secluded one, but it couldn't block out the night. A pot of tea and a game of chess seemed to be the most satisfying thing in the world. The green-clad male drank alone under the moonlight, as if he was a green bamboo that grew in the forest. When Xin Miao came to the courtyard, she saw such a scene. Pei Lang sat in front of the stone table, drinking tea and playing chess. In fact, he was often like this. Even when he became the country tutor, his temperament was still as cold as before. Xin Miao always felt that it was not a good decision for Fu Xiaoyi to let Pei Lang enter the court. With Pei Lang's temperament, he was more suitable to live a carefree life. He read books, loved saints, liked to play chess, flowers, and bamboos. All of these were elegant things, but what he did was the methods of internal strife in the court. Teacher Pei. Xin Miao sat down opposite him. When Pei Lang looked up and saw that it was Xin Miao, he was slightly surprised. That day, Xin Miao mercilessly cut off the relationship between the both of them. No matter how much Pei Lang tolerated, he was after all a male and had self-esteem. These days he did not take the initiative to look for Xin Miao. Moreover, Xin Miao was not one who would take the initiative to lower her head. Now that she appeared in front of him, Pei Lang's mood also fluctuated slightly. Previously Teacher Pei said that he would help me. Does this sentence still count now? Xin Miao did not intend to have a heart-to-heart talk or play chess with him and directly asked. Which matter are you talking about? Pei Lang put down the teacup in his hands. Everything, but the current matter is that I want the lives of Li Mei and younger brother. This is very difficult. Pei Lang smiled bitterly. It is more difficult than you imagine. Xin Miao said, these two siblings have a relationship with the Yi family and said that they are Yi Maotsai's children. Most likely it will soon become Yi Mei and Yi Ku. It is impossible to simply kill them secretly. But I can't let them go. She said can't and not don't want to, which meant that no matter what, she wanted the lives of the siblings. Pei Lang frowned, but why must you take their lives? Xin Miao's smile was somewhat cold as she said, not everything must have an answer. You ask me why, I still want to ask other questions. If I can't find the answer, how can I tell you? Pei Lang looked at the chess pieces on the table and smiled after a while. I understand. I won't continue to ask you the reason, but what do you want me to do? You are not good at killing people, but I know your ability. Xin Miao said, since it has become Yi Mei and Yi Ku, then the one to deal with is the Yi family. I want to deal with the Ye family. No one knows better than you how to topple a family in the imperial court. I want you to be my advisor. Pei Lang was startled for a moment before shaking his head. I do not understand your meaning. Even though I am by Prince Ding's side, it is only to give advice on political matters and do not have the experience of overthrowing the enemy. How can you say such words? Xin Miao smiled slightly, but her heart was thinking that she naturally knew. Pei Lang looked like a gentle and refined person, but his methods were completely different and ruthless. When Fu Xiaoyi just ascended the throne, Prince Zhou's men were eyeing him covetously and tried to make a comeback, but at the end they were all defeated by Pei Lang's hands. I only ask you, will you help or not? Shen Miao asked. Pei Lang muttered, the Yi family's current situation in Long Yi is very subtle. The emperor of the Great Liang wanted to use the Yi clan to deal with the Lu clan. The Yi clan did not have any children, so they were easier to control. But if you have a pair of children, the structure will be broken again. Perhaps the Yi family will change sides, perhaps they will fight with the Lu family, perhaps they will ally with the imperial family to deal with the Lu family. The appearance of Yi Mei and Yi Ku is an extremely subtle point. The royal family's attitude towards the Yi family would also affect the Yi family's attitude towards the royal family. At this time, the royal family could not act rashly, so they had to be more polite to the Yi family. And you are the princess of Prince Rui's residence. Prince Rui is the emperor's younger brother and is tied to the imperial family. If you want the lives of the Yi siblings, the Great Liang Emperor will be the first to not agree. Xin Miao stared at him. I naturally know this, so the method I want you to think of is for the royal family to take the initiative to deal with the Yi family. Whoever moves first loses. The royal family is watching, and so is the Yi family. If you really want the lives of the Yi siblings, you must first find a mistake in the Yi family and grab hold of the Yi family's weakness. It's best to stir up a dispute between the Yi family and the royal family. Xin Miao asked, what about the Lu family? Pei Lang was stunned. What if I let the Lu family and the Yi family fight? Pei Lang shook his head. You only think that way because you want to protect the prince's residence. But I must warn you that it is impossible to have the best of both worlds. The Liu family is not a fool. At this time, they will not take the initiative to fight with the Yi family. Shen Miao said, I understand. You really do not hesitate to offend the imperial family to deal with the Yi family? Pei Lang frowned. If you really oppose the imperial family, then between you and Prince Rui. Pei Lang did not continue speaking as there would inevitably be animosity. Even though he found it strange that Shen Miao's attitude toward Ji Mei and her brother was so unyielding that she would not hesitate to perish together with them. What did the Yi Mei siblings do? I do not have a second path to take. Shen Miao's eyes drooped down. Perhaps I do not have fate with the imperial family. In the past and present lifetime, she was unable to escape the sacrifice of the imperial power. But so what? How do you plan to sow discord? Pei Lang asked. This is the matter that I want to discuss with you. Shen Miao said. The Great Liang and Ming Qi were two entirely different battlefields, thus one was not familiar with the various forces in Long Yi and now knew even less. She was unable to face Xie Jingxing calmly but was not willing to let her enemy live well under her eyelids. After thinking about it, even if she had to perish indiscriminately, she would take revenge for Wan Yu and Fu Ming. And Pei Lang was her only ally. Pei Lang was good at scheming and plotting. He was the best at analyzing the situation of the imperial court. Slandering without leaving a trace, easily sowing discord, this imperial preceptor was truly an expert. She wanted to join hands with Pei Lang to reap the lives of these two people. Even if Yi Jia's brother and sister have a huge backer, she will also bring down the backer. This discussion lasted deep into the night. When Shen Miao felt that it was time to return to her courtyard, it was already very late. Only Xianxia and Guyu accompanied her. She returned to her own courtyard and pushed open the door to enter the room. Just as she was about to take off her outer clothes, her movements suddenly paused and she turned her head over. Xie Jingxing was hugging his chest as he sat in front of her desk, flipping through a book in boredom. Why did you come over? Shen Miao asked. You can get down from the bed? Today Xie Jingxing was going to see Li Mei and her brother, but Shen Miao did not want to think about it and even more did not want to see it. She was afraid that once she saw this scene, she would involuntarily suspect some terrifying possibilities. What the eyes do not see, the heart does not grieve, but she did not expect that Xie Jingxing would actually come knocking on her door. Xie Jingxing smiled lazily and did not answer her question. It is so late. Why did you only come back now? Could not sleep. Shen Miao said, so strolled outside. Xie Jingxing threw the book in his hands onto the table and said, Oh? Did you go to drink tea and drink with Pei Lang? This posture, it seemed that he was here to denounce her. Shen Miao's mind was filled with Yi Mei's matter as she asked with a frown, What do you want to say? Half a month. Xie Jingxing said. Shen Miao stared at him. He also stared at her and his complicated gaze made Shen Miao's heart palpitate for a moment. He said, I have been awake for half a month and you only came over to see me once. Did you forget that you are the Wang Fei of the residence of Prince Rui and my wife? He said. Shen Miao did not speak as this could not be explained at all. But Xie Jingxing stared at her and his gaze was disappointed and slightly angry as he said, I waited here for you for an entire night and you were drinking tea and playing chess with Pei Lang. Shen Miao, could it be that you like that scholar? Shen Miao's heart suddenly surged with an unknown fire. She was entangled with Yi Mei's matter and could not sleep at night. Because there was a residence of Prince Rui in the middle, she did not dare to rashly move, thus she missed the best opportunity and was unable to kill the enemy. In such a quagmire-like place, Xie Jingxing was actually able to put her and Pei Lang together. She said, What does that have to do with you? Xie Jingxing pulled Shen Miao in front of him. He pulled so hard that Shen Miao almost fell down and was supported by him. Xie Jingxing pinched her chin and said word by word, If I want you now, then there would be a relationship. Shen Miao frowned and said, Perhaps our alliance is too hasty. Xie Jingxing paused and looked at her deeply, Perhaps? He suddenly let go of his hand and stood up all of a sudden. With his back facing Shen Miao, he said lightly, Is your heart made of iron? In your eyes, there is only use and schemes, but I am a living person. Actually, from the beginning to the end, your heart has never been moved. He said indifferently. Xie Jingxing left. Shen Miao was sitting alone in front of the table when Xianxia walked in and looked outside. Just now she was in the outer room and these two people's voices were not deliberately lowered, so she could hear every single word that was said. Now seeing that Shen Miao's expression was not good, even though her heart was perturbed, she could not help but speak. "Foreign, you are too distant with His Highness." Shen Miao did not speak and Xianxia continued. "Originally before Foreign married into the residence of Prince Qinhuang, you treated His Highness better than now. These days it seems that you are deliberately hiding from His Highness. One who is ill would be particularly sensitive, especially after His Highness escaped from death. One fear that his heart would be even more subtle. Foreign is not concerned at this time, His Highness would inevitably feel uncomfortable. After Foreign persuade him with some kind words, it should be all right. Foreign must not be too sad." Shen Miao said, "I know. You can leave." Xianxia then withdrew. After Xianxia left, Shen Miao then pressed her forehead. She was struggling to face Xie Jingxing, but in all fairness, Xie Jingxing was also innocent in this. That sentence, actually from the beginning till the end, "Your heart has never been moved right," made her shudder. Shen Miao could not remember when she was moved by Xie Jingxing. Perhaps it was when he saved her life at the Wanli Lake, or perhaps it was when he took off his mask in front of Princess Xianxia in the princess residence, or perhaps it was on the day of their marriage when he stretched out his hand on the tall horse, or perhaps it was even earlier. Even earlier, when she set fire to the ancestral hall, the first time she met Xie Jingxing, and the confrontation with Xie Jingxing. The feeling of being moved was too far away. In her previous life, she was only moved by Fu Xiaoyi and the price was heavy. With the previous example, she did not dare to be easily moved, and even if she had to give out her feelings, she would be stingy, careful, and care about the gains and losses before giving out. However, Xie Jingxing was different. One did not know if it was because he was so arrogant or reckless, but he squandered his feelings. In this marriage, the two of them did not contribute equally. But Shen Miao had also given her everything that she could give. Until now, because she was tempted, she could not deal with Mei Foreign without scruples. Admiration and suspicions were intertwined and she was unable to face Xie Jingxing. As for Xie Jingxing, he was probably completely disappointed in her in his heart. She was sitting in front of the table. The herb that she had obtained from Taoist priest Qian with great difficulty was casually thrown aside in a box. Because no one had taken care of it these days, a thin layer of dust had fallen on it, and no one paid attention to it anymore. For the next few days, Shen Miao's days were somewhat strange. One did not know what happened between Luo Tan and Gao Yang. Most likely Luo Tan was bothered that Gao Yang had lied to her. When Gao Yang saw that Xie Jingxing's poison was almost cleared, he left the old imperial physician in the prince's residence and pulled Luo Tan to an unknown place. Ji Foreign and Ji Yushu also returned to the Ji residence. As long as Xie Jingxing was fine, there was no meaning for them to stay in the residence of the prince of first rank. For some reason, Pei Lang seemed to have caught a cold, so he rested in the room and did not go out. Thus Shen Miao was suddenly left alone by her side. The servants in the residence of the prince of first rank could see that Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao were in a cold war, so they were very careful with their work. In a moment, everyone in the residence of the prince of first rank felt insecure and the atmosphere was even heavier than when Xie Jingxing was unconscious. It was at this time that people from the Yi family came. People from the Yi family came to recognize Yi Mei and Yi Ku. The Yi family seemed to know that Shen Miao did not like Yi Mei and Yi Ku, so they did not mention this matter to Shen Miao. Today, he was just here to inform them. It was just that Shen Miao, as the princess of Prince Rui's residence, still had to meet her. In the main hall of the prince's residence, Yi Foreign was talking to Yi Ke and Yi Mei was sitting at the side with a slight smile. Yi Maocai's head was slightly raised as if he was saying something and the person sitting in front of him was Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing was wearing a silver-purple robe and most likely because his injuries were not completely healed, he was sitting lazily and casually. Listening to Yi Maocai's words with a smile that was not a smile, one could not clearly see what it meant. When Shen Miao came in, the first person to see her was Yi Mei and Yi Mei quickly stood up to greet her. However, Yi Ke did not move. Now that they were the children of the Yi family, their status had risen and naturally there was no need to greet the princess of the prince like in the past. It was just that Yi Mei wanted to greet but Shen Miao did not even help and just accepted it. A trace of unhappiness flashed in Yi Foran's eyes, but Yi Ke did not show it. Yi Maokai swept a glance at Shen Miao and saw everything. Shen Miao walked to the other side and sat on the main seat beside Xie Jingxing. Yi Maokai got up and said, "These days in the prince's residence, Mayor and Cour have troubled us. Thanks to the princess' care, one is very grateful." Shen Miao smiled gently, "One cannot bear the word troubled. Speaking of which, ye young lady and gentleman, ye are his highness's benefactors. It is somewhat excessive to say troubled." Yi Maokai laughed and said a few words to smooth things over, but heard Shen Miao's words change and asked doubtfully, "But how did Li young lady and gentlemanly become ye young lady and gentleman ye? It is somewhat surprising that the relatives that the two of them are looking for are the Yi family." When she spoke like this, Xie Jingxing only played with the teacup in his hands and did not stop nor comply, as if he was watching from the sidelines. Yi Maokai was somewhat unsure of Xie Jingxing's meaning and hesitated for a while before smiling. It is shameful to speak of it, but it was something that happened more than 10 years ago. At that time, when my lowly wife was giving birth, the midwife in the residence was disloyal and received orders from a traitor to change my son from a dragon to a phoenix. They were actually a pair of brother and sister, but they had been replaced by a baby girl who had died young. In the past few years, with the thought of not washing their dirty linen in public, they had never made it public and had only investigated in secret. This time, the two of them entered Longyi and accidentally came to the prince's mansion. Later on, they said they were looking for their relatives, so they met. Yi Maokai was born with a fair complexion and no facial hair. Looking at the amiable scholar, his words were even more sincere, as if he had taken out 120% of his sincerity. He looked at Shen Miao and laughed. "It is said that Mayor and Cour saved His Highness the Prince of First Rank's life, but in fact our Yi family should be the one thanking His Highness. If it was not for this freak combination of factors, our family would not be able to reunite." "Exactly." Madame Yi laughed as well. Ever since Shen Miao met Madame Yi, this was the first time she saw Madame Yi laughing so happily. It was as if she was genuinely happy. No one would suspect that Yi Mei and Yi Ke were her long-lost children. But Shen Miao could not do it no matter what. In her previous life, she was a daughter of an official's daughter in Mingqi, but in this lifetime, she became a great Liang person. One feared that the entanglement of this was not that simple. Yi Mei and Yi Ke sat at one side. Yi Mei was beautiful and Yi Ke was astute. With one look, one could tell that they were rare talents. What was even rarer was that they kept their propriety and did not speak rudely or use their identity as Xie Jingxing's savior to do anything. Because of that, others could not have any ill feelings towards them. That's right. Fu Xiaoyi was an astute and almost cold person. He was so selfish that he did not even hesitate to lay his hands on his own children, but he only doted on Mei Foran. It could be seen that she had her own uniqueness. That is really a coincidence. Shen Miao smiled gently and casually said, "Qin province is not far from Longyi." The Yi family had searched for more than 10 years and could not find it, but this time they found it upon entering the residence of the Prince of First Rank. She looked at Yi Mei. "It is really fate. Is it not, young lady Yi?" Yi Mei smiled, "Of course. The residence of the Prince of First Rank is a blessed land." She did not seem to hear the meaning behind Shen Miao's words and instead readily agreed. Shen Miao shifted her gaze and looked at Yi Maokai. "Today Yi Darren came over," Yi Maokai quickly said. "I am here to bring them back to the residence." Finishing, he blushed. "As the biological father, it is our fault to let the siblings wander outside for so many years. Now that the family is finally reunited, naturally one cannot let them live in the wilderness. Today they will be brought back to the residence and be placed on the jade plates tomorrow. From now on, they are the descendants of my Yi family." When he finished, there was some excitement in his expression. Looking at Yi Mei and Yi Ke again, there were faint tears in their eyes. Shen Miao however felt that this play was lame and tasteless. Yi Maokai complimented Xie Jingxing a few more times, but it was because of Yi Ke and Yi Mei that he wanted to build a friendship. This attitude was somewhat subtle. The imperial family of the Great Liang had the intention to rope in the Yi family to deal with the Lu family, and the Yi family's position was crucial. Thus they had always been neutral and did not express their stance. Logically speaking, if Yi Mei and Yi brother returned to the Yi family would have more confidence to contend with the Lu family, and naturally there was no need to compromise and submit to the imperial power. Now this attitude revealed that they wanted to stand on the side of Emperor Yongle. After all, the relationship between the residents of Prince Rue and Emperor Yongle was very close, and by pleasing the residents of Prince Rue, it was tantamount to expressing loyalty to Emperor Yongle. Xin Miao's heart gradually sank. This was naturally not what she was happy to see. Once the Yi family really stood on the side of Emperor Yongle, if she were to bring down the Yi family from behind, it would be cutting off Emperor Yongle's support. Not to mention Emperor Yongle, even Xie Jingxing would not be willing. But if she were to form an alliance with the murderer who killed her children, she would not be able to escape the word disgusting in this lifetime. However, Xie Jingxing's attitude was thought-provoking. He listened to Yi Maocai's words carelessly and answered in an indifferent manner, perfectly avoiding questions that required him to express his attitude. He was neither up nor down, neither clear nor clear, fooling Yi Maocai around in circles. Yi Maocai and Madame Yi stood together and talked for a long time. It seemed like they had told Xie Jingxing everything. Thinking back, it seemed like Xie Jingxing did not reveal anything. When the Yi family expressed goodwill to the imperial family, even if the imperial family did not immediately shed tears of gratitude, they still had to reciprocate. But looking at Xie Jingxing's attitude, it was as if he was watching a show, lazy and not paying attention. It even made people doubt if he understood the hint in Yi Maocai's words. Yi Maocai and his wife were somewhat anxious and exchanged glances with Xie Jingxing. Everyone said that this Prince Rue of the Great Liang was slippery but very thorny and watertight. Today when they got so close to him and left the court, it still made one unable to fathom him. This kind of attitude made Yi Maocai and his wife unable to get angry and also had no reason to be at ease. They originally wanted to put on airs, but in the end, they did not know who did it and Xie Jingxing gained the upper hand. Unknowingly, they were led by the nose by Xie Jingxing. Xin Miao was also somewhat surprised by Xie Jingxing's attitude. Thinking about it, the Yi family's sudden goodwill was already fishy and Xie Jingxing was not a brainless person, so naturally he had to investigate it clearly. But this made her heave a sigh of relief. As long as Xie Jingxing did not clearly express goodwill towards the Yi family, or in other words, looked at the Yi siblings in a different light because they had saved their lives, her heart was much calmer. In the end, no one was able to convince the other. It was the first time Yi Maocai met with such a neither soft nor hard nail like Xie Jingxing. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Yi Maocai did not say anything. He did not see Xie Jingxing express a clear attitude and knew that today's trip was a waste and there was no point in staying any longer. But his family's intentions had been conveyed and he brought Yi Mei and Yi Ku to leave. Xie Jingxing instructed Uncle Tang to send them off. Just as he was about to leave the main hall, Madame Yi seemed to have thought of something. She turned around and asked, "Prince's birthday is in a few days, right?" Xin Miao was surprised for a moment. She did not know about Xie Jingxing's birthday, so the one in Mingqi was definitely not true. As for Great Liang's side, she had never heard Xie Jingxing talk about it. However, Madame Yi's eyes were sharp. She saw Xin Miao's slightly surprised expression and asked with a smile, "Why does it seem like Qin Wangfei doesn't know?" Yi Mei and Yi Ku also stopped and Yi Mei looked at Xin Miao with a subtle gaze. As a wife, she didn't know her husband's birthday, and it was an outsider who told her this. The relationship between husband and wife was strange. Xie Jingxing sat in the living room and drank his tea. It was as if he did not hear what Madame Yi said. Xin Miao smiled faintly and replied, "Does Madame Yi still remember Miss Yi and young Master Ye's birthdays?" This. Madame Yi was puzzled. Xin Miao did not give her a chance to speak and smiled. After missing more than 10 years, Yi Foreign should first think of how to compensate young Lady Yi and Gentleman Ye's birthdays. The meaning behind her words was, take care of your own matters before worrying about other people. Do not be bored after eating your fill. Madame Ye's expression turned ugly after being mercilessly slapped in the face. Yi Maocai seemed to be a little embarrassed. Yi Mei pulled Yi Ku and bowed to Xin Miao before hurriedly bidding farewell. Looking at their departing figures, Xin Miao took a deep breath. Yi Mei and her brother had finally succeeded. Before she made her move, the Yi family had finally succeeded in sheltering them. From now on, if he wanted to suppress Yi Mei and Yi Ku, he would first have to deal with the Yi family. This was much harder than just assassinating a pair of siblings. especially when it was mixed with the complicated interests of the imperial family of the Great Liang. Pulling one part would affect the whole body, and it would be even more difficult. It really made one feel indignant and unhappy. She thought and hesitated for a moment before turning back to look at Xie Jingxing, thinking about how she was angry yesterday. Because of the relationship between Wan Yu and Fu Ming, she vented her anger on him. Today he did not treat Li Mei and her brother specially, so he must be rational. Perhaps they should have a serious talk. These days, her performance was indeed a little too terrible. But just as she turned her head, she saw Xie Jingxing expressionlessly standing up and walking past her as if he was a stranger. Not a single word was spoken. Shen Miao's sentence of "I have something to tell you" was stuck in her throat and could not be swallowed for a long time. When Guyu and Xianxia behind saw this, they looked at each other in dismay. Both of them knew that Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing were in a cold war these days, and if the master was not good, naturally the servants would not be happy. But just now Shen Miao obviously had the intention to reconcile, and Xie Jingxing was so cold, one feared that his young lady's heart was hurt. Xianxia and Guyu had followed Shen Miao for so many years, especially in the recent 2 years, they had a clear understanding of Shen Miao's temperament. Her self-esteem was extremely strong. With Xie Jingxing like this, even if Shen Miao had the intention to make peace, she would not take the initiative to do so. Xianxia said in a low voice, "This is bad. If this goes on, she had just married over, how would she live in the future?" Guyu also muttered, "One must think of a way." When Shen Miao returned to the room, the more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. Xie Jingxing's attitude towards a stranger was really very vexing. She had been an empress in Mingqi for many years, and other than Fu Ming and Wan Yu who wanted to curry favor with Fu Xiaoyi, she had never given in to others. She had a strong temperament, else she would not have fought with Mei Foran for so many years. With Xie Jingxing's current attitude, it made her thoughts of having a good talk with the other party fade. Both of them were inflexible, but Xie Jingxing usually disdained to fight with others, and she herself hid it well, so when they tangled with each other, it was a tragic sight to behold. Just as she was thinking, someone knocked on the door, and it was Ba Jiao who pushed the door open. Ba Jiao placed a plate of pastries on Shen Miao's table with a smile. "This is the new pastries made in the small kitchen and was specially made according to Mingqi's taste. Foreign should try and see if it is to your taste." Because of the cold war between Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing, the servants in the residence were also cautious. The people from the Mou army would naturally side with their own masters, just like Xianxia and Guyu would definitely stand on Shen Miao's side. Ba Jiao and Fennel had already left, and one did not expect that Ba Jiao would come back at this time. One feared that the drunkard had ulterior motives. Shen Miao looked at him and said, "You have something to say to me?" Ba Jiao smiled at once and scratched his head. "This servant is stupid and was seen through by Foreign before I said anything." "Foreign, this servant was found by Xianxia and Guyu to persuade you." Outside the door, Xianxia and Guyu's expressions suddenly became strange. This Ba Jiao said that she was stupid, but she usually looked very smart. She said that she was smart, but now she was pouring beans out of a bamboo tube and bringing the two of them out. They really didn't know what to say. Shen Miao laughed in spite of herself. "What do you want to persuade me about?" They all said that Foreign's temperament is very cold. After Master was injured for so many days, Foreign ran out on her own without a trace and did not come to see Master. After Master woke up, he only came to see once. Everyone felt it was unfair for Master, so these days Foreign has been cold to Foreign. One hope that Foreign will not blame. Shen Miao shook her head. "What they said is the truth. But Foreign's temperament is not cold." Ba Jiao smiled. "Foreign just does not like to say it out. Otherwise she would not bring us to wander around the forest for an entire night and must find that expert to ask for herbs for Master." "But why didn't Madam tell Master about this?" Shen Miao said blandly. "The person who saved him was not me, and at the end the medicinal herb was useless. It was a futile effort and did not have any effect, so it is not counted as merit. What is there to talk about? She also did a lot of things for Fu Xiaoyi in the inner palace. She reduced it to simplicity and helped Fu Xiaoyi win a good reputation in the world. In the end, she could not match the decree that Li Ku issued for Fu Xiaoyi. If he said it out loud, he would only be laughed at and pitted. It would be better not to say it at all." Octagon Anise frowned and said, "But those are your kind intentions. Shen Miao looked at her. Feelings? Octagon Anise nodded. Regardless of whether you managed to save Master or not, even if the herb was useless in the end, your intentions were genuine. If you hide your intentions, how will Master know? Madame wandered in the forest for a whole night, and when she insisted on moving forward, those were her kind intentions. In this servant's opinion, Madame's intentions are even more precious than those medicinal herbs. If Madame hides your intentions because the medicinal herbs are useless, wouldn't that be throwing away a watermelon and picking up a sesame seed? Shen Miao was startled. Octagon Anise said with a smile, Madame, your intentions are more useful than the medicinal herbs and can cure Master's illness. Must the intentions be said out loud in order to be known? Shen Miao looked down. If there is a heart, how can one not understand? Octagon Anise shook his head. It may be so for others, but it is different for Master. Oh? You also know that Master's life was not smooth sailing. The MOU army was built by Master, and this servant has followed Master for a long time. Master usually faces schemes every day, but those are from outsiders and enemies, so there is nothing wrong with it. But as one of us, one would hope to be more frank. Octagon Anise looked at Shen Miao seriously. Madam, you are Master's wife and the person closest to Master. If you do not even explain your intentions, Master may be aware, but he will not be sure. The more precious something is, the more demanding it is. Master values your intentions, so he would be angered. He does not doubt you but himself. He was not doubting you but doubting himself. Shen Miao suddenly jolted, as if a piece of ice in her heart had blossomed because of this simple sentence. From it, soil was born, a trickle of water was born, and a long green field was born. Master would also doubt himself, doubt that he is not good, doubt that he is not as good as others, and doubt that you are dissatisfied with him. When all these doubts are added together, it would become doubt of your intentions. Like this, do you still want to hide your intentions? Shen Miao's eyes slightly drooped and her heart started to rise and fall. Xie Jingxing was such a proud person that even in the midst of thousands of troops, he would still casually smile. He lived in the filthiest and most chaotic court strife, and at such a young age he had to carry a heavy burden that did not belong to him. His relatives, brothers, and friends, he was neither close nor distant, and no one believed in his sincerity. This made him seem like a person who did not care about anything. However, it made people forget that he had the most straightforward sincerity and the naivety of a youth. Just like how he treated Su Mingfeng, Princess Rong Xian, and even the Marquis of Linan. He was so proud that he refused to explain everything but was doing everything behind the scenes. This kind of person, in the past life or this life, would not mix together with Li Mei and Li Ku. She should not have doubted at all. Her distrust came from her lack of confidence in herself. Just like Xie Jingxing's suspicion towards her, it came from his suspicion towards himself. Shen Miao closed her eyes. Just like what Octagon Jiao said, when one was facing the most precious thing, they would always be extremely demanding. She was moved by Xie Jingxing, thus she was afraid that Xie Jingxing and Mei Foran were involved, and Xie Jingxing's concern for her made her become a thorn in the other's side. She seemed to have done something wrong, but fortunately there was still a chance to make up for it. Octagon Jiao saw the change in Shen Miao's expression and suddenly smiled. For and hope that you can coax Master well. These days Master's temperament is very cold and the MOU army would not be able to take it. Shen Miao shook her head and smiled. I know. But, Octagon Jiao hesitated for a moment before asking, Foran, you. Do you have any grudges with the siblings of the Yi family? Shen Miao was surprised for a moment. Why do you say that? Everyone in the prince's residence knew about her cold attitude towards the Yi siblings. Everyone had their own guesses, but this was the first time they met. Everyone said that Shen Miao was jealous of Yi Mei's beauty. Although it was ridiculous, they could not find any other reason. Why would the octagonal Annis ask such a question? You are too cold to that pair of brother and sister. These days, Master had sent people to investigate the background of that pair of siblings, but it seemed that nothing was amiss. So, Madam? Shen Miao's heart moved. Firstly, it was unexpected that Xie Jingxing would secretly investigate the background of Yi Mei and her brother. Secondly, the background of this pair of siblings, even Xie Jingxing could not find anything wrong with it, so they were really innocent. They do have some grudges with me, Shen Miao said, but This matter is of great importance and will not be mentioned for the time being. The octagonal Annis thoughtfully nodded his head and looked at Xianxia with a smile. It is good that Madam has thought it through. Foreign must not hide your intentions. Right now Master is muddle-headed from anger and can't see it, but that day when we accompanied Foreign to look for the strange Taoist, we all saw it clearly. Anyone with eyes can see Foreign's intentions, so there's no need to hide it. He then winked at Xianxia. Master's birthday is on the 3rd day of the next month. In previous years, there would be a banquet at the Bai Xiaolu in Longyi. This servant had secretly asked the housekeeper, and it is the same this year. If Madam wants to prepare a birthday gift, it is best to prepare it for Master in these few days. Before Xianxia could speak, the octagonal Annis threw another sentence. Master is a person that is easy to coax. If it is not possible, Madam can personally make a bowl of longevity noodles and Master's anger will be appeased. Of course, the most important thing is not to hide your intentions. Master will be even happier. He ran away like a wisp of smoke. Xianxia looked at the 2 doors that she had knocked open and was startled for a moment before laughing out loud. Her heart was much more relaxed than a few days ago. Since some things could not be avoided, then it was better to face them directly. For example, a blood feud that could not be severed. For example, unspeakable intentions. The 3rd day of the 7th month was Xie Jingxing's birthday. Everyone in Prince Rui's residence should be busy. It was said that although Xie Jingxing himself did not like it, Emperor Yonglu would hold a banquet for Xie Jingxing at the Azure Heaven restaurant every year. The more Emperor Yonglu valued Xie Jingxing, the more the courtiers respected Xie Jingxing. Of course, Xie Jingxing's performance in these 2 years was worth scrutinizing. The birthday banquet had always been a day to curry favor. Early in the morning, a steady stream of birthday gifts poured into the courtyard. Uncle Tang was busy recording these things in the book and even showed it to Xianxia. Xianxia was after all the Wangfei of the residence of Prince Rui. Even though she was in a cold war with Xie Jingxing these days, she still had to look over the accounts. Xianxia glanced at it and saw a dazzling array of names. No matter if it was a high-ranking official or a low-ranking official, all of them rushed over to curry favor. The Liu and Yi families also sent over congratulatory gifts. Xianxia sighed in her heart. It was only because Emperor Yonglu and Xie Jingxing had a close relationship that if it was in Mingqi, any official who held a birthday banquet with so many people coming over to congratulate, in the eyes of the emperor, that person would be the first to be suspicious. In the end, when it came to Long Yi, he did it with great fanfare, which made people feel a little surprised. Uncle Tang pointed out to Xianxia which gifts should be placed in the storeroom and which gifts could be used directly. At the same time he asked Xianxia, today Foreign must not forget to dress up early. Tai Yi side will send someone to fetch Foreign to Bai Xiaolu. Xianxia was puzzled. Me? Uncle Tang smiled and said, Madam is our Wangfei and His Highness's wife. Madam naturally has to attend His Highness's birthday. After hesitating for a moment, he stuttered, when a husband and wife quarrel, they quarrel at the head of the bed and reconcile at the end of the bed. His Highness looks angry, but if Madam doesn't go over today, I don't know how long she'll be sulking with me, so, understood. I will go over. Xianxia said. Uncle Tang then heaved a sigh of relief and exhorted Xianxia with a few words before leaving. After leaving, Xianxia finished looking at the account books and packed them up before preparing to return to the room. Xianxia came up with a thick face and carefully asked Xianxia, Foreign will definitely go to Bai Xiaolu tonight, right? Prince Rui's residence is being stared at by others. Now that I have just arrived at the Great Liang, there will surely be people watching the show. If I don't go, it will instead give people the chance to gossip. It is better to go directly and deal with whatever comes. Isn't it better? Xianxia nodded her head repeatedly, that's right. They want to see what our Mingqi's Wangfei looks like, so let them see it clearly. A foreign that came out of the general residence, how can anyone casually become a Wangfei? Guyu pulled Xianxia and glared at her before whispering, the more you speak, the more exaggerated it is. Xianxia's lips twitched and seeing that Xianxia had already walked into the room, she whispered to Guyu's ears, Foreign is still feeling awkward and finds so many reasons. If one wants to give in to son-in-law then just say it first, no one would laugh at it. He then sighed with emotion, Foreign is finally willing to admit defeat. Son-in-law is truly capable. Guyu said, speak less of it. When Shin Miao returned to the room, Xianxia and Guyu also followed in. Guyu asked, does Foreign want to pick what to wear tonight? This servant also wants to think about what kind of hair to comb. Shin Miao said, those will be done later. Help me grind the ink. Xianxia and Guyu looked at each other in dismay. Both of them did not know why Shin Miao was interested in writing at this moment. Speaking of which, Shin Miao was not a person who loved to write and draw, but they would naturally follow their mistress' intention. Shin Miao spread out the letter and Guyu and Xianxia then understood that it was to write a letter. Shin Miao asked Guyu, older Biao sister should be back soon. Guyu said, Gentleman Gao had sent someone to pass the message and would definitely be able to make it in time for Bai Xiaolu's birthday celebration tonight. Luo Tan and Gao Yang had disappeared for the past few days. Luo Tan had a fiery temper, and Gao Yang had lied to her before. It would take a while for Luo Tan to calm down, so Gao Yang simply abducted her. Shin Miao was also relieved as she knew that Gao Yang's character would not do anything bad to Luo Tan, and on the contrary Gao Yang was much more dangerous. Today was Xie Jingxing's birthday, and as Xie Jingxing's left and right arm and also Xie Jingxing's friend, naturally he would rush over. Shin Miao pondered for a moment before picking up the brush to write a letter. She was somewhat hesitant in writing, and after writing 2 or 3 sentences, she seemed to feel that it was not good and quickly crumpled the letter into a ball before throwing it into the wastepaper basket. She started to write again, and after writing for a while, she threw it away like before. At the end, one did not know how many pieces of paper were wasted before she kept the brush. After putting the letter into an envelope, she handed it over to Xianxia. Later when you see Tai Yi, pass this to him and let him pass it to Xie Jingxing during the birthday banquet. Xianxia's eyes widened as she did not think that it was for Xie Jingxing. She thought that Shin Miao was writing a letter to Xianxia and wife, and was feeling strange that the letter was already written 2 days ago, so why was it being written again? Shin Miao said, Guyu, go out for me. She then casually pulled a piece of paper and wrote a few strokes before handing it to Guyu, help me buy these few things. Guyu quickly said yes. Both of them left in a hurry. Shin Miao sat in the room but gave a sigh of relief. She rarely gave in to someone. Especially in this lifetime, the pride in her bones did not allow her to lower her head to others, but this time it was considered that she was in the wrong. Moreover, Xie Jingxing was also a proud person, and between the two of them, one must lower their head first. Shin Miao thought that since Xie Jingxing did not know anything, there was no need for him to lower his head. After receiving so many congratulatory gifts at the birthday banquet, she had to show something. However, Prince Rui's residence was not lacking in gold, silver, and jewels. Her handmade needlework was not considered exquisite. After thinking about it, there were only some simple things. Hopefully, what Octagonal Anise said was true. Xie Jingxing looked picky on the surface but was actually easy to coax. However, what she was most concerned about was that among the guests of the Azure Heaven restaurant, the Yi family had come, so the Yi siblings were also one of them. Whenever the Yi siblings were present, she would always follow closely behind to prevent the two from playing any tricks. It was even more impossible to allow Xie Jingxing to have any interaction with the two when she was not present. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already evening. The people that Tai Yi sent had already started to come over to pick them up. Xianxia inserted the last hairpin for Shin Miao and smiled, it is done. Foreign will definitely be able to beat everyone today. I'm not a contestant. What's the use? Shin Miao laughed in spite of herself and looked at the mirror. She then pulled out that pearl hairpin and replaced it with a purplish-red jade begonia. Xianxia blinked her eyes, this match is better than that hairpin just now. The image of the first time Xie Jingxing gave her this jade begonia floated in front of Shin Miao's eyes. At that time they were suspicious and wary of each other and were full of suspicion towards each other. At that time Shin Miao was still not clear of Xie Jingxing's background and only felt that he was not the same as the mischievous youth in the rumors of her previous lifetime. Most likely there were too many coincidences and inconceivable wonderful things in life. Now she and Xie Jingxing were husband and wife and came to the Great Liang together. This was something that she would not have thought of at that time. Wearing this jade begonia, perhaps Xie Jingxing's anger would be appeased. It would also make him think that since they had come this step from strangers to husband and wife, there was no need for any other unnecessary suspicions or jealousy. Xin Miao stood up and there was a slight smile on her face. Ba Jiao and the rest are still waiting outside. Let's go. The few of them went out together and indeed saw that the horse carriage was already prepared at the door with Ba Jiao and Xianxia guarding outside. Xianxia asked curiously, "Is His Highness not going with foreign?" Xianxia replied somewhat awkwardly, "His Highness had already gone first and let this subordinate come over to pick up foreign." This made others feel that something was wrong. The prince of first rank and Wang Fei did not go out together but one after the other. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that there must be something wrong with this. Xianxia and Guyu were somewhat indignant for Xin Miao, but Xin Miao said lightly, "All right, let's set off." She knew what kind of character Xie Jingxing had. He was a proud person deep in his bones, but sometimes he was as stubborn as a naughty child. She would not fuss over these matters, but when she thought of her apology tonight, she felt a sense of unease. Bai Xiaolu was the largest and most expensive restaurant in Longyi. Not to mention the common people, even those high-ranking officials would have a lot of face if they wanted to hold a banquet here. Thus to hold a birthday banquet here, it was not just one or two tables but almost the entire restaurant. That was considered to be boundless. The more glorious it was, the more expensive it was. The residents of Prince Rui had held banquets here every year for the past 3 years, which was enough to see that the residence was overflowing with wealth. On the main seat, a young man was sitting diagonally as he carelessly listened to everyone's compliments. The purple gold robe almost covered the entire seat. Looking from afar, it was like the flowing night sky, with a kind of gorgeous charm. There were many people toasting and one would naturally be slightly tipsy. However, that pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, as if he was slightly drunk but was incomparably clear, making one unable to tell if he was drunk or sober. There were also females among the guests, and when they looked at that young man, they could not help but cast gazes of admiration. This Prince Rui was young and was incomparably handsome. He was full of elegance but had a bit of evil charm, which was the type that females were most infatuated with. In addition to his noble status and wealth, he was the type that one would want to rush to his side no matter what. It was a pity that he had already married a wife at such a young age, and she was even a legitimate princess. But, although there was a princess, the position of concubine was still empty. Even if she could not become a side consort, becoming a concubine was something that everyone would fight over. Lu Wanner sat beside Lu Foreign and her gaze involuntarily went to Xie Jingxing's side. 2 years ago when she saw Xie Jingxing for the first time, she had already fallen in love with him. At this time, all the males were vulgar and only this person could make her fall in love with him. Unfortunately, the position that she should have stood beside him was occupied by that stupid woman, Xin Miao. Thinking of this, Lu Wanner was unable to restrain her anger and wished that she could tear Xin Miao into pieces. She had the intention to go over and say a few words to Xie Jingxing, but right now there were those officials who were fawning over Xie Jingxing. She was after all an official's young lady, and even if she was more daring, it was impossible for her to fawn over him in front of so many people. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. In the blink of an eye, she saw Yimei talking to Yi Ku, and Lu Wanner's face darkened. As a female, one would always be the most sensitive to the appearance of other females. Lu Wanner thought that she was pampered and spoiled, eating and wearing the best clothes, so when she looked at the females beside her, she would always look down on them. In the entire Longyi, she thought that she was not much different from a princess and did not even put the Yi family, which was as famous as the Lu family, in her eyes. This was because the Yi family did not have many descendants and did not have any young ladies. But now she heard that the Yi family had recognized a son and a daughter who were wandering outside. Originally Lu Wanner had the mentality of watching a show and wanted to take a look, but after seeing what Yimei looked like, she was not happy at all. Yimei was too beautiful. Not to mention her beauty, she also had a special charm that attracted people to look at her all the time. It could be said that she was charming, but it was more naive than charming. It could be said that she was naive, but there was a mature charm to her. Most importantly, Yimei was very smart. For example, the two of them had just acknowledged their ancestors and met many madams for the first time. However, they were already able to chat happily with those madams. A beautiful, intelligent woman who knew when to advance and retreat was now crowned with the title of the Yi family's daughter. Seeing how Madame Yi doted on her even though she felt guilty, Lu Wanner felt that she was in a much better position than Madame Yi in terms of status and influence. This made Lu Wanner feel a strong sense of crisis. She heard that this Yimei saved Prince Rui's life, so she naturally had a closer relationship with Prince Rui's residence. Lu Wanner gritted her teeth in hatred. All along, Lu Wanner saw Xianxia as her. Even with Shen Miao, Lu Wanner had never given up on this idea. A foreign official's daughter with no relatives or connections in Longyi, with the Lu family's ability, it would not be difficult to find an opportunity to make her disappear in the future. Thus, Lu Wanner had never put Shen Miao in her eyes. However, Yimei was different. One must know that the relationship between the Yi family and the Lu family had always been subtle. They could not be considered friends, but they were not enemies either. If the Yi family wanted to form a marriage alliance with Prince Rui's residence, Lu Wanner quivered and bit her lips tightly, not saying a word. While she was deep in thought, Madame Yi said in astonishment, "Speaking of which, I have never seen Princess Xu before. Why didn't the princess come today?" All the madams started whispering to each other again. Actually, they weren't blind. Since Shen Miao wasn't here, they had already seen it. The only reason why they didn't mention it was because no one wanted to. Now that Madame Yi had brought it up, they naturally started discussing it. Madame Yi said again, "Could it be that she is sick? A few days ago, when I went to pick up Mei and Ke, I saw that the princess looked a little haggard. Come to think of it, the prince was sick." As his wife, she was naturally worried. It seems that her health was not good at that time and even the prince did not take care of her. His words caused an uproar. In Madame Yi's words, she secretly mentioned that she had been to the prince's residence before. The prince's residence and the Yi family had a close relationship because of the Yi siblings. He then ruthlessly belittled Shen Miao. When Prince Rui's life was hanging by a thread, Shen Miao did not even take care of him. Even if he was really sick, he was too heartless. On the other side, Xianxia was drinking a cup of wine offered by his colleague. It was unknown if he had heard Madame Yi's words, but the corners of his mouth were curled up into a faint smile. He did not even look over. Someone said, "Could it be that the couple quarreled?" How could this be? Lu Foran smiled amiably. Didn't Qin Wangfei personally say that Rui Qin Wangfu would not accept any more people? It could be seen that the relationship between the two of them was very good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said such words. Since their relationship was so good, they definitely wouldn't quarrel. Don't think too much about it. Until now, Lu Foran was still brooding over the words that Shen Miao said in front of Lu Wanner. The more she said it, the more Shen Miao slapped her own face. Saying it like that, wasn't it just separating from her husband? Thus, people should not be so arrogant. When Lu Wanner heard this, her mood from being disturbed by Yimei became slightly better. Even though she was not happy with Yimei, but if Shen Miao and Xianxia were not good, she would be happy to see it happen. Yimei looked at Yi Foran slightly and said, "The prince's residence will not accept people?" Madame Yi shook her head and whispered, "Qin Wangfei said it herself." Luo Tan really had a stomach full of anger when she heard it. She had rushed back in a travel-worn state and did not expect to not see Shen Miao. She did not know any of the madams and ladies here and could not rashly say anything to cause trouble for Shen Miao. Now that these people were going overboard, she could not bear it anymore. Could it be that she is not coming? A madam asked. Just as Luo Tan was about to refute, she heard a gentle and smiling voice from the door. "Sorry everyone, I am late." Everyone subconsciously looked towards the door. A young lady brushed aside the bead curtain and walked in with a smile. She was young and looked very delicate. Her eyebrows were like crescent moons and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. Her lips were slightly hooked. She was wearing a purple sunset lily dress with dark patterns, a lilac-embroidered robe, a cloud bun and dark purple gourd earrings. She was not dressed extravagantly and could even be considered simple. However, it seemed that with her arrival, the luxurious long hall became brighter. The somewhat dignified purple not only did not go overboard, it contrasted with her snow-white skin and picturesque eyebrows. When she walked over step by step, the hem of her dress swayed and her beauty was compelling. That was a beauty that was completely different from Li Mei. Beauty was in the bones and not in the skin. Li Mei was beautiful, but this lady's beauty was like the spring stream, the summer thin ice, the autumn crescent moon and the winter snow. Beauty was in her bearing and expression. It was as if 1 point more was more and 1 point less was less. It made people unable to take their eyes off her, but at the same time, they felt a biting cold. They did not dare to daydream and could only look up. Xianxia slightly raised her chin and walked to the seat below the main seat and sat in the middle of the female side. Her expression was graceful. This room full of madams and ladies, as well as high-ranking officials and nobles, paled in comparison to her. She took the wine that Luo Tan handed over and smiled. Late, punish yourself with a cup. Elegantly drank it clean. Neither servile nor overbearing. Impartial. There was heroism but elegance. Among the people that came, there was Xianxia following behind. Admittedly it was to curry favor, but Xianxia's actions made others have a good impression and immediately raised their cups and smiled. Wang Fei has a good bearing. Let us toast together. Luo Tan blinked her eyes and felt that Xianxia was exceptionally good-looking today and her bearing was exceptionally different. No matter what, she was proud of it and felt that there was light on her face and she could not help but straighten her back. Xianxia gently smiled and swept her eyes across everyone present, but she remembered that Xianxia and Guyu had been busy for most of the afternoon for her. She had to use the identity of Prince Rui's consort to get to know everyone in the Longyi royal court, and more importantly, Mei Foran was present. She did not allow herself to have any trace of defeat in front of Mei Foran. This was the dignity that she had brought along with her, a pair of children. No matter how badly she lost in her previous life, this life would not be the same as her previous life. She would not give in even the slightest bit. Li Mei also looked at Xianxia in a daze and there was surprise in her eyes. Xianxia faintly smiled at her, but her heart was as cold as ice. This pair of brother and sister actually dared to appear in front of her so openly, over and over again. Did they really think that with the Yi family, they would have nothing to fear? Luo Tan pulled Xianxia slightly and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Biao, youngest sister, did you quarrel with brother-in-law? Why does it look like something is not right? Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia. He was listening to a bureaucrat's toast in front of him and was listening indifferently. His eyes did not even look over at this side, it was really full of indifference. Xianxia was slightly sad. She did not know if Tai had given him that letter. If it was given to him, it would still be like this. Tonight. Xianxia was also not sure if she could explain it. Just as he was thinking, he heard an official say, since everyone is here, let us congratulate His Highness the Prince's birthday together. Everyone raised their cups and congratulated. Xianxing's lips curled as he drank his cup. One of the madams said, speaking of which, Madame Yi has just found Miss Yi and young Master Yi. Miss Yi is so beautiful. She must be talented and has a good relationship with Prince Rui's residence. Why don't you accept Jing? Why don't you show your skills to His Highness the Prince? These words were somewhat belittling. A young lady from a wealthy family performing in front of everyone. If it was not a proper competition, it would seem frivolous. What's more, Yi Mei was raised by a merchant's family. Who would know about her talents? This foreign was obviously here to nitpick. The Yi family had many political enemies in Longyi. Yi Ku was unhappy and Yi Foreign was about to return the compliment when she heard Yi Mei say with a smile, it is not impossible, but I am afraid of spoiling everyone's mood and dare not make a fool of myself. The foreign who made the suggestion could not wait for her to make a fool of herself and immediately laughed. How can that be? Thinking about it, it should not be. Isn't that right, Your Highness the Prince? Xianxing raised his eyebrows and swept a glance over. His lips curled up and he said with a smile that was not a smile, dance. His tone was somewhat casual, as if he was instructing a dancer to entertain others. Yi Mei's eyes flashed and she stood up. She first bowed to Xianxia and said, since everyone is in such a good mood today, I do not know if I have broken the rules by coming to Longyi. I am not very sensible, but I am willing to make a fool of myself to make everyone happy. After all, I am in the mood to play around. Her words were well-behaved and seemed to be thinking for others. There was some naivety, but there was some charm and provocation. But Xianxia saw the provocation in Yi Mei's eyes. I have learned a type of water-sleeve dance from my adoptive mother in Qinzhou. Today I will dance it for everyone to see. she said. Xin Miao lowered her head slightly and a sneer flashed across her lips. Yi Mei quickly changed her clothes and came out. She was born with a somewhat charming appearance, but she was wearing a snow-white long dress, and a wide belt wrapped around her waist, making her extremely slender. To think that she was dressed in filial piety, she was indeed complimented by this snow-white dress, which made her look even more beautiful and graceful. Rice paper, brush, and ink were placed on the 4 neatly arranged screens. The maidservant who played the zither was also present. When the first note began, Yi Mei shook her long sleeves and began to dance. Xin Miao's nails almost dug into her palms. The ink-wash dance was Yi Mei's best dance. Yi Mei was proficient in the 4 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, and painting. In the imperial harem, being the only pet naturally had its charm. The ink-water dance was just one of them. When dancing, the sleeves would be dipped in ink and painted on the Xian paper. After the dance, the painting would be completed. It was elegant and unique. The beauty was beautiful and picturesque. But this water-sleeve dance was the blood of Xin Miao's heart, a thorn in her eyes, and every time she saw it, the pain was unbearable. In the beginning, when the Xiongnu came to request for a marriage, Fu Xiui wanted to marry Wan Yu over. Xin Miao used both carrot and stick and even used the Xin family to threaten, but Fu Xiuyi's heart was like a boulder and was unmoved. Wan Yu thought for a long time and came up with an idea. She learned a song and personally played it for Fu Xiui. That song was something that Wan Yu searched for a long time and was changed by Xin Miao again and again. What Wan Yu wanted to say was all in the song. She only hoped that Fu Xiui would remember the father-daughter relationship and not be so ruthless in his actions, and give Wan Yu a way out and dispel this idea. But on that day, Xin Miao invited Fu Xiui to Kuan Palace and let Wan Yu play it for Fu Xiui. Just after she finished playing, she saw a trace of emotion in Fu Xiuyi's eyes and Mei Foran came uninvited. She smiled as if there was no one else present. So your majesty is here. This official's concubine learned a new dance today and wanted to dance it for your majesty to watch. Since her ladyship is also here, then let us watch it together. She danced charmingly and he watched with deep affection, but he completely forgot about Wan Yu and Xin Miao who were still waiting. Xin Miao would always remember the disappointment in Wan Yu's eyes. Just a young female of 10 years of age, the vitality in her eyes slowly faded and almost returned to calmness. On the second day, Wan Yu came to kowtow to her and said, Empress Mother, do not waste your thoughts for this son. This son is willing to have a marriage. How could anyone be willing to have a marriage? It was just that Wan Yu had seen Fu Xiuyi's ruthlessness and Mei Foran's methods earlier than her. Perhaps Wan Yu felt that even if she rushed to the future without knowing the future, it would be more comfortable than staying in the palace and being stabbed in the dark. Finally, Wan Yu was free. But Xin Miao would never be able to let it go. The snow-white long sleeves fluttered in front of her, but Xin Miao felt that the long sleeves were not stained with ink. Every drop was the blood of Wan Yu's heart. It was also a thorn in her eyes, a nail in her bones. Li Mei's waist was soft and her movements were charming. Her pair of bright eyes seemed to be looking at someone else, but at the same time, it seemed like she wasn't looking at anyone else. She was like a butterfly, tickling people's hearts. Thinking that the butterfly was going to stay in his hand, he didn't guard against it, only to see the colorful butterfly flapping its wings and flying away. The female guests could not take their eyes off, not to mention the males. Men always liked good-looking things. His eyes were almost glued to Li Mei's body. Yi Foran and Yi Maokai also gradually revealed a proud expression. To be able to give birth to such a daughter with both looks and skills that made all the males in the great Liang flock to her like ducks, that was also a kind of ability, and not everyone had this ability. Lu Wanner was filled with jealousy and hatred as she gritted her teeth in anger. Xin Miao however looked coldly at Li Mei who was dancing and her thoughts were drifting back to the previous lifetime. The first time she saw Mei Foran was when she returned to the Ding capital from the Qin country. She only heard that there was an additional imperial concubine in the palace, but everyone respectfully addressed her as Mei Foran and did not mention the title of imperial concubine. This was somewhat unusual. Hearing that Fu Xiui doted on this Mei Foran, even though Xin Miao's heart was sour, she did not think much of it. Thinking that with Fu Xiuyi's cold temperament, no matter how much he doted on a person, it would not be too much. After that she went to the imperial study to look for Fu Xiuyi and wanted to talk to Fu Xiuyi about a serious matter, but saw Mei Foran throwing Fu Xiuyi's paperweight in the imperial study. On the day she returned to the palace, Mei Foran claimed that she was ill and did not come, so this was the first time she saw her. Shen Miao saw that female was so beautiful that every frown and smile was like a painting, but she was arrogant and barbaric and actually threw a tantrum in the imperial study. Shen Miao thought that Fu Xiuyi would get angry, and Fu Xiuyi indeed showed an angry look, but that Mei Foran actually turned around and left. At that time Shen Miao thought that such a strong female actually dared to talk to Fu Xiuyi like that. With this kind of temperament, how long could she live in the inner palace? At that time she was busy asking about Wan Yu and Fu Ming's situation and did not pay much attention. She only felt that female was an extremely beautiful and extremely arrogant person. But even if Fu Xiuyi was angered to this state, on the morning of the second day, Shen Miao saw Fu Xiuyi accompanying Mei Foran for a stroll in the imperial garden, and his words were filled with pampering which made one stunned. She had never seen Fu Xiuyi like this before, and Fu Xiuyi was not a person with a good temper. Fu Xiuyi's gentleness was only in front of his virtuous talents. Towards women, he had never been patient. But Mei Foran had angered him yesterday, and on the second day, she was able to make Fu Xiuyi smile. It was at that time that Shen Miao suddenly realized that this woman was not only beautiful and arrogant, she was extremely dangerous because she could play with one's heart in the palm of her hands. No matter if it was towards a man or not, in short, she had successfully captured Fu Xiuyi's heart. Sure enough, as the days of Shen Miao's return to the palace grew longer, she gradually discovered that this Mei Foran was somewhat scary. She looked arrogant and rude. She did not restrain her temper, but she just happened to maintain her rudeness at a safe level. Fu Xiuyi only felt that her true temperament was hard to tame and became more and more fascinated. And when facing Shen Miao, Mei Foran was rude, ridiculing and tit for tat. Because of her relationship with Fu Xing, she had repeatedly provoked the relationship between Fu Ming and Fu Xiuyi. Unfortunately, Fu Xiuyi's heart had always been biased. What was the true face of Mei Foran? Shen Miao looked at the charming woman in front of her. In this life, she had become the daughter of the Yi family. She was cautious, clever, and knew when to advance and retreat. She no longer showed her arrogant side. But, was this really her true face? After dealing with Mei Foran for a lifetime, Shen Miao knew how terrifying she was. She was a sly female like a fox. Whatever she wanted, she would never fight for it directly. She would go around and around, with 9 twists and 18 turns, and at the end she would still show off her cleverness and even put the blame on the person that she harmed. What was she trying to do with her actions today? Did she want Xianxia to be like Fu Xiuyi, fascinated by her at first sight and fall in love with her the second time? Shen Miao sneered in her heart but could not help but look towards Xianxia's direction. With this look, she met with Xianxia's gaze. Xianxia's gaze was on Shen Miao, and most likely he did not expect that Shen Miao would suddenly look at him. He paused for a moment before turning his head away and continued to look outside as if nothing had happened, as if he was hiding something. But he did not see the person who was dancing enthusiastically in the middle. Shen Miao was surprised for a moment, and an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. She had 120% hatred towards Mei Foran and naturally had a hidden sense of inferiority towards herself. In terms of appearance and style, she admitted that she was not as good as Mei Foran, thus the previous Fu Xiuyi did not hesitate to sacrifice her. And Xianxia was several thousands of times better than Fu Xiuyi. If Li Mei also took a fancy to Xianxia, Shen Miao thought that it would be a disaster. But Xianxia's gaze was on her and did not look at Li Mei. How was this different from Fu Xiuyi? If it was Fu Xiuyi, as long as Shen Miao and Mei Foran appeared together, he would not even look at Shen Miao. People were indeed different from each other, just like how she and Li Mei were different. Xianxia and Fu Xiuyi were also different. As she was thinking like this, she did not even know when Li Mei had finished dancing. She only heard the warm applause in the hall and then raised her head. She saw Li Mei standing there with a slight smile. Her forehead had some beads of sweat and her cheeks were pink, making her even more moving and beautiful. And behind her, the ink painting was completed. There was a Qilin stepping on the clouds, and it was a picture of a birthday wish. The painting was lifelike and it was done with great effort. Yi young lady is indeed talented and skilled. A Darren from the scholar residence said, "The painting is lifelike and is a top-grade masterpiece. The young ladies in my scholar residence do not have this ability. The dance is also not bad." A foreign quickly followed. "Yi foreign is really blessed. This Yi young lady is like you. Not only is she beautiful, she is also talented. Look at our Long Yi, he dances so well and paints so well. He's really one of the best." Madame Yi accepted it with a smile, but Lu Wanner twisted her handkerchief in jealousy. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Another person said, "I wonder what your highness thinks of this painting." Everyone looked towards Xie Jingxing. Yi Mei also looked towards Xie Jingxing's side, but she saw Xie Jingxing holding a wine cup and looking out the window. She did not know what he was thinking as he was lost in thought and did not listen to the discussion at this end. "Your highness?" Gao Yang reminded him. Xie Jingxing regained his senses and asked, "What is it?" "Let me ask you, what do you think of Miss Xie's birthday painting?" Gao Yang asked. Everyone was a little embarrassed. Yi Mei was doing her best to show off her talent and even drew a painting, but Prince Rui was simply distracted and didn't pay attention at all. This was undoubtedly too disrespectful to Yi Mei. When Xie Jingxing heard this, he swept a glance at the picture and slightly hooked his lips. Not bad. His perfunctory attitude could be seen even from 3 floors away. Yi Mei's smile was a little stiff, but when Shen Miao saw it, a trace of a smile flashed in her eyes. For someone like Xie Jingxing, how could he be distracted in such an occasion? Such a focused person must have done it on purpose. Even though she did not know why he wanted to deliberately embarrass Yi Mei, Shen Miao was slightly happy because of his action. Yi Mei caught this hint of her smile. Yi Mei stared at her and suddenly laughed softly. "Speaking of which, when I was living in Prince Rui's residence, I heard that Wang Fei was also talented." Suddenly she changed the topic to Shen Miao. "One only heard that Wang Fei's archery skills are excellent and never heard of anything else. Since today is Prince of First Rank's birthday, why not Wang Fei join in the fun and let us broaden our horizons? My daughter has admired Wang Fei for a long time," she said somewhat uncomfortably. Anyone who saw it would think that Yi Mei had heard of Shen Miao's rumors and worshipped her, wanting to witness it with her own eyes. But Shen Miao was a daughter of a military family. It was one thing to be good at archery, but no one had seen her dance before. If she did it, perhaps she would make a fool of herself, but if she did not respond, it would prove her reputation as a boorish person. Everyone looked at Shen Miao. Shen Miao gently smiled. "I am the Wang Fei of Prince Rui's residence. How can I be like a courtesan, playing and singing and allowing others to watch?" In an instant, the hall was silent, and Yi Mei's face turned red. Originally, singing and dancing in front of the ministers was a loss of face, but because Yi Mei was the daughter of the Yi family and was born beautiful and talented, everyone ignored this point. But for Shen Miao to say it out loud, it was very subtle. Yi Foreign's and Yi Maokai's faces were ugly. Yi Foreign wanted to speak, but once she opened her mouth, would it not be going along with Shen Miao's words and saying that Yi Mei was a courtesan? Lu Foreign and Lu Wanner were somewhat rejoicing in others' misfortune. They were most happy to see Shen Miao and Yi Mei quarreling. Xie Jingxing looked at everything with a smile and did not seem to feel that there was anything wrong with these words. He did not intend to mediate and just watched with folded arms. Luo Tan felt that Shen Miao seemed to be targeting Yi Mei, but there was a vague pleasure in her heart. It was originally Xie Jingxing's birthday, but this Yi Mei danced here and overtook the host. Moreover, she took the initiative to ask Shen Miao to sing and dance, so why would she ask others to do the same? Ji Foreign looked at Shen Miao and her heart was anxious. Xie Jingxing's birthday was a banquet for all the officials, and Shen Miao made the atmosphere so stiff that others would only blame the residents of Prince Rui for not following the rules and damaging the reputation of the entire residents of Prince Rui. They would also say that Shen Miao was jealous and haggled over every ounce with a daughter of the Yi family. Yi Mei hesitantly stood in the same place. She slightly frowned, which made people feel pity. A good beauty was forced into such a situation, which made people feel very unbearable. Some of the men in the hall felt that it was unfair, but they also thought that they were righteous. They wanted to be a hero to save the beauty and speak up for Yi Mei. Shen Miao swept her eyes across everyone in the hall and took in everyone's expression. Yi Mei had this kind of ability, she never needed to say what she wanted. She frowned and sighed, urging the people around her to sacrifice their lives for her. Today, she rejected Yi Mei. She was afraid that the entire Long Yi would stand on Yi Mei's side the next day. How could he let Yi Mei get what she wanted? She stood up and smiled under everyone's astonished gaze. However, Miss Ye's kindness is hard to refuse, so I'll reluctantly accept it. It just so happens that I learned a song a few days ago, so I'll play it for Miss Yi. How could it be played for Miss Yi? Madame Lu said with a smile, shouldn't it be to congratulate His Highness on his birthday? This song is very sad. Xin Miao said lightly, it does not seem like a celebratory tune and is not suitable to welcome one's birthday. It is just that I felt that it was good a few days ago, so I learned it. Since Miss Yi admires me, naturally good things should be shared with one, right? She looked at Yi Mei with a smile. Yi Mei also smiled softly, naturally. These two people exchanged words back and forth, as if there was an invisible knife and sword shadow. Yi Mei was charming and Xin Miao was dignified. Each had their own beauty, and for a moment one could not differentiate the primary and secondary. Xin Miao held up her sleeves and walked to the middle as Yi Mei withdrew. Xianxia quickly found a chair for Xin Miao. Xin Miao looked up and asked, bring the zither over. Guyu only came out after a long time and said, Bai Xiaolu only has a jiawei qin, foreign. The jiawei qin had a special sound and Guyu was very clear that after following Xin Miao for so many years, when would she see Xin Miao play the qin? On one hand, she was secretly hating this young lady of the Yi family for not having good intentions and wanting Xin Miao to do such an elegant thing. At the same time, she was making things difficult for Xin Miao, hitting one's face at one's own to impress others. Especially in this foreign land, no one would be courteous to Xin Miao on account of the Xin family's face. Most of the people here had ulterior motives and could not wait to throw stones at someone who was down. Especially with Yi Mei's unique ink dance in front of her, Xin Miao would pale in comparison no matter what she did. No problem. Just take it. Xin Miao said. When the surrounding Furins and young ladies heard this, they started whispering. Didn't one say that one is naturally rough, to actually want to play the qin? Should be wanting to compete with the young lady of the Yi family. Really competitive. AI, it is a pity for the residents of Prince Rui. One fear that they will lose face today. The people of Mingqi are really not able to be seen in public. Do not even know how much weight they have. Their voices were very soft but they could not hide the ridicule in their eyes. Luo Tan was full of confidence. Even though she had not heard Xin Miao play the qin before, she inexplicably felt that Xin Miao was omnipotent. Since she could say it, she would definitely be able to do it. Ji Yushu however whispered to Gao Yang, sister-in-law really know how to play the qin? In the beginning when the Fengxian pawnshop investigated, there was not even a teacher. Who could play the qin for her? Self-taught? That is too powerful. Gao Yang shrugged his shoulders, I also do not know. Let's wait and see. Pei Lang was also one of the guests at the banquet. Guang Wentang did not teach the zither but Xin Miao did not choose to learn the zither. Pei Lang had heard the teachers there complain that Xin Miao could not even differentiate the zither strings. Now seeing Xin Miao gladly accepting it, it was hard to hide the surprise in his heart. He could not help but look at Xie Jingxing, thinking that Xin Miao was so competitive because of Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing slightly frowned, the hand that was holding the wine cup slightly tightened. Xin Miao burned incense and washed her hands before lightly saying, this song is called Song of Blood. It was written by a young princess who was forced to go to the enemy country for a marriage alliance and was forced to condescend herself to marry the enemy country's leader who was over 50 years of age. She was uneasy about the future but was helpless and hoped to change her imperial father's mind. This song was composed by her heart filled with grief and despair. Her voice was light, like the vague moonlight, but after Mei Foran's passionate dance, it made one quickly calm down, as if with her words, one had entered the story. She plucked at the strings. The sound of the scorched tail zither was thick and heavy. It was not as clear and melodious as ordinary zither sounds. It was hard to move one's heart when plucked, but she played it bit by bit, playing it for a long time. It was clearly an inexplicable zither sound, but it was heart-stirring. After the first sound of the plucking, the hall became quiet. She opened her mouth slowly and sang slowly. The vast Yangtze River flows from the west, the water's surface, the clouds mountains, and the pavilions on the mountains. The mountains and rivers connect, the pavilions face each other, the arrangement of heaven and earth. Walking in the moon, walking in the stars, eating the autumn in the lonely home, worries on the pillow, worries on the horse, rest after death. Her voice was usually gentle and as clear as water, but at this moment there was a sense of pain, making one's eyes turn red and their hearts sour. Along with her singing, along with her zither sound, it was as if a young princess appeared in front of one's eyes. She was born cute but was forced to wear a phoenix coronet and a red robe, bitterly sitting in a corner of the palace. That palace was towering, serene and heavy. At the age of innocence, one had to welcome a not easy fate. She boarded the carriage and bade farewell to her mother. The emperor was heartless. She sacrificed her daughter for the great cause and became a royal princess. However, she was faced with a marriage that she could not decide. It was a long journey away from the capital. She lifted the curtain in loneliness. She looked at the eagles flying by, the fish swimming in the water, the wind, the rain, and the clouds. Everything was freer than her. In the near distance, the moon and flowers fly in the blink of an eye. Holding the farewell cup in her hand, her eyes were filled with tears of parting. I just told them to take care of themselves, but the people of the evil sect can't bear to let you go. Xianxia's tears slowly flowed down. She was born delicate and dignified, with skin as white as jade. Under the light of the lamp, her bare hands were playing with tears. Her expression was clearly cold, but it seemed to be filled with endless suffering. Words could not be spoken, nor could words be sung. Her clear eyes were black and white, clear and limitless. However, it made her look even more like a flower in the rain, trembling and making people want to protect her. Her singing made everyone in the hall speechless. Their eyes reddened and their hearts felt stifled. They no longer had the joy they had when Li Mei was dancing. But suddenly the strings turned, the notes became rapid, and her words sharpened. Corrupt the country's monarch, treacherous officials monopolizing power, open the river to become the root cause of the disaster, the bureaucracy's laws are excessive, the criminal law is heavy, the people are resentful. Cannibalism? What about seeing? Thieves become officials become thieves, fooling around with the wise. How pitiful. It would be better to see this building collapse with my own eyes, turning it into rubble. Rise and fall for 50 years, and look at the ruined monument with cold eyes. Her eyes were cold and fierce, and her voice was filled with tears of blood. It was as if she was weeping and complaining, as if she was talking about the past. Then, the killing intent in his eyes was concealed. His heart was filled with resentment, but he had yet to make up his mind. Strand by strand, they all flew towards the seated Yi Mei siblings. In the end, Wan Yu did not play the entire song for Fu Xiuyi to hear, and the rest of the song was completed by Shen Miao. In the cold palace, she took the broken zither and played it for him to hear. The first half was Wan Yu's plea, and the second half was her accusation. In the night, there was no end to the noise, but those people could not hear it. Now, here you are, listen. Listen carefully. Does this tune sound even a little familiar? Was there a trace of fear? Xie Jingxing put down the cup and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Yi Mei felt a little cold. What did the lyrics have to do with her? But why did it seem to be directed at her? Why did she feel uneasy in her heart? When the song was finished, the faint zither sound stopped and Shen Miao suddenly stopped and raised her eyes. The hall was silent for a long time. Who dared to say that Princess Rui was nameless and did not know how to play the zither or chess? Being able to play and sing to silence the entire hall was also a skill. But why did it make one's heart sink? It was as if they had heard a sad story. No matter how hard they tried, they could not be happy. Shen Miao opened her mouth warmly and said, "This song is not considered joyous and should not be played on a birthday, but since young Lady Yi wanted to hear it, one specially played it for young Lady Yi." She looked at Yi Mei. Is young Lady Yi satisfied? Everyone's gazes fell on Yi Mei. Yi Mei was restless. These words were as if she was forcing Shen Miao to play the qin to embarrass herself, but she had to admit that Shen Miao was not rough. Playing the zither was not difficult, but it was difficult to move people's hearts. Her zither had already moved everyone in the hall, and if one were to go against one's conscience and say that it was not good, it would be disadvantageous. Princess is indeed as rumored to have unparalleled talent. Yi Mei smiled. This song of blood is really admirable. But She was somewhat puzzled. Why is the first and second half of this Song of Blood so different? The second half of the song seems to have changed. The second half was intense, resentful and desperate, like the last cry of a trapped beast, making one tremble. Xianxia moved her fingers. The front and the back were naturally different. The front was Wan Yu's sorrowful words to move Fu Xiaoyi, but the back was her painful loss of her daughter, and after being banished to the cold palace, she complained about this pair of poisonous man and woman. Xianxia smiled. The first half was about the feelings of the little princess who was forced to marry off. The second half was about the despair and indignation of the birth mother of the little princess, the Empress, who lost her daughter. I see. Everyone was enlightened. Someone else asked, this song is really touching. Where did the princess consort hear this story from? It really makes one sigh. It was just sung by a passing storyteller. Xianxia smiled. I just felt that this story was too heavy, so I wrote it down. Oh? A young lady could not help but ask, since it is a story, what was the ending of the story? What was the ending of the princess who was married off? Xianxia replied indifferently, the ending of the story was that the princess died on the way to the marriage and the Empress was banished to the cold palace. Not long after, she was given a pair of white silk scarves and died. Everyone else sighed and said that this story was too tragic. Madame Yi was a little unhappy. Xianxia's performance was actually incomparable to Yi Mei's. Yi Mei was charming and her dance was warm and moving, but Xianxia only sat quietly and sang a few lines and attracted everyone's attention. Furthermore, she cleverly told a story and stole Yi Mei's limelight. This way, Yi Mei's ink-washed dance lost out. Everyone looked at Xianxia with a slight change in expression. Women were always emotional. Xianxia told such a pitiful story and the sound of the guqin seemed to firmly grasp people's hearts. Everyone felt much closer to Xianxia. Madame Yi said, a joyous day makes people feel sad. Xianxia also smiled. It is my fault for disturbing everyone's mood. She walked to the table and took a wine bowl. That wine bowl was used by the men to drink. She also poured a full bowl for herself. The light yellow wine reflected her youthful appearance. A toast to apologize. She raised her head and downed the wine. Xie Jingxing's gaze suddenly darkened. He wanted to get up but had no choice but to suppress it. Xianxia raised her chin. This bowl of wine was hurriedly poured and some of the wine that could not be swallowed in time flowed down her neck and wet a small piece of her clothes, but it was still a beautiful and delicate beauty that made one's heart break. Her eyelashes were long and her eyes were clear. Forget it. She placed the bowl of wine on the table in an elegant and heroic manner. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. This bowl of wine was well done. In the future, the heroic spirit in the hearts of her colleagues was ignited. They all picked up their wine bowls and smiled. Qin Wangfei has a good capacity for liquor. Cheers. Xianxia smiled faintly, but that smile was somewhat unfathomable. She glanced at Yi Mei and her brother. Yi Mei and her brother were also staring at her. She looked outside. This bowl of wine had ignited the heat of the entire Bai Xiao Lu. After drinking till one's ears were hot, Xianxia stood up and said to the female side of the banquet, first go out to get some fresh air. He left on his own accord. Star Anise and Fennel were waiting for her outside as she walked towards the pavilion not far away. Xianxia's throat only felt a burning sensation. That good wine was the strongest, but she did not feel drunk. It was just that the corners of her eyes seemed to be filled with hot tears from the spiciness. That cup of wine was a toast to her youngest daughter, the little princess who died tragically during the wedding ceremony. These people who were listening to the play felt that it was extremely tragic. Then what about her? What about Wan Yu? When she was alone with the wedding procession, did she feel even more despair, like she was in a raging fire but there was no source? She thought that she could endure it, but in the end she could not. As a mother, she would rather die 1,000 times than to let Wan Yu and Fu Ming suffer. She walked step by step. The moonlight was as cold as water, but it could not blow away the desolation in her heart. There were already wine and food baskets in the pavilion. Octagonal Anise said, "Foreign, the fireworks have been bought." Xianxia complied. Just say it. She would be free after saying it. No matter how Xie Jingxing saw her in the future or what she had to face, she could endure it. Nothing would be worse than her previous lifetime. She could even endure those. Not being understood, estranged, and being looked at like a monster, what did it count as? Just as she was thinking, she heard a voice behind her. Are you waiting for the prince of first rank? Turning around to look, it was Pei Lang. Pei Lang glanced at the things on the table in the pavilion and smiled. Did not think that you would do such a thing. Shen Miao asked him, why did you come out? Not used to this kind of place. Pei Lang said, cannot drink and plan to return first. Did not expect to see you preparing these. He said, are you planning to reconcile with the prince of first rank? Shen Miao nodded her head. Previously I often thought that there would not be anyone that you would submit to. Now I know that it is the prince of first rank. Pei Lang's smile had a trace of imperceptible sadness, but when he looked at Shen Miao again, it was still as light as the clouds and wind. Even though it is surprising, one also feel that it is not surprising. Shen Miao smiled gently. At the same time, Xie Jingxing, who was in Bai Xiaolu, swept a glance at Tai Yi and was about to get up to leave. Ji Yushu pulled the corner of his clothes. Today you are the birthday star. Why? You want to escape at the last moment? Let go. Xie Jingxing glanced at him. Ji Yushu obediently let go. What exactly are you going to do? Be so mysterious. Gao Yang said, why do you care so much about him? Xie Jingxing however looked sideways and looked at the Yi siblings who were talking to Yi Foreign. His eyes could not help but darken. Shen Miao's attitude towards this pair of siblings was really too strange. It seemed to have exceeded her own rationality and became like another person. This pair of siblings from the Yi family did not seem to be simple. Even though Mo Yujun could not find anything wrong, it was because of this that it made others feel suspicious. He suddenly thought of the letter that Tai Yi stuffed into his sleeves. That letter was written by Shen Miao to him. She didn't mention anything about apologizing. She just said that she had something to say to him at the birthday banquet in a pavilion in an alley not far from the Azure Heaven restaurant. Whether it was an apology or not, to Shen Miao, it was a big concession. Xie Jingxing was originally strong in appearance but weak in heart towards Shen Miao and was easy to coax. Putting on a cold face was also an act, but at the moment his heart was happy. He thought that if he didn't punish her for 3 days, she would tear the tiles off her roof. After hanging her out for a while, she really became more sensible. However, he couldn't bear to make her sad. It was just that she was dressed too flirtatiously in the hall just now, and the admiring gazes of the men that fell on her when she was playing the guqin. It just didn't make him happy. In the pavilion, Pei Lang and Shen Miao finished their conversation and intended to leave. Just as he walked down the steps, he bumped into an 8 or 9-year-old child. Pei Lang was caught off guard and was knocked down. Star Anise and Fennel were waiting for Xie Jingxing to come over at the other side. Shen Miao thought that in this late night, could it be that one of the young masters from the Azure Heaven restaurant came out to play? Seeing Pei Lang groaning softly, it seemed that the fall was not light. She decided to go over to take a look. Just as she walked in front of Pei Lang, she saw that child lying face down on the ground. She did not know how he was as Pei Lang was calling him. Shen Miao also squatted down and was about to speak when that child suddenly raised his head with an ominous glint in his eyes. Shen Miao was caught off guard and saw a silver snowy light stabbing towards her. At this moment it was too late to dodge, but she saw Pei Lang suddenly hugging her and turning over, his whole body protecting her under his body. Following that, there was a painful groan. But he refused to let go and protected Shen Miao tightly. That child did not care and kicked Pei Lang away, turned the knife and stabbed towards Shen Miao's body. A voice came from afar and the child's hand moved to the side. When he looked at Shen Miao again, it was the same as Pei Lang, the blade had entered her abdomen. Xie Jingxing was walking towards this direction with Fennel and Star Anise. Fennel said, Foreign has been waiting for you for a while. Fearing that you are still angry, she has been waiting for you patiently. When you see Foreign, you must be considerate of her. Xie Jingxing was expressionless, but a trace of smile flashed in his eyes. Bypassing the alley, they saw the pavilion. Before they got close, there was a strong smell of blood. Xie Jingxing's footsteps stopped. Star Anise and Fennel were also surprised. The moonlight was as bright as a lantern, illuminating the ground. It was supposed to be a refreshing and elegant scenery, but at this moment, it made one feel a chill from the bottom of one's heart. Large swathes of blood, and familiar faces. Tonight in the residence of Prince Rui was exceptionally unusual. The servants that were coming and going in the courtyard had a grave expression, as if the sky had collapsed. Even the wind at night seemed to be icy cold, causing one's forehead to break out in cold sweat. Tai followed beside the young male and whispered, "Master, no traces were found." Xianxia swept a glance at him. The calmer his expression was, the more a black storm seemed to be brewing in his eyes, as if it would engulf the person in the next moment. He asked in reply, "No?" Tai shuddered, and just as he was about to speak, he saw Gao Yang walking out from inside. Gao Yang's body still reeked of alcohol, and it was obvious that he was hurriedly called over during the banquet. Luckily his eyes were clear and he was not drunk. He walked straight over and said, "Sister-in-law is fine." The knife wound did not injure any vital parts and had already ordered someone to bandage it. Most likely she fainted from the shock and had taken some calming medicine. She would be able to wake up tomorrow morning. Xianxing's eyes were slightly at ease, and Tai also gave a sigh of relief. He then heard Gao Yang saying, "But Pei Lang's injuries were very serious. The knife wound was too deep and there was a lot of blood. I have done everything that could be done. Whether he could pull through or not, it still depends on him." The meaning of his words was that whether Pei Lang could wake up would depend on whether his life was tough enough. "It seems that it was Gentleman Pei who blocked this knife for foreign," Tai said carefully. Even though Pei Lang's position in the residence of Prince Rui was somewhat subtle, one could not help but be grateful to him. This is not a good thing. Gao Yang looked at Xianxia, who had a cold expression, and said, "If he really did not wake up. With sister-in-law's temperament, she would feel guilty in her heart for the rest of her life." Xianxia was a person who was very clear about her feelings and did not like to owe favors to others. If one owed something to others, one would definitely return it. Pei Lang really saved with his life. In the future, when Xianxia woke up and knew about the matter, if Pei Lang was not alive, one really did not dare to think what would happen to Xianxia. "Has Long Yi sealed the city gates?" Xianxia asked. "Sealed," Tai said. "The MOU Army's secret department were all dispatched, but since the surrounding people did not discover it and foreign did not even have the time to call for help, that person either does not have martial arts or his technique is very brilliant." Xianxia said, "There is no need to think. Capture him alive and beat him to death. The person behind this, check again." Tai left under orders and Xianxia looked at Gao Yang again. "You stay here tonight. If the situation is critical, there is no need to walk back and forth." Gao Yang said, "I know." He then took a look at Xianxia. "You should also rest first." His expression was very solemn. Not far from the Azure Sky building, he dared to attack Princess Rui. The courage of the other party was too big. Not only that, even Prince Rui's residence was not in their eyes. Most likely only the Liu family would have such guts in the Ding capital. But the Liu family would not start from Xianxia's side, thus the meaning behind this matter was somewhat profound. No matter what, this was a signal that the hidden forces finally could not hold back and began to move. And the first person that they chose to sacrifice in the residence of Prince Rui was Xianxia. But at the moment Xianxia did not have the mind to care so much. He walked into the room and saw Xianxia lying on the boat. Her face was pale and her eyes were closed with her eyelashes hanging down, making her look very weak. He sighed and sat down at the side of Xianxia's bed. There was a food basket on the table in the room, and inside was the longevity noodles that Xianxia instructed the Azure Sky Building's kitchen to specially make for her. Octagon Anise said that one was afraid that it was spoilt, so it was specially filtered with cold water. But now that so much time had passed, even if it was filtered, it was already stuck together. Xianxia thought about it and reached out to open the basket and took out the bowl from inside. The noodles in the bowl had already condensed into a paste, and one could vaguely see the white noodles, green vegetables, and an egg yolk. When it was just taken out of the pot, it must have been fragrant. Now that it was cold, it was not tasty. Xianxia took a pair of chopsticks and started to eat in big mouthfuls. Star Anise and Fennel said that Xianxia had asked Guyu to buy a lot of fireworks, wine, and dishes in a small pavilion not far from Baishao Lu. It was the best place to watch the fireworks. She also specially instructed people to cook longevity noodles at the right time, presumably to make amends. The two of them fought for a while and in the end it was Shen Miao who lowered her head first. Star Anise also said that Shen Miao did not have a good time these days and Xie Jingxing's heart was relieved. He was a man and had to be more magnanimous and would not haggle over the past matters. Who knew that before the words of apology could be said, he saw Pei Lang and Shen Miao lying in a pool of blood. It was hard to describe the feeling at that moment. It was obviously the height of summer but one felt a chill from head to toe and lacked the courage to go forward to confirm. Fortunately nothing happened. Xie Jingxing's noodles tasted like wax and finally finished the bowl of noodles. He placed the empty bowl on the table and held Shen Miao's hand. But he regretted it. If he did not want to be angry with Shen Miao, why would Shen Miao want to make amends with him? If she did not go to the pavilion beside Bai Xiaolu, perhaps this would not happen. Outside, Luo Tan had received the news and was hurrying over. When she saw Gao Yang, she first asked, "What happened to my youngest Biao sister?" "She is fine." Gao Yang said. Pei Lang blocked a knife for her. "Teacher Pei?" Luo Tan was startled. "How is Teacher Pei?" "Not very good." Gao Yang shook his head. "Even you cannot save him?" Luo Tan asked. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. "I am a physician and not a bodhisattva. If everyone can be saved, no one would go to King Yama's palace." Luo Tan said, "Today I only know that youngest Biao sister quarreled with brother-in-law and said that it was because youngest Biao sister did not visit brother-in-law when he was ill." The Furens and Bai Xiaolu were all saying that Biao Biao was not good and said that Biao Biao was cold and heartless. What did they know? When Biao youngest sister was at the strange Taoist priest's place asking for medicine for brother-in-law, who among them saw it? "You are being unreasonable." "Strange Taoist?" Gao Yang understood the crux of her words and asked. "What strange Taoist? What do you mean by asking for medicine?" Luo Tan was stunned for a moment and was annoyed that she had said the wrong thing. In a moment of carelessness, she thought that Shen Miao did not allow her to speak and said, "Nothing, I just casually said it. I will go and see youngest Biao sister first." Finishing, he walked towards the room where Shen Miao was lying. Gao Yang pulled her back. "Don't go. Xie Jingxing is inside." "Ah?" Luo Tan lowered her head, suddenly thinking of something, said, "Are you staying here tonight?" "I want to stay here and see what's going on with Pei Lang," Gao Yang said. "You can go back first." Luo Tan shook her head. "I am not going back. I will stay here and wait for youngest Biao sister to wake up." Gao Yang knew that Luo Tan had a stubborn character and did not persuade much. This night, in everyone's heart, was exceptionally long. The matter of Shen Miao and Pei Lang being assassinated was concealed and everyone in Bai Xiaolu did not know about it. They only thought that Xie Jingxing had left early and did not know that it was a sleepless night in Prince Rui's residence. This night, the servants were anxiously waiting for the ending. In the summer, the days were long and the nights were short. When the sun started to shine and the birds in the courtyard started to sing, the two rooms were silent. Xie Jingxing looked at Gao Yang and asked, "What is the matter?" Gao Yang's brows were tightly knitted as he took Shen Miao's pulse and then Pei Lang's pulse. In front of everyone in the room, he shook his head. "Strange. Pei Lang's injuries are too serious but until now there is no movement. There should be some reaction but it is like he is asleep. The princess' flesh and blood were not injured and after taking the sedative, she should have woken up but until now she has not woken up." "So?" Xie Jingxing's face was as heavy as water as he stared at Gao Yang aggressively. "This? It is somewhat strange." Uncle Tang said cautiously, "Could it be another poison?" "It is just that physician Gao did not discover it previously." "Impossible." Gao Yang flatly denied, "Both of their meridians are not signs of poison. Instead it is faintly discernible and one cannot see any problem but they have not woken up." "Then what can be done?" Luo Tan was somewhat anxious. "My youngest Biao sister cannot keep sleeping like this. There must be a reason." Gao Yang glanced at Xie Jingxing and Xie Jingxing's gaze made him somewhat unable to withstand it so he could only say, "Wait for another half a day and see." In this half a day, Xie Jingxing could only stay by Shen Miao's bedside and not to mention half a day, Even when it was deep into the night, Shen Miao still did not wake up. It was the same for Pei Lang. Uncle Tang asked Gao Yang, "Gentleman Gao, what is going on?" Even if foreign and gentleman Pei did not wake up, there must be a reason. Even you cannot see the reason? Pei Lang's heart was filled with unspeakable bitterness. Until now Shen Miao and Pei Lang did not have any symptoms, but they just could not wake up. Even a physician would have to judge based on the patient's reaction, but other than the faintly discernible pulse, it was like an ordinary person sleeping. How could he see it? It was just that facing Xie Jingxing's increasingly cold and sharp gaze, Gao Yang also felt the pressure. Afterwards Ji Yushu also rushed over when he got the news, and everyone was worried together. Luo Tan could not help it and was so anxious that she was about to get angry. She was about to cry as she said, "Could it be that I have offended something these days? First it was brother-in-law and now it is youngest Biao sister. If anything happens to youngest Biao sister, how can I explain to Gugu and Gufu?" She blew her nose again. "I came here and swore that I would protect little cousin sister. Who knew that little cousin sister would end up in such a state? I'm so ashamed." Gao Yang patted her on the shoulder. "It's not your fault. If I stay by her side, at least no one will be able to take advantage of her." Finishing, she thought of something and said angrily, "There is also brother-in-law. If he was not angry with Biao youngest sister, he would not let people follow Biao youngest sister to attack Biao youngest sister." Gao Yang was helpless. The matters between Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao was really not something that he could meddle in. It was a fact that Luo Tan was in a state of rage, and it was a fact that Shen Miao refused to wake up. If youngest Biao youngest sister does not wake up, then he will regret it. Luo Tan said angrily, "Those Furans are biased. He is always the person beside youngest Biao youngest sister's pillow and still do not believe that youngest Biao youngest sister has no feelings for him." She thought about it and clenched her fists. After thinking about it, there is no need to hide this matter from brother-in-law. Youngest Biao youngest sister had done so much for him, but in the end she was taken advantage of by others. If youngest Biao youngest sister is really not good, then one must let her speak clearly. If youngest Biao youngest sister does not speak, then let me speak. What do you want to say? Ji Yushu asked curiously. Luo Tan glared at him. Of course it is a bigger credit than that pair of siblings from the Yi family. Luo Tan went to find Xie Jingxing in a huff, and Gao Yang was afraid that she would cause trouble, so he quickly followed behind. When they reached the door, they saw Xie Jingxing coming out of the room with a calm face. Ever since Shen Miao's accident, Xie Jingxing's expression had not changed. Luo Tan said, "Prince Rui." She did not call him brother-in-law anymore. Xie Jingxing swept a glance at her. Shen Miao did not wake up and his heart was vexed. He had no patience with others and his face was awe-inspiring. But Luo Tan had a temperament that did not care about anything, and when her temper flared up, she was not afraid of even the heavenly emperor. She said, "Biao youngest sister did not allow me to tell me previously, but now that she is lying on the bed, if she does not say it, I will say it. I do not have any scruples and did not think as much as she did. It would be too much of a loss to hide what I did and not let others know." Uncle Tang, Tai Yi, and the rest who rushed over after hearing the news were also standing at the side and looked at Luo Tan with some surprise. "Those Furans all said that when you were bedridden, Biao youngest sister did not come to see you. You felt that you were left out, and Biao youngest sister is a heartless person, so you were unhappy and got angry with her?" Luo Tan stared at him and said, "But you do not know that she did not come to see you during those days, not because she did not want to but because she went out of the city to seek medicine for you." Going out of the city to seek medicine for Xie Jingxing. When Xie Jingxing's eyes landed on Tai Yi lowered his head and did not dare to look at Xie Jingxing's eyes. Previously it was because Shen Miao let the servants hide it, but after Shen Miao returned, she inexplicably started a cold war with Xie Jingxing. Once Xie Jingxing's heart turned cold, the surrounding people would not dare to touch him at this juncture. One wanted to wait for a few days before speaking, but one did not expect such a thing to happen. "Speak clearly." Xie Jingxing took a step forward. Luo Tan said, "You do not know, right? It was said that there was an expert in Phoenix Head Manor who could go against the heavens and change one's fate." She glanced at Gao Yang. "At that time Gao Yang was refining the antidote for you, and Biao youngest sister gave you the 3 vitality recovery pills, but it could only protect your life for a while. If the antidote was not found within 10 days, your life would not be guaranteed. But on the 4th day, your condition was critical. And the imperial physician said that you would not last past 7 days. Biao's youngest sister heard the legend of the expert in Phoenix Head Manor and brought me and a few guards to Phoenix Head Manor. Xie Jingxing's gaze shook. What kind of person was Shen Miao? She was rational and astute in analyzing the pros and cons. Moreover, she did not seem to believe in ghosts and gods. She actually believed in such absurd words like defying the heavens and changing one's fate. She was really desperate and anxious. The Phoenix Head Manor isn't far from Longyi, but it's extremely difficult to find the place where the expert lives. That day we rushed through the night and almost lost our way in the forest. There was also a pack of wolves, but Biao Mei was not the least bit afraid and insisted on lighting a torch to find the way through the night, fearing that she would not be able to come back in time to save you. On the 2nd day, we found that master. That master used the art of Qimen Dun Jia to bring me and Biao Mei, who had no martial arts, into the valley. He said that there was a spirit grass that could cure hundreds of poisons, but his little cousin had to pay a price. Actually, the price was not that difficult. It did not require money or lives. We need people to pick out the bugs from the red-sleeved grass in the valley and fertilize them one by one. Gao Yang and Ji Yushu were surprised, and Uncle Tang and Tai Yi were even more shocked. They had never heard of these things from others and did not know of the origins. Uncle Tang's heart was suddenly enlightened. No wonder Shen Miao was in such a sorry state when she returned to the residence. Compared to Yi Mei, it was even more unbecoming of Rui Wangfei's decency. At that time he did not know the reason, but now he understood. It turned out that Shen Miao did not sleep that night and was busy being a gardener because she was seeking medicine for Xie Jingxing. For a moment there were some sighs. To be able to condescend to do all these, other than being able to bend and stand tall, what was more valuable was the intention. But Luo Tan's anger seemed to be vented the more she spoke. Does it sound like there is nothing much? But she had been spoiled since she was a child. Filling the entire valley, even those peasant women were not able to do it alone. She did not sleep earlier and immediately started to move and was busy for the entire night. You people who live extravagantly, most likely have never touched a fat pole in your entire life. Since she could do this, why is she lower than that pair of siblings? Luo Tan looked at Xie Jingxing and said, "It is true that the Yi siblings saved you, and they do have a life-saving grace, but my youngest Biao sister is not inferior. Say that she was not by your side, but you can go and ask the servants in the residence of the prince of first rank. Before she left the residence, how many days did she stay by your bedside? Did she leave? Did she take care of you without rest? Could it be that she could not be compared to the Yi siblings that she only met once? Now that my youngest Biao sister has fallen to this stage, I feel wronged for her. When His Highness the Prince of First Rank married her back to the Great Liang, what did he promise? But you can't even believe her. Even though she has many faults, there is one point that is beyond doubt. Her sincerity is beyond doubt." When Luo Tan finished speaking, her face was already flushed red, as if all the suppressed anger in her heart had been swept away. She then looked at Xie Jingxing's expression. There was no sadness or joy and his expression was calm. But the calmer he was, the more one felt a chill. It was as if under the calmness, there was a boundless storm. "Finished speaking?" he slowly asked. This tone was so cold that Luo Tan could not help but shrink her neck. Dao Yang quickly stood up and said, "Now is not the time to pursue this. The urgent matter is to think of how to wake both of them up." Xie Jingxing sneered, "Is this not simple? Just capture the Yi siblings." Ji Yushu was surprised for a moment. "Third older brother, what do you want to do?" Since she is abnormal for the Yi siblings, then there must be a problem with the Yi siblings. No matter if they are the ones behind the scenes or not, there is no reason to spare them. Xie Jingxing turned around and was about to leave. But he was pulled back by Gao Yang. "No. Now they are not the Powerless Li family but the Yi family. What is the outcome of alarming the Yi family?" "Let go," Xie Jingxing said coldly. "Calm down." Gao Yang said, "If Wang Fei really hates the Yi siblings, she must have compromised for so long because she did not want to harm herself. Aren't you dragging her down?" "Not bad, third older brother." Ji Yushu also chimed in, The Yi family is not some small family in Longyi. If you take action like this, one fear that it will bring trouble to the residence of the prince of first rank. She can endure but I cannot. Xie Jingxing said, the Yi family has touched their bottom line. Third older brother. Ji Yushu still wanted to persuade but suddenly Ba Jiao's voice was heard from outside the courtyard. The usually smiling maid now seemed to be a little flustered. Master, someone is coming. Tai Yi frowned slightly as if he was dissatisfied with Octagonal Anisa's loss of composure. He asked, who is it? It's the Taoist priest whom Madame met the other day at Fengtu Manor, Octagonal Anise said hesitantly. What? Luo Tan's eyes widened. Ji Yushu, who was grabbing onto Xie Jingxing's sleeves, could not help but let go and looked at the octagon. Priest? Octagonal Anise nodded his head. In the hall, that strange Taoist priest who was dressed in tattered clothes was touching this and looking at that, as if it was the first time he entered the residence, and his eyes were filled with curiosity. Shi Xiang and Song Yang stood awkwardly at the side. They were acquainted with Qi Yan Taoist priest. But when Qi Yan Taoist priest entered the door, he used such a familiar tone to establish a relationship with the both of them, making them somewhat uncomfortable. When Xie Jingxing and entourage came to the hall, Priest Qi Yan was preparing to remove the gem eyes of a red-crowned crane from a vase and asked Fennel, can this poor Taoist take this away? Priest Qi Yan. Luo Tan shouted when she saw him. When Qi Yan saw her, he smiled, young lady Luo, long time no see. Luo Tan secretly pondered in her heart. It was obvious that not much time had passed, but she could not care about other things at the moment and said, you came over because you know that something happened to my youngest Biao sister and specially came to change her fate. Even though Luo Tan felt that this priest Qi Yan was deliberately making things difficult for others, but he seemed to have some ability, or else Shen Miao would not believe the other party so much. Priest Qi Yan looked at the silent Xie Jingxing behind Luo Tan and smiled, this poor Taoist cannot change fate and can only read fortunes. This young brother, what do you think? I do not believe in the heavenly way. Xie Jingxing said. The heavenly way is not trustworthy, so why would humans persist in seeking answers from the heavenly way? Priest Qi Yan shook his head and said, this foreign's fate is strange and others are unable to fathom it, and it is all up to her own choice. Neither you nor I can do anything about it. Luo Tan could not understand Priest Qi Yan's words and quickly asked, Taoist, what should my youngest Biao sister do now? Is the spiritual herb that I gave her still there? Priest Qi Yan asked. Luo Tan was puzzled. When we returned, the prince of first rank's poison had already been cured, so naturally the herb was useless. One do not know where youngest Biao sister placed it. This servant seems to know. Xianxia said and brought everyone to Shen Miao's room. Sure enough, she found a dusty box under the dressing table and opened it to take a look. There was a stalk of ordinary-looking medicinal herb inside. Luo Tan's eyes were sharp and said, it is this. Take it and fry it. Qi Yan stroked his beard. Wait. Xie Jingxing looked at the strange Taoist, why should I believe you? You cannot believe this poor Taoist, but you have no other choice. Taoist priest Scarlet Flame let out a long sigh. This herb was found by this madam, but when I first found it, I said that it would be futile. Even without this herb, you would still be safe and sound. There is no such calamity in your fate, and everything she did was in vain. Everyone was stunned when they heard. However, it was not in vain. Strange Taoist priest's face showed some relief. Those who love others will always love them, those who save others will always be saved. If she had been a little bit insincere and perfunctory back then in the valley, she wouldn't have obtained this stock of spiritual herb and she wouldn't be here today. In the name of saving you, this spiritual herb is actually saving her. She sacrificed herself for you. At this moment, Luo Tan faintly heard some clues and asked, you mean, you already knew that this spirit grass would not be used on the prince, but on my Biaomei? Youngest Yan would Tian's foreign, and you have Tian and Yan's fate and son, so foreign. Strange Taoist looked at Luo Tan and said with a smile, you are worth teaching. Xie Jingxing stared at him, you want her to be a herb farmer? There was a murderous intent in his eyes. The Taoist took a step back and hid behind Gao Yang. He coughed twice and said, she has such a calamity in her life and this poor Taoist has reduced it to the smallest. Compared to her life, isn't it much easier to be a herb farmer? But why is she still not awake? Dao Yang was puzzled. I am also a doctor and have checked her illness, but I could not find the source. There seems to be nothing wrong with her. She should have woken up today, but she has not woken up for so long. What is the reason? The Taoist said, this poor Taoist said that this is a calamity in her fate. What do you mean by tribulation? I don't understand. Luo Tan said, why don't you tell us directly, after my youngest Biao sister ate that herb, when will she wake up? Qi Yan smiled, the herb is not for her to eat, it is for another injured person to eat. The other injured person, could it be Pei Lang? Xie Jingxing whispered, if you dare to play tricks, I can take your life now. The evil aura is too heavy. Qi Yan shook his head, that person gave up his life for foreign, but it was because of some entanglements in his life. This foreign obtained the herb and just happened to be able to settle this debt. Then what about my sister-in-law? Ji Yushu asked. Strange Taoist looked at Shen Miao, who was lying on the bed. Her expression was calm as if she was asleep, but her face was pale and there was a feeling of unreality. She picked out the bugs for the red-sleeved grass in my valley, but she could not pick out the bugs in her heart. This calamity is a blessing for her and also a misfortune. This poor Taoist had met her 3 times and was worried about her twice. This last meeting with her is for the sake of this fate. The matters of the human world are not perfect, there are regrets and unwillingness. She wanted to seek an answer, but no one told her. Strange Taoist narrowed his eyes. Now she has found a way, and the answer that she is seeking is right in front of her. No one can help her. You cannot, she cannot, and this poor Taoist cannot. So wait patiently. The Taoist looked at Xie Jingxing. That's your fate. The yellow sand was endless and the wind was blowing the flags. There were many wind and frost along the way, and the sun, moon, and stars were just decorations. The escorting guards were scattered and did not have much respect for the people in the carriage. A maid-like young lady walked over from the back of the convoy and jumped onto the carriage before handing a bowl of porridge to the person inside. Your ladyship, the porridge is a little cold, but it can still be eaten. Currently there is no village ahead or inns behind, so it is better for you to have a mouthful. The female in the carriage was still young, but her expression was very haggard and her attire was not very exquisite. Upon closer look, it was the style from a few years ago, and because she was skinny, it did not fit her body. She lifted up the curtain of the carriage and asked, where are we now? Walk a bit more and one would be able to reach the official road before dark. Bai Lu smiled. This servant had asked those people, and within 5 days, one would definitely be able to return to the Ding capital. Shuangjiang also smiled. Once one returns to the palace, your ladyship's bitterness will be over and sweetness will come. Bitterness will be over and sweetness will come. Shen Miao smiled bitterly. Broken people would not be able to return. She was talking about Xianxia and Guyu. Hearing this, Bai Lu and Shuangjiang's eyes were filled with sorrow and no longer spoke. Xianxia was willing to be a concubine in order to rope in the powerful officials, and in the first year that Shen Miao went to the Qin country, news came that the wife of the powerful official found a reason to beat her to death. As for Guyu, Shen Miao clenched her fists but died in Huang Fuhao's hands to protect her. 5 years. A full 5 years. In the 5 years in the Qin country, the last bit of arrogance in her body was ground away. She clenched her teeth and compromised just so that one day she could return to her homeland and reunite with her pair of children. However, the heavy price they had to pay for this was not something that could be described by outsiders. How difficult was this journey? There were not even many escorting guards, and just looking at the convoy of carriages, who would have thought that this was the honor guard of a country's empress? The people she brought to the Qin kingdom at that time had either died or dispersed in the past 5 years, and they were almost gone. Just like on this journey back to the country, if not for Mo Qing's protection, she would definitely not be able to return alive. Shen Miao sighed. Fortunately, all the suffering was not in vain. 5 years had finally passed. Just as he was thinking about it, it was time for the carriage to continue its journey. However, not only did it not start, there was a commotion in front of him. She frowned slightly and lifted the curtain of the carriage to ask, what's going on? Mo Qing walked over from the front and said, I met a strange person and came over to ask for water. Before he finished speaking, one saw an old man dressed in gray appearing behind him and looked at Shen Miao with a grin. Foreign, I am dying of thirst. Give me some water to drink. This old man was dressed in a strange manner and his body was smelly as he stared straight at one, making one suspicious. It was not that he was not willing to give water to drink, but Xin Miao's identity was special and if she met someone with evil intentions, one feared that something would happen. Mo Qing ordered people to hold back this old man and not let him go near Xin Miao. However, Xin Miao smiled and said, "There is a drought along the way and the heavens are not happy. A bowl of water is equivalent to a life. Give it to him." "This? I do not lack this bowl of water to drink." Since Xin Miao had spoken, Mo Qing was straightforward and ordered people to bring a bowl of clear water for the old man. The old man gulped it down in one gulp and patted his stomach before pushing away the guard's hand and stood up. He gave a proper bow to Xin Miao and said, "Foreign is kind and generous and saved this poor Taoist's life. This poor Taoist must repay this bowl of water." "Poor Taoist?" Xin Miao was surprised for a moment before smiling. "Are you a Taoist?" "My Buddhist name is Qi Yin." That strange old man looked at Xin Miao and shook his head. "Foreign's appearance is extremely valuable but one's life is shallow and cannot bear the noble fortune." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Bai Lu frowned and looked at Xin Miao. "Mother. Foreign, it might be some Jianghu swindler. Do not listen to his nonsense." Mo Qing also made a move to drive this strange old man away. "Wait." Xin Miao said, "It is quite boring along the way. Listen to what others say." That old man pretended to bow again. "There is black air between Foreign's brows. One fear that it is not good. At the end of the road, it is an ominous sign. If one were to turn the horse around, one would be able to avoid this calamity. Foreign, this poor Taoist still advise you that this road is the Yellow Springs and one must not walk on it. Once walked, one cannot turn back. The more you speak, the more excessive it is." Shuangjiang was so angry that her face was livid. "Who are you cursing?" Xin Miao however had a good temper. She had stayed in the Qin country for a long time and when facing anyone from Mingqi, she would have the joy of meeting someone from her hometown. Even if this old man was speaking nonsense, she was not angry and only smiled. "Many thanks Taoist priest for the reminder, but I must walk on this road. My children are on this road and I have to return home." The strange Taoist priest sighed deeply, as expected. He looked at Xin Miao. "Meeting by chance, this is fate for you." Finishing, he took out a red string from his sleeves and was about to pass it to Xin Miao but was stopped by Mo Qing. He could only hand the red string over to Mo Qing and when Mo Qing did not see anything strange, he then handed it over to Xin Miao. "This red string is this poor Taoist's token of gratitude to Foreign. Foreign can tie it on your wrist and you will be able to achieve your own fate." He solemnly said, "Foreign must remember that the way of heaven is treacherous and depends on human effort. This poor Taoist can see one's fate but cannot change it. The person who can change Foreign's fate is not this poor Taoist. The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life and if there is a calamity there is also fate. This red string is a question and one day Foreign will also find your own solution." Finishing, he laughed out a few times before turning around and striding away. This Taoist priest was very mysterious and the few prophecies that he said were extremely inauspicious, thus Bai Lu and Xuanjiang were somewhat unhappy. Bai Lu said, "Your ladyship must not take that strange person's words to heart. Most likely his mind is not clear. Don't wear this thing." Xuanjiang also said, "It is very inauspicious." But Xin Miao looked left and right and felt that the red string was extremely cute and inexplicably loved it so much that she could not bear to part with it. Instead she tied it on her wrist and smiled. "I have already said that since it is fate, it is also fate for us to meet by chance so just wear it. It doesn't matter if it's fake. Isn't it better if it's real and has more spirituality?" Since the words were spoken like this, Bai Lu and Xuanjiang could not say anything more. Mo Qing said to the carriages in front to set off and started to move again. The sandstorm in the distance almost covered their figures, but the strange old man's figure could no longer be seen on the road ahead. Upon returning to Mingqi, it was not like what Xuanjiang said, "Bitterness is over, sweetness begins." The world was constantly changing. The situation would change, and so would people's hearts. As the Empress, apart from this position, there was nothing special about her. Sometimes when he thought about it, he felt that it was no better than the days when he was humiliated in the Qin kingdom. When he was in the Qin country, those injuries were on the surface, but in Mingqi, it was in the dark. It was as if one had suffered a hidden loss and one could not say it out loud, but one would be laughed at for nothing. Shen Miao sat in the Kunming palace and looked at the somewhat withered red-sleeve grass on the table. The red-sleeve grass was sent over by Mo Qing and was said to be a rare spiritual herb. It looked very good and was like a woman's sleeves that fluttered in the wind, thus it was named red-sleeve grass. It was just that one did not know why it had recently withered, and Shen Miao was not in the mood to take care of it. She had been back in Mingqi for a few years, and in these few years, her life was not considered good. There was an additional Mei Foran in the inner palace. Mei Foran was delicate and intelligent, charming and gentle, like a riddle that attracted one's gaze to her for a long time, unwilling to leave. In the beginning, there were times of heartbreak. The man that she once loved would use that kind of doting gaze to look at the woman beside him. She thought that he treated everyone with the same coldness, but later discovered that it was not the case. It was just that that person was not herself. After many days of heartbreak, she gradually became numb. The pain and dispiritedness gradually turned into hatred and unwillingness. Because of Fu Xing. Fu Xing always took away too much of Fu Shouyi's favor, and her child, Fu Ming, was obviously sitting in the crown prince's position and was obviously talented and hardworking, but at the end he was like a prince that had fallen out of favor. Fu Xiaoyi could personally teach Fu Xing how to write and discuss politics, but was stingy to give Fu Ming a look of concern. When asked, he would say that Fu Ming was the crown prince and must be mature and steady. What was the matter with pestering imperial father every day? But every time she saw Fu Ming's disappointed eyes, Shen Miao's heart would feel as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. The Shen family was also not doing well. Luo Shuiyan's illness was getting worse, and Jing Chuchu and Shen Qiu were dragging it out. The Shen family's reputation was getting worse, and Shen Xian had aged a lot. Fu Xiaoyi seemed to be suppressing the Shen family, and Shen Miao was faintly aware of it. But how could one in the inner palace clearly know about the matters in court? The only way she could come into contact with these was through Pei Lang, but Pei Lang was loyal to Fu Xiaoyi. Even though Pei Lang's relationship with her was not bad, but he would always be loyal to Fu Xiaoyi first. Shen Miao's infatuation with Fu Xiaoyi had long turned into ice after watching him being together with Mei Foran for the past few years. But in her position, she had to sit firmly in the position of Empress and fight for some opportunities for Fu Ming and Wan Yu. There was news from the Xiongnu side that Mei Foran seemed to want to urge Fu Xiaoyi to marry Wan Yu over. This was what Shen Miao could not tolerate. However, Mei Foran's methods were getting more and more brilliant. Everyone could see Fu Xiaoyi's doting towards Fu Xing. The Shen family was getting worse day by day, and there were too many people who stood at Mei Foran's side. Throwing stones at someone who was down, everyone wanted to step on them. In addition, Mei Foran's brother, Li Ku, had recently helped Fu Xiaoyi to settle several important matters, thus Mei Foran's status in the inner palace rose steadily. Shen Miao knew what the officials were thinking. They were thinking about when to change the crown prince and when to abolish the empress. But Fu Xiaoyi still wanted to save face. She was the first wife, and for Mei Foran to go over her head, it would not be that simple. She fought back and forth, going round and round, but her heart was already exhausted. If it wasn't for this pair of children, he sometimes felt that it would be better to burn the entire palace to the ground. That way, the world would be at peace. Bai Lu walked in and said, "Nyang Nyang, the clothes for the palace banquet have been prepared, it is better to comb your hair early." Shen Miao complied. Shuangjiang had died a year ago, and Mei Foran's methods were very good. She did not even let off the maid by her side. After going around in circles, only Bai Lu was left. Tonight was the Mingqi's palace banquet. The new year was approaching, and Fu Xiaoyi wanted to reward the officials. Of course, the most important thing was to send off the little marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Linan, Xia Jingxing. The Marquis of Linan, Xia Ding, died in the battlefield of the northern Jiang, and now his son was going out to battle again. In fact, this timing was not good, and one would feel that this departure was somewhat tragic, but Xia Jingxing still accepted the commander request. Shen Miao and Xia Jingxing did not have much interaction because of the subtle relationship between the Shen and Xia families. Ever since the time of Xia Ding in the residence of the Marquis of Linan, only Xia Jingxing was supporting the door. This unavoidably made one sigh. Initially the southern Xia and northern Shen, until now the Shen family was getting worse day by day and the Xia family was also gradually declining. It really made one sympathize with the death of the rabbit. But Xia Jingxing had his own path to walk, so how would Shen Miao's own path not be difficult, she said, comb the hair. The musical instruments confused one's heart. This palace banquet was exceptionally lively. Fu Xiaoyi had not been this happy for a long time. His usual stern expression was much gentler and his smile became especially joyful. Shen Miao looked coldly at Fu Shen giving him a toast and the happy and harmonious appearance of the father and son, but her heart was somewhat cold. Fu Ming sat at one side and Wan Yu also sat properly. Those officials always praised the crown prince and princess for being so sensible at such a young age and had the demeanor of a little adult. This kind of dignified bearing was not something that everyone was able to grow up to. Even though it was polite words, it was not far from the truth. But one did not think that if one could wantonly act coquettishly, who would be willing to be sensible? Sensible was just forced out. Wan Yu and Fu Ming also tried hard to be close to Fu Xiaoyi, but children's thoughts were the most direct and pure. They could feel Fu Xiaoyi's coldness and gradually became polite and courteous. Shen Miao sat beside Fu Xiaoyi but saw that Fu Xiaoyi would exchange glances with Mei Foran from time to time. Mei Foran was smiling happily and Fu Xiaoyi also had a slight smile on his face. Shen Miao thought that both of them must be really happy. But what about the main character of this palace banquet? Shen Miao involuntarily looked towards the man on the left side of the banquet. That young man's appearance was peerlessly handsome and his posture was indolent as he sat diagonally. His dark purple robes were somewhat large but it could not hide his high spirits. His lips had a smile as he slowly drank his wine, as if the noise in the banquet had nothing to do with him and was incompatible with the liveliness. Shen Miao laughed in her heart and felt that this little marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and was somewhat similar to her. The banquet was lively and joyous but in fact the heart was not happy. Xia Jingxing wanted to walk on a bloody path where life and death were uncertain and she did not know what the ending of her life would be. Being attacked from all sides and besieged on all sides, it was a matter of life and death hanging by a thread. She also took a wine cup and poured herself wine to drink. She drank one mouthful at a time but she was extremely restrained. The Empress had to be dignified and elegant and must not be a pampered concubine. When the banquet was over, the guests dispersed in twos and threes. She sat in her seat and heard Mei Foran say, "Your Majesty, tonight this concubine has prepared good wine. Your Majesty and this concubine will watch the fireworks together. Xing'er also said that he wants to compete with your Majesty in chess skills." Fu Xiaoyi laughed and pointed at Mei Foran's nose, "This competitive nature is exactly the same as you." Shen Miao's sentence, "Wan Yu and the Crown Prince also want to accompany the Emperor throughout the year," was swallowed back. Looking back, the sadness in the eyes of the two children made her heart ache. However, he endured the pain and put on a calm expression. But on this new year, he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. She coaxed the two children to sleep and felt that the two children were not enthusiastic about the arrival of the new year. There were sounds of fireworks coming from the palace walls. It was already late at night and in this kind of night, Mei Foran's palace was the best place to see fireworks. The three of them must be very affectionate. Shen Miao put on her clothes and ordered Bai Lu to bring a jar of wine and a bowl before she went to the garden. From the corner of the garden, one could see the fireworks. Only a small half of the fireworks could be seen but even a small half was extremely gorgeous, almost lighting up the entire sky. One could imagine the other end, to be able to see the whole picture, what kind of scenery it was. She took out a bowl and Bai Lu was somewhat distressed. Shen Miao waved her hands, telling her not to open her mouth. "This firework is really beautiful." Shen Miao's voice was low and there was a hint of drunkenness. "When can one watch a complete set?" She suddenly smiled again, "Most likely not." Just as she was speaking, she heard footsteps coming from behind. Boots stepped on the snow, making a sha-sha-sha sound. Bai Lu jumped in shock. "You all," Shen Miao turned back and saw someone brushing away the heavy shadows of the trees and walking forward. A person dressed as a guard was at the back and the person standing in front was tall, wearing a purple robe and green boots. That pair of peach blossom eyes reflected the fireworks in the night, making it exceptionally bright and moving, looking very beautiful. "Marquis Xia of the residence of the Marquis of Linen?" Xin Miao narrowed her eyes as she looked at him. That person seemed to be somewhat surprised and made a tisk sound. Fu Xiuyi's empress is actually a drunkard. The guard behind him said, Master, we should leave. Bai Lu was also somewhat nervous as she did not know why Xie Jingxing was still in the palace. But an empress and an official, if they were to be seen standing together, one did not know what would happen. Especially these days Xin Miao was struggling in the palace, and once someone caught hold of a reason, they would not hesitate to splash dirty water on her. At this time, it was better to be as far away from this air of the residence of the Marquis of Lin, and Bai Lu did not dare to disturb others, and this garden was very remote, so she said in a small voice, Shi Ziyi, the empress is slightly drunk and this servant is about to help her back. Shi Ziyi, please pretend not to see it. Xie Jingxing glanced at Xin Miao and laughed. He did not seem to be interested and turned around to leave. Wait. Xin Miao called out to him. Bai Lu was startled and could not wait to cover Xin Miao's mouth. But Xin Miao stared at Xie Jingxing. She was somewhat drunk at this moment. Ever since she went to the Qin country, she had never wantonly drank wine. However, the saying of a cup of wine to solve 1,000 worries was not false. When one was drunk, one would be relaxed and would do many things that one would not do on normal days. She said, Bengong heard that you were going to the northern Jiang? Xie Jingxing hugged his chest and said with a smile that was not a smile, what instructions does Empress have? Tai Yi and Bai Lu stared at Xin Miao. Xin Miao smiled and took out the bowl that she had just drunk from the table and poured the wine from the jar into it. She indicated to Xie Jingxing to see, young talent, an eternal character, outstanding and unparalleled in the world. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows and Bai Lu was so embarrassed that she could not wait to drag Xie Jingxing away. How would one praise a flower in front of others? Beijiang is a very bad place. Xin Miao patted his shoulders. Her stature was petite and she had to tiptoe when she patted others' shoulders. She then looked at Xie Jingxing and said half seriously and half drunkenly, heard from father that not even a blade of grass grows there and the terrain is treacherous. There are many poisonous snakes and insects and it is easy to fall into a trap. Your trip will be fraught with danger. This official thanks Nyang for her concern. Xie Jingxing casually said. Thousands of years of infamy in the annals of history, a loyal heart to repay the Son of Heaven. She gulped down the wine in her mouth and waved the bowl in Xie Jingxing's hand before swallowing it in one gulp. Bai Lu and Tai Yi jumped in shock. The former did not think that Xin Miao would drink it just like that, and the latter was surprised that the Empress would be so forthright. Xin Miao wiped her mouth and gave a burp. This is Bengong's toast to you. You must return triumphantly. Xie Jingxing stared at her. Her lips still had some wine that had not been wiped clean and was sparkling on the side of her lips. It was very beautiful, and under the moonlight, her face had a delicateness that could not be seen during the day. Without the layer of Empress shackles, she was actually a very delicate and pretty female. His lips hooked up and there was some evilness in his smile as he slowly said, It seems that the Emperor has given the Empress a cold shoulder. Bai Lu's eyes widened. This Xie Jingxing's words were too presumptuous, but she did not dare to directly drag Xin Miao away in case Xin Miao made any noise and alarmed others, then she would not be able to clear her name. After Xin Miao finished drinking, she swayed as she picked up the wine jar and poured a full bowl before handing it to Xie Jingxing. You also drink. Why should I drink? Xie Jingxing was baffled. You and Bengong are in the same boat. Xin Miao said. Who is in the same boat as you? Xie Jingxing found it funny. Xin Miao had already raised the wine bowl and was about to feed it to his mouth. Bai Lu turned pale with fright. This was too ambiguous. Tai Yi was also extremely surprised, but Xie Jingxing did not speak, so he would not make a move. Xie Jingxing was caught off guard, and when he pushed Xin Miao away, a lot of wine spilled onto his clothes, but when he looked at Xin Miao, he finally smiled in satisfaction. She said, You and I have a bowl of wine of affection. When you return in triumph, then come and watch the fireworks with Bengong. Xie Jingxing felt that today was really inexplicable. So when a female was drunk, they would not be rational. Even the usually dignified and elegant Empress was like a different person. Your Highness the Empress, it is better to find His Majesty to watch. He tidied up his clothes. Xin Miao was sad, Bengong have never watched fireworks with him. Xie Jingxing stared at the female opposite. Her head was slightly lowered and the corner of her mouth was raised, but her eyes were bitter. His heart inexplicably softened a little and said, "Good, good, good. This official promises you." Shen Miao's eyes brightened as she looked at him. "Then it is settled." Xie Jingxing nodded his head. Shen Miao thought about it and shook her head. "Words have no basis. One must have a token." She then started to touch the hairpin in her hair. Bai Lu was surprised for a moment and secretly thought that it was not good. If the Empress thing was on Xie Jingxing's body, then it would be a crime of adultery. He was afraid that Shen Miao would give any handkerchief or hairpin to the other party and suddenly saw the red string on Shen Miao's wrist. He had an inspiration and said, "Your ladyship, your red string is very good." Shen Miao's eyes landed on the red rope and her heart moved. She quickly untied it and took Xie Jingxing's hands and tied it for him seriously. Xie Jingxing's gaze landed on her slightly raised eyelashes. They were moist and seemed to be mixed with the cold air of winter. It inexplicably made one's heart itch. Shen Miao fastened it for him and smiled at him. "This is Bengong's token for you. Take this as a letter and wait for your triumphant return." "Thank you, Your Highness." Xie Jingxing smiled carelessly, "But this official does not have any token to give to Empress. Why don't I give the Empress a wish?" "Wish?" Shen Miao looked at him. "When we meet again in triumph, this subject can grant Your Highness a wish. The wish that Your Highness wants, this subject can fulfill it." "I will do my best to fulfill it." Shen Miao said, "It is a promise." "It is a promise." With a boom sound, a corner of the sky was once again illuminated by the bright fireworks. Both of them looked at it at the same time, but it was as if they had a tacit understanding and were exceptionally in sync. Bai Lu was also stunned. Fireworks were fleeting, but some things would not disappear, such as this night. When Shen Miao woke up again, she only felt a splitting headache. As she rubbed her forehead, she stood up and walked to the table, actually slept for such a long time. Bai Lu brought the hot soup to her and said, "Your Highness drank too much yesterday. Sober up first." "Drank too much?" Shen Miao's movements paused. "One did not drink much at the palace banquet." Bai Lu was somewhat guilty, most likely the wine in the palace banquet was too strong. Shen Miao nodded her head and sighed. Bengong's bad habit of not remembering anything once drunk has not changed for so many years. "But it has been a long time since I was drunk." Bai Lu nodded her head and heard Shen Miao looking at her empty wrist. "Why did the red rope disappear?" Bai Lu said softly, "Most likely it was lost." Shen Miao sighed. Indeed, it would not last long. The sun was blazing and the departing troops were at the city gates. The young man in the lead was riding an imposing horse and had a lazy smile on his face, but his eyes were so cold that one did not dare to look at him. "Master, everything is ready," Tai Yi said. Xie Jingxing took a look behind him. Once out of the city gates, the future path would be completely different. It also meant that he had made a clean break with the past and would no longer be involved. Eventually he would have to leave. There is nothing worth to be nostalgic about here. The white-clad male at the side waved his fan and said, "It has nothing to do with you. Perhaps everyone is hoping that third older brother would not return." The pine-green robed gentleman smiled and looked to the front. "No matter what, one will finally return home." "Not necessarily." Both of them looked towards that purple-clad male. Xie Jingxing lowered his head and his gaze landed on his wrist. There was a red rope tied there and the end of the red rope was neatly and carefully knotted, as if it would not loosen no matter what. "Isn't this something that females wear?" Ji Yushu asked. "Why are you wearing this for?" "After drinking someone's farewell wine, one owes someone a wish." Xie Jingxing said, "One will return it after returning." He retracted his gaze and raised his whip. "Rise." Set off. Time was like an arrow, the sun rose and set as in the past. Then how many rounds of flowers would bloom and how many rounds of flowers would wither? The moon would have waxing and waning, not to mention human affairs. For example, the declining Shen family and the increasingly neglected Empress. Like an old woman struggling in her twilight years. Princess Wanyu died of illness on the way to the marriage and Empress Shen was unable to recover. Even though she was still dignified and virtuous, upon closer inspection, there was a faint aura of death in her eyes. That aura of death would only flash like a weak star when it saw the crown prince, like the embers in the ashes, but it looked like it was about to extinguish. The beautiful lady in palace attire smiled as she looked at the green-clad male in front of her. Imperial tutor, to take a drop of blood from the Empress' fingertip, it should not be a difficult matter for you. Pei Lang looked at the woman in front of him. She was as charming as a cat in the dark night, shrewd and beautiful. Otherwise that aloof emperor who always prioritized benefits would not hold her in the palm of his hand. From a female's point of view, she was undoubtedly seductive, as she grasped a man's thoughts in the palm of her hand. From a person who wields power, she did a good job. Retreating in order to advance, she never took the initiative to mention status or ask for gold and silver, but made others willingly offer things up. Not only that, she would even snatch other people's things. Instructing others to fight, relying on the heart of an emperor, relying on the support of brothers, quietly and slowly grasping what she wanted in the palm of her hand. She looked as charming as a flower, but had the heart of a snake and scorpion. That year the little princess who was only 10 years old, was forced to the end by this person. In comparison, the master of the 6 palaces was still not as vicious as this one. Perhaps it was because she came from a loyal family like the Xian family that no matter how her character changed, there was still some leeway of kindness in her bones. But it was this kindness that made her destined to always be inferior to the other party's methods. Mei Foran saw him in a daze and said, "Imperial tutor?" Pei Lang recovered to his senses and asked after thinking, "What does Imperial Consort Xian want the Empress' fingertips' blood for?" "You do not need to know what to do." Mei Foran's smile was like a flower. Even though she was already an Imperial Consort, she still had the initial title. Mei Foran, upon hearing it, one could tell that it was 100 charming and 1,000 tender, extremely moving. It made one forget that in the depths of the palace, the delicate and beautiful flowers also had poisonous thorns. She said, "Imperial tutor can clearly see what kind of situation Empress is in now." She pointed at the rattan grass that was sandwiched between 2 trees outside the window and said with a smile, "When this rattan grass just sprouted, it was sandwiched between 2 trees. He didn't have to choose anything. He could live a good life casually. But when it gradually grows up, the taller it is, the stronger the wind and rain. I have to find a place for myself to climb." She looked at Pei Lang. "There's a tree on the left and a tree on the right, but it can only choose to climb one tree. These 2 trees occupy the same area and are fighting over the same piece of land. There is only so much land, so one of the trees will definitely be cut down. This vine must be chosen carefully. If it climbs up the tree that is about to be cut down, it will be uprooted." Mei Foran looked at Pei Lang with a smile, "Imperial tutor, how do you think this rattan grass should be chosen?" Pei Lang stared fixedly at the 2 trees outside for a while. After a while, he turned his head and said, "This subject understands." Mei Foran smiled in satisfaction. After Pei Lang left, a palace maid came out from the back to pour tea for her and said softly, "Your ladyship, will the Imperial tutor really take the Empress' fingertips' blood?" The Imperial tutor and the Empress seemed to be not bad. In terms of friendship, Pei Lang had known Shen Miao for a longer time than Mei Foran. The Imperial tutor is an intelligent person. Mei Foran picked up the tea and took a sip before smiling. Otherwise, when the princess was engaged, he would not have stood by and watched. Moreover, he has hidden thoughts in his heart. He is such a bright wind and bright moon and is so rational that he does not allow himself to make any mistakes. Naturally one must cut the weeds and remove the roots. I am helping him and it is too late for him to accept it. The palace maid nodded her head as if she understood and said, "But what that monk said, to be able to borrow the Empress's fate to your ladyship, is that true?" "No matter if it is true or not, the position of the mistress of the 6 palaces is set for me." A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Mei Foran's eyes. "It is only a fingertip's blood. Give her luck to me and when my imperial son stabilizes the Ming Chi's country, I will be merciful and burn paper money for the 3 of them." The palace maid nodded her head and did not dare to speak. Shen Miao's illness was somewhat serious. Fu Ming had just come to see her and accompanied her to chat for a while. Shen Miao wanted to find someone to ask about the recent situation in the Shen residence and just as she left the courtyard, she saw Pei Lang. Pei Lang greeted her but Shen Miao was very cold. On the matter of Wan Yu's marriage, Pei Lang's cold attitude made one's heart turn cold. In any case, their friendship had been going on for so many years, and Wan Yu had once called him teacher. And the disgust towards Fu Xiaoyi had naturally shifted to the disgust towards Pei Lang, and she did not even want to take another look at Pei Lang. Heard that the Empress has fallen ill. Pei Lang handed over a box. This. Perhaps it would be good for your ladyship's cough. Shen Miao swept a glance at him and opened the box. It was a stalk of medicinal herb that looked inexplicably familiar. When Shen Miao took it out to take a look, her fingertips suddenly felt pain, and when she looked again, it was pricked by the thorns on the herb. Beads of blood flowed down her fingertips. Bai Lu exclaimed and wanted to bandage it for her. But Pei Lang stared fixedly at her fingertips and said somewhat woodenly, "This is red-sleeved grass, useful for coughing." Shen Miao smiled instead. She threw the herb into the box and closed the box before returning it back to Pei Lang and said coldly, "No need. Ben Gong once had a stalk of this herb, but it withered at the end. Moreover, the stalk of herb that Ben Gong raised did not have thorns on it." Her words had other meaning. If one do not want to give gifts, then do not give. Not to give. Not to give. Her words had other meaning. If one do not want to give gifts, then do not give. Please take it back. With that, he turned around and left without looking at Pei Lang again. Pei Lang held the box tightly in his hands and stared at Shen Miao's back with a complicated gaze. You. Ling Tutu. Ming, Shen, Miao. Dr. Pei Lang looked at the box. People always had to make some choices. The higher one was, the 1-1, the higher 1-1-1 not. The higher one sit, the higher. The position. The higher the position, the one had one not. The higher one sat, the more helpless he was. He was helpless and had no other way. The pros and cons were clearly placed together. Which side of the tree would be chopped down and which side of the tree would monopolize the land? The ending was clear at a glance. He still had his own loved ones and he wanted to protect them. So any friendship or secret thoughts could be put aside. What Mei Foran wanted to do with the blood from her fingertips was not a good thing. He was helping the tyrant to do evil and adding insult to injury. He turned his head and walked in another direction. People of different paths could not make plans together. He could not do anything. He could only watch with folded arms. He could only watch the tree that he had worked hard to grow in the palace fall into the mud. That big fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights. In the entire imperial palace, only the cold palace was burnt to ashes. The sorrowful mood, the tearful accusation, the curses before death and the deep despair all disappeared with the fire, leaving behind only the ghastly embers and the rumors that people talked about. Ming Qi's Empress Shen died. After the Shen family was executed for treason, the crown prince was deposed and committed suicide. Mei Foran was appointed as the new crown prince and Fu Xing became the new empress. The lonely cold palace suddenly caught fire in the night and burned the deposed Empress Shen to ashes. This was a matter that made one sigh. The Emperor of Ming Qi was benevolent and did not let the Empress go to the netherworld because of the Shen family's disloyalty. He spared her life and only banished her to the cold palace, but this female had no fortune and died in the fire. History was written by the victors, and it was the same for the inner palace. With a change of dynasty, the traces of Empress Shen's life were completely covered up. She did not have any belongings left as they were all destroyed in the fire. There was no one left in the first household of the Shen family, and it was really the end of the family dying out. That new crown princess empressly changed from her previous gentle and charming temperament and became somewhat fierce. She wholeheartedly supported her own brother and coaxed Fu Xiaoyi until he was docile and the court was actually controlled by her. There was some meaning of the relatives monopolizing power. There were also some officials who faintly felt that something was wrong and wanted to secretly remind the emperor, but before they could take action, because of some inexplicable reasons, they were either demoted or exiled. Pei Lang looked at everything with cold eyes, but his heart was somewhat tired. In less than half a year after Shen Miao's death, Ming Qi almost turned the heaven and earth upside down. He indeed did not see wrongly. Mei Foran and her siblings had great skills, and it was difficult to say if the Ming Qi's country would fall into Mei Foran's hands in the future. He was loyal to Fu Xiaoyi and should have reminded Fu Xiaoyi, but after reminding a few times to no avail, he no longer reminded and even secretly felt that he deserved it. A person's heart was the easiest to change. A wise ruler could become an incapable ruler and a loyal official could have disloyalty. Every night when Pei Lang was sleeping, he would be awakened by a pair of eyes in his dreams. That pair of eyes were black and white and there were no tears, but it made one's heart heavier than tears. Those were Xianxia's eyes. Pei Lang used to think that what he did was right. He followed the trend of the times, seeking benefits and avoiding harm. This was his instinct, and it was also the best choice. But the longer time passed, the more he couldn't deceive himself. How was this the general trend? He obviously did not want Xianxia to die like this. When did he start to have other feelings for Xianxia? Pei Lang himself did not know. He was her teacher in Guangwentang. He watched as Xianxia, an arrogant and pampered girl who did not know anything, insisted on marrying Fu Xiuyi. He watched as she entered the residence of Prince Ding and learned things that Fu Xiuyi did not like, becoming a Wangfei, Empress, and finally a deposed Empress. She was actually a little stupid, but not very smart. She was a slow learner, but she had a kind of terrifying stubbornness. In the harem, she had some unnecessary kindness. Sometimes Pei Lang felt that Xianxia was ridiculous to be willing to pay for a person, but at other times he felt envious of Fu Xiuyi. Later on, he couldn't help but pay more attention to her. Even he himself did not realize that he had to be extra patient in teaching Xianxia's problems. But Pei Lang was an intelligent person and intelligent people would not allow themselves to make mistakes. Thus when he realized that he was having strange thoughts, he was determined to stop this mistake. So when Xianxia went to the Qin country to be a hostage, it was him who suggested it. But 5 years later, Xianxia returned and his thoughts still did not change. He coldly watched as Xianxia fought with Mei Foran in the inner palace until she was covered in injuries. He watched as her eyes dimmed and her haggard expression. Finally when Fu Xiuyi asked him how to deal with the Xin family descendant, he said these words without thinking. Cut the weeds and remove the roots. Cut the weeds in his heart and remove the roots in his heart. But he did not expect that Fu Xiuyi would cut the weeds and remove the roots and even remove Fu Ming. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs, but Fu Xiuyi could even lay his hands on his own flesh and blood. You could still use the excuse that it was an accident on the road, but Fu Ming could only use Fu Xiuyi's orders. Pei Lang remembered Xianxia's eyes when she heard of Fu Ming's death. That pair of black and white eyes were wide open and there were no tears, but it was so miserable that one could not bear to look at it. That big fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights, but it burned Pei Lang's heart of regret. He went to find the abbot of Putuan Monastery and asked how to remove the hindrance in one's heart. The abbot was an old monk and looked at him and shook his head. Heart disease needs medicine to cure. Was there any medicine for regret in this world? Pei Lang sought the eminent monk's guidance and the monk said, the reason why benefactor frequently dreams of old friends is because you owe them. She could not dissipate in your dreams because there is resentment that has not been resolved. Unable to reincarnate and unable to obtain liberation. Pei Lang panicked and asked if there was a solution. The monk asked in reply, to set the past mistakes right and seek for a chance to start again. If benefactor's life is needed, is benefactor willing? Pei Lang said, willing. That monk said, benefactor should return. Why must one return? Pei Lang was puzzled. Benefactor is willing to pay with one's life, but one need to wait for that opportunity. That opportunity. What opportunity does it refer to? Pei Lang asked. Benefactor still owes people and has an unfulfilled wish. When the old friend's wish is fulfilled, benefactor will sacrifice his own life and perhaps there would be a chance of survival. The monk said an at ba and said, this is all that is said. This poor monk is unable to say more. Pei Lang thanked the monk and returned to the palace. What was Xianxia's unfulfilled wish? Xianxia's entire life was miserable and lonely. Most likely she wanted to see the enemy go to hell and the Xin family regain their innocence. There was a chance to start again, but one must wait. Wait or not, wait. Pei Lang made his decision. This life was so long that he was willing to use this life to make up for a mistake. Winter passed and spring came. Wild geese came and went. When a dynasty's fate was nearing its end, the aura of decline would envelop it. Mingqi was no longer the Mingqi of the past. Exorbitant taxes, and corvée labor, the common people had no way to make a living. corrupt officials colluded with each other, the court was in chaos, and the emperor was fatuous. The crown prince, on the other hand, was busy forming cliques all day long, wishing that he could ascend the throne as soon as possible. Taking back the military power but without a good general to drive them, Ming-Chi was a piece of fat meat that everyone wanted to take a bite of. The faraway Great Liang attacked and annexed the Qin country and finally launched an attack on Ming-Chi. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, victory came too easily as they fought all the way to the gates of the Ding capital. After setting up camp, everyone in the Ding capital felt insecure and the common people's doors were tightly shut as the atmosphere of the country's demise filled the air. In that big tent, someone was sitting and polishing a longsword. Ming-Chi's fate has come to an end. The white-clad gentleman waved his folding fan as he walked in and there was no emotion in his voice. Heard that the imperial palace is being cleaned up tonight. The ones that needed to be cleaned up were the womenfolk in the palace, the concubines, palace maids, and even the imperial princess. Rather than falling into the enemy's hands to be humiliated, it was better to die cleanly and preserve one's integrity. Was he really trying to preserve his integrity? Among those people, how many actually didn't want to die? The man stopped wiping his sword and raised his head, revealing a peerlessly beautiful face. He had a pair of gentle peach blossom eyes, but they were filled with coldness. "Oh, has Empress Shen's body been found?" Jiyushu opened the door of the mosquito net and walked in. When he heard what was said, he said, inquired about it. "Nothing. The cold palace was burned clean and not even a piece of clothing was left." Gao Yang ridiculed, "Fu Xiaoyi is really afraid of people gossiping and handled it very neatly. It is really a pity for the Shen family." Jiyushu sighed, "If the Shen family was here, why would he end up in such a situation?" Xie Jingxing said plainly, "Only seeking one's own destruction." He took another look at the red rope in his hands. The color of the rope had faded a little, but it was still firm. Later on, he went to many battlefields, and this red rope never fell off. Xie Jingxing shook his head as he thought of the girl's words of congratulations that night. He would have to go back on his promise. Who knew that in just a few short years, the Ming-Chi's rivers and mountains would be destroyed so quickly? Even without Great Liang, it would not last long. He had indeed returned triumphantly, and he had planned to repay her wish for the sake of that cup of farewell wine and compensate her with a firework. However, he had already passed, and there was no chance for him to do so in this lifetime. He said, "Tomorrow morning, attack the city." The Great Liang's flag fluttered in the wind. The sky of June changed in an instant. Black clouds pressed down on the city, the wind blew violently, as if a heavy downpour was about to arrive in the next moment. There was no one left in the palace. Corpses were strewn everywhere. There were palace ladies who hanged themselves, and there were also servants who were beheaded by the Great Liang soldiers. Blood flowed everywhere, and there were millions of corpses. Pei Lang sat in the tea hall, pouring tea for himself. He poured the table slowly. Green smoke rose from the corner of the table, emitting a fragrance. It was like the whisper of a beauty, enchanting. He glanced out the window. On the day of Shen Miao's death, it was also this kind of weather. The sky was gloomy and suddenly heavy rain poured down. He had waited for this day for a long time. The Great Liang's army had arrived and Ming-Chi's fate was about to end. Fu Xiaoyi and Mei Foran were about to reach the end of their lives and Shen Miao's wish should be fulfilled. He finally had a chance to turn back from the mistake he had made. He emptied the contents of the phial into the flagon at the other end, and filled his glass. "Your wish is about to come true. Unfortunately, the one who fulfilled your dying wish was not me." On top of the city gate tower, the army was pressing down on the border. The emperor and the empress were both tied to the flagpoles with their hands tied behind their backs. Everyone had their own selfish motives. For the sake of their own survival, they could also destroy the survival of others. This was something that Mei Foran and Fu Xiaoyi often did, and now it was their turn to have a taste of it. The officials in Ming-Chi's palace kidnapped their own country's emperor and empress and came to the Great Liang to ask for surrender. They were willing to use Empress Monarch's head to beg the other party to spare their lives. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, and when the wall falls, everyone pushes it. No matter how favored Mei Foran was, at this moment, she could not move anyone. Oh, and the new crown prince, Fu Xing. Her head would have long been chopped off by Fu Xing's bootlicking Xia Changwu and Xia Changchao and given to the great Liang's general to curry favor. Under the city gate tower, the male sitting on the tall horse lazily narrowed his eyes. One did not know when the black clouds had dispersed, but gradually the golden sun shone over the entire city. His robes were gorgeous, and even though his military uniform was stained with blood, it was still untainted by a speck of dust and had a natural pressure. It formed a sharp contrast with the emperor who was tied up on top of the tower. Xie Jingxing. Fu Xiaoyi gritted his teeth. The heir of the residence of the Marquis of Linen, the son of Xie Ding, the brother of Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao. No one would have thought that the youth who had died in the battlefield, the youth who had declined along with the residents of the Marquis of Linen, would reappear in front of the world with this appearance after so many years. He was the blood brother of the great Liang's Emperor Yonglu, the noble Prince Rui, and was also the great Liang's young marshal, commanding the Mou army, which caused people to tremble with fear. Long time no see, son of the Fu family. Xie Jingxing greeted him. Everyone knew that the great Liang's Emperor Yong Li's younger brother was the most glorious and fought for him under the heavens, and was the most upright and forthright. Such a heroic character was originally the heir of the residence of the Marquis of Lin, and Mei Foran stared at that man. She was extremely afraid that no matter how confident she was in victory, she would lose her sense of propriety when it came to a matter of life and death. However, she had always relied on men to get what she wanted step by step. At this juncture, all her tricks were useless. She blamed Fu Xiaoyi for not having the ability and for the dynasty to be destroyed. Looking at the handsome man below the city walls, he had a natural air of nobility and could not help but stare at him. Her eyes were full of emotions. Xie Jingxing frowned and asked Ji Yushu, "Shen Miao lost to this woman?" Ji Yushu said, "Correct." She then added, looking at the average appearance, "One really do not know if the Mingqi Emperor's eyes grew crooked." Both of their voices were not concealed, and the great Liang army roared with laughter, and Mei Foran's face flushed red with hatred. Fu Xiaoyi was also angry in his heart as he looked at Xie Jingxing and said in a deep voice, "If you want to kill, then kill. Why the need to talk nonsense? Still pretending to be a man until now." Ji Yushu said in disdain, "Third older brother, this Mingqi Emperor is anxious to die." Xie Jingxing smiled lazily and said, "This prince originally did not want to kill you and was too lazy to do it personally. But I owe your little empress a wish. Coincidentally, this ending is also the ending that you prepared for me many years ago. So, whether it is public or private, I have to return it to you." He opened his hand, and Gao Yang handed over the longbow and the silver arrow. Xie Jingxing placed his hand on the bow and arrow and heard a shou sound. Mei Foran, who was on the tower, was hit by an arrow. However, the arrow was not aimed at his chest. It just so happened to avoid the vital parts. Blood flowed out incessantly. It was a ghastly sight. Mei Foran was in so much pain that she almost fainted, and Fu Xiaoyi's calm expression also changed twice. The scariest thing in the world was not death, but waiting for it. Xie Jingxing smiled gently and spread his hands again. Gao Yang sent another 2 silver arrows. He knocked 2 arrows on the longbow and whistled. The tens of thousands of troops of the Great Liang pulled their bows and aimed at the 2 of them. The flags on the platform fluttered in the wind, sounding like the wailing of ghosts. When the last of the black clouds dispersed, the golden sun covered the entire land, scorching the earth. The man's purple robe fluttered slightly in the wind. His smile was cold, but there seemed to be the mischievousness of a young man between his brows. He stood at the bottom of the city gate tower and looked at the 2 people who had panic in their eyes. He laughed heartily. "I'm sorry, little emperor. I'm indebted to a lady who entrusted me to take your dog life. Release." Tens of thousands of arrows ferociously shot towards the 2 people on the tower. It was like a ferocious beast coming out of its cage, almost covering the sky and earth. Not even a trace of the golden sun could be revealed as it swallowed the 2 of them. One could not see anything at all. In the imperial palace, that green-clad male had already fallen asleep in front of the table. Beside his feet, a lantern tilted, and the candle inside fell down. In less than a moment, the cloth curtains were set ablaze. The fire slowly spread, burning through the Zhonghua Palace, burning through the throne room, until the entire palace was enveloped in raging flames, turning everything red. "Third older brother, the imperial palace is on fire." Ji Yushu looked into the distance and said in shock, "Send people to put out the fire? No need." Xie Jingxing stopped him. "This Mingqi Imperial Palace is not clean. It would be good to burn it." He raised his brows, white sun flames. "I did not miss the appointment. What is the meaning of that?" Ji Yushu did not understand. Xie Jingxing looked at the corner of the sky that was dyed red by the fire. In his eyes, there was a figure drinking alone in the bright moonlight. "This imperial court has let you down, so this prince will help you to overthrow this imperial court." He said softly, "This is most likely your wish." But he did not notice that the red rope that was firmly tied around his wrist and did not fall off for a few years suddenly broke and fell into the fire on the ground, turning into ashes. No one heard the long sigh of the female in the ashes. So this was a calamity. So this was fate. What one's eyes saw might not be true. What one's ears heard might not be true. In 2 lifetimes, he stood at the distant peak and smiled carelessly. One would only understand what kind of person he was when one was in front of him. He was cynical but the most sincere. He was full of schemes but he was loyal. He could command 1,000 troops with a cup of warm wine and could also drive a horse to the top of a building for a stranger he met by chance. He would say sorry to the emperor child that he was entrusted by a young lady to take his dog life. He lived the heaviest and most unrestrained life, the darkest and most realistic life. Born from despicableness was infinite sincerity, looking disdainfully at the world, coldly competing, and finally unhurriedly holding the chess piece in his sleeves, grasping that little bit of light in his palm. This was her question. Her question, but only he could answer it. "It is raining." Gao Yang kept his fan. "Summer is really strange." Xie Jingxing smiled. "Enter the city." "For what?" "To overthrow the imperial power." Shen Miao had a very long dream. That dream seemed to be very, very long as a lifetime. She watched as a bystander watched herself from a babbling baby to a bouncing young girl, from a bouncing young girl to a slender young lady, then to a young married woman, then to the unattainable ruler of the 6 palaces in the palace, and finally to the deposed empress in the cold palace, turning into ashes in the raging fire. She watched herself fall in love with Fu Xiaoyi, and begged Xianxia to marry her to Fu Xiaoyi. She sat at the side, desperately trying to stop her foolish actions, but it was futile. No one could hear her words, so she could only watch everything happen again. From a bystander's point of view, how foolish was the things that she did in the past. Shen Miao finally understood now. The most terrifying thing was to once again experience the heart-wrenching pain of the past. Her teenage years ended after she married Fu Xiaoyi. Those carefree days, even if she was called stupid by others, were at the end free and happy. And when she became Ding Wangfei, she was forced to be involved in these intrigues. Even her pair of children could not escape. The people around her left one by one, and the first household of the Shen family gradually declined. The once flourishing flowers were like flowers that bloomed to the extreme in spring, but once spring passed, summer came, and when the autumn wind blew, it would wither, making it look cold and shabby. In that dark life where there was almost no light, there were some things that she had overlooked. Those things were like the stars in the dark night, covered by other things and became unreal. Accidentally discovered, bright as before. Also like the embers of fireworks that accidentally broke into one's own courtyard, with a little bright color, making that dry and cold night become fragrant. She saw Xie Jingxing. Not that stubborn youth, not that hero that died on the battlefield. He was as arrogant as he was in the future, riding a tall horse, carrying a longbow, and in the midst of talking and laughing, he overturned an imperial court. He drank the farewell wine that she gave him under the bright moonlight, and on the dark day when the city was breached, he gave her a wish that she could not fulfill in her entire life. They had seen a fireworks show in the daytime, even if they hadn't broken the promise of that New Year's Eve. They were clearly strangers who met by chance, but he had become the most indispensable person in her life. Because of him, her wish was fulfilled, and because of him, she was reborn. It was just that the fate of that life was too short. Such a beautiful and anticipated fate was forced to stop because of the teasing of fate. What a pity. That was why there was a chance in this life. That short-lived fate was able to continue. All the unspoken questions seemed to no longer need to be spoken. Many things disappeared at that moment, including the questions and the answers. The karma of the past determines the outcome of the future. Shen Miao slowly opened her eyes. As far as the eye could see, it was the clear sky after the rain. An exquisite sachet was hanging in the corner of the mosquito net, probably to dilute the bitter smell of medicine. The fragrance and the smell of the herbs mixed together, creating a thought-provoking smell. Shen Miao looked up to her side. The young man leaned over the headboard, one hand still holding her hand tightly. His eyes were closed and there was a green stubble on his chin. It was not that obvious, but it was different from his usual pampered appearance. The joints of his hand were distinct, slender and warm, just enough to completely cover her hand. Shen Miao only moved slightly and Xie Jingxing woke up. Seeing that her eyes were open, Xie Jingxing was surprised for a moment, as if he had not reacted. After a pause, he suddenly said, "You are awake." Shen Miao nodded her head. "Do you feel anything wrong?" Xie Jingxing inquired. "Let Gao Yang come in for a look." He usually had a lazy and indifferent look, as if he did not care about anything, but at this moment there was a rare look of anxiety. Shen Miao said, "No need. I am very good." She then asked, "How is Teacher Pei?" Xie Jingxing's face suddenly turned black. Shen Miao saw his face change and was stunned for a moment before understanding. She did not know how to explain. Was Pei Lang hateful? Naturally he was hateful. In the past lifetime he took her blood from her fingertips and gave it to Mei Foran. Even though she did not know if Mei Foran's changing one's fate was real or not, there were some thoughts of helping the evildoer, and that sentence of cutting the weeds and removing the roots indirectly led to Fu Ming's ending. Shen Miao's feelings towards Pei Lang were very complicated. She could ignore it for herself, but as it concerned Fu Ming, she was unable to forgive Pei Lang. But Pei Lang finally used his life to exchange for a chance for her to start over. It was unclear what kind of feeling it was. One was unable to be purely grateful or purely hate a person, so one could only draw a line in the relationship. Shen Miao did not want to be involved with Pei Lang in the relationship of owing and being owed. The matters of the past lifetime were already in the previous lifetime, but in this lifetime she did not want to owe Pei Lang anything, and also did not want to be owed by Pei Lang. She remembered very clearly that when that childlike assassin pounced over, it was Pei Lang who blocked the heaviest blow for her. If Pei Lang died because of her, then the involvement of these two lifetimes would not be clean. But looking at Xie Jingxing's expression, Shen Miao knew that he had misunderstood. When Xie Jingxing got angry because of these matters, Shen Miao inexplicably felt that he was like the little wolf dog that Luo Sui raised in the Luo family's army. She hurriedly stroked the little wolfhound's fur and said, "He saved my life, so he's my benefactor. He's not related to me, but he risked his life to save me. I can't just accept this kindness." Xie Jingxing's expression then eased up a little and said, "Gao Yang had taken a look. He woke up once last night and was really lucky." He then glanced at Shen Miao. "Why aren't you waking up? If you don't wake up, I'm going to chop off that Taoist priest's head." "Priest?" Shen Miao was startled. "Are you talking about Priest Qi Yan?" "What Taoist priest?" Xie Jingxing said in disdain. "He is just a Jianghu swindler who earns money." The so-called Taoist priest Scarlet Flame left Prince Rui's residence early in the morning. Before leaving, he took the good antique vase in the hall, saying that it was a thank-you gift. She did not know what kind of expert a Taoist priest who was always calculating money was. When Shen Miao heard Xie Jingxing say that the Taoist priest took a vase and left, she had some doubts in her heart. That long dream had solved a lot of her doubts. In fact, it was not necessarily true, but Shen Miao did not know why, but she felt that everything that happened in the dream was the complete story of her previous lifetime. That Taoist priest was indeed someone that she met on the way back to Mingqi from the Qin country. She thought that he was a refugee who escaped from the famine and disguised himself as a Taoist priest to earn a living. She was after all Xianxia's daughter and was somewhat generous in her heart. She gave the other a bowl of water but did not think that it would implicate so many things. If she really listened to that Taoist priest in her previous lifetime and did not step on the road back to the Ding capital, most likely there would not be those tragedies later on. But if she were to do it all over again, even though she knew that it was a road of no return, she would not have any other choice because her pair of children were in the palace. But that Taoist priest at the end completed a portion of fate. Shen Miao remembered it very clearly. In the dream, her corpse was burnt to ashes by the fire that Fu Xiaoyi ordered people to light, and nothing was left. However, that resentment was extremely heavy and refused to dissipate. Mei Foran ordered people to perform the ritual. She could not become a malicious spirit and was unable to reincarnate, so her soul was imprisoned in the palace walls and wandered around all day, becoming weaker by the day. All the things that she left behind were burnt, and if it was not for the red rope in Xie Jingxing's hand, she would have long dissipated from heaven and earth. That red rope could save her from some troubles. Those days where she was unable to reincarnate, Shen Miao's spirit rested in the red rope on Xie Jingxing's wrist and lived in a muddle. Until the day the city was breached. She saw Fu Xing die in the hands of his own people, she saw Mei Foran and Fu Xiaoyi being tied up on the city walls, she saw both of them being killed by thousands of arrows piercing through their hearts, she saw the palaces that she hated for her entire life being burnt to the ground and turned into ashes. The unfulfilled wish in her heart, the soul that was not willing to disperse, finally obtained complete peace at that moment. The red rope was broken and she could let it go. Thus time reversed and Pei Lang used his life as the price for her to be reborn. Xie Jingxing saw that Shen Miao did not speak and asked with a frown, "What is the matter with you?" Shen Miao recovered to her senses and looked at him without speaking. She was somewhat agitated. She was just thinking that in the past life she had no interaction with Xie Jingxing, so how could they be tied together in this life by a freak combination of factors that could not be pulled apart? So it was because of the involvement in the past life. In the beginning, when Xie Jingxing owed her a wish, it was just a joke. She did not think that he would keep his promise and personally kill Fu Xiaoyi and take revenge for her. She softly asked, "Xie Jingxing, what wish do you have?" Xie Jingxing glanced at her. "Why? You want to complete it for me? I can give you a wish." She said seriously, "As long as I am able to complete it, I will do my best." Her expression was too solemn that it made Xie Jingxing slightly glance at her. In just a moment, his lips curled up and said with a smile that was not a smile, "All right." He then leaned close to Shen Miao's ear and whispered, "My wish. You will definitely be able to do it." Shen Miao asked, "What is it?" "Give me a child," he said nonchalantly. Shen Miao looked at him for a while. Xie Jingxing touched his nose and was about to speak when he heard Shen Miao answer, "All right." Xie Jingxing was startled. Shen Miao stared at him with a slight smile on her lips. It was different from the past. It was not the kind of smile that had to be held back. Instead, it was a smile that came from the bottom of her heart, as if she was truly happy. There was even a hint of gentleness in it. Xie Jingxing subconsciously reached out to touch her forehead and said, "You really have not recovered from your illness." Shen Miao pushed his hand away and said, "Xie Jingxing, on the day of my birthday, you must have been frightened." Xie Jingxing released his hand and saw that her expression was calm and there was nothing strange about it, so he was slightly relieved and followed along with her words, "What do you think?" "I thought." He trailed off. Even now when he recalled that scene, Xie Jingxing could not help but feel a lingering fear. Shen Miao was lying in a pool of blood with an unconscious appearance, as if she would never wake up again. His heart was also gripped at the same time, as if it was the first time he brought the Xia family army to the battlefield in the northern Jiang. Even when he was plotted against and his life and death was unknown, there was no fear in his eyes. He also had things that he was afraid of, people that he was afraid of losing, and weaknesses. And these three things happened to be the same, which was this person in front of him. "Let me make amends." Shen Miao said, "Isn't your birthday already passed a long time ago? How about taking today as making up for it?" Xie Jingxing looked at her inexplicably and said, "Understood. Your body is not well, so stop tormenting. It is only a flesh wound." Shen Miao took the initiative to say, "Let's go out." She was somewhat abnormal after she woke up today. Firstly, Shen Miao was not a playful person, and secondly, she seemed to be much more amiable than before. Her previous temperament was somewhat prideful, and even though one did not know why she was habitually putting on airs, Shen Miao was a person with strong self-esteem, otherwise she would not have a cold war with Xie Jingxing for so long. Xie Jingxing was very surprised that she took the initiative to please him. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Did you do something wrong to me behind my back?" Shen Miao nodded her head seriously. Is it related to Pei Lang? Xie Jingxing's face turned cold. Shen Miao took a deep breath. She felt that Xie Jingxing's conduct could not be spoilt as his thoughts had deviated to such an extent. She then regained her usual expression and asked, "Are you going or not?" Xie Jingxing had not even opened his mouth when he heard a voice from behind, "Go." Gao Yang walked in and looked at Shen Miao, "Heard that you are awake, so came over to take a look. That injury was only a flesh wound and did not reach inside, so it is nothing much." He then said to Xie Jingxing, "You should also go out and exercise your muscles and bones. These days you have been staying in the house and did not go out to bask in the sun. The weather is not bad, so do not return too late." He then carried the medical box in the house and left. Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao were silent, facing each other. After a moment, Xie Jingxing smiled, "What do you want to play?" "Since I came here, I have not gone out for a stroll." Shen Miao said, "I am not that familiar with Longyi. You and I will just casually walk around and talk to me about the matters here." Shen Miao suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh right, that day I was in the pavilion outside of Bai Xiaolu and let Ba Anise buy a lot of fireworks. Most likely they are still there, so bring that as well." "Why are you looking at fireworks in broad daylight?" Xie Jingxing stared at her, "Is your brain also injured?" Shen Miao asked in reply, "Have you seen fireworks in broad daylight?" Xie Jingxing said, "Who was foolish to see it before?" "I have seen it before," Shen Miao answered. Xie Jingxing stared at her in confusion. "The fireworks at night are beautiful, and the ones in the day might not be inferior. Since you have not seen it before, I will bring you to see it." Shen Miao smiled slightly and was about to get off the bed. However, she had been lying in bed for the past few days, and her legs and feet were very sore. Now that she was down, the pain made her gasp. When Xie Jingxing saw this, he stood up with a smile. He crossed his arms and looked at her as if he was watching a good show. "Do you want me to help you? Will you?" Shen Miao saw his expression and knew that he did not have any good intentions. Xie Jingxing said, "Beg me and I will help you." He leaned over, as if he wanted to listen carefully to Shen Miao's soft words. Shen Miao felt that Xie Jingxing's character was really hard to fathom. He was clearly strong and somewhat overbearing, and in his youth, he already had schemes and calculations that an adult would not be able to match. But right now, he was like a mischievous youth who never got tired of teasing others. She stared at Xie Jingxing's handsome face and suddenly had an idea. With a paw sound, she kissed Xie Jingxing's cheek. Xie Jingxing was stunned. Shen Miao moved her gaze away and looked at the sachet hanging at the head of the bed. "Shen Miao." Xie Jingxing frowned as he looked at her, "Your illness is not light. You need to let Gao Yang come and take a look." Making a posture to leave, Shen Miao anxiously shouted at him, "Xie Jingxing." His footsteps paused, and when he turned his head back, he had a mischievous look on his face. Shen Miao knew that she was fooled and felt regret in her heart, but she saw Xie Jingxing laughing out loud and suddenly walked forward to carry her up. Shen Miao subconsciously hooked her arms around his neck. Xie Jingxing carried her out just like that, causing the servants in the residence of Prince Rui to look at both of them. In Shen Miao's previous and current life, she had never been so close to a male. No matter if it was in the residence of Prince Ding or the inner palace, she had to put on the airs of an empress. But even Mei Foran did not seem to be carried by Fu Xiaoyi in front of so many people. If that was really the case, then the title of a fatuous ruler and femme fatale would not be able to escape. Could it be that she was a dignified and virtuous empress in her previous life, and in this life she had to bear the title of femme fatale? Xie Jingxing was rather like a fatuous ruler. Shen Miao's imagination ran wild as her eyes swept across those servants who were covering their mouths and sniggering. She was annoyed in her heart and pinched Xie Jingxing. "What are you doing? Quickly put me down." "Tsk, no to be shy?" Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows and his tone was so bad that it made one want to beat him up. He said, "Just now one do not know who was the one who insulted my innocence in broad daylight." Even words like insulting innocence were used. Shen Miao could only try hard to calm her emotions. But she saw Luo Tan walking over. Most likely Luo Tan did not think that she would encounter such a scene. Even though she usually had a big heart, she was after all a young female and felt somewhat uncomfortable. Shen Miao let Xie Jingxing put her down and Luo Tan did not know where to place her eyes. Shen Miao asked her, "It has been hard on you these days." "Not at all. Not at all." Luo Tan waved her hands repeatedly and was a little afraid when she saw Xie Jingxing at the side. At that time she wholeheartedly wanted to vent Shen Miao's anger and threw a fit at Xie Jingxing, but later on she regretted it. The other party had a high position and was even the great Liang's Prince Rui. If he were to vent his anger on Shen Miao, then her sin would be big. But seeing Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing being so intimate, it seemed that there was no quarrel and her heart could not help but feel gratified. Oh, right. Luo Tan suddenly thought of something and took something out from her sleeves and placed it in Shen Miao's hands. "This is what Taoist priest Qi Yan gave to me before he left and let me pass it to you, saying that it is for your parting room." It was a small wooden box with a chicken and a snake carved on it. Luo Tan said, "One do not know why there is a chicken and a snake." "Shen Miao," she said, "this is a dragon and phoenix." Priest Qi Yan's carving skills were really not flattering. If Shen Miao did not understand, one would not be able to tell that it was a dragon and a phoenix. Luo Tan choked as Shen Miao opened the wooden box and took out 2 red ropes from it. "This?" Luo Tan said, "These are just 2 red ropes, what's so special about it?" "You still said it was strange and strange, I thought it was something valuable." This Taoist priest is really stingy. He clearly has a whole valley of medicinal herbs, but he wants to give this. Shen Miao stared at the rope and her eyes wavered. In her past life, she had obtained a rope from a Taoist priest. That rope had accompanied her for many years. Later on, it passed through many hands and fell into the hands of Xie Jingxing. Her fragrant soul had once rested in the red string, and it was also the medium that connected her and Xie Jingxing's fate in her previous life. Suddenly, he felt that the red string was somewhat familiar. She stretched out her hands and tied the red string on her hands. Luo Tan looked at her actions and said in shock, "You, Biao youngest sister, you are not going to wear this?" Shen Miao looked at the red string on her hands with satisfaction and picked up another one before saying to Xie Jingxing, "Stretch out your hand." Xie Jingxing said, "I do not wear." "Stretch out your hand." Shen Miao repeated. Xie Jingxing looked at her incredulously, "I am a male. This can ensure safety." Shen Miao casually made up, "You wear this with me. If you are in danger, I will know, and if I am in danger, you will also be able to feel it." Luo Tan stood at the side and weakly asked, "Is it really so godly?" Shen Miao did not care if it was godly or not. She felt that priest Qi Yan was very capable and the things that he sent should be very precious. Even if it was as Luo Tan said, these were just 2 ordinary ropes and this thing had a deep meaning to her. It was more memorable than those gold and silver. When Xie Jingxing heard it, he did not refuse any more. Even though his eyes were still filled with disgust, he still allowed Shen Miao to put the red rope on his hand and at the end, he tied a knot with it. Luo Tan looked at it and bared her teeth. Xie Jingxing was a dignified man, the elegant and noble Prince Rui, but he was wearing such a thing on his hand. It was really not a beautiful picture. Forget about the femininity, the most important thing was that this red rope did not look very valuable. Compared to both of their brocade clothes, it really paled in comparison and was out of place. Shen Miao said, "It is done." Xie Jingxing quickly retracted his hand and quietly moved his sleeves inwards, trying to block the conspicuous red color. Luo Tan said, "All right. The things have been sent over and seeing that you all seem to have something on, I will not disturb and leave first." Then he winked at Shen Miao and dragged out his voice, "Biao youngest sister is so good, I am relieved." He ran away like a wisp of smoke. "Shen Miao," Xie Jingxing said, "Go. Go and watch the fireworks." The servants of Prince Rui residence, Song Yang softly asked Tai Yi, "The one who is ill is foreign, why does master's brain seem to have a problem? Why are you looking at fireworks in broad daylight?" Tai Yi expressionlessly handed the broom to him, "Sweep the floor." In Wei Yang Palace, Empress Xianxia was leaning on the couch reading a book. She was reading leisurely as she listened to the palace maids talking. Putting down the book in her hands, she said with some relief on her face, "It is good that nothing is wrong. These days there are so many incidents that Ben Gong had planned to burn incense and pray. The matter of Shen Miao being assassinated was hidden from outsiders, but it was not hidden from Emperor Yonglu and Empress Xianxia. Even Gao Yang was helpless, so the imperial physicians in the palace were even more helpless. Speaking of which, these days it was really strange. Incidents happened to the residence of Prince Rui one after another. First it was Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing had just escaped a calamity, and now it happened to Shen Miao. Fortunately, now that Shen Miao had woken up, it made one's heart to be relieved. Empress Xianxia put down the book. She was no longer in the mood to read. She stood up and walked to the window. It had rained last night, and today was a fine day. There was no trace of the gale from last night, except for the plum tree by the window, whose branches and leaves were blown to the ground by the wind and rain. She muttered to herself, Longyi is not peaceful either. The wind forebodes the coming storm. Ever since Xie Jingxing returned to the Great Liang, there had been 2 incidents in the residence of Prince Rui, and this was a kind of signal. Perhaps it was a warning or a counterattack, because Emperor Yonglu had already begun to act against the Lu family. Tao Gugu was a female official by Empress Xianxia's side. Ever since Empress Xianxia was made empress, she had been following by her side. After so many years, she was Empress Xianxia's most loyal confidant. Tao Gugu said, today Consort Jing went to the imperial study to look for His Majesty. When she went, her eyes were full of tears, and when she came out, it seemed that she was not in a good mood. The palace maids of Jinhua Palace said that after returning, Consort Jing punished a number of servants and smashed a lot of things. It seemed that her mood was not good. Empress Xianxia smiled gently. The Lu family had suffered a loss and wanted to test His Majesty's attitude, so naturally they would start from Consort Jing. Did not Lu Foreign enter the palace to see Consort Jing a few days ago? His Majesty seemed to no longer have patience with Consort Jing. Tao Gugu said, Consort Jing has been restraining herself a lot with you these few days. If His Majesty really take action against the Lu family, on Consort Jing's end, what do you think? Leave it all to His Majesty to decide. Empress Xianxia said lightly, whether it is sincere or fake, in Ben Gong's eyes, one would not be able to see these clearly. Since I entered the palace in the beginning, I know these truths. She looked at Tao Gugu, who had a face full of worry, and smiled instead. You wouldn't think that Ben Gong would care about these things? Tao Gugu didn't speak. Empress Xianxia looked outside again and said, ever since Ben Gong became the empress, Ben Gong did not think of herself as a woman. The wife of an emperor is not a wife, but someone who will shoulder the world with him. Fortune and disaster depend on each other, life and death together. Ben Gong has never been afraid. Ben Gong is just slightly regretful. She looked at her stomach. Ben Gong was not able to give birth to my own child. In the past, if it wasn't for Consort Jing. Tao Gugu gritted her teeth, her tone filled with anger and unwillingness, and also the pain of not being resolved. Never mind, Empress Xianxia tiredly waved her hand. She smiled, but that smile was somewhat numb and desolate. It's the same without Consort Jing. This child, Ben Gong, will not be able to give birth. She said softly, look at the Ho Gong, who gave birth to his child. None. It's impossible. So even though Ben Gong is regretful, all the women in the Ho Gong are regretful. Ben Gong's regret is not regret. At least, Ben Gong still has this position that cannot be shaken, she said. As the sun turned to the west, Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing were on their way back to the residence. The Great Liang was more open and free than Mingqi, and it was a common thing for husband and wife to go out together. But because Xie Jingxing was too famous, almost everyone in Longyi knew him, and wherever he went, he would be surrounded by astonished gazes. Some days ago there were rumors that Princess Rui and His Highness the Prince of First Rank appeared to be united but were actually separated, and their relationship was as cold as ice. Now that both of them were traveling hand in hand, this rumor was dispelled. If it was really like the rumors that both of them were unfamiliar with each other, why would they travel so intimately? One did not know which family's mouth was speaking nonsense. Ever since Shen Miao came to Longyi, this was the first time she came out for a stroll. Xie Jingxing was very familiar with this place and bought as she walked. She was not a greedy person, but today it was as if she was affected by Luo Tan as she bought a carriage full of big and small things. Both of them bought in front while Tai Yi and Song Yang paid at the back. Even so, Xie Jingxing still felt that Shen Miao was somewhat strange and looked suspiciously at her from time to time along the way. Shen Miao however felt that her mood was unprecedentedly relaxed. It was as if after that dream, all the unwillingness, resentment, anger and hatred in her previous lifetime had been unraveled. Vengeance was still needed. However, in this new life, it wasn't just about vengeance. Those stars that shone in the dark years made her feel that there were not only bad things left behind in her previous lifetime. For this new life, it was even more precious. The current her was braver, more determined and more frank than before. They could face their feelings openly, and they could also passionately embrace a brand new life. After all, this her was a completely different person from that one. She was in such a relaxed mood and had a smile on her face from the beginning to the end. Like a child looking at these things with novel eyes, she even said to Xie Jingxing, Longyi and Ding capital are indeed different. One think that the various places in the Great Liang have their own customs. If there is a day that one is able to travel to famous mountains and great rivers and see different sceneries, that would be good. Xie Jingxing smiled, what is so difficult about that? It is easier to say than to do. Shen Miao said, sometimes one is envious of those uncultivated people in the pugilistic world. They are carefree and without any worldly affairs and live a very exciting life. Xie Jingxing looked at her thoughtfully. Shen Miao said, why are you looking at me? His lips hooked up as he held Shen Miao's hands and smiled, after the matters of Mingqi and the Great Liang are settled, I will bring you to wherever you want to go. Shen Miao smiled at him, this is you returning my wish? Xie Jingxing was slightly stunned. Thinking of the wish that Shen Miao had mentioned when she woke up, a malicious smile suddenly appeared on his face. He hooked his lips and said, you have been reminding me of that wish today. Is it because 2 months have passed and you really want to? Shen Miao turned and walked away, I am not thinking about anything. Song Yang and Tai Yi followed behind. Song Yang's expression was awkward, and Tai Yi's tanned face was flushed red. The two of them could not bear to watch. It was naturally a good thing that the relationship between the masters was good, but to let the two of them serve in front of him was simply abuse. He might as well go guard the tower prison. When the moon gradually rose, there were fewer people on the streets. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing had also strolled for a day and felt somewhat tired. It was rare for her to be in high spirits today, so Xie Jingxing accompanied her. Seeing that both of them had returned with a composed expression, Xianxia and Guyu then gave a sigh of relief. Xie Jingxing wanted to bathe and Shen Miao also returned to her own room. Xianxia had already helped her to prepare the hot water and said, foreign should go bathe first. The small kitchen has already prepared a meal and one can eat it after a while. Most likely one is tired after a day outside. Shen Miao complied. The bath water was very warm and it was so comfortable that it made one drowsy and sleepy. She lay on the bed and Guyu was attending to her side as she said, this servant has not seen foreign smile like this for a long time. Shen Miao recovered to her senses. In fact, she often smiled. It was probably because she had stayed in the harem for a long time in her previous life that she understood the principle of not losing even if she lost. No matter how gloomy the road ahead was or how disadvantageous the situation was for her, she would subconsciously put on a smile first. When the enemy saw your smile, they would not be able to figure out what you were thinking in your heart. Even if one could not confuse the enemy, it was also good to disgust the other party. Since her rebirth, she was used to this kind of appearance, but that smile was subconsciously brought out and was not sincere. How could it be the same with a smile that came from the heart? Now her eyes were curved as if they were filled with slight satisfaction. Like a warm jade, it made her delicate and beautiful face look even more charming, making one unable to move their eyes away. Xianxia noticed the red string on Shen Miao's wrist. When Luo Tan gave Shen Miao the red string, Xianxia did not know about it, thus when she saw it now, she was very curious. Foreign, is this red string newly bought from the streets? It is somewhat unique but it does not match well with the clothes. Guyu also saw it and smiled. Previously Putua Monastery sold this kind of red string. 1 copper coin for 5 strings and said that it can be used to pray for marriage. Xianxia smiled, 5 marriages only worth 1 copper coin. It is really too cheap. She also felt somewhat strange, does not foreign not believe in these things the most? Why did you buy it? But speaking of which, if His Highness saw this string, one fear that he would not be happy and would think that foreign is already a Qinhuang Fei, so what marriage is there to pray for? Xianxia had a lively temperament, and at this moment she imitated Xie Jingxing's unhappy expression to speak, making Shen Miao and Guyu laugh out loud. Guyu laughed and scolded, "Mischievous ghost. Is His Highness someone that you can make fun of?" Shen Miao waved her hands and said, "Later let people place the dishes in Xie Jingxing's room." Both of them had always slept in separate rooms, as Xie Jingxing had his own bedroom. Xianxia was surprised for a moment before smiling. "Foreign wants to eat with His Highness." She could not help but feel happy for Shen Miao. These maids saw that Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing slept in separate rooms but did not know how to persuade them. Who would have thought that after this calamity, their relationship would advance by leaps and bounds? It was a blessing in disguise. Shen Miao said, "This rope is very agile." Guyu looked at Shen Miao in surprise, as she did not know why she would suddenly say such words. Shen Miao looked at the rope and sighed softly. But this time, her eyes were relaxed. This day was bound to come. Unlike the previous times when she was worried about gains and losses, this time she was fully prepared. Everything in this life was different from her previous life, including people and things. Therefore, she was still full of expectations for the future, but she would not bet all her future on one person. Grow by yourself, become someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the person you love, become equally powerful, protect the things you want to protect, and understand the feud you should understand. It was that simple. She let Xianxia bring a handkerchief and said, "Help me to twist my hair." Xie Jingxing put on his inner clothes and walked out. He had bathed for a long time and the water was somewhat cold. When he was alone, there was no lazy smile on his face but rather a somewhat cold expression that could not be seen clearly in the night. He was actually not a very passionate person, and under his cynical appearance, there was only a disdain towards the affairs of the world. When he went out, he saw a few exquisite dishes and snacks in the middle of the room. Xie Jingxing frowned, "Tai. He was not used to eating in the room, as he was a person who loved cleanliness and was very orderly in private. The bedroom was a place to sleep and meals must be eaten in the hall. After calling out a few times, there was no response. Suddenly the door opened and it was Shen Miao carrying a wine jar in. That wine jar was very big and she was swaying as she carried it. Xie Jingxing went forward to catch it and placed it on the table before asking, "What are you doing?" Shen Miao said, "I searched for a long time in your storeroom and found this jar. After smelling it, I estimated that it was 10 provinces incense and estimated that it was quite old, so I carried it out." Xie Jingxing paused and opened the wine jar. Indeed, a mellow and sweet smell of the wine hit his face. He smiled instead, "Amazing. You also know about 10 provinces incense, and Uncle Tang actually did not stop you?" 10 provinces incense was a top-quality wine and there was a price but no market. Even if one had more money, it would be hard to buy. There were only 3 jars in the entire residence of Prince Rui and Shen Miao carried 1 jar. Coincidentally, this jar was 50 years old. One feared that Uncle Tang would cry silently with heartache. Shen Miao smiled, "I have drunk it before." Xie Jingxing was suspicious, "Drunk it before?" Shen Miao did not speak anymore. When she was the Empress, what kind of good wine had she not drunk in the palace banquets? Even though a jar of 10 provinces incense was precious, it was not to the extent that she would look at it differently. But one did not know that she had been the Empress before and was dazzled by the dazzling lineup of things in the palace. Even if she looked at it again, she would not care about it. But in an ordinary family, even in an official's family, some officials would not have the chance to drink a mouthful of 10 provinces incense in their entire life. Shen Miao patted her head, seems to have forgotten to bring the wine cup. Her eyes glanced at the bowls that were used to hold the rice and simply scooped 2 bowls full. Xie Jingxing looked at her incredulously and asked, "Shen Miao, are you an alcoholic? I will accompany you to eat." Shen Miao said, "How can there be no wine when there are dishes?" Xie Jingxing crossed his arms and looked at her for a while. Suddenly, he remembered something and said, "If you didn't mention it, I almost forgot. That day at Azure Heaven restaurant, you drank a bowl of wine in front of so many people. Xin Jiaojiao, you have to be careful in the future." When she was drinking, she was tender and charming, elegant and heroic. That moment of amorous feelings made others unable to take their eyes off her. Many of the men in Bai Xiaolu's eyes were glued to her body, and at that time Xie Jingxing was very angry. If he did not care about his identity, he would have carried Shen Miao on his body and left. He patiently instructed his wife, in the future, don't drink outside. If you want to drink, you must have me present. Even if I'm present, you can't drink too much, especially not in front of other people. Shen Jiaojiao, are you listening to me? Shen Miao put down the bowl and she had just swallowed a big mouthful of 10 provinces fragrance. The fragrance of the wine was sweet, but when it entered her throat, it was so spicy that tears almost came out. As soon as she swallowed it, she felt warm and refreshed. She exclaimed in admiration, it's worthy of being called the 10 prefectures fragrance. Xie Jingxing said, are you ignoring me now? Shen Miao glanced at him, you are not drinking? Then she picked up the bowl and drank another mouthful. Xie Jingxing said, hey, are you going to be a drunkard here tonight and drink till you are dead drunk? The 10 prefectures fragrance should not be drunk like you. You are like a cow chewing on peonies. Shen Miao glanced at him, no one dared to say that I am a cow chewing on peonies. Xie Jingxing, he always felt that every time Shen Miao finished drinking, she would be like a different person. For example, many years ago when the Shen family left the Ding capital and he headed to the northern Jiang. Could it be that there was a person living in Shen Miao's stomach, and as long as she drank, that person would be released? Xie Jingxing was really puzzled after much thought. Normally she looked like a restrained and cautious person, but once drunk, not to mention that she would not be rational, she would do unimaginable things. One felt that the heroic spirit of the Shen family could only be reflected in Shen Miao after she had drunk wine. The reason why 10 provinces incense was called 10 provinces incense was because it was mellow, and the more mellow it was, the stronger it was. Shen Miao handed that big bowl of wine to Xie Jingxing and said, you also drink. Xie Jingxing looked at her inexplicably, but Shen Miao stubbornly stretched out her hand. He could only sit down in front of the table and took that night's wine before slowly sipping it. Shen Miao looked at him. When Xie Jingxing drank, he was indeed not like a cow chewing on peonies like her, but he was also not genteel and careful, but had a kind of unrestrained heroism. As she watched, she picked up the bowl and gulped it down in one go. Xie Jingxing only drank a few mouthfuls when he saw Shen Miao turning the bowl upside down and wiping her mouth, just like how Xianxia was drinking with the soldiers in the tent. He said, you have finished drinking? Shen Miao lightly coughed twice, I have something to tell you. Xie Jingxing swept a glance at her and then looked at the bright amber wine in his bowl, you need to drink before you dare to speak to me. Did you make a mistake behind my back? Previously did you not ask me what is my secret? Shen Miao said, there is no need to use your secret to exchange. I will tell you. Xie Jingxing's action of holding the wine bowl paused and looked up at her. Do you want to hear? She still asked him. Xie Jingxing put down the wine bowl and said, why do I hear that you want to set a trap for me? Then I will take it that you want to know and I will tell you. Shen Miao ignored his words and spoke on her own. Do you feel that ever since you knew me, it was very strange? The things that I said to Su Ming Lang and also the matter with Prince Yu. It seemed that the existence of the Feng Xian pawnshop was long known and also the second and third household of the Shen family. You still find it strange why I always targeted Prince Ding. It was obvious that before that I was in love with Prince Ding, so it is not justifiable if love turned into hatred. One by one, she said all the things that Xie Jingxing was suspicious of. Shen Miao said, in the beginning, you must have been wary of me, so you ordered people to investigate me in private. Xie Jingxing's face showed some uneasiness. Obviously, it was like what Shen Miao said, he had ordered people to investigate Shen Miao's background. You must not have found out anything. You still think that there is someone with great means behind me. Or perhaps it is because there is someone behind the Shen family. Xie Jingxing was silent. Ji Yushu's Feng Xian pawnshop was able to find out many unknown secrets, but to Shen Miao, it was like a stone without an exit, and no matter how one tried, one could not find any place to start. Although you can't find out anything about me, you must have investigated everything I've experienced over the years. You should also know that before my father and mother returned to the Ding capital at the end of the 68th year of Ming Qi, I once fell into the water because of Prince Ding. Ever since I fell into the water, my personality seemed to have changed a little. For example, I used to be infatuated with Prince Ding, but after that, I no longer showed any feelings towards Prince Ding. A hint of displeasure flashed across Xie Jingxing's eyes. Regarding the matter of Shen Miao being in love with Fu Xiuyi, it really puzzled him. If it was not that the entire city knew about it, he would almost think that it was Shen Miao's act. In terms of looks, talent or status, even though Fu Xiuyi was outstanding, he was not at the top of the world. Shen Miao could actually love Fu Xiuyi to the point of being infatuated, which made him speechless and also made him feel somewhat humiliated. No matter what, to compare him with Fu Xiuyi, that kind of hypocritical fellow, it really made him lower his value. After that time I fell into the water, I started to feel estranged from the second and third household of the Shen family and was not as friendly to Shen Qing and Shen Yu as before, to the extent that I would go against old Shen Foreign. Shen Miao said, "Do you find it strange?" Xie Jingxing said, "There will always be a time when one is awake." Previously Shen Miao was confused, but that was because she was young, and when she was confused to a certain point, perhaps one would know the truth from a certain matter or something else, thus one could grow up overnight. Just like himself. Shen Miao shook her head, "Then I was too thoroughly awake." Actually, it is very simple. I fell into the water in the 68th year of Ming Qi and was lying on the sickbed unable to wake up for a long time. I had a very long dream. She looked at the flickering light on the table and her eyes gradually had a misty look. That dream was very long and serious, as if I had personally experienced it. Can you believe that kind of dream? Shen Miao smiled, it was like a prophecy. Xie Jingxing gradually frowned and his gaze on Shen Miao became sharp. It was rumored that there was once a governor of the southern country who was sitting under a tree and dozed off. He dreamt that he was an emperor, and from being surrounded by flowers to dying in the mud, he lived a long life. When he suddenly woke up, he discovered that it was only for a moment and that everything in that dream was just a golden millet dream. It was just that it was real, thus one could not differentiate if that dream was real or if reality was real. This dream of mine was even longer and more bitter than the governor of the southern country in the story. I dreamt of the future. She said. I dreamt that I finally married into the residence of Prince Ding and the Shen family was tied together with the residence of Prince Ding. I dreamt that there would be disputes in the court, turmoil among the princes and princes would fight for the throne, and at the end Fu Xiuyi would be the winner. He ascended the throne and I would be the empress, being the mother of the world, and it was very glorious. Xie Jingxing's eyebrows raised. You most likely think that this is a beautiful dream of mine because I was infatuated with Fu Xiuyi, so the dream had such a happy ending. I also hope that this is a beautiful dream, but it was the most terrible nightmare that I have ever had in my life. I gave birth to a son and a daughter and they were the most sensible and adorable children in the world. Afterwards the great Liang's power became stronger and there were foreign invasions in Ming Qi. Ming Qi borrowed troops from the Qing country and the Qing country used me as a hostage to stay in the Qing country for 5 years. I met Huang Fu Hao and Ming, and Xie Jingxing's expression gradually became serious. I don't like the royal family of the Qing kingdom. They always humiliate me. They invented a kind of shooting on foot. They let me hold a fruit on my head, but they always deliberately miss. Afterwards, I secretly practiced archery, but no matter how well I practiced, I couldn't hit them the next day. 5 years passed quickly and I returned to Ming Qi. There is an additional favored concubine in the Ding capital palace, called Mei Foreign. She gave birth to a son called Fu Xing. Fu Xiuyi dotes on Mei Foreign and dotes on Fu Xing. I was left out in the cold. Even though I was the empress, I was laughed at in secret. Fu Xiuyi started to attack the Shen family, and even though I am anxious, I am unable to interfere in politics. My eldest brother's career was ruined because he tarnished Jing Chuchu's innocence and was imprisoned because of murder. Finally he became disabled and drowned in the pond. My mother's illness worsened because of Song Zaiqing and died of depression. My father was getting old day by day. His military power was taken away, and he drank all day. The second and third household rose up step by step and gained more power. Mei Foreign and I fought in the inner palace and no one could spare the other. It was not that I coveted the position of empress, but if I could not even keep this position, I would not be able to keep my own children. At the end I was defeated and the Shen family perished. Wan Yu died of illness on the way to the Xiongnu, and Fu Ming also committed suicide after he was deposed from the crown prince position. I was given a white silk in the cold palace and the eunuchs personally strangled me to death. I opened my eyes and found myself lying on the bed. It turned out that I had a very long nightmare. She lightly narrated this shocking dream, but there was a smile on her face. This smile was somewhat misty, as if it contained endless suffering, but the suffering could not be spoken out, so one might as well use a smile to replace it. Xianxia did not speak. After she was drunk, she would always call herself Bengong, and Xianxia would always laugh at her young age for scheming so deep. Occasionally he would also feel strange as to why in her dreams, she would always be a neglected and crippled empress. So it was, Xianxia said, "Do you believe in this dream of mine?" Xianxia asked back, "Do you believe?" Xianxia laughed, "If I do not believe, one fear that standing in front of you today would only be a grave. After I woke up, I was afraid that everything in this dream would happen and lived according to the rules, trying to find some clues to prove that it was just a nightmare. However, the more seriously I pursued, the more I discovered that it was not just a dream. Those things in the dream were happening one by one. I reminded Su Ming Lang because the Su family would be destroyed not long after because of the emperor's fear. Everyone in the Su family would be beheaded and only you went to collect the corpses of the father and son. After the Su family, it would be the Shin family's turn. I was only trying to protect myself, so I went to remind the Su family but did not want to be discovered by you." At that time Xianxia had doubts about her because of Su Ming Lang's words and repeatedly probed. Both of them clashed many times but were unable to understand each other's thoughts. "Then in that dream of yours, what was my ending?" Xianxia stared at her and asked. Xianxia said, "You are very good. The Xie family gradually declined and the Marquis of Linan died in battle. You replaced your father to fight again, and one heard that you were buried on the battlefield, but after many years, you returned to Mingqi with the identity of Prince Rui." Xianxia smiled gently, "Then you led the troops and horses to overthrow the imperial power." Xianxia frowned, "Just like that?" "Just like that." Xianxia nodded her head. "Like that." He raised his eyebrows, "I thought that in your dream, you and I would have some involvement." "You're treating it as a dream, aren't you?" Or perhaps they thought that I was drunk and was talking nonsense. Xianxia's eyes dimmed and said, "But this is also very good. I would rather it was just a dream. You may not believe some things when I say it, but I did indeed dream of Jing Chu, Chang Zhaoqing and the rest. I had never seen them before. Because of the nightmare, I had been wary of them even before that. Now that I think about it, a lot of things were only possible because of that dream." Xianxia looked at her and smiled. That smile was gentle and comforting. "You did very well. Let bygones be bygones. In any case, I tried my best to avoid the ending of the dream. But one thing is, the two children in the dream are gone." Xianxia's fingers that were rubbing the wine bowl paused for a moment before saying, "We will also have children." Xianxia took a deep breath and looked at him. "Now you have to listen clearly to what I am going to say. In that dream, Mei Foran, who fought with me for a lifetime, the consort mother of the new crown prince, and finally the woman who almost controlled the court's politics, was called Li Mei. She was the daughter of an official that Fu Xiui met during the Eastern expedition. She was gentle and charming and good at reading people's hearts. Now I see her again. Do you find it strange that when you came out from the imperial hunting grounds, I treated you coldly after I woke up because at that time I was very flustered? I saw Li Mei again. She is now called Yi Mei. Do you understand what I mean by saying it like this?" she asked. Xianxia did not speak for a long time. One did not know how much time had passed before he looked at Xianxia. "She is the enemy in your dream?" "I hated her to the bones for my entire life but was unable to kill the enemy with my own hands. Meeting again in this lifetime, she had become the daughter that the Long Yi family had found." Xianxia, "I can endure my hatred, but there is one point. Yi Mei is not a good person, and for power, she can climb up by hook or by crook. She would not do unnecessary things. Since the residents of Prince Rui had accepted her kindness, it would definitely become a knife in her hands. You have to be wary of her." Xianxia picked up the wine bowl again and drank all the wine in one gulp. Even though he was smiling, there was coldness in his eyes. "Yi Mei?" Fu Xiuyi's gaze towards females is as vulgar as always. I am different from him. No matter if your dream is real or not. Xie Jingxing said, the hatred in the dream is also considered as hatred. Just based on the fact that he betrayed your intentions, it is unforgivable. Leave your hatred to me. I will help you take revenge. He interrupted the words that Shen Miao was about to say. Do not say that you want to kill the enemy with your own hands. You are my woman and your hatred is my hatred. In this world, the number of enemies that you and I have is uncountable and there is no distinction between you and me. If one day you were to meet my enemy and you want to help me take revenge, then consider it as even. Shen Miao frowned. Do you have enemies? Who is it? Xie Jingxing looked at her for a while and suddenly reached out to rub her head. Why do you believe everything that is said? So cute. Presumptuous. Shen Miao said. When she was drunk, she habitually brought out the majesty of an empress. Xie Jingxing's actions paused and Shen Miao was also surprised for a moment. He stared at Shen Miao. Do you still want to be an empress? I do not want to have that kind of dream a second time. Shen Miao said, I also do not want to be that kind of empress a second time. She said. More than half of that jar of 10 prefecture spring ended up in Shen Miao's stomach. Xie Jingxing tried to stop it but every time Shen Miao was stubborn, even Xianxia was helpless, not to mention Xie Jingxing. But this time she did not throw a drunken tantrum like before. After she finished the wine, her expression was very calm and after saying a lot of words, she carried an empty wine jar and staggered out. Xie Jingxing sent her back to the room and instructed Jing Zhiguyu to take good care of her. Jing Zhiguyu jumped in shock and said softly, the body had just recovered and why did one drink so much wine? One fear that it is not good for the injury. Xie Jingxing glanced at her before turning to leave the room. As he walked in the courtyard, the summer breeze blew on his face and sobered up a little. But he originally drank very little and at this moment his mind was as clear as a mirror. In fact, it was not as calm as it looked on the surface. Shen Miao's words were like a thunderbolt striking his heart and in that instant, some things that were puzzling in the past became clear. But Shen Miao's words were too shocking and almost had the title of supernatural powers. He had never believed in ghosts and deities. He did not believe in ghosts and deities but believed in Shen Miao. Xie Jingxing was very clear about Shen Miao as a person. If one really wanted to deceive a person, naturally one would be full of lies with a calm expression. Ever since Xie Jingxing got to know Shen Miao and Ming Qi, he saw how she dealt with the second and third household of the Shen family. Towards Song Zaiqing and towards Jing Chuchu, she would always smile and give people a stab. She would scheme in her heart but her face would always be warm and amiable. However, when she was hesitant, it was instead true. The words that she said today had been suppressed in her heart for a long time, else she would not reveal such a relieved expression after saying it. But Xie Jingxing could roughly feel the apprehension in her heart, so he maintained a calm appearance even though his heart was already in a stormy sea. If the things in Shen Miao's dream really happened, then it would really not be a happy dream. Once he thought that Shen Miao ended up following Fu Xiaoyi and even ended up in such a miserable state because of Fu Xiaoyi, Xie Jingxing could not restrain his anger. It had rained the day before yesterday and when the green boots stepped on the puddles on the ground, there was a rustling sound. Xie Jingxing stood still and said, Tai Yi. Tai Yi appeared in response. Check if Yi Mei siblings have any connection with Ming Qi. He said. If everything in Shen Miao's dream was true, then this Yi Mei was Shen Miao's enemy, but from Ming Qi to the Great Liang, this point did not match up. It was just that now thinking about it, why did Shen Miao show such hostility towards Yi Mei and her brother the first time they met? Now one could understand. Tai Yi was a little surprised, but he still lowered his head and agreed. His thoughts were a mess. He frowned and looked at the crescent moon in the sky. He couldn't tell what he was feeling, so he went back to the courtyard to play with the tiger cub. Jiao Jiao had not seen her master for a long time and when she saw him coming, she was overjoyed and jumped up to play with him. Xie Jingxing absent-mindedly played with the tiger cub for a while and when he saw that it was getting late and the tiger cub started to doze off, he then returned to the house. But he was still not sleepy. He walked to the middle of the room, took off his robe, and was about to sit for a while when he suddenly felt something strange. Raising his eyes to look at the bed, he saw that there was a big bump on the bed and there seemed to be shallow breathing sounds. He frowned and walked over to lift the quilt. Suddenly he was startled and then said in amusement, "What are you doing?" On the bed, Shen Miao was wrapped in his quilt and hugging a pillow in her arms as she stared at him. Previously, she had been calm, as if she had not been drunk at all. Now that she had finally regained her senses, the alcohol had gotten to her head. Her fair face had turned bright red, and her pair of clear eyes were finally covered with a layer of water. She said, "I am offering myself as a pillow." Xianxia almost thought that he had heard wrongly and said, "What did you say?" Consort Li once told me that if one wants to obtain a person's heart or admire a person, one must recommend oneself to sleep on the bed. Between males and females, the pleasure of fish and water is a matter of course. I have never enjoyed before and I think that you also have not, so I came to recommend myself to sleep on the bed. When Xie Jingxing heard her shocking words, his face flushed red and he stared at Shen Miao, as if he did not know how to react. Finally he said, "What nonsense are you saying?" He did not know who the consortly that she was talking about was, but thinking about the dream that Shen Miao had, Xie Jingxing thought incredulously that it could not be one of her sisters in the inner palace. Shen Miao sat on the couch and was drunk, but she still had to put on a dignified air and said, "I want to discuss with you." Xie Jingxing quickly walked to the table and poured a cup of herbal tea for himself. After drinking a mouthful of the herbal tea, the depression in his heart was slightly appeased. Shen Miao's completely different temperament when she was drunk was really unbearable. But to be able to say the words pleasure of fish and water, what was she thinking? He said, "I am not a person who takes advantage of others." After a long time, he did not hear any movements. Xie Jingxing felt that it was somewhat strange and could not help but turn back to take a look, but he spat out a mouthful of tea. Shen Miao was rather clever and one did not know why her outer robe was gone and she was wearing a doo-doo. She said aggrievedly, "Do you think that I am ugly? So you are not willing to touch me?" That large piece of skin was like the white snow in winter but was more moist than the white snow. It was like milk but was more sparkling than milk. In addition to her disheveled hair, it made her cute little face and hazy eyes. It was really a feast for the eyes. Xie Jingxing quickly went over and covered her with a blanket in a flurry. "You are really very sick." Shen Miao said plausibly, "You and I are husband and wife. What is wrong with a consummation?" Xie Jingxing took a deep breath and avoided the other's misty eyes. "Your injuries are not completely healed. Let's talk about it another day." Shen Miao was puzzled. "Did you not say 2 months later? I saw that the date has long arrived." Xie Jingxing almost collapsed. He emphasized, "I'm not someone who takes advantage of others." "What kind of person do you think I am?" "I know." Shen Miao nodded her head, "I am here to fulfill your wish." Xie Jingxing, be good. It's too late now. Let's talk about it another day. Xie Jingxing tucked her in and turned to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would not be able to hold it in. At the end of the day, he was a hot-blooded young man who was in the prime of his life. With a beauty in his arms, and a beloved woman at that, it would be strange if he did not have any reaction. But he did not want to take advantage of Shen Miao when she was drunk. He respected Shen Miao, so he was not willing to use such a method. But just as he stood up, his sleeve was pulled by Shen Miao and the blanket that he had just tucked in slid down. Shen Miao simply half knelt on the couch but was a head shorter than Xie Jingxing. She was a little anxious and hugged Xie Jingxing's neck. "No." Xie Jingxing, with a soft and fragrant jade in his arms, he could almost feel the other party's exquisite and delicate body. There was a faint female fragrance coming from Shen Miao's body. He obviously did not drink a lot of wine, but at this moment he felt that his entire body was hot, as if the strong alcohol had gone to his head and his rationality was gradually fading. "It is today. After today, I will regret it," she said in all seriousness, but one did not know if she was really drunk or pretending to be drunk. When Xie Jingxing heard it, he paused his action of pushing her down and glanced at her. "Renege?" Shen Miao seemed to feel a little dizzy. This kind of kneeling posture made her somewhat uncomfortable, so she shook her head and looked at Xie Jingxing carefully before her lips hooked up into a smile. She said, "Bengong feel that you are very beautiful and it is your fortune to fancy you. Is it not good to follow Bengong?" Xie Jingxing, here it comes again. Here it comes again. Xie Jingxing vaguely remembered a few years ago in the manner when Shen Miao was drunk and treated him as Xiao Yu'er and forcefully kissed him. Now that time had passed, this scene in front of him was unusually familiar. His voice suddenly carried a tinge of danger. Follow you? Xianxia nodded her head and moved closer to his ear to speak mysteriously. Ensure that you will be rich and glorious for a lifetime. Xianxia laughed. In fact, in Xianxia's drunken state, there was a bit of naivety that only a young female would have, like an unripened fruit. It could not be said to be amorous, and the words she spoke simply made one speechless. But her every move was a fatal seduction to him. The seductive eyes of those peerless beauties could not compare to her naive hug. If you are not willing, Bengong will go and find other people. If you miss Bengong, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Xianxia threatened him. Xianxia said, still want to find other people? And? He suddenly fell forward. Xianxia was originally holding on to his neck, but now she was pressed down by his body. Xianxia smiled gently and leaned over to her ear to whisper, you, this Empress, are really arrogant. Want me to serve you and still think of other men? I am not very happy. Do you want to be punished? Xianxia struggled to free a hand and took out a booklet-like thing from under the bed and looked at him with bright eyes. Look at this. Xianxia was surprised for a moment and took a look. His expression instantly became very interesting and his tone was restrained as he said, where did you get this from? Xianxia's neck shrank. Mother gave it to me. I have said before that I want to discuss with you. Xianxia was startled for a moment before gently smiling. Discuss? Xianxia's head nodded like a chicken pecking rice. This subject will naturally serve your highness until your body and mind are comfortable. He spoke meaningfully, but his eyes suddenly became as dangerous as a wolf's. He asked, Empress, will you really not regret it? You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you miss this consort, she muttered. Xianxia did not speak anymore, and with a wave of his sleeves, the candle in the room was extinguished. His deep voice came from the darkness. You're right. If I missed you, I would regret it for the rest of my life. The sun was high up in the sky. Even with the shade of the trees, the summer sun still managed to shine through the gaps between the branches and leaves and onto the ground, reflecting a small patch of golden mottled light. Birds were chirping on the branches. Their cool chirps were filled with joy. Xianxia felt a splitting headache and subconsciously turned over, but felt that there seemed to be something blocking in front of her. He opened his eyes in a daze and was immediately stunned. She lay in the man's arms, her hands still tightly wrapped around his waist. As he looked up, he saw a handsome face with a pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed to be smiling yet not smiling. It was a smile that contained the smile of a sales promotion. Xianxia's heart exploded. What happened last night? How come she did not remember anything? She subconsciously wanted to sit up but felt that her entire body was sore. It was so painful that she sucked in a breath of cold air. The quilt that was tucked around her naturally slid down, revealing some obvious traces. Xianxia? The clothes were scattered on the floor and the wine bowls were piled up on the table, filling the room with a gentle atmosphere. No matter how slow she was, she would be able to guess what had happened. Awake? Xianxia raised his brows. Xianxia tried her best to restore her calm expression, but no matter how she pretended, there was a hint of panic. When this panic fell into Xianxia's eyes, it made him not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, you were very brave last night. Why are you afraid now? Xianxia's heart quivered. Once she was drunk, she would not remember anything and her memory was clearer than a piece of white paper. The memories before she was drunk were still at the time when she was talking about the past with Xianxia. Because she thought about it, she felt that it was the easiest to believe it when she explained it with a dream. Otherwise, for no reason, no matter how real it was, to say that one was resurrected from the dead, it would be ridiculous. She drank some wine to boost her courage and remembered that Xianxia seemed to believe her words and did not have any other feelings towards her. But why did they sleep on the same bed? Xianxia swept a glance at her confused look and said leisurely, do you know what you did last night? Xianxia did not dare to look at him and looked at the bedding calmly. What else can I do? Sleep. You slept with me. Xianxia said, want me to serve you well? Xianxia almost choked on her own saliva. That was her, the elegant and virtuous Empress Xin who sat in the 6 palaces? Xianxia must be lying to her. How could there be such a shameless and promiscuous matter? Xianxia said, you said that if I follow you, you will carry me for a lifetime of glory and riches and have a limitless future. Shen Miao said, there is no need to take drunk words seriously. Moreover, she changed the topic, how do I know if you are lying to me? It is impossible for me to say such words. She might as well turn hostile. Xie Jingxing was not in a hurry and calmly took out a booklet-like thing from under the pillow and flipped through it before saying, yes, you also took the thing that your mother gave you and wanted to discuss it with me so that I can dispel your doubts. Do you still remember? He swept the booklet in front of Shen Miao. Shen Miao only took a glance, but when she saw it clearly, she wanted to vomit blood in her heart. Could it be? All of these were available. This was given to her by Luo Shuiyan before she got married. It taught her, the secrets of the boudoir. This thing was kept by her, so it was impossible for Xie Jingxing to find it. In other words, she must have taken the initiative to dig it out and give it to Xie Jingxing. Then what else did she do to Xie Jingxing before? Did she really want Xie Jingxing to serve her well? Shen Miao felt that it was nothing more than being struck by lightning. Xie Jingxing seemed to think that she was not embarrassed enough and lightly said, last night, you dragged me to discuss it and I only managed to discuss the first few pages. I thought that there is no need to be impatient for a long time, but you are so thirsty for talents. I must try this extremely difficult position, stop. Shen Miao quickly interrupted his words, but her face was already red from embarrassment as she said, drinking is a hindrance, you don't know how to stop me. How would I dare? Xie Jingxing made an expression of being wronged, if I do not agree, you will chop off my head. Shen Miao, she felt that it was really too embarrassing. Thinking of her coyly seducing Xie Jingxing. Perhaps all the face that she had accumulated in both her previous lifetimes would be thrown away cleanly. Xie Jingxing however seemed to be in a very good mood as he looked at her with a smile, you still told me that you still want to discuss it tonight. It is not necessary for tonight. Shen Miao quickly interrupted his words and wanted to jump out of the bed to run out. But she was pulled back by Xie Jingxing and was pulled into his embrace. He looked down at Shen Miao and the lazy smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with a serious expression. He frowned and asked, you regret it? Shen Miao was startled. Xie Jingxing's eyes were extremely good-looking and sometimes Shen Miao would find it strange. For a grown man, why did his eyes look so good? It was as if there was infinite affection, so when they were in Mingqi's Ding capital, there was always a lingering affection. However, he himself was indifferent. This kind of man was too dangerous, so one must not provoke him. Falling in love with this kind of man was definitely a calamity for a female, but to be loved by this kind of man, it was probably the fortune of a lifetime. He understood respect and had selfish motives, but was also overbearing and adorable. At this moment he was staring at Shen Miao seriously. In that naturally arrogant and haughty gaze, there was some cautiousness, and that cautiousness would make one feel that one was placed on the ladder by him, was protected by him from harm, and was the most important person to him. Shen Miao's gaze landed on the red line on Xie Jingxing's hand. He said that he disliked it, but at the end he did not take it off. Shen Miao raised her head and said honestly, no regrets. She only felt a little shy. Xie Jingxing's eyes brightened up. She said, since it is done, what is there to regret? It is not like it was done by others. At the end she was still avoiding Xie Jingxing's gaze. Xie Jingxing pulled her head over and forced her to look at him, really? Shen Miao said, really? Xie Jingxing stared at her for a long time and Shen Miao felt more embarrassed. She wanted to run but was pulled over by Xie Jingxing, let me see. See what? Last night you refused to stop no matter what, and I did not have time to look at your wound. Even though it is a superficial wound, one must look carefully. He pulled Shen Miao into his embrace. Shen Miao saw that he was only wearing his inner clothes and revealed a large part of his chest, and felt her face burning as she rejected, no. No need. I will do it myself. That cannot be done. As Xie Jingxing spoke, he pulled her onto his body again. Shen Miao was unable to escape anymore. Outside, Xianxia and Guyu were sweeping the floor while pricking up their ears to listen to the movements inside. However, both of them did not have any martial arts skills, and with a door separating them, they were unable to hear anything. Song Yang squatted in front of the door, playing with the birds in the birdcage as he said, you two have been sweeping here for 2 hours. If you keep sweeping, the stone slabs at the door will be swept through. Xianxia and Guyu were surprised for a moment and stopped what they were doing. Xianxia looked at Songyang and wanted to ask but felt that this question was too difficult to ask, so her face turned red and refused to speak. Songyang, on the other hand, was much more thick-skinned than her. With one look, he knew what she wanted to ask. He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, everything went smoothly." Even though Xianxia and Guyu were shy, they still gave a sigh of relief at the same time. Xianxia threw a proud look at Guyu, but Guyu only gave her a rebuking look. Shen Miao was drunk last night, and when Xianxia and Guyu were tidying up the room, they coincidentally took away the booklet that Luo Shuiyan gave Shen Miao. Shen Miao asked what was that booklet, and Xianxia suddenly had an idea. She thought that every time Shen Miao was drunk, she did not know what she had done and had the intention to matchmake her own mistress and Xia Jingxing. At the beginning, when Shen Miao was married, Luo Shuiyan had repeatedly exhorted that these two maids must always admonish Shen Miao. In the end, after being married for so long, they did not even consummate the marriage. Seeing that both of them had a good relationship, Xianxia thought that it was not that her own young lady did not understand, but this Prince Rui was also ignorant. She had the intention to add fuel to the fire. Thus, she simply took advantage of Shen Miao being drunk to guide her. Only His Highness the Prince of First Rank can help foreign with the things on this booklet. Now thinking about it, Xianxia felt that her expression at that time was no different from that brothel's procuress. Shen Miao was drunk and did not understand at all, so she took the booklet and left. Even if Guyu wanted to stop them, it was too late and could only follow behind. The two maids were nervous and uneasy, and after guarding outside for the whole night, their eyes had turned black, but Shen Miao did not come out from Xia Jingxing's room. Now hearing Songyang's words, both of them gave a sigh of relief in their hearts. They felt that they had done a good deed. No matter how ignorant their young lady and son-in-law were, after hearing such matters, they would have tasted it, and after 2 or 3 times, practice makes perfect. Just as they were thinking about it, Uncle Tang walked out from the back, and when he saw the 3 of them, he first roared at Songyang, "What are you doing guarding here so early in the morning? Still not leaving?" He then smiled at Xianxia and Guyu, "Why do you look like you are not in a good mood?" Xianxia and Guyu were brought over by Shen Miao, thus Uncle Tang could not be as impolite as when he taught Songyang a lesson. When Songyang saw such differential treatment, he snorted and left. Xianxia and Guyu could not stay for long and quickly slipped away after saying a few words to Uncle Tang. Uncle Tang stood alone in front of Xia Jingxing's door, and after everyone had left, he suddenly laughed to himself. After laughing foolishly for a while, he seemed to have thought of something and said to himself, "Need to boil some tonic." He then left in a hurry. Most likely the Mou army was well aware of the happy events that happened in the residence of Prince Rui, that everyone had a tacit understanding. But Star Anise and Fennel did not know about it. They were temporarily taking care of Pei Lang. Pei Lang's injuries were much more serious than Shen Miao's. Even though he managed to keep his life, but that knife wound was deep into the bones, so Gao Yang did not dare to take it lightly. Star Anise and Fennel looked at Pei Lang so that if there was anything wrong, they could look for Gao Yang to take a look. Pei Lang always woke up a few times in the night, but the time was very short and he would fall asleep again after a while. Star Anise and Fennel were so busy that they had no way of knowing what was going on with Shen Miao and Xia Jingxing. It was almost noon when Fennel came in with a bowl of gruel. Pei Lang couldn't eat anything else due to his injuries. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Pei Lang sitting in front of the window, staring at the branches in a daze. "Young Master Pei?" Fennel was taken aback. She walked over happily and placed the bowl of porridge aside. "You're finally awake." Pei Lang slowly turned his head and looked at her. He seemed to have just recognized that she was a servant of Rui Wangfu and said, "Wang Fei should also wake up." Fennel was a little curious as to why Pei Lang would use such a firm tone, but she still said, "I woke up yesterday. Madam is not seriously injured, but you are seriously injured. It's all thanks to you that you blocked the knife for Madam and saved her life." Pei Lang lowered his head and seemed to laugh. He said in a low voice, "Help? It's clear that I owe her." Fennel did not hear Pei Lang's words clearly and asked, "What did you say?" Pei Lang, on the other hand, looked a little absent-minded. He finally remembered. After blocking the knife for Shen Miao, at the edge of life and death, he had a dream. that dream was very long and very real. But it made him suddenly see the light. Why did Shen Miao always show hostility towards him? Why did he always feel an inexplicable guilt towards Shen Miao? So it was like this. The abbot in the dream said, sacrificing one's life, that chance to do it again was only a possibility and perhaps it would be in vain. That abbot also said, if he could do it again, some opportunities would be disrupted and perhaps he would be in pain because of it. Pei Lang also agreed. He once loved a female, but his love was no different from Fu Shouyi's coldness. They were both pushing Shen Miao to a dead end step by step. He sympathized with Shen Miao, but at the same time rationally weighed the pros and cons and abandoned Shen Miao. In one's life, it was actually living by constantly abandoning things. He and Fu Shouyi had abandoned Shen Miao, so in this lifetime, Shen Miao also abandoned them without any hesitation. Unfortunately, it was Xie Jingxing who was lucky. But after thinking about it, it was also expected. But after knowing so much of the cause and effect, he no longer had the face to face Shen Miao. He said that he would accompany and help her, but now thinking about it, it was only because of the guilt from the previous lifetime and he was repaying it. But he was unable to face his own heart. The complicated entanglement of this marriage caused his heart to be in a mess. It was time to end this mistake. Some thoughts should not have been born from the beginning. Once they were born, it was a mistake. Now, it was time for him to cut them off. Finxiang said, young Master Pei, drink some porridge first. Your body still needs to recuperate. Later young Master Gao will come and perform acupuncture on you. As long as you wake up and recuperate for a few days, with young Master Gao's medical skills, you will be safe and sound. Pei Lang paused for a moment before saying, many thanks. Young Master Pei is too polite. Finxiang said, you saved Foreign's life and are the benefactor of the residence of the prince of first rank. Trouble you to bring me a pen and paper. Pei Lang said. His lips were pale and his eyes were dim but his tone was very firm. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing were reconciled and the entire Prince Rui residence seemed to heave a sigh of relief. What was a blessing in disguise was that not only did both of them reconcile, they also started to sleep in the same room. This was simply out of everyone's expectations, especially Uncle Tang who was the happiest. Every day Xie Jingxing would boil tiger, deer and bull's penis soup, making Shen Miao speechless every time she saw it. Xie Jingxing began to investigate the Yi family's matters, but what was strange was that Yi Mei's siblings were indeed born and raised in the Great Liang and previously lived in Qin province, so there was no mistake about it. Shen Miao also did not know why it was so, but at the end she could only think that it was her rebirth that inadvertently changed a lot of things. For example Fu Shouyi's luck, or the identity of Mei Foreign siblings. But no matter how much it changed, there was one thing that would not change. Yi Mei was her enemy in the past life and in this life she entered the Yi family, so the position of their sworn enemy did not change at all. Pei Lang's injuries also gradually got better. Shen Miao went to take a look once but did not enter the room. She only looked from afar and when she saw that he was able to get down and drink his medicine, she then left. Towards Pei Lang, Shen Miao's feelings were very complicated but most likely Pei Lang did not know about the matters of the past life. Even though she knew about the matters of the past life, she was unable to face the other party with a peaceful mind. Thus she could only maintain this kind of distance. Xie Jingxing however was very satisfied with this and said that she was more sensible than in the past and used this opportunity to reward her. It was as if he wanted to make up for all the rooms that he did not consummate, making Shen Miao unable to lift her spirits these few days, as if a male ghost was plucking her yin to nourish her yang. The situation in Longyi looked stable but the whirlpool of disputes was not what others could imagine. After the imperial hunt that Emperor Yong Lu had set up, he started to close the net that was previously set up to deal with the Lu family. The Lu family was busy dealing with the imperial family and Xie Jingxing was also busier. Naturally Shen Miao would not be relaxed because there was a letter from Ming Qi's side. Luo Shuiyan's letter to Shen Miao had arrived. There were two letters to home. One was from Luo Shuiyan, saying that everything was fine with them and also exhorted Shen Miao to not swallow any grievances in Longyi and to write back to tell them. Then he carefully exhorted to treat Xie Jingxing with respect, to support and understand each other. Forget it, he just wanted to ask about the situation at Shen Miao's. End. The other letter was written by Shen Qiu. Xianxia's letter was different from Luo Shuiyan's. At the beginning when Shen Miao was married, she had talked to Xianxia about some things. Even though it was not clear, it hinted to Xianxia to be wary of the imperial family of Mingqi. The imperial family of Mingqi was a pot of mud, and what the Shen family had to do was to be wise and protect themselves. No matter what method they used, they had to draw a clear relationship with the imperial family, otherwise they could only be dragged into the mud. If it was necessary, even if they had to abandon the Shen family's integrity, they must first preserve their lives. This time in Xianxia's letter, he talked about the situation in Mingqi. Counting it, Shen Miao had left the Ding capital for more than half a year. The situation in the Ding capital was already on the verge of breaking out, and there would be changes every day, not to mention in half a year. However, the sudden change caught everyone off guard. Emperor Wenhui was seriously ill. First was his cough, and then his condition worsened, and now it was to the point where he could not attend court. Occasionally when he attended court, he was listless and would disperse after listening to a few sentences. One did not know why there were rumors in the palace that Emperor Wenhui was like a dried-up oil lamp and would not be able to last more than a year before he would not be able to live. When Shen Miao saw this line of words, she only laughed. How long could Emperor Wenhui live for? Was it really just 1 year? Shen Miao did not believe it, as in the previous lifetime Emperor Wenhui did not die so early. Of course it was hard to say if there was anything fishy about Emperor Wenhui's death. The imperial family of Mingqi was intricate and complicated, and the princes were not as simple as Long Ye's side. If one person ascended the throne, there would be a lot of sacrifices, so what was one imperial father? Xianxia mentioned in the letter that Emperor Wenhui was seriously ill, but one did not know why he made things difficult for his most favored consort Su Xian. Consort Su Xian was demoted to a talented person, and not only that, the entire Su family was also implicated by Emperor Wenhui, implicating the two brothers, Prince Zhou and Prince Jing. These two brothers could no longer manage the matters in court, and Xianxia did not understand the specific situation. In short, Consort Su Xian, Prince Zhou, and Prince Jing had all fallen out of favor. Prince Zhou and Prince Jing seemed to have fallen into a disadvantageous position in the fight for the throne. Whereas Prince Li's faction was unprecedentedly on good terms with Prince Ding. Prince Li's faction was also a powerful faction in the fight for the throne, and Prince Ding, Fu Xiuyi, had no relationship with them at all, but now they were on good terms. Thinking about it, it was not right. What made one even more suspicious was that in this faction, the original Prince Li actually had the intention to follow Prince Ding's lead. When writing till here, Xianxia's handwriting was somewhat sloppy, and it was obvious that his mood was not calm. Forget it, he then summed it up. Most probably in the current Ding capital, among the original princes, the hottest one was the 9th prince, Fu Xiuyi, who had no desires. And Fu Xiuyi's consort mother, Consort Dongshu, had become Emperor Wenhui's support. When Emperor Wenhui was seriously ill, the person he doted on was the person closest to him. Some people guessed that looking at this trend, the crown prince would eventually be gone and Emperor Wenhui would most likely pass the throne to Prince Ding, Fu Xiuyi. Thus a large wave of officials switched sides to Fu Xiuyi's side. No matter if it was because of his own reasons or external factors, no matter how one looked at it, Fu Xiuyi would become the future crown prince of Mingqi. And Fu Xiuyi gradually started to deal with the Shen family. The Shen family's military power had previously been taken back by Emperor Wenhui, but Fu Xiuyi wanted to give Xianxia new power, to let both father and son lead a brand new army. No matter how one looked at it, it was a pit. Fu Xiuyi had obviously dug a pit for the Shen family to jump into, and if one did not do well, they would fall into Fu Xiuyi's trap. Xianxia wrote in the letter that the Shen family was using Xianxia's illness as an excuse to temporarily not take over the military power, but one did not know how long this excuse could be used, because Fu Xiuyi would definitely not only use this one method to deal with the Shen family. But it was fortunate that the Shen family was not without help. Fu Xiuyi's target was the Feng family, which was Feng and Ning's residence. The Feng family and the Shen family had plans to join hands, and with some of the other officials of Mingqi, it should be enough to protect themselves. But in the end there was still some bewilderment in her words, as if she felt that the Shen family that had been loyal for a few generations, would now end up in a situation where the imperial family was in a confrontation and mutual suspicion. This inevitably made one sigh. After Shin Miao finished reading the letter, she folded it and kept it, feeling somewhat worried. Xie Jingxing took a look with her and seeing her worried look, he asked, "You are very worried?" Fu Xiaoyi is starting to deal with the Shin family. Shin Miao said in a deep voice, the speed of his rise is too fast. In less than a year, there is actually no one in the Ding capital who can contend with him. Prince Zhou and Prince Jing were so arrogant in the beginning, but now even consort Su Xian has declined and Prince Li was also subdued by him. Shin Miao said, his means are not simple. Even though she had long known that Fu Xiaoyi was the emperor of Mingqi in his past lifetime, but in this lifetime there was no Shin family and he was still able to turn this situation around in a disadvantageous situation. This made Shin Miao feel that the arrangement of the Shin family was somewhat rash. Perhaps she had underestimated the enemy. It is not strange. Xie Jingxing smiled. In order to fight for the throne, he had been preparing for many years. Even though Prince Zhou and Prince Jing had the advantage, they were slower than him. Not to mention Prince Li, without the support of his mother's family, they could not be compared. But why did he still target the Shin family? Shin Miao frowned. It is reasonable to say that since the Shin family's military power is gone, there would not be any threat to him. For example, the residents of the Marquis of Linen. He would not start to deal with the residents of the Marquis of Linen, but would not let go of the Shin family. Fu Xiaoyi would not waste time on meaningless things. Towards the suppression of the Shin family, it was considered as a superfluous move, so why bother? Xie Jingxing pondered for a moment before saying, perhaps it is because of you? Me? Shin Miao looked at him. You married to the Great Liang and Fu Xiaoyi previously suspected my relationship with you, suspecting that the Great Liang was the backing of the Shin family. After returning to Longyi, I also ordered people to pay attention to Fu Xiaoyi's movements and discovered that he was investigating everything about me in the residence of the Marquis of Linen. Perhaps he knew my identity. Perhaps they misunderstood the relationship between the Shin family and me, and thought that the Shin family had already defected to the Great Liang, or had other plans. He paused before continuing, Fu Xiaoyi's methods are ruthless and he has a suspicious nature. Once he senses that something is not right, he will definitely cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. As long as the Shin family makes him feel uneasy, he will spare no effort to eradicate them. I understand that. Shin Miao's eyes were slightly cold. Even at the end of the previous lifetime, did Fu Xiaoyi not clean up the first household neatly because of the Shin family's military power? But you don't have to worry. Xie Jingxing pinched her face, I have arranged people in the Ding capital. No matter what, they have the ability to protect your family's safety. You have long arranged people? Shin Miao asked, why not tell me earlier? Xie Jingxing said, is there a need to claim credit for this kind of matter? That is also my family. Without proper arrangements, how can I let them stay in the Ding capital? When Shin Miao heard Xie Jingxing say, that is also my family, her heart was as sweet as eating honey and there was a smile in her eyes as she said, speaking of which, I did not think that the Feng family would actually join hands with eldest brother. In the beginning, in order to prevent Feng and Ming from repeating the mistakes of the past lifetime, she also specially took care of Xianxia to help look after the Feng family, but one did not know when they had such a friendship. But from this, it seemed that Feng and Ming would not be like the previous lifetime, marrying that Biao older brother who was golden on the outside but rotten on the inside. But there is one thing that I wanted to tell you. Xie Jingxing's face suddenly became serious. Fu Xiaoyi and the Emperor of Qin State have a secret relationship. Shin Miao was startled for a moment before asking, do you need to borrow troops? Speaking of this matter, Shin Miao recalled the time when she was a hostage in the Qin country for 5 years. Now that Fu Xiaoyi did not have a wife, could it be that he was looking for other hostages? It could be possible that they had reached some private agreements, most likely to be ceding land. Xie Jingxing said. Shin Miao frowned, is it to help him fight for the throne? But borrowing the power of a foreign country to fight for the throne, there will be many implications in the future. Fu Xiaoyi will not do this. Xie Jingxing's eyes sank and said, to deal with the Great Liang. Shin Miao looked at him, they want to deal with the Great Liang? That's crazy. Even though Mingqi and the Qin country's combined strength was much higher than before, but the Great Liang's strength was placed in front of everyone, at least it would be a situation where both sides would suffer. They had lived in harmony for so many years, so why would they take the initiative to start a fight? This is not something that can be tolerated. Xie Jingxing laughed. Moreover, Long Yi is currently in chaos because of the Lu and Yi families. They will not let go of this opportunity. Shen Miao carefully thought about Xie Jingxing's words for a while and said, "What you said is right, sooner or later there will be such a day. It was just that to start a war now, it might not be a good opportunity for the great Liang. You don't have to worry." Xie Jingxing rubbed her head. "Leave these to me. I am also the Wangfei of the residence of Prince Rui." Shen Miao glared at him and was very dissatisfied with his words. Xie Jingxing looked at her unruffled. "Oh, from an empress to a Wangfei, don't you find yourself at a disadvantage? The meal has already been eaten, so what is the point of saying these now?" Shen Miao snorted. Xie Jingxing still wanted to speak, but Fennel Xiang knocked on the door and motioned her to come in. Fennel Xiang looked at Shen Miao and then looked at Xie Jingxing with a tangled expression. "Do you have anything to say to me?" Shen Miao looked at her inexplicably. "If there is something, just say it directly." She did not care about Xie Jingxing's presence. Fan Xiang said, "This afternoon young Master Pei said that he wanted to go out for a walk. Your servants remembered that young Master Gao also said that young Master Pei should go out for a walk. As long as he doesn't go too far, it will be fine." Gentleman Pei wanted to be alone, so this servant did not think much. Normally he would only walk for a while at the door, but today he did not return even when it was dark. Shen Miao frowned. Something happened? Pei Lang did not have any martial arts, and if he met with any danger, he would not have any ability to protect himself. This servant also thought so. Fennel said, "But Ba Jiao found this on the table in Gentleman Pei's room." She took out a letter from her sleeves and handed it to Shen Miao before saying, "The room is missing some of Gentleman Pei's clothes and valuables." If this servant did not guess wrongly, Gentleman Pei should have left. Just as Shen Miao was about to open the letter, she paused. Xie Jingxing's expression also changed slightly. "Did he say anything before he left?" Shen Miao asked Fennel. "He did not say anything. As usual, he even said that today's weather was good," Fennel said. Shen Miao was somewhat dazed. Xie Jingxing said, "Look at what is written in the letter." He was about to get up and leave when Shen Miao grabbed his sleeve. Xie Jingxing turned back and Shen Miao said, "Read it together." His footsteps paused, and after thinking about it, he sat down again, but there was a trace of smile on his lips. Opening the letter, what entered one's eyes was Pei Lang's words. Pei Lang's words were as clear as he was and had the elegance of those famous scholars. He looked like that himself, but it was hard to imagine that such a romantic and refined person would be involved in the struggle for power in his previous life. The beginning of the letter said that after staying in the residence of Prince Rui for such a long time, he had given the residents a lot of trouble, and many thanks to both husband and wife for taking him in. He also hoped that Shen Miao would keep her promise and settle Luing for the rest of her life. Pei Lang wrote that even though he followed Shen Miao to Long Yi previously, it was only an expedient measure. It was because of Fu Xiaoyi that he had no choice but to hide in Long Yi. But there were still many inconveniences in staying in Prince Rui's residence. He had his own plans and was prepared to travel around in his lifetime to increase his knowledge, so he left without saying goodbye. Due to the fact that Shen Miao previously had the friendship of teacher and student, later on they had some friendship. During the time in the residence of Prince Ding, he understood some matters of Prince Ding and knew that Shen Miao seemed to be wary of Prince Ding, so he arranged some things for Shen Miao, hoping that it would be useful in the future. After handing over the things in this letter to Shen Miao, their relationship was considered to be cleared. "No one owes anyone anything," Pei Lang wrote. He did not know if he would have the chance to meet her again in this life, so he could only say goodbye. Pei Lang's letter was very simple and there was almost nothing special about it. One did not know if it was to draw a line between him and Shen Miao, but the words were filled with alienation and politeness. The refined and courteous look was like he had returned to the time when he was a teacher and student in Guangwen Tang. The other piece of paper in the letter was densely packed with records of some of Fu Xiaoyi's matters. It was about his confidants, some of his plans, some of his future steps, the people that he wanted to rope in and the people that he wanted to bring down. Xie Jingxing originally followed Shen Miao and casually swept a glance over that piece of paper, but when he saw the back, his expression could not help but become serious. This letter recorded everything about Fu Xiaoyi in great detail. In this way, Fu Xiaoyi seemed to have no secrets in front of them and everything was exposed. With this, to deal with Fu Xiaoyi, it was like grabbing the snake's weak point, and every step was like a drill to the heart. Xianxia said, how could he know so much? Even if Pei Lang was a spy by Fu Xiaoyi's side and Fu Xiaoyi trusted him previously, it was not possible for him to trust to this extent. And these chess pieces that Fu Xiaoyi had hidden in various places were all written out by Pei Lang. It was as if he was a trusted general that had followed him for many years and knew his master's matters like the back of his hand. That was why he was so detailed. Shen Miao's fingertips were somewhat trembling. Some of the things in here clearly happened a few years later. Even now, Fu Xiaoyi did not know those people, so how would Pei Lang know, unless Pei Lang also had the memories of the past lifetime, thus he already knew about Fu Xiaoyi's future confidant and chess pieces, and future plans. When did Pei Lang know about it? It was obvious that he did not understand anything previously. Could it be? Shen Miao's heart moved. She was on Xie Jingxing's birthday and dreamt of the past lifetime because of the assassination. Could it be the same for Pei Lang? She looked at the fennel. What is different about Gentleman Pei these days? Different places? The fennel carefully replied, there seems to be no difference, just that he often sat there in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking about. But Gentleman Pei's character was quiet previously, so it should be during the period of recuperation. Shen Miao could not make up her mind and wanted to ask if Pei Lang knew about the matters of the past lifetime. Pei Lang was the person that followed Fu Xiaoyi for the longest time, so naturally he understood Fu Xiaoyi the deepest. But just as he wanted to speak, he stopped. So what about it? If Pei Lang really recalled the past lifetime, just like how Shen Miao was unable to face Pei Lang would also be unable to face her. The two of them were not considered as fated enemies, nor were they close friends. There was a blood debt that was personally paid off. Deep in the palace, one had no choice but to commit a mistake. One could not act as if nothing had happened, and one could not clearly explain it. Xie Jingxing saw her uncertain expression and asked, do you need me to order people to capture him back? Shen Miao recovered to her senses and said, no need. Since he wants to live his own life, then let him go. Meeting was better than not meeting, so it was good for Pei Lang to leave like this. She pinched that piece of paper and there was a hint of sternness in her eyes. When Xie Jingxing saw it, he said, it is written here, it's true. Shen Miao said, one have to hand this to eldest brother. We are not in the Ding capital and it would not be easy to move around with this. Leave it to big brother and father. Big brother and father will see to it. With this, at least the Shen family has another bargaining chip. After that, he was in a difficult position, but this thing is very valuable and must be sent back to Ming Qi. If it is robbed on the way, let the Mou army go. Xie Jingxing said indifferently, the Mou army had been sending letters for so many years and had never been intercepted before. Shen Miao's heart was slightly at ease, but before she could speak, Pei Lang's letter was taken away by Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing nonchalantly threw the letter away and said, it is too late. Rest. How is it late? Shen Miao said curiously, the sky just turned dark. Although we don't have to get Mr. Pei back, we have to ensure his safety. He was stabbed for no reason that day. If he gets targeted again, before the words were finished, Shen Miao was already carried up by Xie Jingxing. He threw Shen Miao on the bed and leaned close to her before saying, try to care about Pei Lang again? Shen Miao, in the palace. In the imperial garden, the lotus flowers were in full bloom in the summer and the dark green lotus leaves almost covered the pond. Empress Xianxia was sitting in the pavilion. Even though there was no moon today, there were stars, the cool breeze was blowing and the water was sparkling. It was a good scenery. She ordered people to brew scented tea and to drink a small cup in the summer, it was very comfortable. Tao Gugu stood behind her and smiled, commenting, the lotus flowers are blooming well this year. Empress Xianxia glanced and smiled, replying, last year, I had people change the seeds. This year, it is much more prosperous. She added, the summer is also cool. Just as she spoke, she saw someone pass by from afar. She seemed to see Empress Xianxia and the others. Her movements paused slightly, she turned and walked towards the pavilion. When she came closer, she saw clearly that this person wasn't anyone else but Jing Fei. Compared to Jing Fei's arrogant and domineering appearance in the past, Jing Fei looked much more disheveled today. Or maybe it shouldn't be said today. Recently, Jing Fei's condition hadn't been good. She didn't seem to be in the mood to take care of her clothing. Her usually beautiful face showed signs of tiredness. But when she saw Empress Xianxia, the tiredness instantly turned to hatred. She said, "I saw someone here from afar and was wondering who was in such a good mood." It was the Empress. Empress Xianxia smiled noncommittally and said, "Ben Gong is drinking tea here. Does Jing Fei want to drink a cup?" Jing Fei smiled coldly at her and said, "Xianxia is in the mood to drink tea, but Mimi is not." Emperor Yongle started to suppress the Lu family. The people in the Hogong didn't understand the court, but they could see the emperor's attitude. The concubine that had been the most favored now couldn't move the emperor even if she cried and begged. The meaning behind this was very deep. Ben Gong doesn't care if Jing Fei is in the mood or not. Empress Xianxia smiled and continued to pour tea. "The tea will always be here." Jing Fei was so angry she was trembling. Lu Foran had come to the palace to find her and said that Emperor Yongle had acted against the Lu family. She also said that she had Emperor Yongle's favor but couldn't even be moved by a pillow breeze. She wanted her to find out what Emperor Yongle was thinking. If necessary, it was possible to ask for mercy. But Jing Fei did it, but it was useless. In reality, after so many years, Emperor Yongle had pampered her. Even in this Hogong, Empress Xianxia had to be courteous to her. No matter how arrogant she would always be safe in the end. But she had never changed Emperor Yongle's mind. Sometimes, she felt that Emperor Yongle seemed to have seen everything and knew that she was purposely trying to please him. Sometimes, Jing Fei felt slightly ashamed. But other times, she felt that Emperor Yongle really did pamper her. Now that the Lu family was in trouble and needed her daughter's help, Jing Fei went to find Emperor Yongle. Emperor Yongle's attitude was cold. Jing Fei's life had been smooth sailing and she had never suffered any hardship. When she entered the palace, with the Lu family's background, she easily rose to the position of a consort. Now that the Lu family was in trouble, she also suffered. She realized that in all these years, other than making a scene in the palace and making enemies, she had done nothing else. In contrast, Empress Xianxia, who she had always looked down on, was sitting in the pavilion leisurely drinking tea. Jing Fei's heart was filled with anger. She thought, Emperor Yongle did not love Empress Xianxia, but Empress Xianxia was respected by everyone because of her title as Empress. This was too unfair. If Empress Xianxia was not in the way, she would have become the Empress. Emperor Yongle would not dare to underestimate the Lu family. She would not have such a headache now. Hatred instantly formed in Jing Fei's heart. Coincidentally, she saw Empress Xianxia sitting in the pavilion. The side of the pavilion near the lake had a flight of stairs. It was convenient to feed the fish. It was very elegant, but it was slightly dangerous. Jing Fei silently walked a few steps closer to Empress Xianxia and said, "Xianxia has brewed tea for so many years and naturally knows the principles of brewing tea. But Mimi does not like drinking tea. Tea is bitter and makes people uncomfortable. What is the point of brewing it?" Just as she finished speaking, she gave an ayah and pretended to sprain her ankle as she leaned against Empress Xianxia. Empress Xianxia was sitting on the side facing the water. When she leaned like that, Empress Xianxia would naturally be knocked into the water. Who was Empress Xianxia? Jing Fei was dumb, but Empress Xianxia wasn't dumb. She didn't care about this little trick and had been on her guard. Seeing Jing Fei lean over, she instantly took a step back and coincidentally avoided Jing Fei. She heard a putong and the water splashed. The palace maid next to Jing Fei gave an ayah in shock. In the deep of the night, the residents of Prince Rui had fallen into a deep sleep. When everything was quiet, suddenly a voice was heard. It was Tai who suddenly had an important matter to report. Normally at this time, Tai would not come and disturb. Shen Miao was in a daze from her sleep when she felt Xie Jingxing get up and leave the door. After a moment, it seemed that he said something to someone outside and there was the sound of clothes being worn in the room. She opened her eyes and saw Xie Jingxing standing in front of the desk to wear his clothes. Looking outside again, it was the middle of the night and one did not know why he looked like he was going out at this time. "What's the matter?" she asked. Xianxia saw that she was awake and said, "Something happened in the palace. I will enter the palace to take a look. Sleep first and do not need to wait for me." Hearing that, Xianxia's drowsiness was mostly dispersed. Since Xianxia had to go out in the middle of the night, it could be seen that the matter was very serious and it was a matter in the palace. She said, "What matter is it? Is it very serious?" The Empress pushed Lu Jing into the pond. Xianxia said as he put on his outer robe, "The specific matter cannot be said clearly in a short time." Xianxiao first breathed a sigh of relief. Xianxia ran into the palace in the middle of the night and she thought that there were assassins in the palace. Hearing this, she was reassured. But when she thought about it, she asked in surprise, why would the Empress push Jing Fei into the pond? Xianxiao had rarely seen Empress Xianda and had seen Consort Jing. Facing a person like Consort Jing, Empress Xianda was disdainful to fight with her and Empress Xianda was not an impulsive person. If it was said that Consort Jing pushed Empress Xianda into the pond, Xianxiao would believe it, but if it was said that Empress Xianda did it, Xianxiao would not believe it. "The Lu family are now in the palace," Xianxia said. "They like to be pestering. I will go and take a look first." Xianxiao quickly got up, "I will also go." "It is too late." Xianxia did not agree, "You sleep first. Nothing will happen." Xianxiao shook her head, "Since I have already instructed you to enter the palace, it would not be a simple matter. Anyway, I cannot sleep and if you leave me alone in the residence, my imagination would run wild. It would be better to go with you and know what is going on. Perhaps I can be of help." Xianxia thought about it and said, "Never mind, I am not at ease leaving you here alone. Let's go." Xianxiao quickly got up and changed her clothes. Because it was too late at this time, the servants were all resting, so Xianxia and Xianxiao only brought Tai Yi and Song Yang along. Both of them rode the carriage on the streets of Longyi and there was not a single person on the streets. Xianxing's expression was somewhat cold and Xianxiao was also thinking seriously in her mind. Even if Empress Xianda really pushed Consort Jing, it would not be worthwhile to call Xianxing to the palace in the middle of the night. To say something unpleasant, even if Consort Jing died because of this, it would be a fight between the women in the inner palace and it would be able to send the Lu family away. Moreover, now that Emperor Yonglu and the Lu family had almost reached the point of falling out, why would he make a big fuss just to deal with the Lu family? When Xianxiao was in Mingqi, she had seen such palace concubines who would make things difficult for each other because of jealousy. Consort Jing was pushed into the pond by Empress Xianda and it was the most shoddy framing, so why would Xianxing also make a trip to the palace? Xianxiao always felt that the matter was not that simple. However, Tai Yi said that the person from the palace who came to deliver the imperial edict was not very clear, so no one knew what the specific situation was. Both of them had their own thoughts and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the palace doors. At the palace doors was Emperor Yongli's Danggongong. When he saw Xianxing, he was happy but was surprised for a moment when he saw Xianxiao jumping down from the carriage. However, he did not worry about it and smiled, "Your Highness, Prince of First Rank has finally arrived. His Majesty is waiting for you in the palace." Xianxing let Danggongong walk in front while Xianxiao followed behind. After thinking for a while, she asked Danggongong, "Danggongong, is the Empress well now?" "The Empress is fine. Many thanks to Qin Fei's concern." Danggongong smiled. Xianxiao's eyes moved slightly. The Empress was fine, but there was such a big scene. That meant that something happened to that person. Sure enough, when she thought of this, she heard Danggongong said, "But Consort Jing has not woken up at this moment." Xianxing sneered, "What tricks is Lu Jing playing again?" His expression was rather annoyed. Danggongong smiled and did not say anything more, but Xianxiao felt that there was some meaning in that smile. After entering the palace, Danggongong brought the two of them straight to Jinhua Palace. Jinhua Palace was where Consort Jing stayed. It was already midnight, but Jinhua Palace was brightly lit and there was a group of palace maids kneeling in the hall. With one glance, Xianxiao saw that Emperor Yonglu and Empress Xianda were also there. Both of them were sitting in the hall. Empress Xianda did not look any different as she was still calm and indifferent, but Emperor Yongli's face was like frost. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing walked in hand and Deng Gonggong quickly reported. When Emperor Yongle saw Shen Miao coming, he was slightly surprised, but Empress Xianxia stood up and smiled as she walked over to Shen Miao. She held Shen Miao's hand and said intimately, "Previously your body was not well and one wanted to let you enter the palace to talk. Who knew that so many things happened? One did not think that you would come so late tonight." Shen Miao smiled. "One did not know what happened when your highness entered the palace, so one followed." Empress Xianxia asked her, "Is your body better?" Shen Miao said, "Already recovered. Many thanks to your ladyship's concern." Empress Xianxia smiled, "Then Bengong is relieved." Xie Jingxing looked at Emperor Yongle and asked with a calm face, "Imperial older brother, what happened?" Everyone knew that Empress Xianxia would definitely not push Consort Jing into the pond. Now that Consort Jing had not woken up and Emperor Yongle had already started to take action against the Lu family, there was no need to care about the Lu family's face, so why would he summon Xie Jingxing into the palace because of Consort Jing's body? Monarch Yongle said coldly, "The Lu clan just came here?" Xie Jingxing frowned and said, "When I came in, I did not see the Lu family." The Lu family pestered endlessly and relied on their meritorious deeds to be cocky. Now that Jing Fei had fallen into the water and the Lu family had suffered losses under the hands of Emperor Yongle, they would definitely take this chance to make a fuss. At the very least, they would not let Empress Xianxia go. Now there was not even a shadow of the Lu family. Could it be that the Lu family had already caused trouble on their way here? They aren't afraid that something will happen to Jing Fei. The one who spoke was Empress Xianxia. They are just fearless. Shen Miao's heart moved. Fearless? What did these words mean? Just as he was thinking, he saw the imperial physician of the palace walk out of the bedroom. He walked in front of Emperor Yongle and bowed, replying, "Your Majesty, Imperial Consort Jing fell into the water and caught a cold. Luckily, her body is not bad and the dragon seed in her stomach is still fine. After taking 2 batches of medicine and resting for a while, both mother and child will definitely be safe." Jing Fei was pregnant. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing were startled at the same time. Subconsciously, Shen Miao looked towards Empress Xianxia. Empress Xianxia's spring lips slightly raised and she looked as calm and generous as usual. It was just that Shen Miao felt that there was some ridicule in that smile. Looking at Emperor Yongle again, his eyes were cold and his face was as deep as water. No matter how one looked at it, it did not look like he was happy. It seemed that Jing Fei had woken up in the room and started to call out, "Your Majesty, this Chia wants to see Your Majesty." Xie Jingxing looked at Emperor Yongle with a smile that was not a smile, but Emperor Yongle turned his head to look at Empress Xianxia. Empress Xianxia smiled gently, "Your Majesty should also go and see Jing Fei. The child is after all innocent." She then looked towards Xie Jingxing, "The emperor will most likely want to speak to you in a while. Wait here for a while." She then said to Shen Miao, "After being tossed around for so long, Bengong also need to go back and change clothes. Qin Wangfei should accompany Bengong. One feared that one would go crazy in the middle of the night. There is just hot tea in Wei Yang Palace." Empress Xianxia was so dignified that one couldn't see anything wrong with her, but the more calm she was, the more uncomfortable it made people feel. Shen Miao saw that a large piece of Empress Xianxia's skirt was wet and thought that she must have been at the pond with Consort Jing. When Consort Jing fell into the water, Empress Xianxia's clothes were also wet. However, probably because he had been worried about Lu Jing, he didn't bother to change into a clean set of clothes. She nodded and said, "All right." Emperor Yongle stared at Empress Xianxia and didn't speak. In the room, Jing Fei's calls became more and more delicate. Empress Xianxia said, "Your Majesty should go in early to see. The one who is tired is not Jing Fei, but the child in Jing Fei's stomach." Finishing, she didn't care what expression Emperor Yongle had and pulled Shen Miao away. As soon as they left the Jinghua Palace, the air outside seemed to be much fresher. Long Ye's bitter summer was about to end. Not long after, the weather would gradually turn cold and it would be the beginning of autumn. Nowadays, the better the flowers bloomed in the summer, the more desolate the withering ones would be in the future. Shen Miao lowered her head and thought of the strange atmosphere between Emperor Yongle and Empress Xianxia just now. She felt that Empress Xianxia was a bit tired today. Even when they were in Jinghua Palace, she was at odds with Emperor Yongle. This was different to Empress Xianda's steady personality. Maybe it was because of Jing Fei's child. That's right, Empress Xianda had no children. Ever since the first time Shen Miao entered the palace, she discovered that Emperor Yonglu was currently in his prime but did not have any heirs. The reason why the Lu and Yi clans had so many followers in the imperial court, aside from the power left behind by the previous emperor, was that they did not have any heirs. No matter how one looked at it, an emperor without his own children would not last long. But now Jing Fei had one? If Jing Fei gave birth to a son, would he have to be the future heir apparent? Then wouldn't the world be tied together with the Lu family in the end? Outside relatives monopolizing power was what Emperor Yonglu didn't want to see the most. No wonder Emperor Yonglu wasn't happy at all when he heard Jing Fei was pregnant. However, Empress Xianda's unhappiness was probably not only because of the position of Empress, but also because of her jealousy as a woman. Bystanders could see more clearly. Looking at a problem from an outsider's point of view was always the clearest. It was the same for Shen Miao. The way Empress Xianda looked at Emperor Yonglu was exactly the same as how she looked at Fu Xiuyi. She loved her husband deeply, but in the end, another woman was pregnant with her husband's child. Even someone as calm as Xianda Empress would feel a sliver of displeasure in her heart. She was just a woman after all. Qin Wangfei? Empress Xianda's voice came into her ears. Shen Miao recovered to her senses and Empress Xianda was already looking at her with a somewhat tolerant smile. You were lost in thought and did not even hear what Ben Gong said. Shen Miao quickly apologized. One has offended your ladyship. There is no need to be like this. Empress Xianda did not put it to heart and said, it is so late, it is natural for people to be distracted due to tiredness. Qin Wangfei does not have to blame yourself. As Shen Miao walked, she could not help but ask, your ladyship, this official's wife wants to ask you something? Excuse me. Did you really push Consort Jing into the water? Empress Xianda paused for a moment and then looked at her with a smile. What does Qin Wangfei think? Her ladyship would definitely not do that. Consort Jing did not just enter the palace and your ladyship had lived peacefully with her for many years, so it is not worthwhile to deal with her at this critical juncture. Shen Miao said, so this official's wife is very curious. Why did your ladyship admit to this crime? Empress Xianda stopped her footsteps and looked at Shen Miao with a smile. You really believe in Ben Gong? Actually, it is strange to talk about it. The first time Ben Gong saw you, I felt that you are very similar to Ben Gong, but your temperament is more intense. Most likely it is because your father is a military general. Ben Gong had heard a lot of things about you. Even though you have many methods and schemes, you have the heroic spirit of a family of generals when you do things, straightforward and efficient. Ben Gong cannot do it as civil officials pay particular attention to roundabout ways. Even if Ben Gong wanted to be extreme, it would be soft until the end, so you and Ben Gong are ultimately different. Shen Miao was silent. Empress Xianda smiled again. Ben Gong indeed do not need to push her into the pond. The emperor understands this logic and the Lu family also understand. The only one that does not understand is Lu Jing. As for this crime, it does not matter. The purpose of framing a person is to deceive the world. But even you who just came to Longyi know about this lie, much less the officials of Longyi. Shen Miao asked, does your ladyship not explain? Ben Gong is too lazy to explain and disdain to explain. Do what Jing Fei wants. Ben Gong does not care at all. Empress Xianda said lightly. Shen Miao thought that in this aspect, she was completely different from Empress Xianda. If it was not her own crime, no matter how disdainful she would not admit it herself. No matter how she changed, she was still fierce in her bones. Empress Xianda was like a puddle of water, tolerant and calm, making others feel that they were very small in front of her. As they were talking, unknowingly, Weiyang Palace was already in front of them. Tao Gugu was waiting at the door and seeing the two of them return, she quickly walked in front of Empress Xianda and said, is your ladyship well? Is Jing Fei Nyang all right? After Jing Fei fell into the water, Empress Xianda let Tao Gugu return first. Tao Gugu had been worried but Empress Xianda only returned now. Empress Xianda did not answer Tao Gugu's question and smiled, nothing. Ben Gong will go and change clothes first. Tao Gugu, bring Qin Wangfei to the hall to sit and pour some hot tea for her. Finishing, she went inside to change clothes. Tao Gugu brought Shen Miao to the hall and the tea was just right. Tao Gugu poured tea for Shen Miao and could not help but ask, Qin Wang Fei, what is the matter with that Jing Fei Nyang Nyang? Nothing serious happened, right? What took you so long? He was a loyal servant who was burning with anxiety. Shen Miao thought about it and said, Jing Fei is fine and the child in her stomach is also well. Tao Gugu was startled and almost spilled the tea. When she reacted, she quickly stopped her actions but her face was very pale. Shen Miao saw her like this and asked, previously when Jing Fei was pregnant, you all did not know? Tao Gugu forced a smile, Qin Wang Fei is joking. How would she know? If she knew. She didn't continue. Shen Miao did not miss the flash of anger and resentment on Tao Gugu's face as she thought what would happen if she knew about it. Would she first snuff out the child in her belly, like the women in the harem often did? Just as he was thinking, Empress Xianxia came out from inside. She changed her clothes and the one that she changed into was a moon-white gauze long dress that was faintly discernible embroidered with orchids. One had to say that after taking off the Empress's court attire, Empress Xianxia's temperament was like a different person. When Shen Miao looked carefully, she felt that Empress Xianxia's brows were light but comfortable, and her entire body had the taste of a historian. It was similar to Pei Lang but it was more elegant than Pei Lang. She walked over and sat down beside Shen Miao. She picked up a cup of tea and smiled, one is very sleepy at night and with such a cup of tea, it is much warmer. Tao Gugu suddenly knelt down and said, Nyang Nyang, do you still have the mood to drink tea? Empress Xianxia was startled for a moment and said, what is this for? There was a faint harshness in her tone. Tao Gugu was unmoved and still knelt down but there was some grief and indignation as she said, Jing Fei is pregnant. She is pregnant and still wants to frame you. You have to endure this. How long do you have to endure for in this lifetime? These words had somewhat overstepped the identity of a servant to a master and the originally good atmosphere in the room suddenly turned cold. Shen Miao looked down and did not speak as she held the tea. Empress Xianxia said, Qiao Shui, you have followed Bengong for so many years and Bengong treats you as a relative but you are too overstepping the rules. Tao Gugu was not willing to stand up. After a moment, Empress Xianxia sighed and said, never mind. Lu Jing does not know that she is pregnant. Bengong is very clear of Lu Jing's character. If she was pregnant, she would not dare to use the child in her stomach to harm Bengong. She would only protect the dragon's seed and would not let anything happen to the child. But now it is a fact that Consort Jing is pregnant. Tao Gugu raised her head, your ladyship must also think for yourself. Shen Miao finally was no longer silent. She said, Tao Gugu's words are right. One must consider the matter of Consort Jing. It is not all for your ladyship. Even with the Lu family's current situation, for your majesty, your ladyship cannot just watch from the sidelines. Empress Xianxia looked at her strangely, as if she did not think that Shen Miao would speak at this juncture. But she quickly smiled in relief and said, it seems that Jing Xing had told you a lot. Get up, Qiao Shui. Empress Xianxia said to Tao Gugu, Bengong do not want to say it a second time. This sentence was already spoken in a commanding tone. Tao Gugu hesitated for a moment before finally standing up. Empress Xianxia looked at Shen Miao, let you see a joke. Qiao Shui is Bengong's closest person and wholeheartedly thinks for Bengong. One spoke too hastily but one's heart is good. She sighed, actually Bengong had always thought that Lu Jing was stupid and Bengong disdained to compete with her. But now it seems that Bengong was wrong. Lu Jing still has some ability to avoid the seed soup and be pregnant with the emperor's child. Seed soup. Shen Miao's heart moved. Empress Xianxia told her the secrets of the palace. In fact, the more one knew, the more dangerous it was. Those who knew the secrets of the palace would eventually become fertilizer for the flowers in the palace. But she did not know why, she felt that Empress Xianxia only told her this because she wanted to tell her, and not because she knew more. You are a smart one and think that you have seen that the emperor does not have any children in the palace. It is not because of the consorts or the emperor himself, but because they would drink the seed soup. This Lu Jing had drunk it before, but I don't know why. She must have used some method to get pregnant. This is probably the first in the palace. After saying that, she seemed to have thought of something and smiled. Perhaps it's not the first. I once had a child, but it was a miscarriage. Aunt Tao's eyes reddened when she heard this. Xin Miao's hand that was holding the teacup trembled and she did not speak. His Majesty often thinks that you are not good, because he thinks that Jingxing is the best. An ordinary girl, even if she is a fairy, is probably not worth mentioning in his eyes. In the beginning when Jingxing said that he wanted to marry a Mingqi's young lady, His Majesty found people to inquire a lot about you, and after hearing about it, he told Bengong that you are vicious. Empress Xianxia suddenly changed the topic and looked at Xin Miao, but looking at it now, Bengong feel that you are very kind. Xin Miao did not understand and heard Empress Xianxia speaking again. You obviously wanted to ask Bengong about the miscarriage but were afraid that it would cause Bengong's heart to be sad, so you endured and did not ask. Xin Miao softly said, this official's wife just do not dare. You are really straightforward. Jingxing found an interesting wife and Bengong like you even more. Empress Xianxia smiled. She said, actually the matter has passed for a long time and Bengong is already relieved. At the beginning when Bengong was pregnant, Lu Jing added cold herbs into the dim sum that the imperial chefs made. Just a little bit and Bengong's child was gone. At that time Lu Jing had just entered the palace and was favored and the Lu family watched, thus His Majesty could only punish her lightly. Bengong felt that there was no fate between her and the child so it was fine. Just by listening, Xin Miao could already guess the heart-wrenching pain. In the previous lifetime, in the inner palace of Mingqi, the concubines fought with each other for the emperor's favor. The inner palace was the battlefield for females and when females were ruthless, they were sometimes even more terrifying than males. Many of the children of the concubines became victims under such circumstances and no matter how vicious the concubines were, at the moment they lost their children, they would cry out in despair. Did the calm and gentle Empress Xianxia in front of her also experience that kind of despair before? Scars would take a long time to heal and only one would know the pain of scars. The most hateful thing was that one could not even take revenge for the child. Why was this so? Do not blame His Majesty and do not think that Bengong is pitiful. Even though Bengong is indeed pitiful, Bengong is also an evil person. Empress Xianxia said, after Bengong's miscarriage, Bengong could no longer give birth and would not be able to have children in this lifetime. Thus His Majesty made all the females in the inner palace unable to give birth to his children. If Bengong is not good, everyone would not be well off. Xin Miao was startled. Because Empress Xianxia could not give birth, so Emperor Yongle made all the females in the palace unable to give birth, then Emperor Yongle should like Empress Xianxia very much but if he really liked her, why would he let Empress Xianxia suffer such a big grievance? Even if Empress Xianxia did not mention it, Emperor Yongle himself would also want to kill the culprit of his children, so why would he treat her as his favored concubine? Xin Miao only felt that the secrets of the imperial family of the Great Liang were no less than those of the Mingqi. Empress Xianxia saw her startled appearance and suddenly laughed, you really believe it? How would His Majesty give up all the children of the concubines because of Bengong? Jingxing could do it because Jingxing's luck was good but His Majesty's luck was bad. He is the emperor. There were many meanings in these words and Xin Miao did not know how to continue the conversation. But what you said is right. One should naturally plan for the future. Lu Jing, this child came at the right time and because of this child, her life was temporarily saved. But the Lu family would not have such good luck. Empress Xianxia gently smiled and her smile became somewhat sharp. The child cannot be kept. In the imperial study, Xie Jingxing's eyes were cold as he spoke to the emperor in front. Zhen knows that it cannot be kept. If it is possible, Zhen hopes that one can force it to be kept. Emperor Yongle spoke coldly, as though the person he was about to force down wasn't his son, but someone else. Why didn't you do it just now? Xie Jingxing asked sharply. Qingzhen did not allow. Emperor said. Qingzhen was Empress Xianxia's maiden name, and this name had not come out of Emperor Yongle's mouth for a long time. After a long while, Xie Jingxing then ridiculed, Imperial Sa had always been soft-hearted, perhaps it was because she pitied her own flesh and blood that had died. Xie Yuan. These words Emperor Yong Emperors Emperor Qing. Emperors Long's King, one Emperor, Xies, and Emperor, a other Qi, Qing Emperor, King one of the other. I do not care what happens to Lu Jing and I do not want to care about that child. The Lu family came and left. They definitely think that the child in Lu Jing's stomach is a protective talisman. why would we give them such a big gift? The emperor who did not have any children suddenly had his only child. So this only child was a life-saving straw. Whether Emperor Yongle was willing or not, the position of the heir apparent had landed on the child in Jing Fei's stomach. So when the Lu family came today and saw that Jing Fei was pregnant, they did not make a fuss and quickly left. Maybe in their eyes, Empress Xianxia's position as Empress was going to be gone soon. They didn't even have time to feel pity and would not be unforgiving. They would just treat it as their benevolence and doing a good deed. They had no worries like this, but what was the reality? Since ancient times, there were 4 words: the affairs of the world are hard to predict. The Lu family always forget one thing. You and I are both surnamed Xia, and the blood of the Xia family flows in our bodies. Emperor Yongle said indifferently, and the Xia family are all heartless. On the way back, Shen Miao thought about what Empress Xianxia said, and her heart could not calm down for a long time. In the end, Jing Fei and her child were safe, and Empress Xianxia did not get into any trouble because of this. It seemed to be a very happy ending, but Shen Miao felt that something was not right. When they returned to the residence of Prince Rui, it was almost dawn, and it would be very late if they were to sleep now. Moreover, Shen Miao was not in the mood to rest. When Xianxia and Guyu saw this, they instructed the small kitchen to cook some sweet soup for both of them. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing returned to the room and closed the door before sitting at the table. She looked at Xie Jingxing and said, "Now that consort Jing is pregnant, what should the Lu family do?" Logically, Emperor Wen Yongle didn't have any other children, so the child Jing Fei was pregnant with was precious. If she was pregnant with a son, then if there were no accidents, the position of the future heir apparent would naturally belong to the child in Jing Fei's belly. Logically speaking, that should be the case. But Empress Xianxia's words were very disapproving. This made people think deeply. Unless Emperor Yongle had other children, why would he be like this? The Lu family had nothing to fear because of Jing Fei. Was Yongle Emperor's plan to deal with the Lu family going to be stopped because of this? Shen Miao felt that it was impossible. When Xie Jingxing heard it, he lightly said, "Imperial older brother has already made a move against the Lu family. There is no difference whether he is alive or not." The meaning in these words was that the child in Jing Fei's womb was one thing and the ending of the Lu family was another. At most, Jing Fei would temporarily keep her life because of her child. The Lu family would still fall according to the original plan. Shen Miao frowned. "I spoke to her ladyship and felt that it was somewhat strange. One heard that her ladyship had a miscarriage and it was because of consort Jing. We can't say if this was intentional, but no matter how magnanimous the Empress is, how could she safely watch Jing Fei live well for so many years?" Xie Jingxing was pouring tea for her, but his actions paused when he heard this. Shen Miao stared at him. "Tell me honestly, why does His Majesty not have an heir until now? Is it intentional or is it a last resort?" She thought about it and felt that it was too strange that Emperor Yongle did not have any children. Every emperor, regardless of whether they were wise or incapable, hoped to have as many children as possible. The more princes there were, the more balanced they would be, and the more stable dynasty's situation would be. Even for a person like Fu Xiaoyi, he never lacked heirs. Previously, Shen Miao found it strange that Emperor Yongle's political achievements were so outstanding and the people lived and worked in peace, so how could the court still be unstable until now? Later, when she saw his son, she understood. This was because Emperor Yongle did not have any children. Just this point alone was enough to make the courtiers complain. Speaking of which, Emperor Yongle was already very impressive. If it was an ordinary emperor who did not have children, not to mention maintaining the balance for so many years, he would have long been stripped of his imperial robes and thrown off the stage to become an ordinary person. Xie Jingxing then looked at Shen Miao after a long time and his gaze was somewhat strange. "You really want to know? After you returned from the imperial hunting grounds, when you were unconscious, I had a premonition that some things would change, but at that time I had just arrived at Longyi and did not know much about the situation of the Great Liang, so I could not help much. So other than going to the Phoenix Head Manor to look for that expert, I could not help with anything else." Shen Miao said, "I do not like to be so passive. If there is a day that you also have something big to do, I hope that I will not be useless. But I do not know anything, so even if I have the heart, how can I help?" Xie Jingxing looked at her for a while and suddenly sighed. He was half gratified and half teasing as he touched her head. Our family's Jiao Jiao is not only good at calculating people, but also considerate. Shen Miao pushed his hand away and said, "You cannot let me be a rice worm that only knows how to eat. I dare not underestimate you." Xie Jingxing smiled and sighed, "Since you want to know, I will not hide it. You once told me that you had a real dream and that dream was very tragic. Now what I am going to tell you is not a dream but something that really happened. The journey from Longyi to the Ding capital would require at least half a year to reach even with the fastest horses. Do you always want to know why did I become the son of the Marquis of Linan? For so many years, I obviously knew about my birth but did not return to the Great Liang. It is not because I do not want to return but because I cannot return." His gaze gradually became sharp. Xie Jingxing's real name was Xia Yuan and his courtesy name Jingxing had the meaning of looking up to the high mountain, doing things in Jingxing, representing that the person who gave him this name hoped that he would be a person of noble character. Not to mention whether the name was successful or not, it showed the deep love of the person who gave him this name. The person who gave him this name was his imperial father Emperor Shao Wu Xiaolong and the one who gave him the courtesy name was his Empress mother Empress Jingxian and Empress Shao. Emperor Shao Wu Xiaolong was the most outstanding prince in the Great Liang imperial court and held the military power in his hands, stabilized the four seas, was handsome, heroic and high-spirited. If there was anything bad, it would be because he was the youngest son. The Great Liang imperial family did not support the youngest and this was the rule since ancient times. But Xiaolong was too outstanding and the more outstanding a person was, they would either be indifferent to worldly matters or they would be ambitious and difficult to quell. Unfortunately Xiaolong was the latter and adding on to the fact that the crown prince was inferior to him, Xiaolong finally embarked on the road to fight for the throne. Xiaolong's road to the throne was very smooth. He had an innate advantage as he was born from the Empress and he had outstanding military achievements, so at the end Xiaolong plotted to frame his biological crown prince's older brother and angered his biological mother to death, controlling his biological father and finally successfully obtained the throne of Emperor Shao Wu. In the road to fight for the throne, it was necessary to give up some things like family affection and love. Of course to Xiaolong, these were not important. He was an ambitious person so at the end he married the daughter of the left minister Shao family. The Shao family was the head of the civil officials and by marrying the daughter of the Shao family, one could almost rope in more than half of the Great Liang's civil officials. In addition, the daughter of the Shao family was born to be extremely beautiful, intelligent and magnanimous. A smart beauty was never a loss. This marriage was actually extremely worthwhile. Therefore, after he ascended the throne, Emperor Xiaowu and Empress Jingxian treated each other with respect. Emperor Xiaowu was a wise ruler and Empress Jingxian was famous for her virtue. Not long after, Empress Jingxian gave birth to her eldest son, Xiaqi, who was made the crown prince. Originally, the Great Liang's territory was gradually expanding, and the country's power was also gradually taking the lead among the three countries. Everything looked very perfect. But in this world, the most difficult thing to retain was the unchanging. Those who go through thick and thin with you may not be able to share your prosperity. Empress Shao married Emperor Xiaowu at a time of chaos. Both husband and wife excelled in civil and military affairs. Xiaolong was ambitious, Empress Shao was steady, Xiaolong was clever, and Empress Shao was resourceful. But when the enemies outside gradually disappeared, the spearhead would be aimed at the people around them. Emperor Xiaowu was an ambitious person. When he first obtained the throne, he used tricks. Ambition came from desire. He gradually suspected that the Shao family had the intention of monopolizing power through their relatives. And the more virtuous and intelligent Empress Shao appeared, the more suspicious Emperor Xiaowu became. In order to balance the power of the Shao family, Emperor Xiaowu recruited a large harem. Among these, there were many aristocratic families that were against the Shao family. He promoted them, the previous court let the Shao family fight with them, and the harem let Empress Shao fight with the women of those aristocratic families. Empress Shao was intelligent and had always adhered to the family motto of treating her husband as her god after her marriage. In addition, Xiaolong was an outstanding man and they got along well over the years. But those messy women gradually began to rack their brains to give birth to a prince and even began to threaten Xiaqi's position as crown prince. Empress Shao finally could not sit back and do nothing. Every woman, even the weakest one, could turn into a ferocious beast in order to protect their children. Moreover, Empress Xiao was not a weak rabbit. As the most outstanding lady in the Xiao family, she naturally had her own brains. She began to fight back strongly. Empress Xiao's ability was not to be underestimated as she was able to survive the chaotic days with Emperor Xiaowu. How could those pampered women who only knew how to live a comfortable life be compared to her? They were just asking for humiliation. Xianxia was safe and sound while Empress Xiao won every battle. Her strength and intelligence greatly deterred those women, and for a while, no one dared to act rashly. However, as intelligent as Empress Xiao was, she also made a mistake. The more outstanding she was, the more Emperor Xiaowu felt uncomfortable. Emperor Xiaowu became more wary of her and even began to find ways to find her mistakes. In the beginning, he only found a few opponents for Empress Xiao in the back palace and coldly watched them fight. But in the end, he would subconsciously side with one side and everything Empress Xiao did was wrong. He began to directly and unhesitatingly suppress the Xiao family. Empress Xiao felt very sad, but she still believed that Xiaowu was her husband and everyone would make mistakes at some point in their lives. She only wanted to protect her position, let Xianxia grow up safely, and see Xianxia successfully inherit the throne of Great Liang. Who knew those women would try to harm Xianxia? During that period of time, Emperor Xiaowu suddenly warmed up to Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao did not know why, and not long after, Premier Xiao suddenly resigned. Xiaolong was indeed a scheming man. Although the Xiao family was ruthless, they were not as ruthless as Xiaolong. The Xiao family only had one empress in hundreds of years, and for this empress, the Xiao family did not hesitate to sacrifice themselves. When Empress Xiao learned of this, it was already too late. She only felt disgusted when she knew that those nights of tenderness were Xiaolong's scheming actions. But she did not expect that she was pregnant. This child in her womb was different from Xianxia. It had come to this world under Xiaolong's deliberate and hypocritical scheme. When Empress Xiao was pregnant, she often thought that if he was a son, he must not be like his father. He was ambitious and could come up with endless plots and schemes, but he could not casually take advantage of people's sincerity. That was the most despicable behavior, and also the most shameful. After she was pregnant, it was not convenient for Empress Xiao to fight for many things. But she did not expect that someone would take advantage of her at this time to hit on Xianxia. Xianxia was drugged. It was an extremely potent poison. If it weren't for the fact that the head of the Gao clan and Prime Minister Xiao were old friends, the head of the Gao clan would have personally taken action and Xianxia wouldn't have survived. Although he had lived past that time, the Gao family's patriarch had also asserted that the poison had already entered his intestines. He was merely stalling for time. Xianxia wouldn't live past 35 years old, and this poison would also affect his children. If Xianxia had children in the future, they would inevitably be born with congenital deficiencies or carry poison in their bodies. The head of the Gao clan was a rare divine physician in the world. If even he said so, Xianxia's fate was almost sealed. The other party came for Xianxia's life. Even if they did not want his life, they wanted to destroy his life. Empress Xiao did not expect that she, once the most outstanding daughter of the Xiao family, Empress Xianxia, who was famous for her virtue, would one day fall into such a state. In order to protect her, her family voluntarily withdrew from the Great Liang's officialdom. And of her two children, one became a cripple who could not live past the age of 40 due to a conspiracy, and the other was the fruit of a vicious plan. The poisoner was found, and it was Emperor Xiaowu's newly promoted favorite concubine. Empress Xiao tied the favorite concubine in the imperial garden, cut her flesh piece by piece, and watched as she breathed her last. At that time, all the palace maids and eunuchs in the imperial garden almost fainted, while Empress Xiao felt it was rather boring. Emperor Xiaowu naturally scolded the favorite concubine and personally condemned her for her crimes, and even comforted Empress Xiao. Hearing his gentle words, Empress Xiao's heart was as cold as ice, but her mind was filled with wariness and vigilance. Did Emperor Xiaowu know about this? Empress Xiao felt that she and Emperor Xiaowu had been husband and wife for so many years, it was time to re-examine him. Even if Emperor Xiaowu did not know, this favorite concubine was originally promoted to deal with Empress Xiao. The son did not kill the benevolent, but the benevolent died because of me. On one hand, Empress Xiao was on guard, but on the other hand, she pretended to be sad that her son had met with this unexpected disaster. The news of Xiaqi's incurable poison was not spread out, but who knew if it would be known in the future. However, what Empress Xiao was most worried about was the future. The child in her belly was about to be born. Emperor Xiaowu disliked Xiaqi because of the Xiao family. If something happened to Xiaqi in the future, and if the child in her belly was a son, this child would replace Xiaqi's position and sit on the crown prince's seat. Who knows if it would be the next Xiaqi? If it was a daughter, Empress Xiao would not want her to stay in the palace and be manipulated by others, unable to control her own fate. The most important thing was that Empress Xiao was about to start her counterattack. After she gave birth to this child, she wanted to return the pain that the Xiao family, Xiaqi, and herself had suffered double. There would be many inconveniences with a newborn child, and she might even be controlled by others. So, she had to think of a way. Generally speaking, the crown prince who was replaced would be far away from everything that he should have obtained, while the crown prince would obtain things that did not belong to him. Empress Xiao handed over her infant child to her confidant and said, looking up to the high mountain, Jing Xingxingji, his courtesy name is Jing Xing. If there comes a day when he grows up to be a man of indomitable spirit, he can use overt and overt schemes, but never use a person's true heart. She hardened her heart and looked at her child for the last time before saying, send him away. 2 months and less than half a year's journey. From Longyi to the Ding capital, he ran like a dead horse all the way. That was the first time in Xia Yuan's life that he came into contact with this world, but what welcomed him was escape. In those days of escape, he opened his eyes wide, learned to speak, and learned to fight against the world. In the residence of the Marquis of Linan in the Ding capital, Princess Yuqing was about to give birth. Empress Zhao's henchmen had followed Empress Zhao's order to send Xia Yuan to an ordinary rich family, far away from the disputes of the court. But on that day when the henchman was investigating on the streets, he accidentally found out that Princess Yuqing was about to give birth, and the child's name had already been decided, Jing Xing. The henchman thought that this was really a coincidence. That night, the wind and rain were bitter and there was a heavy downpour in the Ding capital. The rainwater diluted the blood that was spilled in the courtyard, diluted the woman's painful moans, and also diluted the baby's weak cries. That child with the surname Xia and name Jing Xing, who was fated with Xia Yuan, died before he was born. The confidant who was carrying the infant hesitated for a moment but made a decision that made him rejoice for the rest of his life. He changed Xia Yuan to Xia Jing Xing, and from then on, Jing Xing's name was no longer a character. He was the little heir of the residence of the Marquis of Linan and carried Empress Zhao's expectations and Princess Yuqing's expectations to live well in this world. Not long after, the initially chosen wealthy family in the Ding capital was exterminated in one night. One did not know why, but the insiders knew that Emperor Xiaowu finally discovered some clues and traveled thousands of miles to silence them. One did not know if it was fortunate or unfortunate, but because of the confidant's mistake, Xia Jingxing managed to avoid this life and death calamity. It was as if it was destined to be good. That residence of the Marquis of Linan was also filled with filthy matters. Madame Fang and her 2 sons continued to cause trouble, and the only thing that Xia Jingxing could rely on was Xia Ding's favor. But Xia Ding's favor was not necessarily a good thing. Xia Ding was not in the residence for many years and Xia Jingxing was a young son, and it was already difficult for him to survive in the mouths of the jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. If not for Empress Zhao's confidant secretly helping him, one feared that he would have become a pile of yellow soil and meet the real heir of the residence of the Marquis of Linan. Not only that, the Emperor of Mingqi secretly suppressed the Xia family. In such an environment, Xia Jingxing gradually grew up. He was thankful that the confidant placed him in such a cruel environment so that he would not be too unaccustomed to the rugged road ahead. He was frivolous and had a sloppy smile as he lazily rode the horse through the streets and alleys of the Ding capital. He was unbearably stubborn and gave one a headache, but as Empress Xiao expected, he grew up to be a man of indomitable spirit and a man who could fight against an entire region. He had never used other people's feelings before. On the surface, he casually ridiculed but respected every sincerity. Towards Princess Rong Xian, towards Su Mingfeng, towards the Marquis of Linan and towards Shen Miao. He lived very well in the Ding capital of Mingqi, and just by relying on himself, he had the ability to secretly compete with the enemy. What about Empress Xiao? In those years, Empress Xiao missed her youngest son and grieved for her eldest son's encounter and decided to fight back. Aren't you most afraid that the country would fall into the Xiao family's hands? Isn't that what you care about the most? I will take it from your hands and trample it under my feet. At that time, will you feel a trace of regret for what you have done today? Empress Xiao was the daughter of the Xiao family. She was as resourceful as a man. While she was still feeling more energetic due to her anger, Emperor Xiaowu was starting to age. The imperial concubines in the harem distracted him, and his ambition gradually faded away after he thought he could rest easy. Adversity begets adversity and perishes in ease. When Emperor Xiaowu died, only Empress Xiao was by his side. Empress Xiao said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. You and I are husband and wife. I won't let you be too lonely on the road to hell. All the women and concubines in the palace that you have favored, this Chia will have them accompany you. And your children, other than the crown prince, this Chia will not miss a single one." Emperor Xiaowu's eyes widened. Also, Empress Xiao seemed to have thought of something and leaned over to his ear. "Our youngest son is also doing well. In the beginning your Majesty sent people to pursue and kill him to Mingqi, but they killed the wrong person. After a few more years, when the court has settled down, this Chia will bring him back to acknowledge his ancestry. The great Liang's country must be inherited by someone. This Chia is soft-hearted, so the brothers are still surnamed Xiao. If this Chia was as hard-hearted as your Majesty, then the great Liang's country would really change dynasties. Your Majesty have a good journey. This country, this Chia will keep it first." Empress Xiao stood in front of the bed and smiled warmly. Emperor Xiaowu died with remaining grievances. Empress Xianxia became Empress Dowager Xianxia. Xie Qi became Emperor Yonglu. Xie Jingxing was still in Mingqi's Ding capital, groping along the dark road. He muddle-headedly found out about his life experience, but was warned that his biological father was chasing after him and his biological mother trapped his biological father to death. Now that the wind and waves were at their peak, one must not act rashly. Due to a freak combination of factors, Empress Jingxian really did as she said and cleaned up the great Liang's inner palace cleanly. Those who were once domineering towards them, mother and son, finally became Emperor Xiaowu's companions on the road to the Yellow Springs. She said to Xie Qi, who had become Emperor Yonglu, "Ijia is old and cannot manage so many matters outside, but a clean inner palace is something that Ijia can give you. From now on, there will be no villains in the inner palace. You only need to promise Ijia one thing, to hold this country firmly in your hands and never let it decline." The Lu and Yi families were Emperor Xiaowu's confidants and were extremely cunning. A centipede would not fall down even if it died. Because of the complexity of the forces, it was not easy to uproot them. Thus Emperor Yonglu had been secretly planning to deal with these two families. Empress Dowager Jingxian passed away 2 years later. When she was reading the Lu family's memorial, she suddenly fell down and never woke up. The Gao family said that it was because she was mentally and physically exhausted and was like a lamp that had run out of oil. But the day before, she was still talking to Emperor Yonglu about changing the style of the ceremony this year, and perhaps think of a way to make Xie Jingxing return to the Great Liang. Things were unpredictable. In this lifetime, she finally did not have the chance to reunite with Xie Yuan. Thus they were separated forever. Empress Jingxian's entire life was most likely very legendary. From the most pampered daughter of the Prime Minister to the Empress, she experienced the separation of husband and wife, frame-up and the separation of mother and son. But at the end, a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, the inner palace of the Great Liang was cleanly dealt with, which made one extremely happy. She was the type of person who became more and more unwilling in adversity. If one were to talk about regrets, the first was that Xie Qi's poison could not be cured and the second was that she was unable to meet Xie Yuan again. The two brothers, Xie Qi and Xie Yuan, were more like Empress Xiao. In the beginning, Empress Xiao was a great beauty sought after by everyone in Longyi, and it was not an exaggeration to say that she was a stunning beauty. And Xie Qi and Xie Yuan not only inherited Empress Xiao's beauty but also her methods. Because Xie Qi was in the imperial family, there were some shadows of Emperor Xiaowu. For example, when he was playing politics, he had to use the power of marriage in order to balance the various forces. But Xie Yuan was different. He was far away in Mingqi and was in opposition with the imperial family. He did not have a trace of Xia Yilong's shadow, and he had indeed done what Empress Xiao had expected of him. Even though he was not considered a good person, he was definitely not a despicable person. Shen Miao did not think that Xia Jingxing's life was so tortuous and bizarre. Towards Empress Jingxian's life, she could not help but admire her. Empress Jingxian was so similar to her in her previous life, but at the end, she was able to become the winner of this country. But Shen Miao knew that she could not be like Empress Xiao, who had the determination to cut off one's wrist and endure the pain of one's flesh and blood being separated. Seeing her complicated eyes, Xia Jingxing smiled unconcernedly. "No need to pity me. I have never seen her before and naturally do not have any attachment to her." He was a young man who grew up alone in the storm and was chased by his biological father since birth and had never seen his biological mother before. But it created a more open-minded state of mind than ordinary people. No matter how many things were in his eyes, it was just a smile. But he did not care much about other people's feelings because he did not have any expectations of others from the start. Shen Miao was silent for a moment before saying, "I will accompany you to the end." Xie Jingxing's eyes moved slightly before his lips hooked up into a smile. "Since you sympathize with me, why not compensate me?" His smirk instantly swept away the somewhat sentimental atmosphere that had just been a moment ago. Shen Miao glared at him and suddenly thought of something, but in this case, His Majesty's illness. She did not continue speaking. Since the Gao clan said that Xie Qi wouldn't live past the age of 35, how many years did Emperor Yongle have left? Imperial older brother has already passed his 36th birthday this year. Xie Jingxing said, "It can be seen that one's assertions are not accurate at times." However, he said with a cold expression, "Imperial brother's health is getting worse." "Do the Liu and Yi family know of this matter?" Shen Miao asked. "I heard that after Emperor Xiaowu's death, my mother had silenced all the people in the palace who knew about it. Now, the only people who know about my brother's illness are the master of the Gao family, you, me, and my sister-in-law." Shen Miao's heart jumped as she thought that Empress Jingxian's methods were indeed fierce, but it also solved a lot of worries. Then did the Empress know of his illness before marrying to the Emperor, or was it after marrying to the Emperor? Shen Miao asked. Xie Jingxing looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. "What do you want to ask?" Shen Miao thought that if Empress Xianda knew that Emperor Yongle would not live past the age of 35, would she still marry Emperor Yongle? After all, it was not an easy thing to be a widow at such a young age. But if one only knew about it after marrying in, would one not be deceived for a lifetime? "If it was you, what would you choose?" Xie Jingxing asked. Shen Miao said, "When I married you, I did not like you to the point of being willing to be a widow for you." Finishing those words, she revealed a vexed expression, thinking that this was cursing Xie Jingxing. But when Xie Jingxing heard it, he was very happy and pulled her over, pressing Shen Miao's head into his embrace and said with a smile, "Oh? Meaning that now you like me to the point of being a widow for me?" Not waiting for Shen Miao to answer, he said thoughtfully, "So to speak, when you married me, you also admired me." "Who admired you?" Shen Miao was pressed into his embrace and could not breathe as she spoke in a flustered and exasperated manner. But she heard Xie Jingxing's leisurely voice ringing from the top of her head, "If you like me then just say it. I have always had tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex and would definitely not bear to let you be a widow at such a young age." Shen Miao did not get angry but instead laughed and retorted, "Be a widow? Do not worry, there are not many females in this world that would obediently be widows. There are many disputes in front of a widow and there are many small brothels in Longyi." Now that she was brought up by Xie Jingxing, she no longer put on airs like before and would occasionally anger Xie Jingxing half to death. Sure enough, when he heard that, Xie Jingxing's actions paused and stared at her carefully before speaking gently, "Want to look for Xiao Yuer?" His tone was gentle but Shen Miao felt an inexplicable chill at the back of her neck. Without waiting for her to speak, Xie Jingxing suddenly carried her up and stood up before striding towards the bedside, scaring Shen Miao so much that she screamed, but Xie Jingxing was unperturbed as he said, "You remind me to work hard, so naturally this husband would not dare to be lazy." Tai Yi, who was guarding outside, was caught off guard by the movements of the husband and wife until his old face turned red. He did not know whether to leave or stay as his black face turned red, making it look very interesting. The husband and wife panted for a while before they finally stopped. Xin Miao used Xie Jingxing's arm as a pillow and pushed him to ask, "You have not answered my question previously. Does Her Majesty the Empress know or not? Imperial sister-in-law is such a smart woman. If she doesn't know that she was tricked into marrying into this family, it will be a big problem." Xie Jingxing sighed. When Imperial Mother was choosing a wife for Imperial older brother, she once called Imperial Sa into the palace and said some words. Mother hates people who take advantage of people's sincerity the most. Even if it's to balance the power, she will let the other party take responsibility. Xin Miao said, knowing but still marrying in. The Empress really likes His Majesty the Emperor. Xie Jingxing did not speak. Empress Xianda's maiden family was an aristocratic family of scholars. In terms of real power, many aristocratic families could not compare to them. But in the end, Empress Dowager Jingxian chose Empress Xianda to be Emperor Yongl's wife. This was because Empress Xianda's maiden family, the chief scribe's residence, was absolutely loyal. Empress Xianda was just like her title, gentle, honest, intelligent, and generous. Empress Dowager Jingxian was different from Emperor Xiaowu. Emperor Yongle could promote other concubines to balance the power, but he only had one wife, and this one wife was to be with him for life. One's character was even more important. She was able to share weal and woe with others in riches and was a real lady from a noble family. She was able to withstand the wind and waves and was able to suppress the brocade. Empress Xianda's maiden family was a loyal and honest person. As for whether Empress Xianda had feelings for Emperor Yongle or not, this was not known. After all, it was a luxury to talk about true feelings in the imperial family. But Empress Xianda had always been calm about the matter of Emperor Yongle not living to the age of 35. Xin Miao said, if it is only for power, she should plan for herself. Xie Jingxing smiled. Imperial sister-in-law is very smart and not greedy. It was best to not be greedy. Many tragedies were traced back to a single word, greed. They were greedy for power, glory, splendor, and wealth, or greedy for affection. Xin Miao thought for a moment before saying, now that Consort Jing is pregnant, how do you plan to deal with the Lu family? Xie Jingxing played with Xin Miao's long hair and casually said, what does Lu Jing's pregnancy have to do with us? Water can carry a boat or overturn it. The Lu family thought that they could rest easy with the dragon seed, but in fact they were wrong. With an emperor with dragon seed, some of the opposing people would naturally change sides. How many of the Lu family soldiers are fence-sitters? They can lean towards the Lu family and also lean towards the imperial family. Xin Miao looked at him. It cannot be just this point, right? Xie Jingxing raised his brows. You think? After preparing for so long, it is clear that Consort Jing's pregnancy was an accident. You did not expect this at the beginning. Xin Miao said, if Consort Jing was not pregnant, how do you plan to deal with the Lu family? Simple. Xie Jingxing said, ever since imperial older brother ascended the throne, he had been planning to deal with the Lu and Yi families. For so many years, he had been searching for the evidence of the Lu family's army. Now that the collection is more or less complete, it is time to reveal it. At that time, the mouths of the world can be sealed. This is one of the reasons. Secondly, Xie Jingxing said, even though the Lu family's army is powerful in the Great Liang, it is not that there are no other generals. Those generals have almost become imperial older brothers' people in private, and also the Mou army had been accumulating strength. Now the matter is much simpler. Either the evidence is shown, or the Lu family pleads guilty. Lu Jingchen had been arrogant his entire life and would definitely not plead guilty and would turn against the imperial family. It is just nice to catch them all in one fell swoop. When Xin Miao heard him say that, she thought that Xie Jingxing and Emperor Yongle were indeed brothers. The way they dealt with people was not at all roundabout and was very simple and crude but also effective. Perhaps this was also inherited from Empress Xiao, she said, if it is like this, then why the need to prepare for so many years? One would be able to contend at the beginning. If one started early, then there would be a lot of time left. Xie Jingxing leaned close to her ear and said, young lady, you need to know that our Xia family's men do not like to be sloppy and do not like to be evenly matched. If we want to do it, we will pull it up by the roots. The Lu family's roots are too deep. The earlier we start, the harder it will be to clean them up. Now that the time is ripe, isn't it good to pull them out cleanly? Shen Miao frowned and heard from Xianxia, I know that you like to gamble deep in your bones. In the beginning when you were alone and weak, you dared to scheme against Prince Yu of the first rank, but it is too dangerous and the possibility of self-harm is too high. I do not like it. He said, a Pyrrhic victory with too many sacrifices is also a defeat. Shen Miao had to admit that what Xianxia said was very reasonable. In the beginning she dared to confront Prince Yu of the first rank and even Fu Xiuyi. It was because she was fighting alone and used a stone to hit the jade wares. The one that was injured the most was ultimately the jade wares. Afterwards, as the Shen family was gradually involved, she had to take into account many things and could not be as free as before. And this time for Xianxia, if they were evenly matched in strength, the longer it dragged on, the one who would suffer losses would be the great Liang's commoners. If one had enough strength like now, it would be easy to wipe out the Lu family in one fell swoop and the sacrifices would be reduced to a minimum. But since the Lu family is like this, what about the Yi family? Shen Miao still had doubts and hesitated to speak, but in the end she hesitated to speak. Previously Imperial older brother planned to rope in the Yi family since the Yi family does not have any heirs and only have a young master who is not good at walking and would not be able to stir up any waves. Xianxia said, but since you told me about your dream, Yi Mei and younger brother are enemies. How can enemies be roped in? That would be seeking one's own destruction. He said, do not worry. I will help you take revenge. Shen Miao was silent for a long time before softly saying, thank you. To make the other party change a plan that had been planned for a long time, it was not just a matter of words. Everything related to this plan had to be replanned. Not to mention how troublesome it would be, the most frightening thing about a plan was that there would be variables. However, Xianxia was willing to bear all the possible consequences for her. How lucky was she to meet such a person in this lifetime? Xianxia saw that her expression was strange and hooked Shen Miao's chin to make her lift her head up. After a careful look, he said, why are you so moved to this state? Why not use your body to repay me? Shen Miao pushed him and scolded, what nonsense are you talking about? How do you plan to deal with the Yi family? Xianxia thought for a moment and said, this is not difficult. Since the Yi family cannot be part of our imperial family, naturally they are in cahoots with the Lu family. Find the evidence of the Lu and Yi family's private dealings. If the Lu family is in trouble, the Yi family would also be unlucky. Aren't you very smart? How come you don't even know how to frame others? Shen Miao looked at him dumbfoundedly. Xianxia was actually able to say the crime of framing others in such a dignified manner that those who did not know would think that he had done something indomitable. And to frame the prime minister of a country was not such a simple matter. The Yi family is actually easier to deal with than the Lu family. The Yi family is just complicated with the civil officials in the court, but once the Lu family is unlucky, the Yi family would be implicated. As long as the civil officials are not fools, they would draw a clear line with the Yi family. After so many years, the two trusted aides that Emperor Xiao Wu left behind have their strength worn down and are not as glorious as they were in the past. Shen Miao thought about it and said, it is not that their strength has been worn down but that your strength has grown to the point where you do not need to be restrained by them. The cub had finally grown into the king of beasts, so it was time to clean up those clowns in the forest. Xianxia looked at her and teased, you respect me this much? Shen Miao said without any expression, it is respect, it is respect. Since foreign is so supportive, then one must serve foreign well. Xianxia solemnly said and turned over to press Shen Miao under him. Shen Miao, in the Yi residence. Yi Mei and Yi Ku were talking in the room. Yi Maokai prided himself on being a scholar, so the furnishings in his room were naturally very elegant. There were paintings and orchids everywhere, but upon closer inspection, the paintings and orchids were all treasured works by famous masters, and the orchids were also high-grade flowers. Even the paperweight on the table was expensive. It could be seen that the Yi family was indeed wealthy. Scholars were true, but poor scholars were not necessarily true. There were exquisite desserts on the table. Yi Mei wore a bright yellow silk robe with lotus flowers inlaid with crystals and a long skirt. Whether it was the material or the workmanship, these clothes were of the best quality. Her appearance was already outstanding, and with this outfit, even the nobles in the palace would pale in comparison. She had a natural charm and was very charming and beautiful. Yika sat opposite her. His clothes were as simple as before, but the fabric was of a higher level. Clearly, in the Yi family, the two of them were living quite well. "Sis, what did you mean by that?" Yika asked with a frown. Yimei picked up the tea on the table and took a sip before lightly saying, "Previously when Yi Foreign was looking for a daughter, she kept insisting that I am her daughter. This matter was too chaotic and one did not know if it was true or false. But at least we have found a good place to go. After father and mother died, the shops could no longer be taken care of. Moreover, it is much better to be an official's daughter than a merchant's daughter. It is the same for you. With Prime Minister Yi as your father, your career will be smoother." Yika smiled bitterly. "Of course I know this, but didn't Yi Maokai not believe in our identities?" Yimei and Yika didn't believe that there was such a thing as a pie falling from the sky. But ever since the Yi clan came looking for their kin, the two siblings had no choice but to believe that there was such a good thing in this world. Rumor had it that more than 10 years ago, when Madame Yi was giving birth, she was instigated by a traitor, causing her daughter to wander outside. Finally, they found Yimei. Was this true? Yimei thought that this was definitely not true. Because she and Yiku were born at the same time. However, people would always be paranoid. For example, Madame Yi, who looked very normal, insisted that Yimei was her daughter. No matter how she tried to persuade her, she refused to listen. She even insisted on bringing Yiku into the Yi mansion because of her relationship with Yimei. Yimei and her brother were on high alert. Later, Yi Maokai also came to see them. Yi Maokai was much more clear-headed than Madame Yi. He went straight to the point and said that the Yi siblings weren't Madame Yi's children. However, because of Madame Yi's insistence, Yi Maokai didn't want to stop her. For the sake of Madame Yi's health, he was willing to hide this lie and give the Yi siblings the identity of the Yi family's children. What kind of person was Yimei? She was incomparably astute. Without knowing the pros and cons, she naturally did not dare to jump into the fire pit. She thought of ways to inquire about the Yi family's situation and found out that the Yi family was in a delicate position with the royal family. In addition, the Yi family only had a young master who could not walk and could be considered to have no successor. Yi Maokai naturally needed a pair of children to shut the mouths of the world. Mutually benefiting, each taking what they needed. A cripple couldn't stir up any big waves. Wouldn't the wealth of the Yi residents fall into Yika's hands in the end? And with the Yi family's name, if Yimei wanted to marry into a noble family in the future, it would be a matter of course. Even if Yi Maokai had other ideas, the siblings were not fools. They would naturally think of ways to get what they wanted. Therefore, the Yi siblings entered the Yi mansion and became the Yi family's young miss and young master. Madame Yi trusted them and Yi Maokai guarded against them. This made no difference to the Yi siblings. The Yi family was just a springboard, a backer that could help them walk faster in the future. Yimei said, "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. You and I are both businessmen, so just treat him as a businessman. It's just that this deal seems to be a loss. I didn't expect things to turn out like this." Yimei said, "Before, I thought the Yi family was strong in Longyi. Yimei's Feng, Yimei's Maokai, Yi family, families Yi family sect. However, in recent days, I feel that something is wrong. The Yi family is not as good as I thought. It seems to be in imminent danger. If we take a step forward, we will be able to live without worries. However, if we don't do well, we will fall into a bottomless abyss and suffer a double loss." When Yiku heard this, his expression also became somewhat ugly. He said, "You mean, the Yi family's current situation is very dangerous?" "I don't know if it's dangerous." Yimei sneered, "Yi Maokai, that old fox, hid it well and refused to let us know the Yi family's situation. Although Madame Yi trusts me, she trusts Yi Maokai even more. It is harder than ascending to heaven to get information out of her. But the more it is like this, the more uneasy I feel. I feel that the Yi residence is not good. Maybe you are thinking too much." Yika thought about it and shook his head. "The Yi family is the prime minister of the Great Liang. How could it reach the step you said?" As for the Yi family being wary of us, it is probably because the time is too short. After all, we are all in the same boat. Otherwise, when you suggested to assassinate Rui Wangfei, the Yi family would not have agreed so easily. It is a pity that Rui Wangfei was lucky and was saved by that scholar, escaping a calamity. Yi Mei's eyes congealed before she suddenly laughed. She really has a good life and really good luck. But older sister. Yika looked at her. In the beginning, why did you let the Yi family kill Princess Rui? Was it really because you wanted to enter the residence of Prince Rui? One always feel that this decision was made in a hurry and without much consideration. Yi Mei paused and thought for a while before saying, if I say that the first time I saw her, I felt that I do not want her to live in this world, would you believe it? Yiku was startled for a moment, but Yi Mei was still deep in thought. When she just came to Longyu with the Yi family, it was just as Xia Yuan had returned from hunting in the imperial city. Yi Maokai gave her the antidote and wanted her to pretend that she had inadvertently opened the bounty list to save him. Naturally, the Yi family could take out the antidote, and most likely Prince Rui's injury was related to them. If Yi Mei used the identity of a Yi family member to save him, it would be hard to avoid suspicion from the Yi family. It would be better to say that she was looking for relatives, and it would be more logical to find out that she was from the Yi family. Yi Maokai wanted to use Yi Mei to connect to the residence of Prince Rui. Yi Mei was born beautiful and was also Xia Yuan's savior. The longer she stayed in the residence of Prince Rui, the more natural some things would happen. At that time, Yi Mei saw Prince Rui, Xia Yuan. Towards men, Yi Mei could not say that she loved or did not love them. She had ambitions and means, and men were tools to achieve her goals. If there was a better one, she would change to another one. To her, it was like a beautiful person needed to be matched with gorgeous clothes, precious jewelry, and a rich residence. Naturally, she needed a noble husband. Xia Yuan was the best one she had seen since she grew up. He had a high position of power at a young age and was also born with a romantic beauty. Even if he was lying quietly, he had a natural noble air and attracted the attention of others. Not to mention that Yi Mei had heard from Yi Maokai that Xia Yuan was a very powerful person with many means. It was normal for her to want such a good person for herself, and Xia Yuan's indifference made her want to conquer him. She heard that Xia Yuan had a princess, but Yi Mei had never seen her before. Knowing that that woman was the daughter of a Mingqi military general, she did not think much of it. The daughter of a military general was unbearably vulgar and came here alone without any backing. Yi Mei did not even feel that the other person had the qualifications to be her opponent. Until the moment she saw Shen Miao. Shen Miao's clothes were still somewhat muddy and her hair was untidy. Her face was also travel-worn, but she stood in front of Yi Mei against the light. Her posture was dignified and dignified, as if she was an overbearing beast declaring her sovereignty. It was obvious that Yi Mei was the brightest and Shen Miao was in a difficult situation. But at that moment, Yi Mei had an absurd feeling that even if she used all her strength, she wouldn't be able to snatch anything from the woman in front of her. In the days that followed, Shen Miao was rather cold towards her, and occasionally Yi Mei could feel a faint disgust and hatred. But since ancient times, a woman's feelings were all relative. Not only did Shen Miao feel uncomfortable with her, Yi Mei also felt uncomfortable with Shen Miao. One heard that Shen Miao had parents who doted on her, eldest brother who cared for her, good friends and sisters, and also Xia Yuan who doted on her. Although it was the Cold War, the bystanders knew best. If there was no love, why would there be a Cold War? It was clear that he loved her to the bone. That was why his every move would involve his own emotions. The more she compared, the more unwilling Yi Mei felt. Why should all the good things in this world be enjoyed by Shen Miao alone? She had an aloof temperament and did not know how to act coquettishly, so how could she obtain Xia Yuan's favor? What she was most unwilling to accept was that people who were inferior to her lived better than her. Yi Mei was jealous and disgusted. She loved to snatch other people's things and make those things her own. But it seemed that it would be very difficult to snatch Shen Miao's things. Then what should be done? It would be better to let Shen Miao disappear. So Yi Mei told Yi Maokai that only if Shen Miao died and Xia Yuan's Wangfei position was empty, she was confident that she could grasp Xia Yuan's heart. Rather than saying that Yi Mei wanted to snatch Xia Yuan, it would be better to say that Yi Mei could not see Shen Miao living better than her. Yi Mei was not willing to lose to Shen Miao. Yi Maokai originally wanted Yi Mei to climb up to Prince Rui's residence and finally agreed. But who would have thought that Shin Miao did not die and that there was someone who was willing to protect Shin Miao without hesitation? Moreover, because of the Yi family's rash actions, Xia Yuan seemed to have some suspicions and kept a close eye on the Yi family. Yi Maokai even vented his anger on Yi Mei. In Yi Mei's entire life, she had never failed in the things she wanted. She used all kinds of people that she could use and had always been smooth sailing. Snatching other people's things was also very handy. No matter if it was an object or a person, or even a person's heart. But she hit a wall with Shin Miao. She could not snatch Shin Miao's man, nor could she snatch Shin Miao's life, and even more could she not snatch Shin Miao's good luck. Now one heard that Prince Rui and Princess Rui have a deep relationship. Yika said, a few days ago one heard that both of them held hands and roamed around Longyi City. It can be seen that Prince Rui loves Shin Miao to the bones. Speaking of which, that Shin Miao's appearance is not as good as yours, one do not know how the other party is so dead set on her. Yika looked at Yi Mei, older sister, do you still want to enter the residence of Prince Rui? Yi Mei was somewhat distraught. She could not display her advantage in front of Xia Yuan at all. Initially in Qinzhou, if she wanted to use any man, naturally she would be invincible. But facing Xia Yuan, she always felt that she did not know where to start. Xia Yuan did not pay attention to her at all. Yi Mei could feel that Xia Yuan's gaze on her was no different from looking at Lu Wan'er, and was no different from all the young ladies of official families in Mingqi. She felt that she could not conquer Xia Yuan because Xia Yuan did not see her as a woman. Thinking of this, Yi Mei said in an evasive manner, let's talk about it later. Yi Maokai did not mention the matter for the time being, so there is no need to think about it. The most urgent matter is to find out what is wrong with the Yi family. If the Yi family is unlucky one day, you and I cannot be implicated, so it is better to make plans early. Actually, Yika hemmed and hawed, previously Yi Maokai looked for me once and had the intention to let you enter the palace. Enter the palace? Yi Mei's eyebrows jumped and she suddenly laughed. She laughed in a flirtatious manner, but there was a meaningful feeling. Yi Maokai saw that Xia Yuan was not easy to hook up with and let me climb up to the imperial family? Enter the palace. Naturally it was not an ordinary palace, but to enter the palace to be the emperor's woman. Yi Mei sneered, there is no air in the palace, so there must be something fishy. If I enter the palace and do not have an heir, one would have no one to rely on after 100 years. If the emperor dies, would one have to be buried with him? Yi Maokai only has the idea of befriending the imperial family. No matter if I live or die, I will not return to the palace. Let him break this thought. At the end of the words, there was a sinister meaning. It wasn't that Yi Mei hadn't thought of entering the palace, but she had always been good at analyzing the pros and cons. Now that the emperor didn't have a son, it was probably the emperor's own problem. How long could a woman without a son live in the inner palace? Not to mention the harem, even if it was the backyard of a wealthy family, without a son, the only outcome would be death, or a lifetime of living in peace. This was not what Yi Mei wanted. She wanted to climb up, keep climbing up, and enjoy power. These were more important than being a woman who entered the palace and became an emperor. Yika said awkwardly, I also guessed that you thought so I immediately told Yi Maokai that it was impossible. Oh? Yi Mei glanced at him and lightly said, you really told him that? Yiku avoided Yi Mei's gaze and said, sister, you still don't believe me? Yi Mei smiled, but no one knew what that smile meant. She said, in short, you and I have to be clear about our identities. The Yi family isn't our real family, and the Yi family isn't family either. Moreover, family members have their own selfish motives. I will think of a way to figure out what exactly happened to the Yi family and what they plan to do. If one day the Yi family is unlucky, the two of us shouldn't fall into it. The best plan is to retreat unscathed. Sister, it's not that serious. Yiku disagreed. If it really was that serious, the Yi family would have already started looking for a way out for themselves. Yi Mei laughed coldly. I'm afraid that the Yi family doesn't even know that a disaster is imminent. As they spoke, they heard someone call from outside the door. Big sister, second brother. Yiku went forward to open the door and saw a manservant pushing Yi Hongguang outside. Although Yi Maokai was shrewd, he treated his crippled son well. He ordered people to specially make a chair that could move for him and let the manservant push it so that he could walk around the Yi residence. However, Madame Yi didn't like the son of this concubine who was raised under her name. Yi Hongguang liked Yi Mei and Yi Ke very much. He probably felt that the Yi Fu had been quiet for many years. Suddenly having siblings come, he was always happy. His personality was also very pure, like a child. He didn't seem to have been raised by the Yi family. But thinking about it, he never left the Fu. Other than playing chess with Yi Mao Kai, he only read. It was natural to have such a pure personality. Yi Mei smiled and asked, "Does third brother have something?" Yi Hongguang didn't look like Yi Mao Kai, nor did he look like Yi Madam. He probably looked more like that concubine who had passed away. His features were very delicate. He also smiled and said, "Father wants you to go to the study. I came to deliver the 9 chain rings to De Jiejia on the way. I heard that De Jiejia is an expert in solving the 9 chain rings, so I brought it over." Yi Mei took the 9 chain rings and said, "When I solve it, I will personally deliver it to third brother." "Thank you, De Jiejia." Yi Hongguang seemed very excited. Yi Mei smiled faintly and turned to look at Yi Ke. They both saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. At this time, Yi Mao Kai called the two of them into the study. It was clear that there was something new for them to do. Using the two of them as chess pieces, but would Yi Mei and the others be obedient and let others do as they pleased? It would definitely be another round of guessing and I would fight. The news of Jing Fei's pregnancy spread throughout all of Longyi the next day. Emperor Yonglu had been childless for so many years and naturally there were all sorts of speculations. The most common one was that Emperor Yonglu was suffering from a hidden illness and was unable to have children of his own. It was precisely because of this that the open and secret struggles in the imperial court had never stopped. But Jing Fei was pregnant. This meant a lot more. It most likely wasn't Emperor Yongli's problem. Maybe Emperor Yonglu had purposefully done it. But now that Emperor Yonglu had made Jing Fei pregnant, it seemed to explain some problems. Therefore, the court officials started to move again, wanting to send the daughter of the Fu into the palace. On the other side, some of Longye's court officials that were neutral and had a wait-and-see attitude started to make new decisions. No matter what, Jing Fei's pregnancy had a great impact on the Hogong of the Great Liang court. When Xin Miao talked about the matter to Xie Jingxing, she said, "Previously because the emperor did not have any children, the inner palace was peaceful and there were not many disputes, but once the news of consort Jing's pregnancy spread out, all the ministers wanted to send their daughters into the palace and rushed to give birth. One feared that the inner palace would be in chaos. A pool of calm water suddenly stirred up by a stone thrown into it was the scariest thing." Xie Jingxing smiled, "That would also need to be able to give birth." Emperor Yonglu had all of them drink birth control soup. Jing Fei was an accident, but because of this accident, the palace would definitely be stricter in this area in the future and wouldn't let anyone find any loopholes. But the Lu family is too impatient. Xin Miao propped her chin up. Before the palace spread it out, it was already spread out. The entire Longyi knows about it now. The faster one wears, the faster one will die. Xie Jingxing was wearing his outer robes when Xin Miao stood up to help him tidy his collar. He looked down at Xin Miao and said, "But if you are pregnant with my child, I will also let others spread it to everyone in Longyi." Xin Miao glared at him fiercely, "If you dare to let other females be pregnant with your child?" "What?" Xie Jingxing frowned. Xin Miao pulled his collar harshly and said fiercely, "The matter of the entire household of Prince Rui being exterminated will be spread to everyone in Longyi." Xie Jingxing laughed out loud and held her waist before whispering ambiguously in her ear, "One fear that it will not work if one is exhausted with a fierce wife at home." "Valiant?" Xin Miao was about to get angry. Xie Jingxing still wanted to say something when octagonal voice was heard from outside, "Master, foreign, the horse carriage is ready. Shall we depart now?" Xin Miao released her hands and said, "Come back first before talking." Xie Jingxing smiled evilly in the midst of chaos, "You can pick as you please." Shen Miao, get lost. They wanted to enter the palace. These few days Xie Jingxing frequently ran to the palace and should be discussing with Emperor Yonglu about how to deal with the Lu family. The Lu family most likely felt the pressure and started to arrange their troops. On the other hand, they felt that consort Jing was pregnant and Emperor Yonglu would definitely not do anything to the Lu family. On one hand, they were suspicious, and on the other hand, they firmly believed that the Liu family was in a mess and it was the imperial family's intention. Various forces started to arrange, and Xianxia appeared to be exceptionally busy. Shen Miao also guessed the current and future situation of Ming Qi from the letter that Pei Lang left behind, and at the same time helped the Shen family to escape from Fu Shouyi's surveillance. Today Shen Miao also planned to enter the palace to see Empress Xianda, and coincidentally Xianxia also wanted to enter the palace, so both husband and wife went together. Upon reaching the palace, Xianxia went to the imperial study to see Emperor Yonglu. Shen Miao wanted to see Empress Xianda, and Tao Gugu led her there. Shen Miao saw that the path was covered with carpets and there were more palace maids walking in the palace. She felt it was strange and asked what was going on. Tao Gugu said this was instructed by Consort Jing. Fearing that one would injure the child while walking, there were more palace maids than usual. These days the womb was tormented up and down. The Empress was kind and could not be bothered to argue with her, but she almost turned the inner palace upside down. Tao Gugu was Empress Xianda's female official and did not need to care about what she said. Because of her relationship with Empress Xianda, she treated Shen Miao as one of her own and did not conceal her disgust towards Consort Jing. She said, "He didn't do anything too excessive, but he was very annoying and made me feel unhappy." Shen Miao raised her eyebrows and asked, "Then what is the emperor's attitude?" Tao Gugu smiled strangely. The emperor did not change his attitude towards Consort Jing because of this child, and it was because Consort Jing was sulking, so she came up with so many tricks. She then thought of something and said, "Today, the young miss and young master of the Yi family also entered the palace. The young miss of the Yi family also came to visit Jing Fei. She's probably in Jinghua Palace." Qin Wangfei didn't see anyone from the Yi family when she entered the palace. Yi family? Shen Miao shook her head. "I did not see it." But her heart was thinking. The Yi family's young miss and young master naturally referred to Yi Mei and Yi Ku. Yi Mei and Yi Ku came to see Jing Fei? The Liu family and the Yi family did not have a particularly close relationship to begin with. How could it have reached this point? Suddenly coming to see Jing Fei, she most likely had ulterior motives. Was she planning something? But to let Yi Mei talk to Jing Fei, not to mention Yi Mei, Jing Fei was stupid. How could she bear such a great responsibility? "I'm afraid the Yi family has found the wrong person." She vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she was here to see Empress Xianda, so it was not good to talk about this matter with Tao Gugu. With doubts, she went to the imperial garden. Empress Xianda was not in Weiyang Palace. The summer gradually came to an end. Even though Longye's summer was long, at the end, it also started to feel cold. There were many hot days and it was rare to have a refreshing time. It was good to sit in the garden and enjoy the wind. When Shen Miao saw Empress Xianda, she was boiling tea to drink. Seeing Shen Miao arrive, she invited her to taste tea. "This is Zhou Shan Huang, the new tea leaf sent this year. Ben Gong likes it very much. You should also try it." Empress Xianda said with a smile. She seemed to like drinking tea very much. She herself was as fragrant as the tea leaves and was a woman with a lingering aftertaste. Shen Miao picked up the teacup and tasted a mouthful. She only felt bitterness in her mouth, and in the bitterness, there was a lingering fragrance. It was indeed a very unique good tea. Empress Xianda asked, "How is it?" Shen Miao put down the teacup. "The tea that Empress brewed is also top-notch. Ben Gong do not have any hobbies and only like this idea." Empress Xianda smiled. "This tea is bitter and most young females do not like it. But one do not know why, one felt that you would like it. Most likely that Ben Gong felt that you and Ben Gong are somewhat similar." Shen Miao did not dare, and Empress Xianda smiled without a care. "Let's not talk about this anymore. After you returned that night, Jing Xing should have told you about the matters in the palace." Shen Miao was slightly surprised. He said a little. "You will be curious. Jing Xing dotes on his wife and naturally would tell you everything." Empress Xianda smiled. "Then what do you feel after hearing it? What do you feel about the current situation?" These words seemed to have some meaning of testing Shen Miao. Shen Miao did not dare to be vague and thought about it before saying, "Now that the Liu family's fate is a foregone conclusion, the child in Jing Fei's womb would not be able to turn the tide. Since His Majesty and His Highness have already made a decision, then let nature take its course." "What about the child?" Empress Xianxia took a sip of tea and asked, "Do you think that the child will be kept or not?" Xin Miao paused before saying, "Whether the child is kept or not would not affect the overall situation. To make this decision, one would have to look at your ladyship's heart." Bingong's heart. Empress Xianxia sighed slightly. In Bingong's heart, there has always been a thorn in it. But to say to remove this thorn, Bengong is not ruthless enough. She smiled self-mockingly. This position of Empress is really not suitable for Bengong. It is one thing to be used to it, but it is another thing to be suitable. Shen Miao did not speak. At this time, whatever she said would not be right. Empress Xianxia changed the topic. "Qin Wangfei, there is no doubt that you can be a good female mistress of the entire residence of Prince Rui. But if in the future you have to shoulder a heavier burden and face more complicated things, can you do it well?" Shen Miao's heart jumped. Empress Xianxia's words seemed to be hinting at something. If it was in the past, Shen Miao would not have thought much about it, but Xie Jingxing had told her about Emperor Yonglu. If Emperor Yonglu did not live past the age of 35, and if Emperor Yonglu had other plans, Shen Miao almost immediately guessed their plans. She composed herself and said, "Your Highness, no one can say for sure what will happen in the future. However, this official wife will accompany His Highness. Whatever His Highness does, this official wife will assist him." Empress Xianxia looked at her for a while, shook her head and sighed, "You have no ambition, that's very good. But this is not good either." She said, "However, Jingxing is not the emperor, so your luck is very good. But you have to understand that one day, when you reach a certain height, many things will be beyond your control. You don't like it, but you can't show it. You must do it, because it is the law of the world." Was Empress Xianxia talking about her own feelings? Shen Miao calmly said, "This official's wife will not do that." In the beginning, when the principle of the world was first brought up, it was also doubted. If one cannot stick to one's heart, there would be no meaning in reaching a higher position. One will not be able to do it, but it is because one does not work hard enough to change the surrounding environment. When Empress Xianxia heard it, she was absent-minded for a long time. When she finally reacted, she looked deeply at Shen Miao. That look was very complicated, and Shen Miao could not explain it clearly. Perhaps it was envy and a little self-mockery. She said, "Perhaps, what you said is right. But Bengong's half-life has passed, and there is no time to change." She was somewhat embarrassed. Shen Miao sensed that compared to the last time, Empress Xianxia looked more experienced, but it was not her appearance. She still looked elegant and graceful, charming and had the virtue and steadiness of an empress, but her eyes had a faint vicissitude, as if she was an old woman. Was it because of Consort Jing? Shen Miao thought about it in her heart and asked, "Heard that the Yi siblings also entered the palace today and saw Consort Jing?" The Lu family produced an empress with a spoiled dragon seed, thus the bugs in Long Yi would naturally become restless. The Yi family came and went to the palace, and today they came to see Bengong, but Bengong saw that the drunkard's intention was not wine, so Bengong followed them. Most likely the Yi family saw that Lu Jing was pregnant and had other intentions, so they wanted to probe Lu Jing's side. Empress Xianxia's gaze was somewhat long. The young lady that the Yi family found was extremely beautiful. Not only beautiful but also intelligent. Not only intelligent, but also ambitious. This kind of female is most suitable to survive in the inner palace. Shen Miao's gaze slightly stagnated. "Yi Mei wants to enter the palace?" Mei Furan finally became the Empress of Ming Qi's Fu Xiaoyi, and now not only did her identity become a great Liang person, even her future also changed? Could it be that she wanted to become Emperor Yongli's woman and also want to be the great Liang's empress? Shen Miao felt that it was very ridiculous and funny. Approximately so. Empress Xianxia said carelessly, "But Long Ye's harem only exists in name. If Yi Mei wants to fight for affection, jealousy, and power, she has miscalculated. Moreover, His Majesty does not intend to accept anyone now. What if she has other ways?" Shen Miao asked. Yi Mei was vicious and merciless, and would climb up by hook or by crook. She had personally experienced this in the previous lifetime, so to let Yi Mei return without any achievements, it was impossible no matter how one looked at it. Shen Miao did not want to underestimate the opponent and did not want to make a big mistake because of her own carelessness. Empress Xianxia looked strangely at Shen Miao and said, "You seem to dislike this Yi family's young lady." Then she said with relief, "Indeed, this Yi Mei's heart is not right and Bengong can see it." Bengong had stayed in the palace for so many years and Yi Mei's eyes are too greedy, so it is natural for you to be wary of her. At the beginning during the imperial hunt, there were rumors that you targeted Yi Mei because of jealousy, thus Bengong guessed that Yi Mei was not simple. Seeing it today, it is indeed so. Shen Miao said, "This official's wife indeed do not like her." Because of Jingxing? Empress Xianxia blinked her eyes mischievously and joked, "Don't worry, Jingxing himself is very smart, he won't like a smarter woman. I don't like greedy and ambitious people like Yi Mei even more." Shen Miao. Empress Xianxia's words made her sound like she was very stupid. Jingxing and His Majesty have discussed that the Yi family should not be too involved. Bengong guesses that you are also one of the reasons. However, Bengong does not like the Yi family in the first place. Although the Yi family is a civil official, they do not have the demeanor of a civil official. Instead, they are slick and hypocritical, secretly harboring thoughts of disloyalty. Everyone in the Yi family cultivates crooked ways, but Empress Xianxia seemed to think of something and said, "The young master of the Yi family is not bad. Bengong talked to him, and he is as innocent as a child. It is a pity that he is not good at walking, and is not respected in the Fu." Shen Miao had also heard of the matters of the crippled young master of the Yi family, but she did not know what his character was like. Hearing Empress Xianxia say that, she could not help but sigh. He was a rare good person, but his luck was too bad. Empress Xianxia said, "In a short while, the situation in Longyi will be very tense. One fear that the residence of Prince Rui will be closely watched. Jingxing is often outside, and there are places in the residence that cannot be taken care of. It is said that it is hard to guard against. You have to be more careful." Shen Miao's expression turned solemn. This official's wife understands. Dealing with the Lu and Yi families would undoubtedly set off a storm in Longyi City. As Xie Jingxing's wife and the Wang Fei of the residence of Prince Rui, she would naturally be the target of public criticism. Empress Xianxia patted her hands, "You have to start learning these now." Shen Miao complied and just as she was speaking, she saw Tao Gugu and a little palace maid walking over. Tao Gugu said, "Hui Pin and Ning Guiran are quarreling at the flowery small building. Right now they are at a point where they can't be reconciled. Nyang Nyang, do you want to go and take a look?" These days, Jing Fei was pregnant and the other womenfolk in the palace were starting to lose their composure. Originally, no one had any heirs, so it didn't matter if they were favored by the emperor or not. But now it was different. When one person ascended to the heavens, everyone else wanted to do it. Everyone had their own selfish motives and there were more conflicts than in the past. In addition, there were many officials who had the idea of sending people to Emperor Yongli's side. This inner palace was no longer as peaceful as it used to be. Once in a while, there would be some chaos. Although it was not a big deal, it would always cause trouble for others. A displeased expression appeared on Empress Xianxia's face. No matter how good one's temper was, after being troubled like this all day, one would be in a bad mood. "Your ladyship go take a look first." Shen Miao said, "No need to care about me." She did not have the thought of following Empress Xianxia to watch the bustle as Longye's inner palace had nothing to do with Shen Miao and could not help at all. Empress Xianxia was helpless and could only stand up and said to Shen Miao, "Bengong will first make a trip to the flowers courtyard. Qin Wang Fei can rest here and drink tea. If one feels bored, then walk around the garden, as long as one does not go too far." Shen Miao had anise and fennel by her side and they were all skilled in martial arts so she was not afraid of any accidents. Moreover, there were guards everywhere in the palace so naturally it was safe. Shen Miao complied and Empress Xianxia and Tao Gugu walked far away. As Shen Miao held the teacup, Empress Xianxia's words appeared in her mind. She felt that Empress Xianxia's words had a hidden meaning and had thought before, if Emperor Yongle really could not live for long, after Emperor Yongle left, who would sit on the great Liang's country? Previously, Jingfei wasn't pregnant. It seemed that their plan wasn't to let Emperor Yongli's son inherit the throne. Moreover, the poison in Emperor Yongli's body had not been cleared and the children he gave birth to might be congenitally deficient and would not be able to take on the great cause. As such, the only one with the imperial bloodline who had the qualifications to inherit the great Liang's throne was only Xie Jingxing. Did Xie Jingxing become the emperor in his previous life? At least when she died, when Mingqi fell, Emperor Yonglu was still alive. And Xie Jingxing only led the troops to conquer the world. Was Xie Jingxing going to be the emperor in this life? If Xie Jingxing became the emperor, she would definitely be the empress. Since ancient times, there was no precedent of only one person in the inner palace. She was certain of what she said to Empress Xianxia, and she would indeed not tolerate her husband having other women. Once this possibility came true, what Xin Miao could do was, since you are not interested, I will divorce. Breaking off with Xie Jingxing. However, fate was hard to come by. She didn't want to cut off the fate of husband and wife that she had accumulated for 2 lifetimes. Feeling a little annoyed, she stood up and decided to walk to the side of the pond to get some fresh air. Star Anise and Fennel followed her. The garden was densely forested, and under the layers of trees, there were winding paths, one after another, extending in all directions. Everywhere there was a new scenery, and it was very elegant. It was just that Xin Miao was not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery. She walked to the side of the pond and the cool breeze blew on her face. It was refreshing and very comfortable and also calmed her down. After standing for a while, she planned to return to the stone table and sit down. She guessed that Empress Xianxia should be back by now. Before leaving, her eyes casually glanced at the forest on the side. It was this glance. Xin Miao suddenly stopped in her tracks. She stared at the side and felt that the blood in her body was both cold and hot. It rushed to her head and she almost couldn't stand steadily. Star Anise and Fennel also looked nervously to the side, but they didn't find anything. Xin Miao suddenly pushed aside the bushes in front of her and ran to the path on the side. Madam! Star Anise and Fennel were shocked and hurried to follow. Xin Miao ran so fast that she didn't notice her hair and clothes rubbing against the dust on the branches. Looking closely, her hands were still trembling violently, her lips were white, and her eyes were wide open. She didn't dare to relax at all. She saw it. The youth's face was hidden in the branches of the forest, with a slightly shy smile and a familiar expression. It was Fu Ming, her son, Fu Ming. She couldn't be wrong, she couldn't be wrong. Xin Miao ran desperately, but there were 8 paths in the imperial garden, and each path led to a different place. The trees were dense and the youth disappeared in a flash, almost making her think that it was her illusion. There was no path in front, only a corner of the dark lake, a rockery, and a long pavilion. Xin Miao couldn't find the youth. Fennel and Star Anise followed behind and saw Xin Miao standing in the same place, not knowing what she was thinking and looking very lost. The 3 of them didn't make any other movements, but suddenly heard a woman's short scream in front, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Plop! At the end of the fake mountain was a long flight of stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, there was a woman lying on the ground. There were large patches of blood under the woman. Xin Miao and the 2 servant girls stilled. They went forward to check and were shocked to find that the woman was Jing Fei. At this moment, Jing Fei was clutching her stomach, her face covered in sweat. Her face was as white as paper. She curled into a ball and moaned in pain. Xin Miao looked up and saw that the long flight of stairs had traces of being rubbed by someone. Obviously, Lu Jing had rolled down from this flight of stairs. Seeing Xin Miao, Lu Jing stretched out her hand with great effort and spat out 2 words, "Save me." Then she fainted. Octagonal Anise asked, "Madam, call someone over." Xin Miao frowned. She is after all pregnant with the dragon's seed. Moreover, if the matter of seeing someone die and not saving was spread out, the one who would suffer would only be the residents of Prince Rue. Even though she was not willing to get involved in these dirty matters, she was not willing to let the residents of Prince Rue bear a bad name. Octagonal Anise nodded and hurried out. Fennel looked around and shook her head. There's no one else here. They had long escaped. Xin Miao's eyes congealed. To be able to hurt people so openly in the palace, the other party's guts are not small. She then looked at the dying Jing Fei on the ground and sighed. Xin Miao had seen those women miscarry in the palace. With Jing Fei's appearance, one feared that the child in her stomach would not be able to be kept. Xin Miao did not sympathize with Lu Jing, but only felt pity for the unborn child. If it was not reincarnated into Lu Jing's stomach, how would it meet such a calamity at birth? Thinking of the child, Xin Miao suddenly thought of the youth's face that she saw in the forest. Her heart suddenly contracted. If that was really Fu Ming, why didn't he want to see her? If that wasn't Fu Ming, how could he have such an impression of Fu Ming? Shen Miao was thinking that there were only so many people coming and going in the palace. After the matter at Lu Jing's end was settled, she would ask Empress Xianda and Xia Jingxing to find that youth. She did not believe that it was an illusion. She was very clear-headed. The people that Ba Jiao called soon arrived and were shocked to see Jing Fei in such a state. Even though Emperor Yongle didn't seem to care about the pregnant Jing Fei was pregnant with Emperor Yongle's first child. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell that the child would not be able to survive. Without saying much, these people quickly sent Jing Fei to Jinghua Palace. They called for the Grand Doctor and sent people to notify Emperor Yongle and Empress Xianda. Because Shen Miao was the first person to see Jing Fei, no matter if it was related to her or not, she could not escape responsibility and could not leave. Fennel was a little uneasy. The matters of the imperial family were the most complicated, especially when it involved the dragon race. The most difficult thing was to involve Shen Miao. Fennel even suspected that this was a conspiracy. Emperor Yongle and Empress Xianda quickly rushed over, but Shen Miao discovered that Xia Jingxing was not around and did not know where he went. She had wanted to talk to him about Fu Ming, but she could only give up now. When Emperor Yongle came, he only asked the surrounding people. At that time, Jing Fei didn't even have a maid by her side. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen down the stairs without anyone to support her. He could only ask Shen Miao for help. Empress Xianda frowned and asked, "Wasn't Jing Fei talking with Miss Xi in Jinghua Palace? Why did she go to the Imperial Garden? And where is Miss Xi?" She didn't suspect Shen Miao at all. Shen Miao was slightly surprised. Before she could speak, a short scream suddenly came from the room. Then, in the bedroom of Jinghua Palace, Jing Fei's maids ran out and knelt in front of Empress Xianda and Emperor Yongle, continuously kowtowing. The Grand Doctor walked out and wiped his sweat. He said in a low voice, "Emperor, this old subject is useless. Jing Fei has passed away." Everyone in the room was silent. Dead? The one who spoke was Empress Xianda. She said, "Why would Consort Jing die?" The old Grand Doctor bowed and said, "Ever since Consort Jing was pregnant, she had to take nourishment every day. This was already too much for the child and her body was weak and vigorous. Today the fall was too heavy and the child could not be kept. Consort Jing was also overly frightened and lost too much blood, so, Shen Miao did not know what she was feeling in her heart. Lu Jing was naturally stupid, but to die carrying the dragon seed that she was pregnant with, the future crown prince, was perhaps the biggest blow to her. This was perhaps the fatal reason for her excessive fear. Emperor Yongli's face did not show any joy or anger. He was not happy because of this and did not feel pain. It was Empress Xianda who said in a deep voice, "Why would Consort Jing suddenly fall out of nowhere? Where did the palace maids beside her go?" The palace maids of Jinhua Palace quickly knelt down and said, "Previously when Consort and young lady of the Yi family were talking in the palace, she suddenly mentioned going to the Imperial Gardens for a walk. Consort did not like to have these servants by her side and these servants did not dare to disobey Consort's orders. It was just that young lady of the Lu family did not return and Consort also did not return. When Consort saw Consort Jing again, it was Qin Wangfei who sent her back. This Consort Jing's palace maid was as eloquent as Consort Jing and did not leave any traces of her guilt. But since something had happened to Consort Jing, the maids by her side could not escape the blame. Empress Xianda did not suspect Shen Miao at all and immediately asked, "Where is young lady of the Yi family? Come, find young lady of the Yi family." As it concerned the imperial sons and grandsons, it was a big matter and moreover it happened in the inner palace. Empress Xianda, as the ruler of the 6 palaces, naturally had to investigate thoroughly. Emperor Yongle did not speak and let Empress Xianda give the orders. From the time the matter happened till now, he did not reveal much emotions, making one unable to guess what he was thinking. Shen Miao was thinking about where Xia Jingxing went at such a crucial time and at the same time she was thinking about the possibility of things happening. If it was said that Yi Mei killed Lu Jing? There was no reason for this at all. Even if Yi Mei wanted to enter the palace and come here to pry information from Lu Jing's mouth, there was no need to kill her. Moreover, Yi Mei was not someone who would do it herself. Although she was ruthless, most of the time, she would instruct others to do it. In the end, she would get what she wanted without a speck of dust. Even if Yimei really wanted to kill Lu Jing, there was no need to use such a stupid method. Everyone knew that she went out with Jing Fei. If something happened to Jing Fei, wouldn't she be the first to be suspected? This made Shen Miao puzzled. The people of Jinghua Palace were all thinking about their own matters. Not long after, they heard the panicked voice of a woman behind them, Jing Fei nyang 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 nyang. Shen Miao turned back to look and saw Yimei being brought in by a few guards. Her expression was somewhat flustered and there was even more helplessness and disbelief. She took 2 steps forward and was stopped by Empress Xianda's guards. Empress Xianda looked at her and said coldly, "Where did Miss Yi go? Why did you only come now? Before Jing Fei died, you went out with her to the Imperial Garden. Why did you disappear when something happened to Jing Fei?" These words were all aggressive and had the attitude of a punitive expedition. Empress Xianda usually looked calm and gentle, but at this moment, she had the demeanor of an empress. Her words made Yimei shrink back. Shen Miao looked at her coldly. Yimei lowered her head in disbelief and seemed to be recalling. She said, "This official's daughter was previously talking with Jing Fei Nyang in Jinghua Palace. Jing Fei Nyang said that the weather outside was cool and wanted to get some wind. Jing Fei Nyang's palace maids also wanted to go, but Jing Fei Nyang felt that it would be inconvenient if there were too many people. Moreover, it was only a walk in the Imperial Garden and there would not be any danger. With this official's daughter at the side, there was no need to use other people." Hearing this, everyone in the room had different expressions. Lu Jing originally had a proud personality and because she was pregnant, it became even worse. Perhaps it was because Lu Jing saw Yimei's beauty and felt uncomfortable in her heart, or maybe it was because of some other reason, but in the end, she let Yimei go with them. Lu Jing wanted to order Yimei around like a maid, so she didn't call her palace maids, in order to make things difficult for Yimei. This really was Jing Fei's personality. Afterwards, this subject and Jing Fei Nyang were walking in the garden. Jing Fei Nyang suddenly said it was a bit cold and wanted this subject to find a silk cloak for her. That cloak wasn't in Jinghua Palace, but in a scholar's little building. This official's daughter wasn't familiar with the roads in the palace and wasted a lot of time looking for the small building. When this official's daughter got the cloak, the Empress guards came and said that something had happened to Jing Fei. Yimei knelt down and said, "When this subject left, Jing Fei Nyang was still fine. This subject really doesn't know what happened." She suddenly thought of something and said, "If Nyang doesn't believe, you can send someone to find the talented person in the small building. She can testify for this subject." This subject went to find her to get the cloak at the time. This subject went to get the cloak, how could it have harmed Jing Fei Nyang? Empress Xianda frowned. Everyone was very clear of Jing Fei's personality. Outside, ordering Yimei to be a servant girl to get a cloak from far away, it really was in line with Jing Fei's usual methods. Empress Xianda said, "Tao Gugu, take people to that noble small building and ask clearly. If they are lying, they will be heavily punished." Yimei hurriedly said, "That noble's surname is Chao." Tao Gugu received the order and left. The room instantly sank into a stalemate. Yimei knelt on the ground, her frail body trembling, her face full of grievance. When she smiled, she was as charming as a kitten, able to captivate a person's soul. Right now, she was silently shedding tears, as if she was frightened but also delicate and pitiful. Her eyes were misty, and her shoulders trembled. She was like a kitten, making people feel pity for her and want to hold her in their arms. Her kneeling feet happened to be in a very delicate position. When Emperor Yongle lowered his head, he could see her beautiful side profile and her fragile figure. Empress Xianda saw all of this and curled up her lips with a faint smile. Shen Miao gasped in amazement and finally knew why she lost to Yimei in her previous lifetime. Even in this kind of urgent situation, Yimei still used her beauty to charm people's hearts without holding back. Shen Miao liked Fu Xiaoyi, so she silently paid and clumsily used her own precious things to exchange for him. As for Yimei, she liked a person. It should be said that Yimei wanted a person, which was to show off her most beautiful side, to make people pay for her, to exchange their most precious things for her. But Shen Miao glanced at Emperor Yongle. Yimei's plan would most likely fail as Emperor Yongle did not even look at Yimei. The two brothers of the Xie family were like two iron plates. Beauty alone was probably not enough. Moreover, Emperor Yongle looked like he did not care about a woman's beauty as compared to Xie Jingxing. But before Auntie Tao could arrive, the Lu family came. Both Lu Foran and Master Lu came. The child in Consort Jing's stomach was gone and Consort Jing was also gone. Other than Consort Jing herself, who had already passed away, the ones who were the most angry about this matter were the Lu family. Lu Jingchen aggressively brought Lu Foran to Jinhua Palace. The palace servants did not stop them and Emperor Yongle was also too lazy to stop them. When Lu Foran came in, she sat on the ground and cried, lamenting her poor daughter. Xin Miao looked at Lu Foran's actions like she was looking at a jumping clown. If she really loved her daughter, why would the first thing she did after entering the palace was not to see Lu Jing's corpse and see her daughter for the last time, but cry miserably in front of the emperor and empress? One feared that the love for her daughter was fake and the true love for the dragon seed in Lu Jing's stomach was the dragon seed. Lu Jingchen was born with a fiendish appearance. Now that he had a stern face and an aggressive appearance, he really looked like an evil spirit from hell. It made people vaguely feel that if it wasn't for the fact that the situation was not right, he would even commit regicide. He said, "Your Majesty, Jing and the dragon seed in her abdomen were poisoned and this is not a small matter. This official had raised Jing to this age and hope that your Majesty can be considerate of this official's love for his daughter and give this official an explanation." Shen Miao almost wanted to laugh. Looking at Lu Jingchuan's words, it seemed that he was looking for Emperor Yongle to denounce him. Such an arrogant attitude, was it really because he was Emperor Xiao Wu's confidant that he had such guts? One feared that he did not place Emperor Yongle in his eyes from the start and had a disloyal official's heart. His words and actions would also show disrespect to the emperor. Emperor Yongle lightly said, "The imperial son and imperial grandson are stirring up trouble." General Lu reminded Zhen that it is unnecessary. Lu Jingchen choked. In the past Emperor Yongle would always treat him politely, but now he did not give any face at all. He also knew that the imperial family had started to secretly deal with the Lu family. Originally he thought that with Consort Jing's pregnancy, the Lu family would have more chips, but who knew that the chicken was lost and the eggs were broken, so how could he not be flustered and exasperated? But he could no longer openly go against Emperor Yongle like in the past. That ignorant child had already become the emperor and had more means than he had imagined. The Lu family's power had declined. There was such a kind of person in the world who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He was unreasonable, but you were even more unreasonable than him, thus he would be terrified. Lu Jing was like this and Lu Jingchen was also like this. Lu Foran just finished crying and looked at Shen Miao. "When something happened to Jing you were at the scene. Did you see the murderer?" Shen Miao shook her head. Lu Jingchen sternly said, "At that time when you were there, Jing could still speak." It was obvious that the person did not take action for long, so how could one not see it? Before Shen Miao could speak, Emperor Yongle spoke first. "Qin Wangfei was only passing by and it is not a crime to not see the murderer." General Lu did not go and investigate the murderer and blamed the person who should not be blamed. Concern causes confusion. Shen Miao did not expect that Emperor Yongle would speak for her, as Emperor Yongle had always looked down on her. Lu Jingchen sneered, "Your Majesty, in this world, there are many cases of thieves crying thief." Empress Xianxia frowned. "Qin Wangfei would not do such a thing. Ben Gong is willing to use the identity of the Empress as a guarantee." Emperor Yongle and Empress Xianxia spoke for Shen Miao, so Lu Jingchen could not say anything. He smiled, but his smile was very fierce. Shen Miao said, "Even though I saw that something happened to Consort Jing, but the young lady of the Yi family had been accompanying Consort Jing before it happened. General Lu might as well ask her. Who did not know how to divert trouble to another?" Originally this matter was stirred up by Yi Mei and Shen Miao was not willing to take the blame for Yi Mei. Lu Jingchen looked at Yi Mei, who was kneeling on the ground. His eyes flashed, but he did not say anything. Shen Miao understood that this Lu Jingchen looked like a martial artist, but he had his own shrewdness. Now that the Lu family was being besieged by the imperial family, the situation was getting more and more tense by the day. Naturally, they wanted to find an ally. The Yi family couldn't be any better. But Yi Maokai was more shrewd than him and the Yi family had yet to decide which side to stand on. Lu Jingchen naturally hoped that the Yi family would stand on his side. Anyway, his daughter and grandson were already dead and the future matters were more important. In comparison, he was even more unwilling to offend potential allies for the sake of dead people. For a family in the center of power, they could even sacrifice their children in vain. A son would still consider it, and as for a daughter, there was almost no need to care as they were people of other families. As Xianxia was thinking like this in her heart, she saw a person dressed as a guard walking over and walking to the front of Emperor Yonglu. "Your Majesty," someone said that they saw the murderer that pushed Consort Jing down the stairs. When the words were said, everyone was shocked. Emperor Yonglu and Empress Xianxia had not even spoken when Lu Jingchen had already opened his mouth. "Who is it? Did that person say who the murderer is?" Lu Foran, however, quickly clasped her hands together and said bitterly, "The heavens have a spirit and can finally find the person who killed my Jing'er. Wait till I find that person and make him pay with blood." The Lu family's attitude was just too exaggerated. Emperor Yonglu coldly said, "Bring him in." Xianxia subconsciously looked at Yi Mei on the ground. Yi Mei was kneeling on the ground with her back slightly bent, looking like she was wronged and helpless. Xianxia, however, noticed her hands. The long sleeves covered her palms but revealed her fingertips. The slender fingers were really as beautiful as tender onions, but the thumb and index finger of her left hand formed a circle and gently rubbed together. Xianxia had dealt with Mei Foran for a lifetime and naturally knew the meaning of her every action. Xianxia was very clear about this action. When Yi Mei was scheming against someone and when her goal was about to be achieved, she would involuntarily do this action. Xianxia's heart jumped. That witness who came to testify was a part of Yi Mei's scheme. She was about to achieve her goal? Or perhaps Lu Jing's death was really related to Yi Mei? Why, following that, there was a sound of twigs coming from outside the room. This sound was like the sound of wheels rolling on the ground. Xianxia slightly narrowed her eyes and looked towards the door. A maidservant pushed a person into the room. That person was sitting on a chair with wheels and there was a blanket covering his knees with both hands folded neatly on his knees. He seemed to be unable to walk and that chair with wheels could be pushed forward effortlessly by the maid. When one got closer, one could see clearly that that person was around 11 or 12 years old. His appearance was delicate and was a youth wearing an ivory-colored robe. He seemed to be somewhat shy, but there was a trace of panic in his eyes. Xianxia stood there as if she had turned into a stone statue. Her eyes were instantly filled with hot tears that almost fell down. Fu Ming, time suddenly turned around. She could almost see through the beautiful young man on the wheelchair to the little boy wearing a bright yellow robe holding a large bouquet of red plum blossoms in his hands, smiling at her in a flattering and caring manner. He said, "Muhu, Urchin saw that the plum blossoms in the courtyard have bloomed, so I climbed the tree and cut a large bouquet. Muhu looks at the red plum blossoms in the room every day and feels comfortable. Your illness will soon recover." He said, "Although Jiejie is no longer here, your son will always accompany Muhu." He said, "Don't worry, mother. Your son will learn from the grand tutor. When your son becomes stronger, no one will dare to bully mother." Now, that beautiful and exquisite youth was pushed in front of Yi Mei and called out softly, "Big sister." Xianxia's eyes widened. He was the young master of the Yi family, Yi Hongguang, who was born of a concubine and was registered under Madame Ye's name. "People from the Yi clan?" The manservant pushed Yi Hongguang forward. Yi Hongguang faced Emperor Yonglu and was slightly nervous. It was as though he didn't know where to put his hands and feet when facing the ruler of Great Liang. He said, "Hongguang greets your majesty. Please forgive Hongguang's legs for not being able to properly greet." Emperor Yonglu lightly waved his hands. Yi Hongguang seemed to be facing so many people for the first time and was somewhat afraid. He involuntarily turned the mechanism on the chair and moved closer to Yi Mei. When Xianxia saw this, her gaze suddenly paused. How could Fu Ming and Yi Mei have such an intimate posture? She suddenly had an impulse to pull Fu Ming away from Yi Mei's side. But she could not. She and Fu Ming were strangers. It seemed that her gaze was too persistent that even Yi Hongguang could sense it. Yi Hongguang swept a glance over with some curiosity in his eyes. Seeing Xianxia staring at him without blinking, he lowered his head in shock and rubbed the edge of the blanket on his knees uneasily. "Young Master Yi?" Lu Jingchuan's brows wrinkled as he asked, "You saw the murderer who killed Jing'er?" Yi Hongguang was startled and jumped in shock when he saw Lu Jingchuan's fiendish look and looked towards Yi Mei for help. Every time he looked at Yi Mei with a dependent gaze, Shen Miao's heart felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. Empress Xianxia said in a pleasant manner, "Hongguang, you said that you saw the person who pushed down consort Jing. Is it true?" Empress Xianxia seemed to have a good impression of Yi Hongguang and spoke much more gently. Yi Hongguang looked at Empress Xianxia and it seemed that he was not that afraid as he nodded his head. "Then who is that person?" Empress Xianxia asked. Yi Hongguang lowered his head as if he was somewhat timid. After hesitating for a long time, he then raised his head again. The direction he raised his head was towards Shen Miao and his eyes also landed on Shen Miao. Then Yi Hongguang slowly reached out his hand and pointed at Shen Miao before saying softly, "It is her." Shen Miao was like being struck by lightning. Empress Xianxia's expression changed and asked in a stern voice, "Hongguang, do you know that if one lies, it is a crime of deceiving the monarch and one will lose their head?" Emperor Yonglu also said coldly, "Are you sure that you saw it clearly?" The emperor and empress attitude made it clear that they did not believe Yi Hongguang's words. Yi Hongguang looked to be very timid, but under the pressure of the emperor and empress, he became more determined. He looked at Shen Miao and said with certainty, "It is this foreign." Shen Miao staggered a step and almost could not believe her own ears. This foreign, Fu Ming actually called her this foreign. Her son was now by her enemy's side and was helping her enemy to testify against her. How ridiculous! When her actions landed in the eyes of others, it seemed that she had a guilty conscience. Lu Jingchuan's eyes narrowed and without a second word, he reached out to Shen Miao's body and actually wanted to drag Shen Miao over. Seeing this, Star Anise and Fennel immediately stood in front of Shen Miao to protect her. No one expected that Lu Jingchun would suddenly make a move. The imperial guards hurriedly protected Empress Xianxia and Emperor Yonglu. Emperor Yonglu shouted, "Lu Jingchun, you are making a move in the Jinghua Palace. Are you trying to rebel?" As Lu Jingchun fought with the Star Anise, he loudly said, "Your Majesty, my Lu family has lost Jing'er. Now that the murderer is in front of us, let this old man take revenge for the murder of my daughter. Then, you'll punish me for my crimes. Even if I bring it out to the world, I'm afraid the common people will think that I did the right thing." This Lu Jingchun was truly a troublemaker. Emperor Yonglu's face turned ashen. Star Anise and Fennel had to consider their identities and Shen Miao, but Lu Jingchuan's every move was ruthless and deadly. The two girls were about to lose. Shen Miao stared blankly at Yi Hongguang who was beside Yi Mei. Yi Hongguang seemed to be avoiding her gaze and was unwilling to look at Shen Miao. Instead, he whispered something to Yi Mei. Just at this moment, Lu Jingchuan's legs suddenly went soft and he knelt on the ground. Everyone did not see clearly what happened and only heard a pada sound as 2 gold ingots fell to the ground. Lu Jingchun held his knees as he fell to the ground. A calm voice sounded from outside. "When this prince is not here, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can bully this prince's woman?" He was even more arrogant and rampant than Lu Jingchun. In the calm voice, everyone could hear the anger. One saw Xia Jingxing appearing at the door with a gold ingot in his hand. Obviously, he had used this to injure Lu Jingchun's knees. He strode over to Shen Miao's side and when he saw Shen Miao's pale expression, he thought that Shen Miao was frightened and became even angrier. He turned to look at Lu Jingchun who was being helped up by his subordinates and indifferently said, "Master Lu, do you have any dissatisfaction with this prince?" His appearance was handsome and his tone was calm, but it sent a chill down one's spine. Lu Jingchun was not to be outdone. Even though he was angry that Xia Jingxing made a fool of him, he was still unforgiving. He said, "Jing'er was killed by someone. Young Master Yi saw it with his own eyes and it was Shen Miao who did it. For this old man to take revenge for his daughter, it is only right and proper." "Young Master Yi?" Xia Jingxing's gaze swept around the room and stopped on Yi Hongguang who was in a wheelchair. He slowly walked over to Yi Hongguang and looked down at him from above. Xia Jingxing was a person that made people feel pressured. When Yi Hongguang was stared at by him, he felt somewhat uncomfortable and avoided his gaze. Xia Jingxing looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. "Which eye of yours saw her kill someone?" Not waiting for Yi Hongguang to reply, Xia Jingxing lightly said, "Which eye of yours saw it, I will dig out that eye of yours. Whichever eye you saw it with, I will dig out that eye of yours." A brazen threat, and not caring that Lu Jingchen and Emperor Yonglu were present, he dared to say such disgraceful words. Lu Jingchen was so angry that he almost raised his head. Xie Jingxing's meaning was clearly for Yi Hongguang to change his words in front of him. How could there be such a scoundrel in the world? Now, tell me again. Xie Jingxing played with the gold ingot in his hand and carelessly said, "What did you see?" Yi Hongguang had never seen such a situation before and had never thought that there would be someone who dared to be so unreasonable in front of the emperor. In his nervousness, he looked at Yi Mei as if asking for help. This was because among the people present, Yi Mei was the one who had the closest relationship with him. But what made Yi Hongguang disappointed was that Yi Mei did not help him and lowered her head to avoid Yi Hongguang's gaze. Like this, Yi Hongguang was even more helpless. Emperor Yonglu and Empress Xianxia did not speak. Originally, Lu Jingchuan's arrogance was infuriating, but Xie Jingxing was not someone who would suffer losses. When the two of them met, no matter how one looked at it, it was Lu Jingchen who was at a disadvantage, so the two of them would not speak. Even though Lu Jingchen was angry with Xie Jingxing, he did not dare to act rashly. Emperor Yonglu still had to consider his status as the emperor, and it was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality, but Xie Jingxing was different. When Xie Jingxing first returned to Longyi, there were also court officials who pointed out their suspicions of Xie Jingxing in the throne room. At that time, they all smiled and agreed. Not long after, did those court officials have a good ending? Xie Jingxing was a vicious person and would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Unless there was no other choice, one must not shed all pretense of cordiality with him. Yi Hongguang was unwilling to speak, and Xin Miao calmed down at this time. She walked forward and happened to be shoulder to shoulder with Xie Jingxing. Looking at the youth on the wheelchair, she said, "You really saw me push Jingfei down?" Yi Hongguang raised his head to look at her. Xin Miao was after all a female, and Yi Hongguang was not that afraid of her. Even though his expression was still somewhat unnatural, his courage was much bigger. He hesitated for a bit before firmly nodding his head. She said, "Good, then you tell me, where were you at that time?" Yi Hongguang was stunned. "Are you above or below the steps?" Xin Miao patiently guided. She softened her tone like a gentle older sister, but Yi Hongguang suddenly shrunk his neck because of her question. Yi Mei, who was kneeling motionlessly on the ground with her head lowered, also trembled slightly. Xin Miao did not give him a chance to think as she pressed on and asked, "Do you remember? Above or below?" Below, Yi Hongguang said. Xin Miao laughed softly. Lu Jingchen and Madame Lu angrily looked at her, seemingly annoyed that she could still smile in this kind of situation. However, Empress Xianxia's eyes relaxed slightly. Emperor Yonglu stared at Xin Miao while Xie Jingxing crossed his arms and looked at Yi Hongguang with a smile that was not a smile. "That is really strange." Xin Miao said, "That flight of steps is very long and steep, and it is because of this that Jingfei fell so heavily." "Such a long and steep flight of stairs, how could you see me standing at the top?" One feared that one would not even be able to see Jingfei's shadow. Yi Hongguang was stunned in a moment. He was not old and did not leave the residence all year round. Seeing Emperor Yonglu today, he was already very nervous, but now that Xin Miao said that, he panicked. Yi Mei slowly clenched his fists. Xin Miao asked, "Young Master Yi, think again. Could it be that you have misremembered? Was it above or below?" Yi Hongguang quickly said, "Above." "I have misremembered. It is above." He repeated it again with certainty. Yi Mei, who was on the floor, suddenly shrugged her shoulders as if she was somewhat discouraged. Xin Miao was still smiling, but her eyes turned sharp as she said, "Oh? Young Master Ye's legs are inconvenient and it is such a long flight of steps. One would think that one would not be able to go up by oneself. There should be someone who would carry you up or carry your wheelchair up. You should also have your own servant by your side. Why is it that only you saw me pushing people and not your servant?" The room quietened down in a moment. Large drops of sweat appeared on Yi Hongguang's forehead. His face flushed red and he could not speak for a moment, as if his lie had been exposed. Emperor Yonglu coldly said, "Do you know what is the crime of deceiving the emperor?" The crime of deceiving the emperor was one's head. It was also that Yi Hongguang could not take fright. One had to know that Xin Miao's words, if one was clever, one could find other excuses. For example, when the servant went to take things and temporarily left him alone, most people would not obediently plead guilty and would fight for what was right. But Yi Hongguang easily admitted his lie. It was obvious that he did not often do such things and was not familiar with it. If it was a veteran like Yi Mei, it would be much easier for the steamy eyes to lie. Xie Jingxing's lips curled up. Imperial older brother, an official's relative, knowingly committed a crime. Just throw them to the Ministry of Justice, or maybe parade them in the streets? He lazily said, otherwise anyone can bully the people of Prince Rui's residence. Then how can I live? Xie Jingxing was clearly using his position to avenge a private grudge. But he was not a good person and did not have any good feelings towards the Yi family, thus there was no hesitation when he spoke of these things. It only made Yi Mei's face pale and Lu Jingchuan's expression very ugly. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Who was the chicken and who was the monkey? It was clear at a glance. Empress Xianxia said, Yi Hongguang, you dare to lie in the palace and vainly attempt to slander Qin Wangfei. Her harsh words and stern expression made Yi Hongguang almost cry out in fright. But Yi Mei ignored him, and he did not have any familiar people in the palace, so he was very helpless. The young master of the Yi family is young, and it is understandable for him to see wrongly. Thinking about it, when he saw that something had happened to Jing Fei, he was anxious, and because he caught the culprit, it is possible that he misunderstood something. Shen Miao helped Yi Hongguang exonerate. Everyone was surprised by her actions. Yi Hongguang had slandered Shen Miao, and even though Shen Miao was not a vicious person, she would not show mercy to those who harmed her. Looking at the second and third household of the Shen family and even the imperial family of Ming Qi, when had she ever been soft? Hence, Yi Hongguang's leniency was rather puzzling. Xie Jingxing also frowned. Shen Miao slightly bent over and her line of sight was at the same level as Yi Hongguang. She said warmly, or perhaps you heard something from others so you misunderstood me? Did anyone teach you to say that? Yi Hongguang's body suddenly shook. Shen Miao was close to him and could clearly see the flash of panic in Yi Hongguang's eyes. Yi Hongguang really wasn't good at lying. Although he didn't show it, almost everyone could see that he was lying. Xie Jingxing's eyes sharpened, but Yi Hongguang raised his head again and looked at Shen Miao firmly. No one taught me. There was no one to teach him, but he no longer insisted that Shen Miao was the murderer. Shen Miao said, I know. Empress Xianxia frowned and thought about it before saying, the matter of Jing Fei will be handed over to the Ministry of Justice for investigation. Yi Hongguang, since you have lied, then it cannot be treated as true. The most urgent matter is to investigate the palace to see if there is such an assassin and also to collect the corpse of Jing Fei. Finally she looked at the Lu couple and said, what else does General Lu have to say? At the end, her tone was filled with ridicule. Lu Jingchun looked at Empress Xianxia and held a breath in his heart. In the beginning, when Emperor Yonglu favored Jing Fei, they had hoped that Jing Fei would replace Empress Xianxia's position. But Empress Xianxia's usual actions were not something that could be used against her. After so many years, they had not succeeded. Lu Jing had given pillow talk to Emperor Yonglu countless times, but in the end, Emperor Yonglu did not have the intention to abolish the Empress. It was not easy for Lu Jing to conceive the dragon seed, and it was at such a delicate time. They thought that they could turn the tables, but who knew that the weather was unpredictable and all their efforts were for naught. In reality, Lu Jingchun himself knew that Lu Jing was already dead and it was too late to say anything now. But he was unwilling, and hoped that Emperor Yonglu could compensate him with something. Today, he had pestered Emperor Yonglu endlessly, and although he was angry, it wasn't because of his daughter's tragic death, but because he felt pity for his grandson. Xie Jingxing's sudden appearance made Lu Jingchun put away his arrogance. In terms of viciousness, this Prince Rui was even more vicious. Knowing that there was no gain today, Lu Jingchun unwillingly said, this subject obeys the emperor. At the side, a murderous intent flashed through Emperor Yongli's eyes. The Lu couple left. From entering the palace to leaving the palace, they did not even look at the dead Jing Fei once, as though she was not their own daughter. After they left, Emperor Yonglu said, you all should also return. Empress Xianxia looked strangely at Emperor Yonglu. This Yi Mei and Yi Hongguang, one was with Jing Fei at that time. Even though there were talented people in the small building as witnesses, it could not wash away all the suspicions. The other one directly slandered Shen Miao. Even if these two people were not the murderers, they would definitely not be spared. But Emperor Yongle did not seem to have any intentions of pursuing it. Empress Xianxia was puzzled but saw Emperor Yongle's body move imperceptibly. Her heart jumped but she did not care about anything else and immediately said, "Not bad, go back now." Xie Jingxing's brows furrowed but he did not say anything. He only looked coldly at Yimei who was thanking him and the manservant who was pushing Yi Hongguang. He slowly stood up and hurriedly left. He said, "Since there's nothing else, I will take my leave first." Xie Jingxing never hid his emotions in front of Emperor Yongle. Obviously, he was not happy with Emperor Yongle's punishment. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing left Jinhua Palace together and as they were walking out of the palace, they coincidentally met Yimei and her brother. Shen Miao was slightly startled. Yi Hongguang suddenly ordered the manservant who was pushing him to stop. He turned around and looked at Shen Miao as if he had something to say. Xie Jingxing's face immediately became ugly. He had classified all the Yi family's people as dangerous people. If dangerous people were to get close to Shen Miao, what if something happened? Thus, he followed closely behind, the dagger in his sleeve unsheathed without batting an eyelid. Shen Miao watched as the youth stopped in front of her. Not far away, Yimei was looking over with a nervous expression. It seemed that she wanted to stop Yi Hongguang's actions, but with Tai Yi and Song Yang blocking her, she didn't dare move. Yi Hongguang raised his head and looked at her with a red face. He seemed to be very ashamed as he said, "Sorry." He seemed to want to say something but hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not say anything. He looked at Shen Miao again before pushing the wheelchair and left. Xie Jingxing's eyebrows raised as if he did not understand what Yi Hongguang meant. Shen Miao looked at his back and her expression became somewhat complicated. On the carriage back, Xie Jingxing saw that Shen Miao did not speak at all and said, "Let the Mou army capture that brat to the tower prison and lock him up for a day or two. After he is honest, he will then explain who the person behind him is." He was talking about Yi Hongguang. Today with Yi Hongguang's performance in Jinhua Palace, even a fool would not believe that there was no one who instructed him to slander Shen Miao. Shen Miao rolled her eyes at Xie Jingxing. What is there to explain? Other than Yimei, who else could it be? Yimei's small actions could be hidden from others but not from her. Then why are you still unhappy? Xie Jingxing pinched her face, seeing that brat today, it was very strange. Is there anything that I do not know? He narrowed his eyes. Shen Miao pushed his hand away. Do you still remember that I told you about the dream that I had? In the dream, I gave birth to a son and a daughter. Xie Jingxing's joking expression paused as he looked at her. When I first saw Yi Hongguang, I felt that he was too similar to the child in the dream, my child. I thought that he was the child in the dream. But he stood on Yimei's side and helped Yimei to slander me. To tell the truth, I was very sad. Shen Miao said, but afterwards I took a careful look and discovered that they were not the same. They only looked alike. Speaking of which, now thinking about it, they only looked like each other and there were still many differences. After a short period of surprise and sadness, Shen Miao kept paying attention to that beautiful youth. At first glance, he and Fu Ming did not look any different but their temperaments were completely different. Because Fu Ming was not favored by Fu Xiaoyi and because of her tit-for-tat relationship with Mei Foran, he matured early since young. Fu Ming was generous, magnanimous, upright and kind. Fu Ming had the qualities that an outstanding heir to the throne should have. But this child in front of her was just an ordinary young master of an official's family. Most likely because of the inconvenience of his legs, he had some inferiority complex. Fu Ming would not lie, Fu Ming would not stand by Yimei's side and Fu Ming would not help Yimei to deal with her. The most important thing was that Shen Miao stood in front of that child but there were no waves in her heart. There was a connection between mother and son and if she was able to feel Fu Ming, her heart would not be so calm. Yi Hongguang was not Fu Ming but was very similar to Fu Ming. She was almost bewitched, but she quickly regained her composure. There was no mother who understood her own son, so there was no shadow of Fu Ming on Yi Hongguang. This made Shen Miao very disappointed, but at the same time she was relieved. If Fu Ming really became a member of the Yi clan in this life, the Yi clan would use him to deal with Shen Miao. That was what Shen Miao was most unwilling to see. Similar? Xie Jingxing was puzzled. That's why you are especially tolerant of him. There should be this reason. Xianxia said, facing that face, one would not be able to be ruthless. Moreover, you also know that the main culprit of this matter is someone else. Yi Hongguang was merely being used by someone else. He probably didn't even lie often, so the way he lied made people not know whether to laugh or cry. It is just that I am very curious. Xianxia said, if this matter is really related to Yi Mei, why would Yi Mei push consort Jing down? This isn't her style of doing things. I always feel that she's too careless. Xie Jingxing smiled. Or, is it just an accident? Accident? At the same time, Yi Mei and Yi Hongguang were on the carriage returning to the mansion. Yi Hongguang was very uneasy. The manservant carried him into the carriage and sat beside Yi Mei. Yi Mei, who usually spoke in a gentle and soft voice, did not speak a single word to him after entering the carriage. Yi Hongguang's face showed some uneasiness. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Mei suddenly said, "Third younger brother, what did you say to Prince Consort?" Yi Mei was also smiling, and this smile was no different from usual, but Yi Hongguang did not know why, but he felt a little afraid. He hesitated for a moment before softly saying, "I said sorry to her." Yi Mei's expression slightly changed. "Qin Wangfei looks like a good person." Yi Hongguang lowered his head and whispered, "I slandered her like that, but she did not get angry and was amiable to me. She is a good person and did not look down on me for being a cripple. Eldest sister, I have lied and wronged a good person. My heart is very uneasy. Did I not say it before?" Yi Mei frowned and said, "If you don't say this, the Emperor and Empress will definitely suspect me. It's fine if they suspect me, but it will implicate the entire Yi family. Do you want to see father and mother implicated? The imperial family people would not care about right and wrong. Father and mother are old and being tormented like this, the matter of face is small, but what if their bodies are injured?" These words were somewhat impolite. Yi Mei had always been polite and kind to Yi Hongguang, and Yi Hongguang also liked this elder sister who looked like a fairy. This was the first time he was reprimanded by Yi Mei like this, and there was some indignation, so Yi Hongguang's heart did not feel good. He dared not say anything more and only heard Yi Mei speaking again. "Moreover, how do you know that she was wronged? Qin Wangfei herself said that it was not her. The Emperor and Empress also trust her." Yi Hongguang whispered, "Older sister, why must one lie? Why not let them suspect you so that it is necessary to identify Qin Wangfei?" Anger finally appeared on Yi Mei's face and she looked somewhat sinisterly at Yi Hongguang. "You would rather believe her and not believe this older sister?" Yi Hongguang shook his head. "I just feel that Qin Wangfei is not such a person." Saying that she believed Xianxia, Yi Mei's anger could not be expressed in words. Emperor Yonglu, Empress Xianxia, Prince Rui, and now even Yi Hongguang. What kind of demonic technique did Xianxia have that she could win the trust of others? Even she could not gain any advantage from Xianxia's hands. Thinking of what happened before, Yi Mei could not help but tremble. She did not think that Lu Jing would be arrogant and stupid to this extent. Yi Mei only listened to Yi Maocai's instructions and came over to inquire about the news from Lu Jing. Who knew that Lu Jing's jealousy was so obvious that she deliberately made things difficult for her? Yi Mei was also a person who could keep her composure. However, Lu Jing was the first to get angry. Lu Jing actually wanted to ruin her appearance. How could Yi Mei be the type to suffer losses? In the midst of the dispute, she accidentally pushed Lu Jing down. She fled in panic. She originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Yi Maocai would definitely not offend her for her sake. Yi Mei could only rely on herself. Yet, at this time, she found that after being in Longyi for such a long time, she hadn't fought for a way out for herself. Even with the backing of the Yi family, it was still unclear whether they were friend or foe. However, her luck had never been too bad. She could always find a way out of a hopeless situation. Lu Jing had actually died. Dead men tell no tales. Everything was over. She didn't need to run anymore. After Yi Mei slowly calmed down, she thought of a way to bribe the unfavored talented young man. She knew that no matter what, she would not be able to clear all the doubts, so she simply stirred up the water even more. She made Yi Hongguang testify as well. Yi Mei threatened Yi Hongguang. If he didn't lie, the entire Yi residence would be implicated. Yi Hongguang was timid and had grown up in the Yi residence since young. He was not clear about the situation outside and the ways of the world, so he agreed in fear. But Yi Mei did not think that Yi Hongguang would be so useless that Shen Miao caught his mistakes and pressured him step by step. This act of framing was almost useless at the end, and the Lu family's fear of Xia Yuan made Yi Mei finally understand how terrible it was to offend the residents of Prince Rui. Previously she proposed to Yi Maokai to assassinate Shen Miao, and now she instructed Yi Hongguang to slander Shen Miao. Yi Mei always felt that once Xia Yuan found out that she was the one who stirred things up, he would not let her off. And today, even though Empress Xianxia and Emperor Yongle unexpectedly let her off, Shen Miao did not investigate further. But the more Yi Mei thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong and suspected that they had a deeper conspiracy. Taking a step back, Yi Maokai would know about this matter sooner or later. She had mistakenly killed imperial concubine Jing and caused trouble. Yi Mei really did not know how such a shrewd person like Yi Maokai would treat her. Yi Mei's heart was filled with anger, fear, and frustration. Long Yi seemed to be her nemesis. When she was in Qinzhou, she could get whatever she wanted, but in Longyi, she repeatedly ran into a wall. She originally thought that she would have a meteoric rise in the future if she connected with the Yi family. In the end, not only was the Yi family's situation unclear, she had also offended someone she should not have offended. She could not stay in Longyi and had to leave the Yi family. Yi Mei's heart suddenly had this thought. She subconsciously glanced at Yi Hongguang. Yi Hongguang had his head lowered as he silently pulled at the fur of the blanket on his knees and did not see her gaze. Yi Mei's eyes suddenly turned cold. To escape from the Yi family, to escape from Longyi, it was not an easy matter for her now. It was easy to get on the boat but hard to get off, and there was also Yi Maokai watching. But if she continued to stay here, Yi Mei had a feeling that she would not even know how she died. She had to properly discuss this with Yi Ku. Because of the delay of imperial concubine Jing's matter, it was already late when Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing returned to Prince Rui's residence. After bathing and eating, Shen Miao sorted out some letters on the table as she said to Xie Jingxing, "I did not expect that it was like this." Xie Jingxing's subordinates had come to deliver a message. They probably had figured out what had happened in the palace today. They probably guessed that Yi Mei had mistakenly killed Lu Jing. Shen Miao shook her head and said, "The Lu family probably knows that Yi Mei was the one who did it. They secretly hate her and will not show it." Xie Jingxing leaned on the couch as he watched her tidying up and said, "N." Shen Miao asked, "Then what will the emperor do when he finds out the truth? Will he punish Yi Mei? So what if we can't find out?" Xie Jingxing said nonchalantly, "Even if Yi Mei didn't kill by accident, the Yi family wouldn't have kept her alive. Even if Yi Mei did kill by accident, Yi Maokai wouldn't feel bad about sacrificing a daughter that the Yi family took in halfway." Xie Jingxing shrugged. "Who cares about concubine Jing and the child in her belly?" Shen Miao sighed. Emperor Yongle hated the Yi clan to the core. He had no expectations for the child that Lu Jing tried so hard to conceive, so he naturally wouldn't care. Perhaps Lu Jing's death would even make Emperor Yongle feel relieved. He didn't love concubine Jing, but she was still his own flesh and blood. How could he face his own son when the Yi clan fell? Of course, this child was born with a congenital deficiency, so living in this world was a torture. The heavens had made the choice for him. Perhaps everything was predestined. Speaking of which, when I entered the palace today, something happened to Lu Jing. The emperor came but you were not around. What did you do? Shen Miao asked. She asked naturally as Xie Jingxing was a very frank person. As long as Shen Miao asked about the imperial family's secrets, he would answer. But today, he looked at Shen Miao and did not speak. Shen Miao was originally waiting for him to answer, but seeing that he did not respond, her hands paused and saw Xie Jingxing smiling at her. His gaze was very gentle, as if he saw her as something precious. Shen Miao was stunned and Xie Jingxing's lips curled up. "Come here." She was stunned, and seeing Xie Jingxing's determined look, she stood up and walked to the side of the bed before asking, "What's the matter?" Xie Jingxing grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. Shen Miao was caught off guard as she laid in his embrace and struggled to prop herself up. Xie Jingxing did not let her move and rested his chin on her head as he lightly said, "I once asked you a question. Do you still want to be the Empress? Do you remember?" I remember. Shin Miao paused before replying. Then I will ask you again now. He said. I don't want to. Shin Miao said, my wish is very simple, to protect my loved ones and to live well. Being the Empress is good but I don't like it. What should I do? He said with some distress, I also don't like it but now I have to do it. The head of the Gao family said that imperial brother will not live for more than half a year. Today, he wrote the edict for succession. I don't believe in fate but there is no time. He sighed softly and placed Shin Miao's hand in his palm. I know you don't like it but can you bear with it for me? At least I can promise you that I will never let you become an empress. You will become the only woman of the Emperor of De Liang. The price you have to pay is, he leaned close to Shin Miao's ear and ruthlessly said, in this life, there is no way back. Shin Miao did not speak. However, Xie Jingxing did not let go of her and just locked her in his arms. After a long time, Shin Miao raised her head and looked at him. Xie Jingxing also stared at her. This arrogant man who looked as if he did not care about anything, had seen him walk from a naughty and mischievous youth to now. The cynicism in his eyes had never changed but at this moment when he looked at her, there was a little bit of nervousness in his eyes. Shin Miao's heart moved and in a short moment she suddenly smiled. She said, then what benefits do I have? Xie Jingxing was startled and there was a touch of ecstasy in his eyes. He seemed to be relieved but there was still some disbelief. He said, whatever you want, I will give it to you. If what I want, you also want it? Shen Miao asked. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows, what do you want? 13 capitals of Yuzhou. It belongs to you. He waved his hands, as if what Shen Miao said was just a little thing like rouge and face powder. Mo Beiding Yuan City. Shen Miao looked at his face. It belongs to you. Xie Jingxing did not even blink. Jiangnan Province, Dingxi Donghai, Linanqing Lake, Luoyang Ancient City. All belong to you. Xie Jingxing answered smoothly and almost without thinking. If Emperor Yonglu heard this, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. If Emperor Xiaowu was here, he would also be so angry that he would point at Xie Jingxing's nose and scold him for being a wastrel and then charge Shen Miao as a country-wrecking demoness. But Xie Jingxing was not one who would care about other people's view. Of course, Shen Miao would not really snatch Xie Jingxing's empire. She only felt that Xie Jingxing had too much on his shoulders and hoped to distract his attention. It was good to make a little joke to make him feel more relaxed. All belong to me. What do you want? Shen Miao asked. Xie Jingxing laughed evilly and said mischievously, 13 times in one night? Shen Miao, Xie Jingxing pulled Shen Miao who was about to leave and said seriously, foreign, you cannot abandon me. Shen Miao said, you are so energetic. I will let Uncle Tang bring you some ice to cool down. Xie Jingxing pushed her down and said unhurriedly, with foreign here, what ice is needed? Outside, Song Yang covered his ears with a pained expression. It was Xianxia who was passing by at the side who saw his appearance and came forward with good intentions. Guard Yang, why are you shaking so fiercely? Could it be that you're sick? As he spoke, he reached out to touch Song Yang's forehead. Song Yang was, after all, a young man, and he was forced to listen to a live erotic scene. Just as he was blushing, he was caught off guard by an ice-cold little hand covering his forehead, and he immediately jumped up from the ground. It made Xianxia jump in shock. Xianxia looked at her own hands. What happened? Song Yang looked at her as if he had seen a ghost. Suddenly, he rushed forward and ran away as if his boat was on fire, leaving Xianxia in a daze at the same spot. Tai Yi who was on the tree saw everything that happened and did not say anything. He revealed a look of understanding in his heart as he sat quietly hugging his sword. Under the tree, Uncle Tang walked past. Seeing the closed door, he smacked his lips in satisfaction and went to instruct the kitchen to make soup. In the next few days, Xie Jingxing was really busy. Most likely it was because Emperor Yongli's illness had worsened. Xie Jingxing had to personally run many things that the Lu and Yi families had to do personally, thus Xie Jingxing would leave early and return late. While Xie Jingxing was busy, Shen Miao was not idle. The Lu and Yi families had after all been in Longyi for so many years. What the imperial family wanted to do now was to kill one as a warning to others, but they could not let the imperial family be too cruel, and in the future the officials would have disloyalty. Shen Miao shouldered these tasks and spoke to those noble Furens of Longye's officials, but also subtly passed some thoughts to them. These noble Furens looked like females, but in a residence, the role of females was indispensable. Originally everyone thought that Shen Miao was after all a Mingqi person. Mingqi and the Great Liang were two different countries and there were many different places. Shen Miao was a daughter of a military family and it was even more impossible for her to have any insights. Who knew that after the exchange, Shen Miao had a huge change? Seeing that not only her words were appropriate, she also seemed to know a lot of things that they did not know. Speaking of clothing styles, Shen Miao could keep up. Speaking of the overall situation, Shen Miao could also keep up. She could even talk about those strange things that happened in the north and south of the Yangtze River. Originally in the inner palace of Mingqi in the last lifetime, even though she did not have a good life, at the end it increased her knowledge. Some of the envoys from other countries would also talk about some strange things. If one knew more, one would naturally be able to use it. When some things were used, there would be excellent results. The things that Xie Jingxing was able to do, Shen Miao might not be able to do it, but the intricate relationship of interests in politics and through quietly guiding to achieve one's goal was what Shen Miao was good at in this lifetime. In just a short few days, those noble Furens were all hot with Shen Miao, and when they hesitated on some matters, they would start to ask Shen Miao for advice. There was no lack of problems with the current situation. Firstly, Shen Miao was the Wanfei of the residence of Prince Rui and was related to the imperial family. Thus they were able to know the current attitude of the imperial family. Secondly, even though Shen Miao was young and was even younger than some of the Furen's daughters, there was a special feeling about her. It was very gentle and settled down, making others feel that her words were trustworthy. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing were working hard for the upcoming storm in Longyi Palace. Of course, the Lu and Yi family did not sit still and wait for death. The Lu family had lost a daughter, and seeing Emperor Yongli's attitude becoming more and more unyielding, they finally started to panic and started to mobilize the people that they privately raised. The Yi family was also watching from the sidelines at the start, but now they suddenly found themselves in a situation where they were not in control and seemed to have unknowingly been dragged into the water by the Lu family. Even though they did not do anything, the imperial family's attitude became subtle. From the beginning to the current indulgence, it seemed to explain something. Yi Mei's every move was secretly observed by Shen Miao and Mo Qing. These days, Yi Maokai was furious because of the disaster Yi Mei caused in Longye Palace. Yi Mei's actions had offended both Emperor Yongliu and the Lu family. The Lu family was easier to deal with. Although Lu Jingchun was arrogant, he had been living off his past gains for so many years. He did not have a brain. However, Emperor Yongliu was different. The young emperor already had thunderous methods. It was because he didn't blame Yi Mei that Yi Maokai felt even more uneasy. He felt that Emperor Yongliu was planning something. Yi Maokai vented his anger on Yi Mei, so he grounded Yi Mei for so many days and treated her coldly. Yi Mei had been very sullen these past few days. Today, her confinement was finally lifted. In order to compensate her, Madame Yi brought her to her jewelry shop to choose some jewelry. Who knew that a noble would come to visit the Yi residence on the way? Madame Yi had no choice but to return. Since it was her family's shop, she wasn't afraid. She let Yi Mei pick her own jewelry from the shop and return after she was done. The shopkeeper of the jewelry shop had a fawning look and took out the most expensive items for Yi Mei to choose. Yi Mei's expression was absent-minded as she picked, which made the shopkeeper unable to help but feel a trace of anger. She was only a daughter of a merchant family, and now that the Yi family acknowledged her as their ancestor, it was already a great fortune. But she was still so picky and did not even take a liking to these jewelry. One did not know what kind of riches would enter her eyes. Yi Mei did not notice the shopkeeper's expression. She had been treated coldly by Yi Maokai for the past few days and was extremely angry. However, she also realized that the Yi family was not a place to stay for long. Yi Maokai was a person who prioritized his own interests. For his own interests, he could sacrifice her at any time. She originally wanted to use the Yi family to climb up, but who knew that she was not strong enough and could only be a chess piece. And the path that Yi Maokai had arranged for her was not enough for Yi Mei to get what she wanted. Her gaze swept over the dazzling jewelry, but her heart was thinking about how to escape, and if she could escape, where could she escape to? Just as she was thinking, two more people came to the jewelry shop. It was a man and a woman. The man was about 30 years old, dressed in luxurious clothes, had average looks, and was slightly plump. The woman was young, dressed in red and green. As soon as she came in, there was a strong fragrance. One look and one could tell that she was a brothel girl. The woman said sweetly, "Darren is buying bracelets with me, it must be made of gold." The man smiled and said generously, "Today you can pick whatever you want, this prince is in a good mood. It should be some young master who brought a girl from the brothel to be a sucker." The shopkeeper was already dissatisfied with Yi Mei's absent-minded state. Now that there was a new customer, he simply threw Yi Mei to the side and smiled as he placed the jewelry he had just given Yi Mei in front of the woman. He said with a smile, "These are all newly delivered, young lady can take a look." The woman squeezed to Yi Mei's side, and the fragrance made Yi Mei somewhat unhappy. She turned her head to look at the woman, and when she saw the man beside the woman, she could not help but be startled. The man also saw her and was stunned for a moment before exclaiming in pleasant surprise, "Mayor." The woman who was picking jewelry raised her head and looked at Yi Mei warily. The shopkeeper also pricked up his ears. Since this person called Yi Mei Mayor, he naturally had an old friendship with Yi Mei. After all, Yi Mei was the daughter of a merchant. Yi Mei originally wanted to avoid his gaze and leave, but suddenly thought of something and her footsteps stopped. She looked at the shopkeeper again and suddenly said, "Since we've met, let's talk somewhere else." The man seemed to be very eager, and the woman beside him grabbed the man's arm and said, "Darren, you still have to accompany the servant to pick jewelry." The man was impatient, and directly grabbed a few banknotes from his bosom and threw them to the woman, saying, "See for yourself." After receiving the banknote, the woman no longer pestered him. The man and Yi Mei went out together. Yi Mei put on her veil and said, "Let's find a restaurant." In a certain elegant room in the restaurant, the man looked at Yi Mei and asked curiously, "Why do you have so many guards by your side? Back then, you and Brother Yi disappeared from Qin province without saying a word. I asked people to look for you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be here." Yi Mei's heart was pounding. This man was none other than her childhood sweetheart. Back then, the Li family was a merchant family in Qinzhou, and this man was the eldest son of the Jin family, Jin Xingming. The Jin family was also a merchant family. Master Jin and Master Li had a good relationship. When Yi Mei was young, Jin Xingming was already a young man. Master Jin also joked about marrying Yi Mei to Jin Xingming. Yi Mei had been ambitious since she was young. Marrying a merchant woman was not her ultimate goal. But even though she hated Jin Xingming, she was very smart and never showed it to Jin Xingming. Instead, she was very considerate and obedient. She charmed Jin Xingming, worshipped her like a god, and loved her like a jewel. Later, the Li couple passed away, and the Li family's shop still needed the Jin family's care. Yi Mei was even more considerate to Jin Xingming. Master Jin was also planning to ask about her marriage. After all, the Li couple was not here, and the only one who could make the decision was Yi Mei herself. Yi Mei was naturally unwilling. In her heart, she would rather be an official's concubine than a merchant's wife. At this time, the Yi family appeared and hit it off. Yi Mei immediately came to Longyi with Yi Mei. Because of her hatred for the Jin family, she didn't even say a word to the Jin family. Jin Xingming naturally didn't know that she had come to Longyi. Who knew that they would meet here? Yi Mei quickly made up her mind and shook her head. She sighed and said, "When I was in the Li family, I was taken care of by the Jin family and had a good life with second brother. Who knew that someone would suddenly come to my door and say that my biological parents were someone else and that I was actually the daughter of Prime Minister Ye's family? I was bewildered, but they didn't give me time to explain and took me away." "Prime Minister Ye's family?" Jin Xingming cried out in shock, "Is it that Prime Minister Ye of Longya?" Yi Mei nodded and said, "But when I arrived, I found out that they had the wrong person." "But you also know that the Yi family only has a bad young master. They were looking for a relative with great fanfare and got the wrong person. It wasn't good to slap their own face, so they forced me to be the daughter of the Yi family." I originally thought that this would be fine, but who knew that Prime Minister Yi was actually a beast in human skin. He wanted to use me as a bargaining chip in his career and use my marriage to rope others in. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. She was born beautiful, and now that she was acting like this, Jin Xingming's heart was broken. Jin Xingming said angrily, "How could he be like this? Even a biological daughter can't be so heartless. Not to mention that you are not his daughter yet." He tried in vain to seize your marriage. Damn it. Come, let's go report this to the authorities. It's no use. Yi Mei shook her head, officials protect each other. Not to mention that Yi Maokai covers the sky with one hand in Longya. I wanted to write to Qingzhou to ask for your help, but who knew that even the letter would be blocked? Actually, second brother and I have already been placed under house arrest by the Yi family. It is already rare for us to go out like this today. Jin Xingming's face was extremely ugly. He originally liked Yi Mei very much. When Yi Mei and her brother disappeared, Master Jin said that it was because Yi Mei didn't want to marry him, so she ran away. Jin Xingming was still a bit angry, but now that the beauty was crying, how could Jin Xingming still be angry? He could only curse himself in his heart. If only he had discovered Yi Mei's predicament earlier. Yi Mei raised her head and said, "In the past few days, I have been thinking about Big Brother Jin all the time. I only hope that one day I can regain my freedom." Big Brother Jin, can you help me? Jin Xingming nodded repeatedly, "Help? What can I do?" Big Brother Jin, I don't ask for anything else. I just want you to help me lead the Yi clan. Yi Mei smiled with tears in her eyes. If I can be with Big Brother Jin, I won't have to live in fear every day. Jin Xingming's heart almost melted from Yi Mei's words. It must be known that although Yi Mei used to be very gentle to him, it was different now. She had never said anything. It was as if he was looking at her through a veil, making it hard for him to understand her attitude. But now, her words clearly showed that Yi Mei regarded him as a very important person. Although he was a little smug, Jin Xingming did not lose his rationality. The Yi family was the Prime Minister's family, and he was just a young master of the Shang family. He said, the Yi family is very troublesome. Yi Mei didn't say anything, she just looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Jin Xingming's heart shook and he said, "It is not that there is no way. Mayor, do you know why I want to come to Longyi?" Yi Mei shook her head. She did not even care about Jin Xingming, and seeing Jin Xingming taking the initiative to talk to her today, it was to make use of him to leave the Yi family. How would she think of this layer? Jin Xingming proudly said, "I have a friend who is also a merchant. Last year he went to Mingqi and heard that this year he managed to build a relationship with the imperial merchant. Perhaps he would be able to get an official position. I thought about it, and instead of staying in Qin province as an ordinary merchant for a lifetime, it is better to go out and make a living. That friend also invited me along. I came to Longyi to settle a few of the family's businesses and discussed with that friend. Originally I was still very hesitant." Jin Xingming said, "After all, father and mother are here, but now that I have met Mayor Yu, I have nothing to fear. I have decided to go to Mingqi's Ding capital. I did not think of becoming a high-ranking official, but there will definitely be more to earn." He said, "The Yi family's hand covers the sky, but if one were to escape to Mingqi, the Yi family's hand would not be able to stretch that far. What do you think, Mayor?" Yi Mei's heart moved, and when Jin Xingming was speaking, her mind was already calculating quickly. Even though there were some things that she had not thought clearly, she still smiled and said, "Naturally, it is very good. Older brother Jin, you are indeed Mayor's reliance. No one else in this world can be relied on. Luckily there is older brother Jin." She was delicate and gentle with a myriad of amorous feelings. Jin Xingming's heart jumped when he saw it and involuntarily reached out to touch Yi Mei's little hand. Yi Mei endured the disgust and allowed Jin Xingming to take advantage of her. If it was in the past, she would naturally disdain to do so, but now she had no choice but to compromise. Shen Miao just came out from a foreign residence, and today she had also participated in a tea party. Those Furens had gradually accepted Shen Miao's excuse of influencing them, and Xia Jingxing said that the court was much more stable now. She rubbed her neck and was about to board the carriage when she saw a male and female walking out from a tea house at the other end of the street. That female had a veil over her face and one could not see her face, but Xin Miao had dealt with her for a lifetime and was able to recognize that it was Yi Mei from her steps and posture. The male who was talking to Yi Mei seemed to have a very close relationship with her, but Xin Miao was very sharp. No matter if it was etiquette or style of doing things, it did not seem like a son of a noble family and revealed the vulgarity of a peddler. Perhaps he was a merchant or something. Xin Miao turned sideways and the shadow of the carriage blocked her so that Yi Mei could not see her. That male spoke a few more words to Yi Mei, and even though he did not do anything out of line, the relationship between the two seemed to be extraordinary. Yi Mei quickly boarded the carriage and left, and the male turned and walked in another direction. Xin Miao thought about it and instructed Mo Qing, follow that male and inquire about everything that he can. Mo Qing had been secretly monitoring Yi Mei these days, and since this male had a relationship with Yi Mei, it was natural for Xin Miao to let him inquire. Mo Qing received the orders and left. Xin Miao sat in the carriage, but her heart started to ponder. That male did not seem to have a noble background, and Xin Miao was very clear of Yi Mei's character. She placed great importance on nobility and would not speak to commoners. Yet, she went to the tea house with this man, and perhaps even sat down and drank tea. Yi Mei could always make use of everyone around her, especially men. Xin Miao almost immediately thought that perhaps Yi Mei wanted to make use of this man to achieve some goal, or else with her arrogant heart, she would not even bother to talk to such a lowly man. What does she want to do? Yi Mei returned to the Yi mansion in the evening. Yi Maokai, who usually came back very late, was unexpectedly early in the mansion today. Seeing her come in, he stared at her and asked, "Where did you go?" Perhaps it was because of the predicament that the Yi family was facing these days that even Yi Maokai, who had always been like a fish in water, began to feel troubled. His calm and contented air of a scholar had disappeared, and even his amiable appearance began to become gloomy. Yi Mei composed herself and said, "Mother wants me to go to the jewelry shop to pick some jewelry." "Mother?" Yi Maokai replied with a question. Yi Mei's heart was very unhappy with his eccentric tone. Yi Maokai clearly knew that he was not Yi Foreign's flesh and blood, but at the start he wanted Yi Mei to pretend to be her. Now it was as if Yi Mei racked her brains to come to the Yi family to be a young lady. End of chapter 1062. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.